Chapter 1. Will you surely die in 8 years? As the sun descended in the west, the bustling market under the auspices of the Li family began to quiet down, with cultivators gradually departing, leaving only the distant sounds of haggling in the air. That a young lad, no older than 15 and clad in a gray robe, clutched a vial of elixir with palpable excitement. "Old man, are you truly willing to sell it to me at such a low price?" he murmured, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly vendor of scriptures and potions, his eyes flickering with skepticism. This old man was notorious for his miserly ways. He was known to value money above life itself, never offering discounts. Yet today he seemed inclined to part with his elixir at a bargain. Something felt amiss indeed. It was exceedingly strange. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and smiled at the youth. "Indeed, I sell it to you at a reduced price as a sort of early offering. I, the old Daoist, am set to venture to the Spirit Beast Mountain to conduct some business. An offering to your grandpa. I'm not dead yet." Wang Li erupted in anger for the first time, cursing aloud. Reflecting on his journey from Earth to this realm of cultivation, he recalled the hardships endured to join the Li family's pursuit of immortality. Despite possessing the 4 spiritual roots, he never lost hope, convinced that he had an advantage. After all, the illustrious Han Tianzuan also bore the same roots. Though he lacked a golden finger or a system, he believed that with diligent practice, he could carve out a path for himself. Having left home at 7 to cultivate, he had spent 5 years honing his skills and had now reached the 4th level of qi refinement. His future appeared promising. "You may be fine now, but in 8 years, you will surely perish. Considering you often purchase from me, I offer this at a low price as an early tribute." With that, the elder waved his hand to store the items in his ring and gracefully departed. "Old man, you must be joking, right?" Wang Li shouted after him, but the elder paid him no heed as he vanished on his sword. How frustrating. Others might have been unaware of the elder's prowess, but Wang Li was acutely aware this old man was undoubtedly a master who had traversed the mortal realm. During a previous disturbance in the market, he had effortlessly subdued a foundation-building expert with a mere flick of his finger. Ding detected an otherworldly soul life simulator binding successful. Simulation can be conducted once a week, with additional simulations requiring the consumption of spirit stones. As the voice echoed, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Life Simulator LV1. Host, Wang Li. Age 12. Cultivation technique, Crimson Fire Scripture. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement. Simulation points, 0. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Li's heart raced, and a hint of joy appeared on his youthful face. "Yes, yes. BYD, I knew it. A golden finger may arrive late, but it will never be absent." He silently cheered, his fists clenched in excitement. Glancing around to ensure no one noticed his exuberance, he tucked the elixir into his pocket and hurriedly departed. The Li family had strict regulations. Any disciple not of the family was prohibited from staying out overnight without consent, and one must return before dark or face confinement. Wang Li wished to avoid capture and confinement. With swift strides, he covered several miles back to the Li family's North Mountain villa, finally exhaling in relief. Once in his room, he secured the door and, after calming his heart, began to explore the simulator in his mind. "Simulator? Are you there?" No response. "Is this a dead object?" Wang Li paused momentarily before delving into the simulator's functions. First, the simulator can simulate once a week. Additional simulations require energy consumption. Each simulation randomly draws a talent. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, one option can be brought back to reality. Talents range from low to high: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. After a moment of silence, Wang Li took a deep breath. "Simulator, activate." As his words fell, a voice resonated in his mind, and a panel appeared before him. "Simulator activating. Randomly drawing talent. Drawn talent. Diary enthusiast. Congratulations. You have received the white talent. Diary enthusiast. Diary enthusiast. You have a fondness for writing. You diligently record your daily experiences. Wait, is this even talent? Come clean. Were you once a bald golden finger?" He muttered in disbelief before continuing to read. "At the Li family, North Mountain Villa. Eager to explore your newfound golden finger, you were curious about the old Taoist prophecy of your death in 8 years. You pondered throughout the night, but could not decipher why the old Daoist made such a statement. Does he possess the ability to foresee the future? Is he aware that your future endeavors may lead to peril? Your mind is troubled. You wrote in your diary today. On the second day, you resumed your rigorous training, acutely aware of your insufficient talents as an ant in this vast world. You wrote in your diary today. On the third day, the old Taoist words haunted you like a nightmare, causing unrest as you continued your training. You wrote in your diary today. On the fourth day, your friend Lu Zidin visited that he was the son of the village's private school teacher, and you shared a close bond. Seeing your hard work, he offered to take you to the market to unwind with the fortune he had earned from mining. You felt gratitude towards Zidin for his kindness. Thus, you set aside your training and accompanied him to the Immortals Pavilion in the market to relax. You wrote in your diary today with a single word, damn. Is this truly me? Who doesn't know that I, Wang Li, regard beauty as worthless? Wang Li rapped his knuckles against the bed frame, feeling that the simulator was tarnishing his reputation beyond repair. But on the fifth day, as darkness fell, you expressed a desire to return to training, but Lu Zidin continued to urge you to relax, claiming he had sought permission from the steward, allowing for occasional overnight stays. Valuing friendship, you acquiesced and indulged for another night. You wrote in your diary today with a single word, rough. This isn't right. Am I truly this kind of person? Wang Li gazed at the simulator's portrayal of himself, incredulous. On the sixth day, yearning to return to training, you again faced Zidin's invitation. This time, you maintained your integrity and resolutely declined, straightening your back as you departed. Upon leaving the Immortals Pavilion, you glanced around to ensure no one was watching before returning to the Li family, pale and weary. You are a man who strives for excellence throughout your life. You wrote in your diary today. In the subsequent month, you immersed yourself in rigorous training, and Lu Zidin did not seek you out again. A year passed, and you broke through to the fifth layer of chi refinement. Elated, but thoughts of your impending death in 8 years quickly dampened your spirits. Another year passed your cultivation, stagnated, and you lamented your youthful arrogance, once believing that even with forced spiritual roots, you could achieve greatness. Disheartened, you felt a sense of despair. The next day, Lu Zidin invited you to the Immortals Pavilion once more. Zidin encouraged you to relax, and you felt a sense of appreciation for his kindness. You wrote in your diary today with a single word, bite. But in the third year, your cultivation made no progress, but your skills in writing improved, and you gained a modest reputation at the Immortals Pavilion. You continued to write in your diary daily, gradually transitioning from words to illustrations. In the fourth year, your cultivation reached the sixth layer of chi refinement. You were delighted, casting aside thoughts of mortality, and invited Lu Zidin to unwind. On this day, the steward responsible for distributing cultivation resources within the Li clan advised you that young practitioners should exercise restraint and diligently pursue their cultivation. You verbally acquiesced, yet continued to visit the celestial maiden pavilion daily, honing your writing skills. Thus, a year passed, and your artistic skills flourished, with your paintings becoming vividly lifelike, earning you a modest reputation in the celestial maiden pavilion. The beautiful maidens there eagerly sought your exquisite artworks, while your own cultivation stagnated. In the sixth year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, catching you off guard. However, you soon dismissed it, feeling indifferent since you had grown weary of elixirs and had made no progress in your cultivation. Indeed, you had succumbed to complacency. Damn it, this is not right. Is this truly me? Am I the sort to give up so easily? I must have been led astray by the term diary writing. Wang Li exclaimed emphatically, gesturing toward the interface before continuing to read. In the seventh year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited you and Lu Zijuang at the Northern Mountain Villa. You observed the handsome young man before you, now possessing a cultivation level of the 10th stage of chi refining, and felt a pang of embarrassment. Lin Yu, Lu Zijuang, and you hailed from Lu family village in Kaoshan Town, southern state of Qi, where you had once been close companions. Together, you've been brought to the Li clan to pursue your cultivation after seeking celestial opportunities. His innate talent, which you had once envied and admired, now stood before you. Lin Yu was the son of a local landlord, renowned for his striking appearance since childhood. Upon joining the Li clan, he was discovered to possess dual spirit roots and was subsequently accepted into the inner circle, receiving the surname Li. Reuniting with Lin Yu brought joy to both you and Lu Zijuang. Lin Yu invited you both to explore the marketplace, treating you to the excursion. The marketplace was bustling with activity as news spread that the esteemed Li Yunxi, a prodigious maiden of the Li clan, was returning to her residence today. Amidst the throng, you caught sight of a stunning young woman seated gracefully in a palanquin, adorned in a flowing white gown. Her figure was curvaceous, her skin alabaster, and her features exquisitely beautiful. She was a vision of unparalleled allure, captivating your heart. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu among the crowd and advised him, as a member of the family, to devote himself to rigorous cultivation and avoid mingling with your company, lest he squander his efforts in frivolity. The afternoon passed without further desire for leisure. After bidding farewell, you returned to the northern mountain villa, retreating to your chamber to record your reflections in a diary, centered on Li Yunxi. Defying fate, Wang Li mused, realizing that his simulated self had taken a rather extraordinary turn. The following day, Lin Yu no longer sought you and Lu Zijuang, leaving you both feeling somewhat despondent. Today, you crafted a diary entry that was far from pleasing, focused on Li Yunxi. Months later, your cultivation advanced to the 7th stage of qi refining, rekindling your passion for practice. That evening, you continued to journal, with Li Yunxi as your muse up by late October of the 7th year. You learned of Lu Zijuang's betrayal and subsequent execution, leaving you in shock and deep sorrow. You yearned to commemorate him, but hesitated, finding solace only in painting to alleviate your grief. In November, you painted in solitude. In December, you continued to create. On the first night of the new year, you once again recorded your thoughts, when suddenly you sensed something amiss and turned to look behind you. In a haze. In a haze. You perished. Wang Li gaped in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. Is this how it ends? For heaven's sake, you must clarify my demise. The simulation concluded, yet you could select one reward from the following options. Diary enthusiast. You take great pleasure in journaling, documenting your daily experiences. Diary, a record of your daily actions. This simulation's cultivation level, 7th stage of qi refining. Writing technique, skills related to horsemanship. Artistic talent. Your painting abilities have reached an exceptional level, with portraits that capture the essence of life. After reviewing the options, Wang Li decisively chose to enhance his cultivation. As the mana surged within him, his aura became manifest, revealing his 7th stage prowess. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, he felt the torrent of magical power within, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Who would have thought that the old man was indeed correct? I truly do have only 8 years to live. What transpired in that 8th year? Wang Li pondered, perplexed by the sudden turn of events at the Li clan. He had lived there tranquil and withdrawn, without enemies. Why had he been slain so unexpectedly? Was the Li clan eradicated, and he simply silenced as one of its members? I am deeply curious about what transpired. Gazing at the flickering candlelight within his chamber, Wang Li's heart swelled with turmoil, akin to a tempestuous sea. Chapter 2. A New Simulation. That night, Wang Li found himself devoid of the will to cultivate the reality of his impending demise, and 8 years weighed heavily upon him. The elderly sage's words rang true, that I cannot remain idle, I must rise and retaliate. Clenching his fists, he retrieved a stash of spirit stones, approximately 50, and converted them all into the simulator. Life Simulation Device, LV1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Technique, Crimson Fire Sutra. Cultivation Level, 7th stage of qi refining. Simulation. Points, 100. 50 low-grade spirit stones yield only 100 simulation points? Really? Are you a simulator from Penguin Corp? Wang Li exclaimed, astonished by the meager return for his investment. Oh well, just enough for a simulation. Let's proceed. Simulator, initiate. As he uttered the command, a panel materialized before him. Initializing simulation. Randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired, thievery. Congratulations! You have obtained the white talent, thievery. Thievery. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed a penchant for petty theft each time you venture out. You cannot resist the temptation to pilfer a little, as the saying goes. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Great. Upon seeing this talent, Wang Li knew instantly that his fate was sealed. He had surmised how he would meet his end, likely captured while stealing and subsequently killed. Li Clan, Northern Mountain Villa. Eager to uncover the truth about the events of 8 years hence, you hastily initiated your second simulation. Fully aware that strength is paramount, you dedicated yourself to rigorous training, though the path of cultivation proved exceedingly arduous. Since breaking through to the 7th stage of qi refining, your progress had slowed considerably, prompting you to abandon the idea of relentless practice. You then redirected your focus to mastering spells. Day 1, you practiced the fireball technique, refining your skill. Day 2, you continued with the fireball technique, further honing your abilities. Day 3, at last, you switched techniques and began practicing the object manipulation spell, making strides in your proficiency. On the 4th day, your friend Lu Zijuang, son of the village's private tutor, visited you. Observing your struggles, he decided to treat you with the riches he had acquired from mining, inviting you to the marketplace for a much-needed respite. Brother Duan invites you to unwind, and you feel his kindness. Thus, you set aside your cultivation to accompany him to the Celestial Maiden Pavilion for relaxation. BYD, yet another indulgence. Wang Li sighed. Bewildered, was he truly the kind of person to be so easily swayed? Could the allure of the Celestial Maiden Pavilion eclipse the pursuit of immortality? The simulator seemed to suggest so. As you and Lu Zijuang traversed the lively marketplace, your hands grew restless, and you surreptitiously pilfered some spirit stones from unsuspecting practitioners, carefully selecting those of lesser cultivation to target. You believe your actions to be flawless, yet to the discerning eyes of higher-tier cultivators, your every movement was already laid bare. They simply chose to ignore you. Arriving at the Celestial Maiden Pavilion, you and Lu Zijuang were met with a warm welcome. On this particular night, several garments belonging to the Celestial Maidens of the Celestial Tower went missing, and as the instigator, you joyfully tucked the items into your storage bag and carried them away. On your journey home, Lu Ziden inquired multiple times about the origin of your storage bag. You claimed it was something you had found. In truth, the bag was a treasured possession accumulated and purchased by a certain celestial maiden, which you had stealthily appropriated. This is truly outrageous. To prey upon the vulnerable women of the brothel, Wang Li thought, feeling a twinge of disdain for his simulated self. Upon returning to the Li clan's celestial lineage in the Northern Mountain Villa, Lu Ziden extended an invitation for tea and philosophical discussions, to which you gladly accepted. After your visit to Lu Ziden's residence, you found yourself in possession of 30 spirit stones, having secretly taken them from behind his pillow while he prepared tea. Really, Brother Ziden? You're treating me, and yet I have to resort to this? Wang Li could hardly contain his frustration. This simulated version of himself was indeed insufferable. On the 5th day, Lu Ziden invited you to work at the Li clan's spirit mine. Yet, feeling somewhat guilty, you declined his offer. In the ensuing days, items began to mysteriously disappear from the Northern Mountain Villa, and many began to suspect you, as they often saw you idling about rather than cultivating. Anticipating such accusations, you claimed you too had lost spirit stones. Following this incident, you resolved to exercise greater restraint, but as the saying goes, habits are difficult to change. Just a few days later, in a moment of dizziness, you pilfered from the steward's household. Just as you prepared to leave with 300 spirit stones, you were apprehended by the Li family's steward, who had been waiting for you. I knew it. Alas, frequenting the riverbank, how can one avoid wet shoes? Such petty theft will ultimately lead to ruin. Wang Li shook his head, voicing his thoughts. You were arrested, and word spread throughout the villa of your disgrace, as those you had stolen from came to confront you. The spirit stones and elixirs you had taken were already consumed in your cultivation, rendering you unable to compensate the offended disciples. Eventually, the enforcers from the clan's law enforcement hall found you. You were brought before the law enforcement hall for punishment. The elder, seeing you were a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator, spoke to you with a semblance of kindness, inquiring why you felt compelled to steal from others. Observing the enforcers beside you, you confessed that it was a mere hobby of yours. You always sought to bring something back whenever you ventured out, and though you had Contemplated self-control, it proved to be an insurmountable challenge. After a moment of silence, the elder decreed your punishment, the breaking of your limbs, and 6 months of confinement. Following your anguished cries, you were taken to the depths of the law enforcement hall's dungeon, where you were imprisoned. This place was devoid of sunlight, shrouded in eternal darkness. Lying on the cold bed, surrounded by pitch blackness, you felt fear for the first time. After a disoriented 6 months, you were finally released, and your previously broken limbs had healed. As the elder allowed your release, he earnestly advised you that as a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, reaching this point was no small feat, and urged you to abandon your vices and start anew. You verbally agreed, but internally scoffed at his words. Upon returning to the Northern Mountain Villa, it didn't take long for the disciples you had wronged to seek you out for retribution. However, upon seeing your cultivation prowess, they retreated in fear, unwilling to provoke you further. Your life gradually returned to normalcy, and once Lu Zidin returned from the spirit mine, he came to comfort you, hoping you would reform, as petty theft would lead nowhere. Significant. You were deeply touched by your childhood friend's willingness to overlook past grievances and continue their friendship. Your bond with Lu Zidin was restored, and together, you frequently worked in the spirit mine. The following year, you made some progress in your cultivation, though you had yet to break through to the next level. Each time you spotted a storage bag at someone's waist, your hands and feet would unconsciously inch towards it, such was your nature, and even if you wished to resist, it proved exceedingly difficult. In the 3rd year, reports of missing spirit stones and elixirs began to circulate among the laborers at the mine that a familiar cultivator, pointing at you in front of others, accused you of being the thief. In a fit of desperation, you retaliated, injuring the one who accused you, revealing your cultivation level, and fled towards the mine's exit. Just as you were about to escape the Li clan's territory, you were once again apprehended by the law enforcement hall's enforcers, the same familiar faces and the same dreaded room. Your limbs were broken anew, and you were confined once more. Something feels amiss. Does this talent trait truly hold such a profound impact on one's character? This simulated version of myself is utterly foolish. Wang Li's expression darkened as he resolved that he would never choose this talent again after this simulation concluded. Half a year later, you were released from confinement, now significantly emaciated from prolonged darkness, having developed a hint of claustrophobia. As you beheld the blinding sunlight, a complex array of emotions washed over your face as you pondered how you had come to this state. In the 5th year, you resolved to turn over a new leaf, spending your days holed up in a small room, diligently cultivating. Each time a thieving thought crossed your mind, you would pluck a strand of hair. After several days, you had become completely bald. That year, you ascended to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, becoming the highest-ranked external disciple in the Northern Mountain Villa. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, a development you had anticipated and found unsurprising. You understood well that there are no free lunches in this world. The Li clan's generosity in providing resources for so many years was no small favor. All external disciples accepted this without dissent, recognizing they were not members of the Li clan and that the clan had no obligation to continue providing for them. In the 7th year, your childhood friend Lin, you visited the Northern Mountain Villa in search of you and Lu Zidin. You gazed at the now handsome and charming young man, whose cultivation had reached the 10th layer, feeling a mix of admiration and jealousy. That noon, while wandering the marketplace, you stealthily lifted a token from Lin Ye's possession. When he suddenly realized the token was missing, his expression darkened, and he lost his enthusiasm for the outing, hastily bidding farewell to you and Lu Zidin before departing. After Lin Yu left, Lu Zidin cast a disapproving glance your way, questioning why you had stolen Lin Ye's token. You quickly denied the accusation, but Lu Zidin, knowing your nature, was not convinced, leading to a souring of your friendship. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing quite a stir. Sigh. Wang Li felt a tumult of emotions, unsure of what to say. After purchasing a few items from the marketplace, you once again pilfered some goods, your skills having become remarkably refined over the years. You could now steal with precision, evading detection from those of lower cultivation. Upon returning to the Northern Mountain Villa, a sense of agitation settled within you, for you were acutely aware that your time was limited. Suddenly, the thought struck you that Lu Zidin would be executed in October of that year. The break of dawn the next day. You sought him out to apologize and express your desire to accompany him once more. Lu Zidon was taken aback by your change of heart, but being a person of easygoing nature, he forgave you swiftly. In the ensuing months, you followed Lu Zidon to work at the spirit mine, and whenever thoughts of theft arose, you would strike yourself to force control. In September, after returning from the marketplace, Lu Zidon grew increasingly restless, appearing distracted and disinterested in work. Suspecting it was related to the previous simulation's betrayal, you pressed him for details. Lu Zidon hesitated, but ultimately withheld the truth, fearing you would betray him due to your questionable character. What is this? Am I truly the sort to betray others? Wang Li spread his hands in exasperation, feeling helpless. Indeed, with a tarnished reputation, undertaking any endeavor becomes rather inconvenient. By the end of October in the 7th year, you became aware of Lu Zidon's betrayal of his family and subsequent execution. Having long anticipated such a fate, your heart remained unperturbed. Once the turmoil subsided, you commenced an investigation into the true cause of Lu Zidon's demise. After a fortnight, at Lu Zidon's residence, you uncovered some clues and proceeded to the marketplace in search of a woman. Through diligent inquiries, you encountered a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Just as you were about to pose your questions, you noticed her vacant gaze, as if she had been transformed into a mere puppet. In your astonishment, a surge of magical energy descended from above, permeating your being. The process of refinement began. Your soul was obliterated, and you perished. Upon seeing the 3 blood-red words "you have died" on the screen, Wang Li's complexion turned pale. This simulation has concluded you may select one reward from the following options. Petty thief. At some point, you have acquired the habit of petty theft. Every time you venture out, you cannot resist the temptation to pilfer a little, as the saying goes. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Storage bag. A storage bag you surreptitiously acquired from the Immortals Pavilion. Cultivation level. Refinement of Qi. 8th layer. Various attire. Garments belonging to the Immortals. Thieving experience. Your skills in theft have become unparalleled, allowing you to stealthily procure items from cultivators of lower cultivation levels. Mysterious token. A token obtained from Linyu, said to possess extraordinary properties. Spell cultivation experience. Experience gained in spell cultivation within the simulator. 800 spirit stones. Spirit stones acquired through theft in the simulated world, not usable in simulation. Wang Li surveyed the array of rewards and chose the 8th layer of refinement of Qi. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, his cultivation level ascended to the 8th layer of refinement of Qi. 8th layer of refinement of Qi? So, the cultivation is not additive, but rather substitutive? The level in the simulator has replaced my actual cultivation level? Indeed, such favorable circumstances are too good to be true. I was merely overthinking. Wang Li mused inwardly. He subsequently exited the simulation, stepped out of the room, and sat on a stone bench, gazing into the distant night. These 2 simulations have conveyed one undeniable truth. I will indeed meet my demise in 8 years. What then was the true reason for Lu Zidon's execution? And who is Jiang Qingyan? What is her connection with Lu Zidon? And why was she transformed into a puppet? Who was responsible for her fate? Wang Li's expression was a tapestry of complexity. His intellect seemed insufficient to unravel the intricacies at play. It appears I must cultivate a better rapport with Lu Zidon in the next simulation to discern the cause of his death. That moment, Wang Li began to harbor suspicions regarding his previous demise in the simulation. Perhaps Lu Zidon had attracted unwelcome attention, leading to his own downfall as collateral damage. After some contemplation, Wang Li set forth to locate Lu Zidon, intending to borrow some spirit stones to further his deductions, believing that these stones would serve him better in simulations than be squandered at the Immortals Pavilion. Chapter 3. The Vengeful Spirits Call. In the early morning at the North Mountain Courtyard, the air was crisp and invigorating, while the sun cast a warm glow as it ascended into the sky. From a distance, the mountains appeared to be draped in a golden hue, as if autumn had already arrived. Wang Li descended the stone steps, making his way deeper into the courtyard. After navigating several twists and turns, he encountered 2 or 3 individuals, greeting them with a respectful nod before pausing in front of a door. Knock, knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, which opened shortly thereafter to reveal a tall and robust man, standing 8 feet in height. Upon seeing Wang Li, the man's face broke into a delighted smile. "Ah, dear brother, what brings you here?" "Zidwan, it has been a long time. Having just completed my training, I came to visit you," Wang Li replied, wearing a warm smile as he stepped into the room. Lu Zidwan welcomed Wang Li inside, offering him a cup of tea before taking a seat opposite him. "It has been ages since we last met. I have missed you dearly." A flicker of nostalgia crossed Lu Zidwan's eyes. "Since the three of us were taken by the immortal master to cultivate at the Li family, we have seen little of each other. When Lin Yu was accepted into the inner sect, he promised to visit us. Yet here we are, years later, and we have not seen him. Perhaps he's been preoccupied with something," Wang Li interjected. Lu Zidwan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the past. After taking a sip of tea, he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Li. "You have come here for a reason, I presume? Feel free to speak. We are brothers." Bang Li nuda earnestly, looking at Lu Zidwan with sincerity. "Brother, could I borrow some spirit stones?" As he spoke, an awkwardness washed over him, for as a man, seeking to borrow money from another was inherently uncomfortable. "How much do you need?" Lu Zidwan hesitated for a moment before asking softly. 50 spirit stones." Wang Li cautiously gauged Lu Zidwan's reaction. Lu Zidwan fell into silence for a brief interval before waving his hand grandly, producing 100 spirit stones. "Brother, you have given too much." Wang Li gazed at the 100 spirit stones on the table, his eyes gleaming with joy. "Not all. Take them. I had intended to use these spirit stones to treat you at the Immortals Pavilion, but since you need them, consider it a gift." "Thank you, Zidwan. I will repay you," Wang Li said with respect, looking at the formidable man before him. "Do not mention it," Lu Zidwan replied, seemingly unbothered. Then, as if recalling something, he retrieved a spiritual pickaxe from his storage pouch. "Brother, it is time to return to the spirit mines. I shall see you in a few days." "All right, Zidwan." Wang Li watched as Lu Zidwan departed, then collected the spirit stones and made his way back to his room. Once inside, he secured the door and deposited all the spirit stones into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1 Host Wang Li, age 12, cultivation method, red fire scripture, cultivation level, chi refining, 8th layer, simulation points, 200 enough for 2 simulations. Let's begin. With a silent incantation, Wang Li activated the simulator. Simulator booting up, randomly extracting talents. Extracted talent, Vengeful Spirit's Call. Congratulations on acquiring the black talent. Vengeful Spirit's Call. Vengeful Spirit's Call. As long as the soul remains unextinguished within the first 7 days, it may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Would you like to use 100 energy points to refresh the talent? Wang Li promptly declined. What Daoist? To utilize energy points for refreshing talents rather than simulating? Who knows what kind of bizarre entities may emerge? I shall leave it for another time. Moreover, this Vengeful Spirit's Call is quite promising. You borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zidwan today and initiated a simulation. You are aware that you will meet your demise in 8 years, and you begin to devise every possible means of self-preservation. Based on clues from the previous simulation, you set off to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qingyan. However, your impatience yields no results. You search from morning until afternoon, but Jiang Qingyan remains elusive, leading you to suspect she may not arrive until 8 years later. Disheartened, you return home and begin refining spells, honing your fireball technique. The following day, you seek out Lu Zidwan, intending to accompany him to the mine to earn some extra income. You toil alongside Lu Zidwan in the mines, devoting your days to work and cultivation, rarely emerging from seclusion. 1 month later, on the day of resource distribution, the steward in charge takes note of you. He is astonished that someone with your qualifications could have cultivated to the 8th layer of chi refining, leaving him somewhat shocked. Despite your numerous explanations, the steward remains unconvinced, ultimately reporting your case to the family elders. That very night, you are taken away. Alas, as Wang Li reached this point in the simulation, a grave expression overtook his features. He had forgotten to conceal his cultivation level from those of the Li family. arriving at the Li family for training at the age of 7 and having cultivated for only 5 years. Achieving the 8th layer of qi refining with 4 spiritual roots was indeed an extraordinary speed, comparable to that of a 2 spiritual root cultivator. Damn it, it seems I have grown complacent. I have become foolish, forgetting the wisdom that an innocent man may suffer from the possession of a precious gem. Now I have drawn the family scrutiny. With a determined rap on the table, Wang Li resolved to find a method to conceal his cultivation. Upon entering the family's law enforcement hall, you discover 3 individuals have been waiting for a considerable time. Upon closer inspection, you realize the leader is none other than Li Daoist, the patriarch of the Li family, a late Foundation establishment cultivator. The elders seated beside him are Li Daoist, the law enforcement elder, and Li Daoming, the grand elder. You respectfully bow to the 3 men. After the formalities, Grand Elder Li Daoming begins to inquire about the rapid advancement of your cultivation. In your anxiety, you decide to borrow the identity of an old Daoist and tell the Grand Elder that your progress is attributed to an opportunity you encountered in the market, where a white-bearded old Daoist gifted you an unknown elixir. They believe your account, expressing amazement at your fortuitous encounter. Ultimately, the law enforcement elder lifts the restrictions placed upon you, patting your shoulder encouragingly, urging you to diligently cultivate and strive for an early breakthrough to the 10th layer of qi refining. That night, while meditating in cultivation, you are subjected to a soul search. You struggle desperately, but to no avail. In the end, you choose to detonate your own soul. QD. Due to the annihilation of your soul, you are unable to activate your talent, and the simulation concludes. This simulation has concluded. You may choose one of the following rewards. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unextinguished within the first 7 days. It may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the Foundation establishment stage. Spell Cultivation Experience. The experience you gain from practicing spells within the simulator. This simulation's cultivation level. 8th layer of qi refining. 100 spirit stones, your earnings from work, not usable for simulation. After the simulation ended, Wang Li's countenance darkened considerably. An innocent man may suffer from the possession of a precious gem. This time, I was careless and did not foresee this outcome. However, it is of little consequence. I shall be more vigilant next time. Wang Li was unperturbed by the setback, believing that caution would suffice for future endeavors. Yet, he found it peculiar that during his previous simulation, he had never concealed his cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refining. Yet he had not encountered any trouble, nor had he been reported by the steward, nor subjected to a tribunal by the patriarch, grand elder, and law enforcement elder. Even the law enforcement elder, Li Daoist, had encouraged him to cultivate diligently. Though this simulation also prompted him to cultivate earnestly, there was a lingering feeling that the atmosphere was less amicable than during the previous simulation. In contemplation, Wang Li chose the talent, Vengeful Spirit's Call. Chapter 4. The Talented Array Master. After a brief respite, Wang Li once again initiated a new simulation. This time, he vowed to proceed with utmost caution, exercising a meticulous approach. Simulator starting, randomly selecting talent. Talent acquired, Array Mastery. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure talent, Array Mastery. Array Mastery. You possess an innate and unique talent for array formations. With diligent study and practice over time, you shall become an exceptional master of arrays. To his astonishment, Wang Li had drawn an Azure talent. It felt as though his ancestors were blessing him from beyond. Witnessing the simulator's outcome quickened his breath. The talents range from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, azure, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. Drawing an Azure talent was indeed a stroke of fortune. You borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zidon today and activated the simulation. Knowing you are destined to perish in 8 years, you begin to devise every possible means of self-preservation. Based on the clues from the previous simulation, you set out to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Simultaneously, you are acutely aware that your current cultivation level is akin to a hot potato and must not be revealed. The following day, you took the initiative to approach Lu Zidon, intending to accompany him to the mines for additional income. You toiled alongside him, dedicating your days to labor and cultivation, maintaining a low profile. A month later, when the time came to collect the monthly cultivation resources, recalling the outcome of your last simulation, you refrained from attending and instead sent Lu Zidin to collect them on your behalf, while you ventured to the market. On your way, you were ambushed by two cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement, intent on taking your life. In a moment of desperation, you revealed your cultivation level and employed a fireball technique to dispatch both attackers. Killing them was as effortless as slaughtering chickens, having grown up amidst scenes of carnage. You bore no psychological burden. After cleaning the battlefield and erasing all traces, you departed with the utmost caution. In a Wanbao pavilion within the market, you inquired about methods to conceal your cultivation level. After some haggling, you expended 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a manual titled Basic Concealment Techniques. Successfully practicing it allowed you to obscure your cultivation. To the untrained eye, you would appear as merely a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Treasure in hand, you returned to your clan and devoted yourself to relentless training through the night. As the concealment technique took effect, your cultivation became unremarkable, reverting to the 5th level of Qi refinement. In the 2nd year, with your mining earnings, you purchased a comprehensive guide on basic array formations, learning several foundational arrays. By the 3rd year, you had completely mastered the basic array compendium, skillfully employing various basic formations, achieving modest success in array mastery. However, in the 4th year, your cultivation progress stagnated, leaving you puzzled. Despite years dedicated solely to studying arrays and even setting up basic spirit gathering formations, your advancement was painfully slow, suggesting that your potential had reached a ceiling. The 5th year saw you continue your studies in arrays while persisting in your cultivation, but progress remained glacial. 5 years into your training, you had yet to even touch the threshold of the 9th level of Qi refinement. By the 6th year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, rendering your training increasingly arduous. 6 years without breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? What could possibly be amiss? Wang Li's expression darkened. He suspected that something unknown had transpired. Though your mindset shifted after 6 years without a breakthrough, you remained devoted to your study of arrays. Now, capable of effortlessly constructing mid-tier formations. Among the external disciples, your cultivation level remained the highest. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain Villa to seek you and Lu Zidin. Observing Lin Yu, who had achieved the 10th level of Qi refinement and blossomed into a handsome young man, you felt no envy or jealousy, only a sense of desolation. As you and Lu Zidin listened to Lin Yu recount his experiences over the years, your smiles faltered upon hearing about his teacher, guiding him in cultivation, combat strategies, and array formations. The youthful bravado you once possessed had faded, and you realized the value of your dual spirit roots was on the rise. Together, you ventured to the market. That day, the bustling market was particularly lively, as the Li clan's renowned daughter, Li Yunxi, was returning home. Amidst the throngs of people, you caught a glimpse of a young maiden seated elegantly in a palanquin, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her curvaceous figure, alabaster skin, and exquisite beauty rendered her breathtaking, stirring something within you. Yet, as the simulation reached this point, Wang Li furrowed his brow, only to feel a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had not encountered a beautiful woman in years. A stirring heart did not equate to affection. It was merely a natural physiological response. Nevertheless, Li Yunxi appeared disinterested in you, seemingly fixated solely on Lin Yu. Gradually, your emotions settled into tranquility. Li Yunxi continued to advise Lin Yu to distance himself from you and Lu Zidin, hinting that associating with the two of you would lead to nowhere. You and Lu Zidin remained silent. While Lu Zidin held hope for Lin Yu, you understood that Lin Yu would eventually sever ties with you both. The following day, Lin Yu completely cut off contact with you. On the 3rd day, aware that Lu Zidin was destined to be executed by his family in October, you abandoned your cultivation and began monitoring his every move. Finally, the simulation reached this juncture. Wang Li's gaze sharpened, his eyes aflame with determination. He had long suspected Lu Zidin knew something, prompting thoughts of fleeing the Li clan, which ultimately led to his demise. In May of the 7th year, having spent considerable time together, your bond with Lu Zidin deepened as he occasionally mused that you were his true brother. One day, Lu Zidin invited you to the market for a day of leisure. Upon returning to the market after several months, you noticed it had transformed, expanding significantly with towering buildings and vendors calling out their wares. Together with Lu Zidin, you purchased numerous cultivation pills, sharing laughter and conversation. However, Lu Zidin soon noticed a young girl selling spiritual talismans, surrounded by several members of noble families who were harassing her. Recognizing the situation, you and Lu Zidin sprang into action, delivering a thrashing to the rude nobleman. The assailants fled, vowing vengeance, while the young girl expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bestowing each of you a mid-tier talisman as a token of appreciation. She introduced herself as Jiang Qingyan, a recent arrival in the area to conduct business. Jiang Qingyan. At last, she made her entrance. Wang Li felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps now he would uncover the knowledge he sought. Lu Zidin appeared particularly intrigued by the art of talisman crafting, and while Jiang Qingyan set up her stall, he posed numerous questions regarding the techniques involved. Though your passion lay in arrays, your curiosity about talisman crafting compelled you to listen intently. During lunch, Jiang Qingyan invited both you and Lu Zidin to a restaurant for a meal. At the table, she inquired about your names. Upon revealing your true identities, her expression shifted, and she murmured, "You two are actually outsiders." Noticing this detail, Wang Li's expression grew peculiarly contemplative. Chapter 5. The truth of the matter, you began to question the outer disciples about their concerns, yet Jiang Qingyan remained silent, merely engrossed in her meal. A glance exchanged with Lu Zishuan spoke volumes, prompting you both to clasp your fists in respect toward her. Jiang Qingyan, however, exhibited no reaction, leaving both you and Lu Zishuan somewhat disheartened. After lunch, your desire to delve deeper into the matter remained, but Jiang Qingyan, evading your inquiries, departed swiftly. Observing her retreat, you and Lu Zishuan surmised that an intricate plot lay behind her actions, igniting your quest for the truth surrounding the outer disciples. From that moment forth, you and Lu Zishuan took it upon yourselves to assist Jiang Qingyan in her business endeavors. In the 7th year, September arrived. Once her daily toil concluded, you and Lu Zishuan ventured to the market to continue supporting Jiang Qingyan. Today, owing to her striking beauty, Jiang Qingyan found herself embroiled in trouble, as the son of an elder from a cultivation family had taken a fancy to her. In her moment of vulnerability, you and Lu Zishuan once again extended your aid, unhesitatingly offending the elder's son to protect her. This confrontation left you and Lu Zishuan with minor injuries, yet you successfully repelled the assailants. After tending to your wounds, Jiang Qingyan ushered you both into a private room at the inn. Once she had affixed divine, prohibitive talismans around the room to thwart prying eyes. She engaged you in extensive conversation. In that moment, the so-called truth began to unfurl before you. It became clear that you, the outer disciples, were akin to livestock, raised and bred by the cultivation families as fodder. Your sole purpose was to diligently cultivate until reaching a certain threshold, only to be sold to Tianyi's sect, destined for a mysterious realm accessible solely to those below the foundation establishment stage, where your life would be extinguished. As Jiang Qingyan's revelations sank in, a wave of trepidation washed over you. Lu Zishuan, too, grappled with disbelief, struggling to reconcile the truth with his gratitude towards the Li family for guiding him on his path. At this juncture, Wang Li's expression darkened considerably, his once youthful visage now pallid. He had never anticipated such a grim reality. This was the truth of his impending demise 8 years hence. Indeed, the adage rang true. There exists no love or hatred without reason. After a prolonged silence, you inquired of Jiang Qingyan why your cultivation had stagnated, remaining unbroken for years. She elucidated your concerns, revealing that the cultivation families had concocted a formula to stifle the power of outer disciples by incorporating a substance known as chi stopping powder into the elixirs provided to you. This powder would eternally confine the user's cultivation beneath the 8th level of qi refinement, and without an antidote, one would remain perpetually stuck at the 7th level. Jiang Qingyan expressed her astonishment at your ability to surpass the 8th level of qi refinement, prompting your curiosity about its origins. In response, she recounted the tale of a legendary cultivator from over 2 centuries past. The Wang family had once taken in an outer disciple whose extraordinary fortune allowed him to cultivate to the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement within a mere decade, despite possessing 5 spiritual roots. Ultimately, this disciple was delivered to Tianyi sect, where he wreaked havoc upon the outer disciples and their executioners within the mysterious realm. Although the disciples' fate remains shrouded in mystery, this incident stirred considerable unrest within the cultivation community of Qi Kingdom. From that point onward, Tianyi sect mandated that all cultivation families administer qi-stopping powder to outer disciples, ensuring their powers remain suppressed. After hearing Jiang Qingyan's account, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped you as you recognized the dire straits you found yourself in, aware that your death loomed ever closer. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyan informed you and Lu Zixuan about the impending opening of the mysterious realm. Upon learning that next year you would be traded to Tianyi sect by the Li family, Lu Zixuan became increasingly anxious, unsure of how to proceed. You implored Jiang Qingyan for a solution, yet she merely shook her head, offering a rueful smile as she outlined the 3 steps the cultivation families would undertake when trading outer disciples to Tianyi sect. Firstly, they would administer a mind-numbing potion to render the disciples unconscious. Secondly, they would seal the disciples' cultivation and confiscate their storage bags. Lastly, they would preemptively break their limbs, eradicating any possibility of resistance. As you absorbed these grim steps, a bitter smile crept onto your face. It was an inescapable trap with no means of escape. The cultivation families had effectively barred every avenue for the outer disciples. Wang Li's expression turned ominous. He had never fathomed this would be a dead end, as the Li family offered no semblance of salvation. As dusk fell, you and Lu Zixuan bid farewell to Jiang Qingyan and returned to the North Mountain Villa. In the cramped room, unease enveloped both of you, and ultimately, Lu Zixuan resolved to escape. You were not surprised by his decision, as he had chosen the path of flight in previous simulations. Yet, how could one possibly evade? You were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Li family. The prospect of successfully fleeing from their grasp, especially with the formidable foundation establishment cultivators in pursuit, was daunting to say the least. Furthermore, upon your arrival at the Li family and embarking on your cultivation journey, you and the other outer disciples had already dripped your blood into the life tablet of the Li family. With the life tablet in existence, no matter how far you fled, they would always be able to track you down. The mention of the life tablet rendered Wang Li's complexion even more ashen. Other issues could be resolved, but the life tablet posed an insurmountable problem. In youthful ignorance, he had bound himself to it in pursuit of cultivation. Now, as long as that entity remained, even if he managed to escape, the Li family and Tianyi sect would relentlessly pursue him. Though you disagreed with Lu Zixuan's decision, you felt powerless to alter his course. By the end of October in the 7th year, you and Lu Zixuan fled the Li family, only to be swiftly pursued by the Foundation establishment cultivators dispatched after you. During the ensuing battle, you exerted every effort but still found yourselves unable to overcome the Foundation establishment practitioners. To avoid burdening Jiang Qingyan, you and Lu Zixuan conspired to end your own lives. In the end, you both unleashed your spiritual energy to wreak havoc upon your internal organs, ultimately bleeding from your 7 orifices and succumbing to death. You had perished. Innate talent, Grievous Soul S Retribution activated automatically. Grievous Soul S Retribution, as long as the soul is not extinguished upon the 7th day after death. It can return as a vengeful spirit and take away any practitioner below the Foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your demise, the night of the return of souls, you returned as a vengeful spirit and carried away the Li family's prodigy, Li Yunxi. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated Wang Li's countenance. The Li family had treated him and his peers as mere livestock for slaughter. Thus, he felt no remorse in taking Li Yunxi, a significant blow to the Li family. After all, Li Yunxi possessed a rare dual spiritual root, destined to become a foundation establishment cultivator if she survived, with the potential to reach the nascent soul stage in the future. Her importance to the Li family was undeniable. The simulation concluded, and you could select one reward from the following. Array talent. You possess a unique, innate talent for formation, and with diligent practice over time, you may become a master of formations. Mid-tier array cultivation experience. Your experience in cultivating formations within the simulator. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in spell cultivation within the simulator. Current simulation cultivation. 8th level of Qi refinement. 500 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not applicable for simulation. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose array talent. As the innate attributes fused within him, Wang Li suddenly attained a distinctive comprehension of the Tao of combat. Chapter 6. Pollutants. Despite having integrated the talent of array mastery, Wang Li found little joy in it. The shadow of death still loomed over him, refusing to dissipate. After settling into a meditative pose, he sighed, reflecting on the years spent in this world and the path of cultivation he had embarked upon, only to realize he was merely a domesticated pig in someone else's pen. How utterly bleak! With no spirit stones at his disposal, he was left waiting for 7 days to continue his simulations. Thus, Wang Li began contemplating his next steps. The first task at hand was to earn spirit stones, which would enable him to simulate and seek a sliver of hope. Next, he needed to acquire the technique for concealing his cultivation, basic concealment formula, and procure comprehensive array techniques. The thought of enhancing his cultivation brought a headache. He never anticipated that the elixirs provided by the Li clan contained a mixture of the Qi suppression powder. This issue could only be resolved by an alchemist. Yet those skilled practitioners were elusive and rarely seen. To address his predicament, he realized he had to rely on himself. After much deliberation, Wang Li stepped outside to the open space before his door and began practicing the foundational spells provided by the Li clan. Fireball technique, wooden shield technique, water condensation technique, and golden blade technique. He continued until dusk, pausing only when Lu Zidin returned, at which point he sought him out. As the sun set, Wang Li and Lu Zidin sat within the humble abode. The tall and robust Lu Zidin, after pouring tea for Wang Li, gazed at him with curiosity. "What brings you here today, dear brother?" "Brother, I wish to join you in mining at the quarry. Might you assist me in gaining entry?" Wang Li clasped his hands together in a gesture of sincerity. Lu Zidin looked at him with surprise, clearly not expecting Wang Li's request to mine. "I never imagined you would change your mind. In the past, I invited you to join me in the mines, but you always declined. Now you wish to. Alas, I had only devoted myself to arduous training, yet my cultivation has stagnated. It is only natural that I must exert more effort to acquire resources instead of relying solely on the meager provisions from our family," Wang Li replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "It should have been this way long ago," Lu Zidin exclaimed joyfully. He promptly handed Wang Li an iron pickaxe. "This is a spirit pickaxe I purchased from the market. If you are to mine, you must have a suitable tool." Wang Li accepted the pickaxe, astonished. "But how can I accept such a favor? I have already incurred so many debts of gratitude to you. This pickaxe is far too generous." Lu Zidin shook his head, insisting, "What are you saying? Just take it. We are brothers." After a moment of silence, Wang Li clasped his hands again, saying, "Should you require anything in the future, simply command me." Lu Zidin smiled faintly, saying nothing more. To him, Wang Li was his brother, and caring for him was only right. The following day, Wang Li accompanied Lu Zidin to the family mine. After Lu Zidin's introduction, he did not meet the mine's overseer. He simply paid his spirit stones, signed in, and received a miner's badge, commencing his labor. Inside the mine, Wang Li observed the miners toiling diligently, feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. In his previous life, he had labored like a beast, believing that entering the realm of cultivation would liberate him, only to find himself in servitude once more. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, A humble origin is not a shame. The ability to endure and adapt defines a true man. Time passed, and soon it was the seventh evening. Wang Li concluded his day's labor and cautiously returned to the North Mountain Villa, eager to access the simulation panel. Life Simulator LV1 Host Wang Li Age 12 Technique Crimson Fire Scripture Cultivation Chi Refinement Level 8 Simulation Points 0 Simulation Attempts 1 Talent Vengeful Spirit Black Array Mastery Green Talent Tier Levels White, Black, Yellow, Green, Purple, Red, Gold, Rainbow Simulate. Initiate. Upon using a simulation attempt, a panel materialized before Wang Li. Simulator initiating randomly extracting talent. Extracted talent. Source of pollution. Congratulations. You have acquired the green talent. Source of pollution. Source of pollution. Everything about you is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, even the air you exhale, and the spirit energy you cultivate can cause contamination, leading to changes in nearby living beings. In a sense, you are a biochemical host. This newfound talent appears extraordinary. Wang Li's expression turned peculiar as he read the description of his talent. After returning from the mine, you eagerly activated the simulation. You acquired the talent of pollutant, resulting in subtle changes within your body as you began to investigate, yet yielded no results. The following day, you ventured out to continue mining, intending to earn sufficient spirit stones to purchase the basic concealment formula and conceal your cultivation. The North Mountain Villa was eerily quiet that morning. The usual chirping of birds was conspicuously absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. Approaching Liu Shidan's door, you intended to greet him when a faint scent of blood reached your nostrils. You pushed the door open to discover Liu Zidan's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, his death a horrifying spectacle, as though his chest had been violently torn open. You approached to investigate, noting the body still bore warmth, indicating he had recently perished. Your expression turned grim. Something dreadful has transpired, you surmised. Leaving Liu Zidan's room, you began to uncover the truth. After half a day of searching, you noticed that the outer disciples of the North Mountain Villa had vanished, leaving you astounded and increasingly uneasy. Without time for further contemplation, you proceeded to the law enforcement hall of the Li clan as twilight descended. Just as you departed, a tentacle shot forth, entering Liu Zidan's room to drag his corpse away. What on earth has happened? Why are tentacles involved? At this moment, Wang Li sensed an ominous turn of events. Could it be that his newly acquired talent was the cause? That night, the moon ascended into the branches, casting an eerie stillness over the Li clan. In stark contrast to the previous uproar, the current silence felt alien. Walking beneath the night sky, you took careful steps toward the law enforcement hall, compelled to report the occurrences at the North Mountain Villa to the Li clan, fearing further chaos. Suddenly, you sensed something and turned around. In that instant, a tentacle severed your head. Before your vision faded, you beheld a blood-soaked figure covered in tentacles. The visage of the law enforcement elder twisted in malevolence. You have met your demise. Talent. Vengeful Spirit automatically activated. Vengeful Spirit. As long as your soul remains intact on the seventh day after death, you may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the seventh day, posthumously, the night of the returned souls, you have returned to the Li clan. At this moment, not a single living soul remains in the Li clan. The once mighty family of cultivators now rests in an uncanny silence. You tread into the rear mountain, where a blood-red mass awaited you. The mass, adorned with countless slender tentacles, encased your corporeal form within, exuding a continuous stream of pollution that would spread step by step from the Li clan, contaminating the realm of cultivation. Your vengeful spirit has been scattered. The simulation has concluded, and you may select one reward from the following options. Source of pollution. Every item upon your being is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, and even the air you exhale, alongside the spiritual energy you cultivate, all contribute to this contamination, leading to transformations in the surrounding life forms. In a certain sense, you are a biochemical progenitor. Current cultivation level from this simulation. 8th layer of Chi refinement. A mass of tainted flesh, This contaminated meat will induce a transformation upon consumption. Watching the simulation conclude, Wang Li felt somewhat disoriented, as everything had transpired far too swiftly. After shaking his head, he gazed upon the 3 simulation rewards and, with a hint of hesitation, selected the option pertaining to his cultivation level. This source of pollution is undoubtedly akin to something out of Lovecraftian lore. I shudder to think what havoc would ensue should I exchange for this talent. Alas, another simulation wasted. After a brief silence, Wang Li devoted himself to his training. This simulation was, in essence, utterly devoid of significance. Chapter 7. Utilization. The following day, Wang Li and Lu Ziduan went to the mine as usual. Over time, Wang Li had developed a habit of mining punctually. There was no other way to acquire spirit stones at present. He was not adept at alchemy, nor could he craft talismans. Although he had a natural talent for formations, he had never practiced them, and selling formations was not a viable option. Mining, albeit laborious, was preferable to selling hooks, was it not? According to historical records, the heavenly demon alchemist had begun his journey by selling hooks. In the evening, after concluding a day of labor, Wang Li stored his pickaxe and deposited the fruits of his labor into the supply cart. Under the watchful gaze of the law enforcement hall disciples, he underwent inspection before departing the mine. He needed to acquire a cultivation technique to conceal his abilities swiftly, lest he inevitably draw attention. The way those 2 disciples looked at him was becoming increasingly peculiar. On his way back, he recalled the subtle expressions on the disciples' faces when they used the spirit testing rod to examine him. A sense of unease began to swell within him. Shortly after Wang Li's departure, the 2 disciples from the law enforcement hall began to converse. "Cousin, that lad is suspicious," one remarked. "I sense it too. His cultivation seems to be on par with ours, at the very least at the 6th level of qi refinement," the older disciple replied, furrowing his brow. A 12-year-old at the 6th level of qi refinement, and an outsider at that. He undoubtedly harbors secrets. A glimmer of greed flashed in the younger disciple's eyes. The older disciple, intrigued, asked, "What are your plans, cousin?" The younger disciple smiled slightly, leaning closer to whisper, "Cousin, why don't we consider this?" What they discussed remained unclear, but a glimmer of delight appeared on the older disciple's face. The next day, at work, Wang Li found the behavior of the 2 law enforcement disciples strange. They seemed like entirely different individuals, no longer probing into his cultivation. After a straightforward inspection, they allowed him to enter the mine without further scrutiny. Strange. They no longer use their divine sense to pry into me. These 2 must have ulterior motives. After reflecting for a moment, Wang Li immersed himself in his daily tasks. 7 days later, in his dwelling, Wang Li took a deep breath and initiated a new simulation. Life Simulator LV1 Daoist. Wang Li, age, 12, technique, Red Fire Sutra, cultivation, 8th level of qi refinement, simulation points, 0, simulation count, 1 talent, vengeful spirits, black. Formation genius, green. Talent tier levels, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, multicolor, simulation. Activate. Simulator activating, randomly selecting talents. Selected talent, late bloomer, congratulations. Acquired purple talent, late bloomer, late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience significant enhancement with greater augmentation as age increases. An excellent talent. Regrettably, it holds little relevance for me at this stage. Wang Li sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. While late bloomer was a godly tier trait, one cannot rely solely on it. Shaking his head, he continued with the simulation. After spending a month at the mine, you successfully earned 100 spirit stones as wages. You had Lu Ziduan collect your monthly cultivation resources and proceeded to the market, intending to purchase a technique to conceal your cultivation. On the way, you were ambushed by 2 6th-level qi refinement rogue cultivators who sought to kill you. You revealed your cultivation and used fireball technique to eliminate both. Upon inspection, you discovered that these 2 rogues were actually law enforcement disciples guarding the mine, which surprised you. After cleaning up the scene and erasing all traces, you departed cautiously. At the Wanbao Pavilion in the market, you inquired about methods to conceal your cultivation. You spent 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a book titled Basic Concealment Technique. You began practicing basic concealment technique. You successfully concealed your cultivation, lowering it to the 5th level of chi refinement. In the subsequent year, with the earnings from mining, you purchased complete basic formations and learned several foundational formations. As you ceased to waste time on cultivation and devoted yourself entirely to formations, your skills advanced rapidly. By the 3rd year, you had mastered complete basic formations, effortlessly executing various foundational formations. You achieved considerable success in the formation arts, attaining the level of a superior formation master. You began crafting formation flags and selling formations. Due to the affordability and durability of your formations compared to the expensive alternatives, you gained considerable fame in the market, earning over 1,000 monthly. You repaid Lu Ziduan's debts. Over 1,000 in income? Indeed, regardless of location, possessing a skill is advantageous. At the very least, one will not starve. Reflecting on this, Wang Li continued reading. No one would dare offend a formation master. Even the most ruthless rogues would respectfully address you as master to procure the large formations that assist in their cultivation. Your life seemed to be flourishing. One day, a formation master from Wanbao Pavilion invited you to join them. However, unbeknownst to you, the very next day, he abandoned the idea, looking at you with a sense of regret. You understood his regret and were acutely aware of your current circumstances. You continued to produce and sell formations while secretly searching for a solution to the stagnant energy in your body. In the 4th year, you discreetly acquired several large slaughter formations, such as Blood Shadow Formation, Thousand Blade Formation, and Fireburn Formation. By the 5th year, your formation business flourished, leading you to be summoned by the clan leader of the Li family. Li Daoist summoned me. Wang Li's eyes widened in surprise as he simulated this moment. You met with Li Daoist in the clan leader's study, where he first unveiled your disguise, revealing your true cultivation. He then expressed his desire to take you as a disciple of the Li family and grant you the Li surname. You were taken aback, profusely thanking Li Daoist. In your excitement, you did not forget Lu Ziduan. You clasped your hands and requested Li Daoist to accept him as well. Li Daoist declined, leaving you profoundly disappointed. Yet you dared not oppose him, fearing the loss of this hard-won opportunity for survival. The following afternoon, you vacated the North Mountain Villa and moved to the East Mountain Disciples Peak, adopting the surname Li Li. Lu Ziduan felt elated upon reading your letter, genuinely wishing you well. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li fell silent. Not long after settling at East Mountain Disciples Peak, you encountered Lin Yu. Reuniting with an old friend, you spent an entire day conversing. He expressed curiosity about your becoming an inner disciple and taking the Li surname. Having grown closer to Lin Yu, he introduced you to several friends he had made within the Li family. At his invitation, you met his friends, sensing their unusual gazes upon you. You paid them no mind, focusing solely on your own affairs. A few days later, the grand elder of the Li family, Li Daoming, met with you, requesting that you begin crafting formation flags for the Li family to sell, with a share of the spirit stones going to you. You dare not refuse. In the 6th year, after more than a year at Disciples Peak, you had crafted hundreds of formation flags for the Li family, amassing a considerable fortune. You applied to go out to purchase materials, but were denied. You applied for the removal of the Chi Stop powder from your body, but your request was denied. Upon reading this, Wang Li's gaze grew complex. Having changed his surname and joined the inner sect as a disciple, does the Li clan still need to guard against me? In the 7th year, Lin Yu departed from the Disciple Peak to seek Lu Zidun, while you continued to craft the formation flags. Li Yunqi's return to the Celestial clan sparked a momentous stir. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidun's betrayal and subsequent execution, which left you profoundly distressed. After enduring this anguish, you resumed your laborious task of producing the formation flags required by the Li clan, engulfed in a seemingly endless toil. On the first night of the new year in the 8th year, you were still engaged in the creation of formation flags. Upon completing the last flag, a surge of magical energy enveloped you. As this energy was absorbed by the surrounding formation flags, a chilling light darted outward, and in an instant, the Thousand Blade formation shrouded the entire Disciple Peak. Under the veil of this formation, Every disciple of the Li clan found a formidable sword of condensed spiritual energy hovering above their heads. At that moment, you discerned your assailant, Lin Yu. Puzzled, you gazed at this former friend, unable to comprehend his motives for attacking you. You inquired about his reasons, but Lin Yu merely replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for the dead to understand so much." With a faint sigh, you activated the thousand-blade formation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu fell. You silently kicked Lin Yu's lifeless body aside, exited the room, and raised your gaze to the grand formation above. This thousand-blade formation had been secretly laid out on the Disciple Peak 2 years prior, following your unsuccessful application to eliminate the Chi Stop powder. To ensure the formation's operation, you had even crafted a top-tier spirit guiding array. Everything you had done was merely precautionary. Watching the Li clan's patriarch and elders converge from all directions, you smirked disdainfully before swiftly striking down, the formation instantaneously obliterating the Li clan disciples on the peak. The enforcing elder, Li Daoist, cried out in despair, "Wang Li, you audacious little brat! How dare you kill my Li clan's disciples?" You smiled in silence, choosing to take your own life amidst the gaze of countless enraged eyes. You died. Talent. Vengeful soul activation. Vengeful soul. As long as the soul is not extinguished after 7 days, it may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. On the 7th day after your death, the night of return occurred. You returned to the Li clan, taking Li Yunqi with you. Your soul dissipated. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase growing more substantial as you age. Current simulation cultivation level, Chi refining 8th layer. Superior array cultivation experience. Your experience in array crafting within the simulator. 30,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in the simulation. Basic concealment technique can be used to hide one's cultivation level. As you gaze at the array of rewards, Wang Li found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 8. The initial trial in the secret realm. Ultimately, Wang Li opted for the spirit stones. As more than 30,000 spirit stones materialized before him, he spread out a piece of cloth, filled it with 300 spirit stones, and packed it away on his back, intending to venture to the market the next day to procure the necessary items. The night passed in silence. On the following day, just as dawn broke, Wang Li stepped out. As he departed from the Linglong mountain range, where the Li clan resided, 2 law enforcement cultivators stationed at the mining site instantly reacted. "Brother, the insect I left on that kid has indicated that he has exited the Linglong mountain range. Now is our prime opportunity to strike." The younger law enforcement cultivator glanced around before directing his gaze toward the elder beside him. "Excellent. We have finally awaited this moment." At merely 12 years of age, he possesses strength comparable to ours. "I can hardly contain my eagerness to uncover the secrets he harbors," the elder cultivator remarked, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Subsequently, the two requested permission from the mining overseer and activated their techniques, racing towards the outskirts of the Linglong mountain range. In the dense forest surrounding the Linglong mountain range, Wang Li ambled leisurely, his consciousness fully expanded as he meticulously scanned his surroundings. He pondered whether those 2 law enforcement disciples would make their appearance. Just then, Wang Li's perception detected 2 figures swiftly approaching from the thicket behind him. "They're here," he silently thought, raising his hand to conjure a basic spell, fireball technique, and hurled it towards the encroaching figures. "Not good." A startled exclamation echoed, as Wang Li observed the newcomers deftly evade his fireball. Unfazed, he swiftly cast the fireball technique again. In no time, 2 ragged figures emerged before him, their tattered clothing and disheveled hair rendering them grotesque and fearsome. "Damnable brat, have you had your fill of chaos yet?" The older law enforcement cultivator surveyed Wang Li with disdain, his fury palpable. "It is you two who have caused enough trouble," Wang Li retorted, no longer concealing his cultivation level, as the aura of an 8th layer Chi refinement cultivator radiated from him, pressing down upon the two. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, unleashing 2 fireballs that hurtled towards them. Eighth layer, qi, refinement? How is that possible? The two law enforcement disciples were instantly taken aback by Wang Li's aura, losing the will to fight and turned to flee. However, they were too late. The fireball struck, sending them crashing to the ground. As Wang Li approached, the two law enforcement disciples hastily raised their hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Fellow cultivator, please show mercy." We were merely momentarily misled. Before they could finish, Wang Li unleashed the fireball technique, obliterating them in an instant. After the skirmish, he swiftly cleaned the scene and erased all traces of their existence. After retrieving the storage bags from the two, a hint of disdain flickered in Wang Li's eyes. Is this the caliber of the disciples from the enforcement hall? It seems the Li clan is not entirely composed of elites. At least these two are merely useless. Securing the storage bags to his waist, Wang Li hurried towards the market. By evening, just before darkness enveloped the sky, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain courtyard, equipped with the basic concealment technique and the basic array compendium. He also infused the 200 inferior spirit stones acquired from the law enforcement cultivators into the simulator. Life simulation device LV1 host, Wang Li, age 12, technique, Crimson Fire Sutra, cultivation level, 8th layer Qi refinement, simulation points, 400, simulation attempts, 0, talent, Vengeful Soul Seeker, black, array mastery, green, talent tier levels, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow, simulate. Initiate. Simulator booting up, randomly selecting talent. Selected talent. Alchemy Prodigy, congratulations. You have acquired the green tier talent, Alchemy Prodigy. This unique gift in the art of alchemy will allow you to become an exceptional alchemist with diligent practice over time. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? An alchemy prodigy, is it? I hope this time I can find a solution to the stopping chi powder. Wang Li contemplated the alchemy prodigy talent, silently affirming his decision to decline the refresh. Having lost all hope in the Li clan after the previous simulations, he had initially thought that being accepted as an inner disciple and granted the Li surname would ensure his survival. However, he soon realized that the clan merely intended to exploit him before sending him to his doom in the secret realm. If I cannot escape the Li clan, I shall carve my path through it. Wang Li clenched his fists, shouting inwardly. Today, you purchased the basic concealment technique and basic array compendium from the market. You have practiced the basic concealment technique. The next day, Lu Ziden invited you to the mining site to dig for ore. You declined, as you currently possess ample spirit stones and do not need to toil at the mine. You resolved to master the basic concealment technique before your next expedition. You entered seclusion for cultivation. On the third day, you successfully mastered the basic concealment technique, concealing your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire alchemical manuals, purchasing the basic alchemy compendium from Wanbao Pavilion, which detailed various simple alchemical techniques. In addition to the compendium, you spent 1,000 spirit stones on a low-tier alchemy furnace. You began your studies in alchemy. Once you grasped the fundamentals of alchemy, you adopted the pseudonym Li Li and began setting up a stall in the market, charging fees to refine pills for others. A month passed, during which you received numerous orders. You repaid your debts to Lu Ziden. With the blessing of the alchemy prodigy talent, your skills in alchemy flourished rapidly. By the second year, your alchemical prowess had reached a level of mastery, rivaling that of middle-tier alchemists. In the Li clan's marketplace, your alchemical skills were unparalleled. Due to your low fees, you became quite popular among casual cultivators, many of whom willingly supported your business. A few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to scheme against you, only to meet a harsher fate at the hands of other rogue cultivators, rendered powerless. That year, you also began secretly searching for a solution to the stopping chi powder and eventually obtained a recipe for a pill named Spirit Vitality Pill from a rogue cultivator. You commenced gathering the herbs required to concoct the Spirit Vitality Pill. By the third year, under a generous reward, you amassed the necessary herbs and began crafting the Spirit Vitality Pill. 3 months later, you succeeded in refining it and consumed the Spirit Vitality Pill. Upon ingesting the pill, you felt a transformation within your internal organs as torrents of black blood flowed from your pores. You successfully expelled the stopping qi powder from your body. Witnessing this, Wang Li, outside the simulation, clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. After eliminating the stopping qi powder from your body, you ceased your alchemical activities in the marketplace and resumed your cultivation. By the 4th year, with the aid of medicinal pills and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation level ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Wait, with the assistance of medicinal pills and simulation spirit stones? Could it be that the spirit stones awarded by the simulator can also be utilized for cultivation? Indeed, the simulator only specified that they could not be used for simulation, not for cultivation. However, while I comprehend the logic, I remain perplexed as to why they cannot be used for simulation. Wang Li's eyes were filled with confusion. After a prolonged silence, Wang Li continued to read on. Realizing this was insufficient, you persevered in your rigorous training. During this time, Lu Zidin sought you out several times, wishing to invite you for leisure, all of which you calmly declined. In the 5th year, aided by elixirs and spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. Feeling the surging magical energy within you, for the first time, you truly grasped the distinction between the celestial and the mundane. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to distribute cultivation resources, causing an outcry among external disciples. Yet you remained unfazed. Your cultivation gradually approached the 11th level of qi refinement. Lu Zidwan visited you multiple times, but upon finding you in seclusion, he departed in disappointment. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, creating quite a stir. By March of the same year, having exhausted an abundance of cultivation resources, you successfully broke through to the 11th level of qi refinement. Without time to revel in your success, you hastened to the market to resume your alchemical pursuits. After several years away, the Li family market had undergone significant transformation, with many new faces emerging. Some recognized your identity and attempted to invite you to partner in entrepreneurial ventures, but you declined, focusing solely on alchemy. After years of absence, your alchemical skills remained unparalleled in the market, drawing considerable attention with each display of your craft. Your business flourished. You began discreetly gathering the formulas for the Qingling pill, one of the rare remedies for the bewildering pill. You also started collecting the formulas for the bone-shaping pill, known for its ability to reshape and regenerate bones. You commenced your studies in combat techniques. In August of the 7th year, you successfully crafted the Qingling pill. By September, you had also produced the bone-shaping pill. At the end of October in that year, upon hearing of Lu Zidwan's betrayal and subsequent execution, you sighed and continued your cultivation. In the 8th year, on the night of New Year's Day, a disciple of the Enforcement Division at the 8th level of Qi Refinement attacked you, and you feigned being successfully ambushed. You were administered the bewildering pill and ensnared by a sealing technique. Your limbs were broken, yet the Qingling pill within you began to circulate. You channeled your magical energy to shatter the seals. The bone-shaping pill within you also activated. You regained consciousness. Your bones began to reshape. Alongside 13 external disciples, you were transported to Tianyi sect. You and these 13 disciples were taken to a valley perpetually shrouded in spiritual mist. Along with over 400 cultivators, you were brought to a secret realm. The disciples of Tianyi sect responsible for your transport raised their weapons against you. Witnessing several external disciples meet their demise, their flesh consumed by the soil, you felt an overwhelming sense of horror. One disciple of Tianyi sect, sword in hand and expressionless, approached you. Chapter 9. Perils of the Secret Realm. You resolutely rose in defiance, showcasing your mastery at the 11th stage of Qi refinement. Swiftly vanquishing the disciple of the Tianyi sect who sought your execution, your actions stirred a significant commotion, attracting other disciples of the Tianyi sect nearby. Upon witnessing your formidable cultivation, their faces registered astonishment before they drew their swords and charged at you. With a calm demeanor, you turned and fled without hesitation. This group of Tianyi disciples possessed considerable prowess, with the weakest among them at the 9th stage of Qi refinement, and some reaching the pinnacle of the 12th stage. You understood that engaging them would be ill-advised. You sprinted westward until you reached what appeared to be a desolate desert. Noticing that the Tiani disciples had abandoned their pursuit from a distance, a sense of unease crept over you. Just as you began to relax, several malevolent spirits launched a sudden ambush, consuming you entirely. What? There are indeed malevolent spirits in this secret realm. At this realization, Wang Li was momentarily stunned. However, upon further reflection, he quickly comprehended the situation. It was only logical that this secret realm, which had claimed numerous lives with each awakening, would be saturated with the lingering resentment that transformed into vengeful spirits. You have perished. Your soul was devoured by the malevolent spirits, rendering your talents unawakened. This simulation has concluded. You may select one reward from the following options. Alchemist Prodigy. You possess an innate talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice, you will become an exceptional alchemist in due time. Current cultivation from this simulation, 11th stage of Qi refinement. Medium-grade alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 10,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Basic concealment technique. Can be used to obscure your cultivation level. Comprehensive alchemy guide. A teaching manual on foundational alchemical techniques, enabling beginners to grasp some alchemical skills. Recipe. All recipes you have acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. The rewards from the simulation are quite abundant. With a smile, Wang Li chose the Alchemist Prodigy talent. He then reclined on his bed, leaning against the wooden wall, and initiated the simulation once again. Simulator is starting up, randomly selecting talent. Talent acquired. Dual focus. Congratulations on obtaining the green talent. Dual focus. The ability to divide your attention, allowing you to engage in multiple tasks simultaneously. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Could it be that my ancestors' graves are truly emitting green smoke? Having drawn green talents in 2 consecutive simulations, Wang Li felt for the first time that perhaps his ancestral graves were indeed stirring. After declining the offer, he calmly observed the simulation. Today, you purchased the basic concealment technique and comprehensive array guide at the market and practiced the basic concealment technique. The next day, Lu Ziden invited you to the mine, but you politely declined. You repaid your debt to Lu Ziden. You resolved to successfully cultivate the basic concealment technique before venturing out again. You entered seclusion for cultivation. On the 3rd day, you successfully mastered the basic concealment technique, concealing your true cultivation level. On the 4th day, you ventured out to acquire tomes on alchemy. You spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a low-tier alchemical furnace. While learning alchemy, you also began studying arrays. With the aid of dual focus, your progress was swift. Once you grasped the fundamentals of both alchemy and array techniques, you adopted the alias Li and began setting up a stall in the market, charging for alchemical concoctions and array formations. A month passed, and you received numerous orders. With the support of your Alchemist Prodigy talent and array mastery, your experience in both disciplines grew rapidly. The following year, your alchemical skills and array techniques reached unparalleled heights, rivaling those of several mid-tier alchemists and array masters. In the Leaf family market, your unique approach to alchemy and arrays garnered widespread acclaim, and your reasonably priced services became highly sought after by wandering cultivators. Some ill-intentioned individuals attempted to bring you harm, but they ultimately met their demise at the hands of even more ruthless cultivators. Throughout that year, you discreetly sought methods to resolve the qi dissipation, and ultimately, your efforts bore fruit when you learned of a recipe for the spirit restoration pill from a wandering cultivator. You began gathering the herbs necessary for crafting the spirit restoration pill. In the 3rd year, under the promise of substantial rewards, you collected all the required herbs and commenced the alchemical process. 3 months later, you succeeded in crafting the spirit restoration pill and consumed it. Upon ingestion, you felt a profound transformation within your internal organs as copious amounts of black blood seeped from your pores. You successfully purged the qi dissipation from your body. Upon learning that a master of both alchemy and arrays resided in the Leaf family market, various factions dispatched individuals to seek you out. Consequently, you paused your market activities and devoted yourself to intense cultivation. With unwavering focus, you honed your alchemical skills while advancing your cultivation, achieving remarkable progress. In the fourth year, aided by medicinal pills and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation reached the ninth stage of chi refinement. By the fifth year, your cultivation ascended to the 10th stage, again supported by medicinal pills and simulation spirit stones. In the sixth year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the other disciples. Yet you remained undeterred. You continued your rigorous practice. In the seventh year, after exhausting various cultivation resources, you finally broke through to the 11th stage of chi refinement. While your alchemical mastery reached an advanced level, allowing you to craft various pills with ease, you firmly believed that there was no pill that could not be refined. You prepared for your next simulation based on your previous experiences. You returned to the market and set up your stall once more, earning over 1,000 spirit stones monthly. You secretly sought the recipe for the clear spirit pill. You also gathered the recipe for the bone sculpting pill, purchased spells, and acquired powerful body-enhancing pills. With your dual focus ability, you simultaneously practiced evasion techniques and combat spells. In August of the 7th year, you successfully crafted the clear spirit pill. In September, you completed the bone sculpting pill. At the end of October, upon hearing of Lu Zidan's betrayal and execution, your expression turned somber as you continued your spell cultivation. In the 8th year, on the first night of the new year, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th stage of chi refinement attacked you, and you feigned vulnerability to the assault. You were fed a mind-numbing pill and ensnared by a sealing technique. Your limbs were immobilized, and the clear spirit pill within you began to activate. You channeled your spiritual energy to break the seal, while the bone sculpting pill inside you also commenced its operation. Your consciousness gradually cleared. Your bones began to reshape. You and over 400 cultivators were transported to a mysterious secret realm. The Tianyi sect, disciples responsible for your transport, brandished their weapons. Witnessing the gruesome fate of several outer disciples, whose blood and flesh were absorbed by the earth, left you horrified. A Tianyi disciple, sword in hand, approached you with an impassive expression. You struck him down and utilized your evasion technique to flee from the entrance of the secret realm. You fled eastward towards a blood-red cliff. You remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from reckless exploration. On the night of your entry into the secret realm, Tianyi disciples tracked you down. They united in their pursuit, seemingly intent on cornering you beneath the blood cliff. You engaged in a fierce battle, but overwhelmed by their combined might, you were forced to retreat towards the precipice. Amidst the swirling blood mist surrounding the cliff, you encountered tiny, blood-red mosquitoes. In a desperate struggle, your flesh was nearly drained by the blood mosquitoes. You perished. Talent. Vengeful spirit activation automatically triggered. The vengeful spirits demand retribution, as long as the soul remains unobliterated on the 7th night after death. It may return as a malevolent specter, capable of claiming any cultivator below the foundational stage. The 7th day, following your demise, marks the night of return. You have returned to the Li clan of immortals. You have taken away Li Yunqi. Your spirit begins to dissipate. Wang Li felt a sense of numbness. No, to the west there are malevolent spirits, and to the east, bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Am I being toyed with? Yet, upon reflection, it is not surprising. My knowledge of that secret realm is utterly lacking, and some matters are indeed beyond one's control. Nonetheless, I must remember this for the next simulation. I cannot afford to venture east or west again. Having come this far, I shall select my rewards now. Wang Li sighed, and then turned his attention to the rewards panel. Chapter 10. A Tumultuous Destiny. The simulation has concluded. You may select one of the following rewards. Dual focus, an exceptional ability that allows you to engage in multiple endeavors simultaneously. Current simulation cultivation level, chi refinement. 11th layer, superior alchemy experience, knowledge gained from alchemy practice within the simulator. Intermediate formation technique experience, knowledge acquired from formation practice within the simulator. 20,000 spirit stones, your earnings from labor, not applicable in simulations. Basic concealment technique, a method to obscure your true cultivation level. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, an instructional text on fundamental alchemy techniques. enabling novices to grasp essential skills. Alchemy formulas. All formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Knowledge gained from spell practice within the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose dual focus. With this talent in hand, he could pursue both alchemy and cultivation without compromise. After a brief respite, he shifted his position and commenced the next simulation. Simulator initiating, randomly selecting talents. Congratulations on obtaining the white talent. Tumultuous destiny. Tumultuous destiny. Your life is fraught with misfortune, and your path is riddled with obstacles. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose not to refresh. Today, you purchased Basic Concealment Technique and Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy from a marketplace, and you practiced the Basic Concealment Technique. On the following day, Lu Ziden invited you to the mine for excavation. You declined. You repaid Lu Ziden's debt. On the third day, you successfully cultivated the Basic Concealment Technique, concealing your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire alchemical texts and procured the Comprehensive Guide to Basic Alchemy from the Wanbao Pavilion, which detailed several simple alchemical methods. In addition to the alchemical guide, you spent 1,000 spirit stones to purchase a low-tier alchemy furnace. On your return journey, you were ambushed by 2 Qi refinement, 10th layer rogue cultivators, sustaining severe injuries. Has the entry triggered? Wang Li gazed at the starkly different narrative from the previous simulation, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. You fled to the territory of the Li clan, narrowly escaping with your life. You began recuperating. The following year, your body fully recovered, though you sensed lingering hidden injuries. You commenced your studies in alchemy. You began your studies in formation techniques. Dual focus activated. Formation prodigy activated, enhancing your skills in formation techniques. Alchemy prodigy activated, enhancing your skills in alchemy. Heeding the lessons from your previous outing, you approached Lu Ziden, seeking his assistance as your representative in the marketplace. Lu Ziden was astonished by your alchemical and formation prowess, regarding you as if for the first time. With Lu Ziden's aid, you embarked on a business venture in alchemy and formations within the marketplace. Initially, people were skeptical of your endeavors, but under Lu Ziden's formidable charisma, your business began to flourish. As a year passed, your enterprise expanded, yielding substantial benefits for Lu Ziden as well. With the support of your alchemical and formation talents, your expertise in both fields grew exponentially. By the fourth year, your alchemical and formation skills reached a level comparable to some intermediate alchemists and formation masters. You began discreetly gathering formulas for spirit-enhancing pills. However, your life was destined to be fraught with peril. News of your pursuit leaked. You and Lu Ziden attracted the attention of the Li clan. Oh no! Upon reaching this juncture in the simulation, Wang Li's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, recalling that it was merely a narrative, he soon relaxed. Lu Ziden was taken to the law enforcement hall, where the elder in charge did not interrogate him, but commenced a soul search. As the elder's power surged into Lu Ziden's mind, he uncovered that you were the mastermind behind it all. You were summoned to the law enforcement hall. Observing Lu Ziden, now rendered foolish from the soul search, a pang of guilt struck your heart. The enforcement disciples compelled you to kneel in reverence. You resolutely refused. This was not merely a matter of pride, but a recognition that even submission would not guarantee your survival. The elder paid no heed to your refusal to kneel. He inquired whether you knew the truth. You coldly replied, yes. The elder scrutinized you, and upon discerning your true cultivation level, his expression shifted to one of regret. He had not anticipated that you were a Qi refinement, 8th layer cultivator. He praised your remarkable achievement at such a young age, recognizing you as a top-tier talent in alchemy and formation techniques. He offered you an opportunity to join the Li clan, along with a request for a matrimonial union. You were taken aback, yet your past experiences instilled a sense of caution, causing you to remain skeptical. The elder perceived your trepidation, dismissing it, and ordered the enforcement disciples to confine you in a cell beneath the law enforcement hall, advising you to ponder your decision before approaching him again. After a day, you requested an audience with the elder, expressing your desire to join the Li clan. You paid your respects to Elder Li Daoshu. You honored Elder Li Daoming. You acknowledged clan leader Li Daojin. You became a member of the Li clan, receiving the surname Li. Elder Li Daoming expressed sincerity by administering a spirit-enhancing pill to you. However, to exert control over you, they also administered a blood puppet pill, embedding a restriction within your consciousness. You resumed your cultivation. You were appointed as one of the esteemed alchemists for the Li clan. In the 5th year, with the aid of elixirs and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the Qi refinement, 9th layer. The Li clan's alchemical business flourished with your addition, as your exceptional skills rarely resulted in errors, and the quality of your concocted elixirs was highly sought after in the marketplace. In the 6th year, with continued support from elixirs and simulation spirit stones, your cultivation advanced to the Qi refinement, 10th layer. Your reputation began to spread far and wide, with surrounding cultivation families and markets acknowledging the Li clan's renowned alchemical prodigy. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing a stir. In March of the 7th year, you were betrothed to Li Lingjin, the granddaughter of the elder in charge, a cultivator with 3 spirit roots. The Li clan grew increasingly invested in you. By August of the 7th year, your cultivation reached the Qi refinement, 11th layer, yet your resources were depleted. You lamented the arduous path of immortality. In the 8th year, you received orders to deal with external disciples. You encountered Lin Yu. You observed how adeptly he managed the external disciples, a complex mixture of emotions swirling within you. Lin Yu, oh Lin Yu. Wang Li reflected deeply as he read on. You incapacitated an external disciple, administering a confusion pill before breaking his limbs. You acquired the external disciple's storage pouch. As the external disciple was handed over to the disciples of Tian Yiman, your gaze lingered on the now vacuous figure for a few seconds before you returned to the alchemy hall. You began your alchemical pursuits. Simultaneously, you continued your cultivation. By the end of the 8th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi ventured to Tian Yiman for training. After numerous simulations, it is the first time I have survived to the 9th year. Wang Li gazed at the interface displaying the 9th year, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. In the 9th year, your fiancée, Li Lingjin, has summoned you. Accompanied by a male disciple, she hastily returned from Tianyi sect to the Li clan of immortals, solely to meet you. Upon encountering Li Lingjin, she appeared in a flowing white gown, her skin as smooth as jade, and her beauty rivaling that of a lotus blossom. Truly captivating. Li Lingjin proposed the dissolution of your engagement. She believed that as a mere outer clan disciple with 4 spiritual roots, you were unworthy of her, and she had already found someone else. Her words implied a clear incompatibility between you. You remained indifferent, suspecting that you sought to gain more benefits. Li Lingjin tossed 1,000 spiritual stones your way. With spiritual stones in hand, you accepted them without hesitation. Ultimately, under the intervention of the clan leader, Li Daojin, your engagement was annulled, and the Li clan of immortals promised you a new union. The bride-to-be was Li Daoming's granddaughter, named Li Mingjin, a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots. Faced with the realities of life, you dared not refuse. In the 10th year, your alchemical skills reached a commendable level, and your cultivation advanced towards the 12th layer of Qi refinement. You were on the brink of marriage. By the 11th year, you wed, your bride stunningly beautiful. After 23 years in this world, you finally had a true home. Your sense of belonging to the Li clan of immortals grew ever stronger. Outside the simulation, Wang Li quietly observed the unfolding narrative, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his dark eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 11. A return to the mysterious realm in the 12th year. Amidst the accumulation of numerous elixirs and spiritual stones, your cultivation transcended to the 12th level of Qi refinement. You reflected on the advantages of being an alchemist. Even though the Li clan was aware of your habitual underhandedness in obtaining elixirs, your salary and subsidies remained unaffected. At the 12th level of Qi refinement, you had reached the zenith of this stage, with the next milestone being foundation establishment. Upon learning of your breakthrough, the Grand Elder, Li Daoming, sent a congratulatory gift. Similarly, the clan leader, Li Daojin, and the law elder, Li Daoshu, both extended their felicitations. In the 13th year, Your son was born, a boy. Even the usually composed you felt a childlike joy. At 23 years old, having achieved the 12th level of chi refinement, being a talented alchemist, and starting a family, you experienced happiness for the first time. However, your child's lack of a spiritual root was detected, plunging your wife into inconsolable tears. In the 14th year, your cultivation began to solidify while your alchemical skills improved, further entrenching your status within the Li clan. By the 15th year, you attained the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement and sought methods to break into foundation establishment. You consulted the clan leader for the recipe and ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Li Daojian, with an impassive demeanor, informed you that since embarking on the path of immortality, you had been constrained by the stopping chi powder. It was a feat to continue cultivating after overcoming this barrier. Breaking through to foundation establishment would be an arduous challenge. Ultimately, you left with the recipe for the foundation establishment pill. In the 16th year, you began gathering the necessary materials for its concoction, enhancing your alchemical mastery. By the 17th year, you had collected several essential herbs for the foundation establishment pill. In the 18th year, you obtained a rare herb crucial for its production, further refining your skills. By the 23rd year, after incurring significant costs to assemble the herbs, you commenced a seclusion period to refine the foundation establishment pill. The following year, you succeeded in creating the elusive pill, holding it in your hands with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Your son, Li Wan, was now 10 years old. After spending some time with your family, you entered seclusion once more. You consumed the foundation establishment pill, initiating your breakthrough. However, failure struck as you forcefully attempted to transcend, resulting in severe backlash and injury. In the 25th year, after recuperating, you resumed gathering materials for the foundation establishment pill. By the 26th year, your alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, instilling you with the confidence that no alchemist in the entire Qi kingdom could surpass you. The following year, the Li clan convened a family meeting, to which you were invited. During the assembly, clan leader Li Daojian announced two crucial matters. The mysterious realm of Tianyi Gate would open after 30 years, prompting various cultivation families to prepare years in advance. And regarding the righteous versus demonic battle, it was rumored that the ancestral figure of the demonic sect, the Hahuan sect, had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, indicating imminent unrest from the demonic faction. You remained indifferent to these matters, fixated solely on your aspiration to break through to foundation establishment. In the 28th year, you continued collecting materials for the foundation establishment pill. The following year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi returned to the Li clan, and, as you stood among the crowd, observing the two who had achieved foundation establishment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within you. Now at the age of 42 in the 30th year, you once more attempted to refine the foundation establishment pill. Fate seemed to play a cruel jest as the Li clan's earth fire became uncontrollably agitated. Under the tremors of the earth's fire, your furnace exploded, leading to the failure of your alchemical endeavor. Disheartened, yet aware that persistence is key to success, you began to gather materials once again. During this year, your wife, ever observant, noted your relentless pursuit of strength. Although she could not comprehend your fervor for enhancement, believing that life was splendid with loved ones by your side, she silently supported your endeavors. In the 31st year, the demonic coalition launched an assault on the righteous sects, leading the 7 righteous sects, headed by Tianyi Gate, to hurriedly prepare for battle. The demonic coalition, employing various tactics and united in purpose, swept through the righteous sects, causing them to retreat repeatedly. Tianyi Gate urgently called upon all major cultivation families to aid in the defense. Due to your status as an alchemist, you evaded conscription by your clan. As the conflict intensified in the 32nd year, you remained focused on gathering elixirs. By the 33rd year, the righteous sects began to dwindle, and by the 34th year, they were forced to retreat to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell to the demonic forces. You successfully refined the foundation establishment pill, and the Li clan allied themselves with the Hahuan sect. You then began your seclusion to break through. In the 35th year, A disciple from the Huan sect recognized your wife's unique constitution and sought to claim her as a vessel. Consequently, your wife was sent away by the Li clan. To preserve her purity, she ingested a poison pill and perished. In vengeance for his mother, your son was captured and ensnared within the soul banner. You emerged from your seclusion to avenge your wife and son, but were ultimately overpowered and also fell into the clutches of the soul banner. Wang Li fell numb. The phrase brothers in arms took on a painful irony. This experience further solidified the notion that the Li clan was not to be trusted. Your soul was devoured by the malevolent spirits within the soul banner, leading to your demise. Due to the obliteration of your soul, your innate talents could not be activated, and the simulation concluded. This simulation has ended, and you may select one reward from the following options: a life of trials. Your existence has been fraught with adversity, and your future is riddled with challenges. Current simulation cultivation, pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Superior alchemical experience, knowledge acquired through alchemical practices in the simulator. Intermediate formation technique experience, insights gained from practicing formation techniques in the simulator. 50,000 spiritual stones, your earnings from labor, not usable in simulation. Basic concealment technique, a technique for concealing one's cultivation level. Comprehensive alchemical guide, instructional material on basic alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. Recipes, all recipes you acquired during the simulation. Spellcraft experience, knowledge gained from practicing spells in the simulator. One foundation establishment pill, the crucial elixir you refined in the simulator, essential for breaking through to foundation establishment. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose the option for simulated cultivation. In an instant, the power of the 12th level of Qi refinement surged into his body, coursing through his organs and rejuvenating his physique. The 12th level of Qi refinement. Achieved. Clenching his fists, feeling the immense power within, Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. After calming himself, he initiated the simulation once more. Life simulation device LV1 host. Wang Li, age, 12, technique, Crimson Fire Scripture, cultivation, pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, simulation points, 0, simulation attempts, 0, talents, vengeful spirit summoner, black, formation genius, green, alchemy prodigy, green, dual focus, green, talent tier levels, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow, the simulator powered on, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the yellow talent. Indifferent and unemotional. Indifferent and unemotional. You are a cold, unfeeling, and selfish individual who regards desires with indifference, never acting against your own interests. The simulation begins. Today, you purchased basic concealment technique and comprehensive formation techniques from the market and practiced the basic concealment technique. The following day, Lu Zidwan extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine. You declined. Subsequently, you settled Lu Zidwan's debts. On the third day, you successfully cultivated the basic concealment technique, effectively masking your true capabilities. By the fourth day, you ventured out to procure the comprehensive guide to alchemy, along with a low-tier alchemical furnace. You initiated your studies in alchemy and array formations, engaging in dual pursuits. With the activation of your innate talent in array techniques, your skills in this discipline flourished. Similarly, your alchemical prowess was enhanced by the awakening of your talent in alchemy. You began to disguise yourself and set up a stall in the market. Charging modest fees, you garnered the attention of numerous wandering cultivators who supported your business. A month passed, and you received a plethora of orders, amassing considerable wealth. With the benefits of your alchemical and array talents, your experience in both fields surged rapidly. By the second year, your proficiency in alchemy and array formation had reached a commendable level, and your business thrived even more. You began to raise your prices. A few wandering cultivators had considered taking advantage of you. However, after you decisively suppressed them, they became more compliant. During this year, you secretly sought a solution to the Stop Qi powder dilemma, ultimately obtaining a formula for the living spirit pill from a wandering cultivator. You commenced gathering the necessary herbs for its preparation. In the third year, after offering a substantial reward. You successfully collected all the herbs for the living spirit pill and began its refinement. 3 months later, you triumphed in your endeavor and consumed the living spirit pill, successfully eliminating the stopped chi powder from your body. Various factions became aware of the master in the market known for his dual expertise in alchemy and array formation, sending representatives to seek your presence. After weighing the pros and cons, you decided to temporarily withdraw from the market. You invested in a wealth of spell manuals, diligently studying array techniques while simultaneously honing your magical abilities. By the 4th year, as the initial excitement waned, you resumed your stall, revitalizing the market's activity once more. You sought the formula for the foundation establishment pill from the Wanbao Pavilion and, having achieved your goal, began collecting the requisite herbs. In the 5th year, under a generous bounty, you acquired a rare herb essential for crafting the foundation establishment pill. The 6th year saw the Li clan cease the distribution of cultivation resources, causing distress among the non-clan disciples. Yet you remained unfazed, continuing your studies in alchemy and array formation, achieving a high level of mastery in both. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited you and Lu Ziduan at the North Mountain Villa. Observing Lin Yu, now a strikingly handsome young man at the 10th level of chi refinement, you felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. You declined their invitation to travel together, which incensed Lu Ziduan, who accused you of becoming increasingly cold-hearted and ruthless in your pursuit of cultivation. Without further words, you turned and departed, severing all ties with Lu Ziduan and Lin Yu. In January of the 7th year, the return of Li Yunxi to the Celestial Clan caused quite a stir. Yet you remained indifferent, focusing instead on fortifying yourself for the impending trials. In February, you acquired a spell from the demonic sect known as Blood Shadow Escape. In March, you collected another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill and began secretly gathering formulas for the Clear Spirit Pill and the Bone Sculpting Pill. You also purchased spells and enhancement pills for physical strength, diligently learning escape techniques alongside combat spells. In May of the 7th year, you successfully crafted the Clear Spirit Pill. By June, you had perfected the Bone Sculpting Pill. In July, you gathered another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill. By the end of October in the 7th year, news reached you of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of his clan and subsequent execution. You remained expressionless, continuing your magical studies. In the 8th year, on the first night of the new year, a law enforcement disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement attacked you, and you feigned vulnerability. You were administered a mind-confusing pill and ensnared by a sealing technique. In a desperate move, you severed your own limbs. The Clear Spirit Pill within you began to activate, and with your magical energy, you shattered the seal. The Bone Sculpting Pill commenced its operation, and you regained consciousness. Your bones began to reshape. You were traded to the Tianyi sect. You entered the secret realm. As you simulated this, Wang Li's expression grew animated, contemplating what marvels this well-prepared self could conjure. Upon entering the secret realm, you opened your eyes, casting a ruthless gaze upon the disciple of the Tianyi sect brandishing a sword before you. Chapter 12. God Blocks. Kill God as you unleash the fiery dragon technique from your palm, swiftly dispatching the disciple from the Heavenly One sect before you. A cold smirk adorned your lips as you surveyed the remaining disciples. The aura of your perfected 12th level of chi refinement radiated outward, instilling a sense of dread among the assembled elite. The 14 disciples of the Heavenly One sect sensed your overwhelming presence, their faces betraying their fear. Brothers, he is but one man, unarmed and devoid of any magical artifacts. Even if his energy is depleted, he cannot possibly slay us all. Let's strike together. One disciple boldly proclaimed. Yet, no one moved, each evidently reluctant to be the first to meet their demise. The standoff was palpable. However, you offered them little time to ponder their fate. With swift precision, you dispatched 2 chi refinement 10th level practitioners. Your actions were as effortless as quenching thirst, sweeping through the ranks with a myriad of spells, and in mere moments, you had claimed the lives of most of the Heavenly One sect disciples. Soon, only one 12th level practitioner remained. This remaining disciple did not engage you, but instead smiled, a calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the chaos around. You regarded him with an impassive expression, a flicker of wariness igniting within you. Throughout your rampage, your focus had been on this 12th level practitioner. Any hint of treachery would compel you to escape. Yet his unperturbed stance following the demise of his comrades piqued your curiosity, suggesting he possessed some hidden advantage. This disciple revealed his affiliation with the demon sect and proposed to introduce you to their ranks. Shock coursed through you at the realization that the demon sect had extended its reach to the Heavenly One sect. After a moment's contemplation, you inquired about any conditions. He informed you that you would need to ingest a soul-devouring pill. Observing his serene expression, a thought of violence flickered in your mind as you chose to accept the offer and consume the pill. He then disclosed his alias and sect affiliation, Jia Qing from the Demon God sect. You reciprocated by revealing your own alias, Lu Zichang. Together, you began to clear the battlefield, and you acquired half of a Heavenly One sect disciple storage bag. Jia Qing elaborated on the mysterious realm known as the Celestial Ruins, where, according to legend, an ancient MO, the experience of refining elixirs of superior quality, the knowledge acquired through your endeavors in the simulator, the experience of cultivating superior formations, the expertise gained from practicing formations within the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones, the fruits of your labor, not applicable for simulation. The basic concealment technique, a method to obscure one's own cultivation. The heart concealment method, a technique from the demonic sect for hiding one's presence. The comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, an instructional piece on foundational alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp various elixir crafting skills. Elixir formulas, all the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Wang Li opted for the experience in refining superior elixirs. As the simulator infused this knowledge into his being, he instantly acquired numerous alchemical techniques, the optimal temperature for refinement, the ideal timing for elixir formation, strategies to minimize errors, maximizing the use of herbs, and the mastery of fire control. With the 400 simulation points now depleted, further simulations would necessitate a wait of 7 days. Alternatively, he could set up a stall in the market to earn spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li concluded that setting up a stall would be more advantageous. It would enhance his alchemical skills, provide income, and allow him to seek various formulas he required. With this in mind, he retrieved the comprehensive guide to basic formations and the basic concealment technique purchased from a market to begin his training, following the routes laid out in the simulation to avoid unnecessary complications. The next day, having spent the night immersed in study, Wang Li was roused by a knock at the door. Assuming it was Lu Ziduan, he promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Lu, please come in." Opening the door, Wang Li was greeted by a familiar face, and a smile spread across his countenance as he welcomed him inside. "Brother, it is time to head to the mine." Lu Ziduan entered the room, casting a glance at Wang Li's modest living quarters before speaking. Wang Li shook his head and retrieved the spirit stones he had prepared earlier, placing them on the table. "Brother Lu, I have recently come into some fortune. I currently have an abundance of spirit stones, so I shall not be going. Please inform the foreman at the mine on my behalf. As for these spirit stones, they're what I borrowed from you previously. Please accept them." Seeing the spirit stones on the table, Lu Ziduan felt genuine happiness for Wang Li. "Brother, you truly are blessed. Congratulations." With that, he accepted the spirit stones. After sitting in the room for a while, he shouldered his hoe and departed. Wang Li watched his retreating figure, his heart filled with a complex array of emotions. He wished to assist Lu Ziduan, but given his own precarious situation, he could hardly secure his own well-being, let alone rescue another. It was a case of wanting to help, but being powerless to do so. Nevertheless, he was grateful that he had nearly 8 years of time to simulate his cultivation. After that, he would confront any obstacle, be it God or Buddha, and vanquish them. Calming his thoughts, Wang Li resumed his practice of the basic concealment technique. Chapter 13. Alchemy in the market. On the third day, just as dawn broke, Wang Li strolled through the mountains, the melodious calls of birds filling the air, bringing clarity to his mind. Empowered by his magical abilities, he leaped high, landing gracefully on the lush greenery, making his way towards the bustling market. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, he moved swiftly, and soon the lively marketplace came into view. Low-tier spirit beasts on sale. Interested parties come forth. The Alchemy Workshop is offering great discounts. Don't miss out as you pass by. Wanbao Pavilion has received over 100 new spiritual instruments, all at a 10% discount. The cacophony of enthusiastic vendors greeted him even before he entered the market. A knowing smile crossed Wang Li's face as he stepped into the bazaar, ready to implement his carefully devised three-step plan. The first step was to purchase a color-changing black jade mask at the mask stall to disguise his identity. The second involved acquiring an alchemy furnace from Wanbao Pavilion. The final step was to procure wooden signs, stools, and tables. Once everything was prepared, he found a vacant spot and set up his stall. The sign read, "Alchemy Arrangement, quality goods at reasonable prices, starting at 100 low-grade spirit stones. Final pricing determined by the duration of the alchemical process." Now, he awaited customers. Wang Li sat on the wooden stool, calmly observing the throngs of passers-by, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Hours passed without a single visitor seeking his alchemical services, leaving Wang Li in a state of disbelief. Something feels off. Didn't the simulator declare my popularity? He pondered. Where is everyone? Nevertheless, with his cultivation at a standstill, having reached the limit of the qi refining stage, he resolved to be patient. Perhaps this is an excellent opportunity to temper my character. As the afternoon wore on, a rugged man approached, weary from travel. Wang Li received the prescription and herbs he offered, his expression turning to one of surprise. "Soul restoration pill? Indeed, master. My son has wandered into a strange realm, and his 3 souls have suffered damage. He desperately needs the soul restoration pill for recovery. I implore you to assist," the man implored. Wang Li, taken aback, scrutinized the man with caution. "You trust me enough to seek my skills rather than those of renowned alchemists or even the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion." The man sighed. "Those alchemists charge exorbitantly. Without 1,000 spirit stones, they scarcely lift a finger. Yet here, I can procure your services for a mere 100 very well." "I shall accept this task," Wang Li replied, feigning gravity. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned flames, enveloping his hand in fire as a furnace. The size of a cauldron emerged from his storage pouch, hovering above his palm. He meticulously added the herbs, using water manipulation to channel streams of water into the mix. Following the prescription step by step, he skillfully refined the herbs within the furnace. Under the mastery of a top-tier alchemist, every movement flowed seamlessly, inspiring admiration in onlookers. The rugged man watched with astonishment. Though he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he had encountered various alchemists and had never seen such finesse. Before long, Wang Li's remarkable techniques attracted a growing crowd of cultivators. They gazed in awe at his unique methods, their eyes alight with fascination. Half an hour later, as the crowd swelled, the soul restoration pill was successfully concocted. As the furnace lid lifted, 2 purple pills soared into Wang Li's hand, which he promptly delivered to the rugged man. "Indeed, the soul restoration pill. I've heard of its tremendous benefits." Recognizing the pill, several discerning cultivators in the crowd fixed their gaze on it, their interest piqued. The rugged man, overjoyed, swiftly stored the precious pills in his pouch and produced 200 spirit stones, presenting them to Wang Li. "Thank you, master. My child is saved." His face radiated gratitude, a deep respect evident in his demeanor. Wang Li gestured for him to leave, then turned his attention to the surrounding crowd. "Is there anyone else in need of my alchemical services?" Instantly, several cultivators stepped forward. "Master, I wish to concoct a blood qi pill." "Master, could you prepare a bewitching pill for me?" "Master, I seek a tranquility pill." Throughout the entire afternoon, Wang Li busied himself with alchemical creations, the crowd around him growing ever larger. Each successful pill he produced evoked gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. How many has he made? This master has not faltered even once. Truly remarkable. His magical prowess is formidable. He must be a senior at the foundation establishment stage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky, Wang Li completed his final pill, tidied his stall, and addressed the gathered crowd. "Dear friends, Today's alchemical offerings conclude here. Tomorrow, I shall return to this spot. If you wish for any pills, await me here." With that, he gracefully departed. Observing his retreating figure, some in the crowd began to harbor ulterior motives, while others quelled their ambitions with reason. The name Li, coupled with such extraordinary alchemical skills and his presence in a market governed by the Li family, ignited their curiosity. Having exited the market without anyone following him, Wang Li felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated a windfall. He continued on his path, only to halt in shock upon encountering a lifeless body by the roadside. Gazing at the corpse, he lamented, "In this world, without strength, one misstep can lead to becoming a mere corpse by the roadside." The body belonged to the rugged man who had sought the soul restoration pill. Half an incense stick later, Wang Li returned to the northern mountain courtyard, arriving just before the mountain gate closed. After securing the door, he retrieved the 800 spirit stones he had earned that day and poured them all into the simulator. Simulation, activate. Skill level, white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold. Rainbow, initiating simulation. Randomly drawing talents. Congratulations. You have acquired a blue talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity. You inherently possess a formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you will become a powerful sword cultivator. Simulation commencing. Today, you showcased astonishing alchemical skills in the market. You quickly gained fame throughout the market. Because you identified yourself as Li, many speculated about your connection to the Li family. The next day, upon arriving at the market, you were surrounded by hundreds eager for your alchemical services. You welcomed all, conducting business for a fee. A month passed, and you received numerous orders, filling your coffers. With the support of your talents in alchemy and formations, your experience in both fields grew exponentially. Though you exhibited remarkable talent in formations, people prefer to seek you for alchemical concoctions. Your ability to refine even the most complex pills led to speculation that you might be a top-tier alchemist. You neither confirmed nor denied the rumors. A senior elder from the Li family requested a meeting with you. You declined. The elder from the Li family sought you out again. After much deliberation, you agreed. You met with elderly Daoist. He inquired about your lineage. You responded that you simply shared the Li surname and were not a disciple of the Li family. Li Daoist extended an olive branch to you, which you declined. Your meeting with him ended on an unpleasant note. You began to raise your prices and sought the formula for the spirit pill. Your efforts bore fruit, and you commenced the collection of herbs necessary for concocting the spirit pill. You ventured to the Wanbao Pavilion to acquire a manual on sword cultivation, the Xiantian Sword Classic, which encompasses all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It is rumored that the Xiantian Sword Classic is a legacy left by a formidable sword cultivator. However, due to the method's significant emphasis on the cultivator's innate swordsmanship talent, it has spread widely, yet few have succeeded in mastering it. You began to transition your cultivation method. The innate sword heart manifested. In the second year, under the lure of a generous reward, you gathered all the herbs required for the spirit pill and commenced its refinement. You prepared for the coming 8 years. You successfully transitioned to the Xiantian Sword Classic and became a powerful sword cultivator. So swiftly? Witnessing your success within merely a year left Wang Li momentarily astonished. Is this the formidable power of talent? Indeed, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. However, a thought struck Wang Li. If every being in the world possesses a unique, innate attribute, what might his own be? A month later, you successfully refined and ingested the spirit pill, expelling the stagnant energy within you. Prominent families began to court your allegiance, and factions such as the Wanbao Pavilion extended invitations to you. You commenced a vigorous acquisition of spells to arm yourself. You sought to purchase the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill from the Wanbao Pavilion and, to your satisfaction, obtained it. You began to gather the herbs necessary for the Foundation Establishment Pill and sought remedies for the soul-devouring pill. In the third year, you procured a herb for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill, and your offensive spells advanced rapidly. You mastered the 5 elements killing technique and sword control technique. In the fourth year, you acquired another herb for the Foundation Establishment Pill, and your evasion techniques improved dramatically. You learned the 5 elements evasion technique. In the 5th year, you obtained yet another herb for the foundation establishment pill, and your defensive techniques flourished. You mastered the 5 elements defensive technique. Your business flourished, and the number of individuals seeking your alchemical services became overwhelming. It was then that you grasped why so many alchemists set the bar for alchemical practice so high. Nevertheless, your proficiency in multitasking allowed you to refine pills while simultaneously attending to other matters. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased providing cultivation resources, leading many external disciples to lament, yet you remained unfazed. You received a mysterious commission where the buyer insisted on confidentiality regarding the pill refining. Upon accepting the invitation, you learned that the buyer sought the foundation establishment pill. With the promise of receiving one for yourself, you proceeded with the transaction. Half a year later, you successfully refined 3 foundation establishment pills and received one as compensation. You announced a year-long hiatus before returning to the Li clan, where, under the cover of a divine prohibition array around your residence to prevent prying eyes, you began consuming pills in an attempt to break through. 3 months later, you emerged from seclusion, but your breakthrough attempt failed and you did not succeed in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, you recollected Hantion Sun, realizing that he also consumed large quantities of foundation establishment pills before achieving his breakthrough, and you felt a sense of relief. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu came to the North Mountain Villa seeking you and Lu Zidu. At Lu Zidu's urging, you joined them for a leisurely outing in the marketplace. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the clan, causing quite a stir. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu amidst the crowd and admonished him, as a member of the family, to devote himself to cultivation rather than indulging in distractions with the likes of you. As the carriage departed, you sensed Li Yunxi casting an extra glance in your direction. After exchanging gazes for a few moments, both of you averted your eyes. Lin Yu severed ties with you. In February of the 7th year, you acquired a technique from the demon sect, the blood shadow evasion. In March, you refined the purity pill. In April, you concocted the bone-shaping pill. In May, you invited Lu Zidu to the fairy tower for some relaxation. In June, you extended another invitation to Lu Zidu for continued leisure at the fairy tower. Due to your interference, Lu Zidu and Jiang Qingyan never crossed paths. At the end of December in the 7th year, after inviting Lu Zidu to the fairy tower for a night of revelry, you began preparing for the impending Secret Realm expedition. In the 8th year, on the night of the New Year's first day, a Qi Refinement 8th layer enforcer attacked you, and you feigned being successfully ambushed. You were fed a mind-numbing pill and ensnared by sealing technique. You severed your own limbs. The purity pill within you began to activate, and you channeled your energy to break the seal. The bone-shaping pill began to function as well. You regained consciousness, and your bones began to reshape. You were traded to the Tianyi sect and entered the Secret Realm. Upon awakening within the Secret Realm, you swiftly dispatched a Tianyi sect disciple before turning your gaze towards the crowd, locking onto Jia Qing. You publicly exposed Jia Qing's true identity and proclaimed yourself as a disciple sent by the Yao God sect, tasked with assisting Jia Qing in locating the mystical ruins. Instantly, Jia Qing's expression darkened. Chapter 14. Foundation laying. The disciples of the Tianyi sect appeared visibly alarmed. Ultimately, Jia Qing chose to trust you, and together you eliminated all the disciples of the Tianyi sect within the Secret Realm. After clearing the battlefield with Jia Qing, he began to inquire how you had learned of his existence. You revealed your alias, Lu Ziduan, and stated that you were a descendant of the 3rd elder of the Monster God sect, explaining that a senior had informed you of Jia Qing's presence. Jia Qing remained skeptical, not fully trusting your words. You then requested Jia Qing to assist you in crafting a disguise. He appeared puzzled, questioning how someone from a Monster God sect could lack mastery of the sect's secret techniques. You calmly explained that the Monster God sect had exerted tremendous effort to investigate the existence of the immortal ruins, and you had been sent to the Li clan as an outsider since childhood, hence lacking the sect's esoteric knowledge. Jia Qing remained doubtful, but nonetheless provided you with a disguise. You acquired a new identity as a disciple of the Tianyi sect, named Shun Jiani. You informed Jia Qing that you had received insider information. After completing their missions in the Immortal Ruins, disciples of the Tianyi sect were compelled by their supervising foundation-building cultivators to consume the memory oblivion pill. This pill would cause the user to lose half a month's memory, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Jia Qing was astonished and retrieved 2 pills from his storage bag, informing you that these were blood origin pills, capable of detoxifying and protecting the body while enhancing one's essence. If taken prior to the memory oblivion pill, they could neutralize its effects, sparing the user from memory loss. You were somewhat taken aback. With 7 days remaining before the secret realm closed, you expressed your desire to explore further. Jia Qing disapproved, cautioning you about the 4 perilous areas within the Immortal Ruins: the Eastern Blood Cliff, the Western Desert, the Southern Dense Forest, and the Northern Deadwaters. He recounted how, upon entering the secret realm, he had warned his disciples multiple times not to venture outwards, but to remain in the central area to gather spiritual herbs. You pressed Jia Qing for detailed information about these treacherous locations. However, he admitted he was unaware of the specifics, only that they were exceedingly dangerous. He recounted that a large number of disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement sent by the Tianyi sect to explore these perilous areas had never returned. You found yourself in a quandary. You had thought that with your mastery of sword cultivation and the power of the 12th level of Qi refinement, you could traverse the secret realm without fear. However, it seemed that the secret realm was far more complex than anticipated. You ultimately decided against exploring it. On the 8th day, after gathering spiritual herbs with Jia Qing, you exited the Immortal Ruins, consuming the blood origin pills beforehand. You sensed that the Immortal Ruins harbored significant secrets. Perhaps the legend of the immortal who perished there held some truth. You and Jia Qing emerged from the teleportation passage, only to be met with the astonished gaze of the leading foundation-building cultivator, who was surprised to see only you and Jia Qing return. Jia Qing offered minimal explanation, merely stating that an outsider disciple had concealed their true abilities and wreaked havoc within the secret realm, handing over a recording stone. Upon reviewing the footage, the foundation-building cultivator's expression soured. Half a stick of incense later, a middle-aged man clad in black robes arrived to collect the spiritual herbs. Following the lead cultivator, you and Jia Qing left the mist-shrouded mountains and boarded the spiritual vessel bound for the Tianyi sect. The leading cultivator produced the memory oblivion pills and explained their effects, which you and Jia Qing consumed together. Under the pretext of secrecy, you both followed the leading cultivator back to the Tianyi sect. You arrived at Jia Qing's residence, where discussions regarding future plans ensued. You requested the concealment technique, and to your satisfaction, you received it. You began your new life as Shun Jiani within the Tianyi sect. You meticulously counted the spoils acquired from the secret realm, which included 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 30 superior magical tools, along with various pills and spiritual stones. In the 9th year, you navigated life in the Tianyi sect with caution, remaining secluded. Many who had previously befriended Shinjini were taken aback by your transformation. You explained that you were at a critical juncture in your cultivation and could not afford to relax. They expressed their understanding. Throughout the year, you gathered extensive intelligence about the Tianyi sect, learning that disciples were recruited every decade and that the hierarchy was rigidly structured, from outer sect to inner sect, then to true disciples and elders, making advancement extraordinarily challenging. Besides meeting the requisite strength, contributions to the sect were also essential. Consequently, the higher the rank, the more abundant the cultivation resources available. Additionally, you received good news from Jia Qing. All disciples who had participated in the secret realm would receive a foundation establishment pill. You were pleasantly surprised, but also troubled. Shun Jiani possessed a 3-spirit root. With the foundation establishment pill, it was likely he would break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, you were not Shun Jiani. You began to worry that if you failed to break through, suspicions might arise. You sought out Jia Qing in his cave dwelling for counsel. He reassured you not to overthink, as the Tianyi sect did not concern itself with trivial matters. You felt relieved. 3 months later, You received the Foundation Establishment Pill from the Tianyi sect and commenced seclusion to attempt your breakthrough. Half a year later, your failure to break through came as no surprise. Friends flocked to console you. You explained that you had been overly anxious, failing to properly establish the bridge between heaven and earth within your Dantian, which led to your unsuccessful attempt. News of your failure spread, prompting the Shun clan to send someone to offer their condolences. By the end of the 9th year, the prodigy from the Mu clan, who had been betrothed to you since childhood, arrived to annul the engagement. You met Shun Jinny's fiancée, Yi Ling, a dual-spirit root cultivator who had joined the Tianyi sect alongside you and was taken under the wing of the second elder. She was tall, fair-skinned, and possessed a beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Faced with the dissolution of the engagement, you remained unfazed, nodding in agreement and accepting the annulment document. The Mu clan members departed satisfied, while you accepted the engagement gift with an impassive expression. The news of your annulled engagement quickly spread throughout the Tianyi sect, turning you into a subject of ridicule. Word reached the Shun clan, prompting Shun Jinny's mother to write to console you. As you read her letter, thoughts of your mortal parents surfaced. Having departed from home at the age of 7, it had been 15 years, and you wondered how they were faring. As you simulated this, 2 honest faces appeared in Wang Li's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed reading. Familiar signs and well-known alchemical techniques quickly attracted a multitude of loyal customers. Some practitioners, who had previously sought your services for alchemy, began to frequent your establishment. While engaging in the art of alchemy, you also commenced the acquisition of herbs essential for crafting foundational elixirs. In the 11th year, you procured a rare herb suitable for the creation of foundational elixirs. Your business flourished, and word spread throughout Tianyi City of the master alchemist who had arrived. By the 12th year, you had gathered several fundamental herbs for the foundational elixir. In the 13th year, you acquired a rare herb crucial for its formulation, further enhancing your alchemical skills. By the 14th year, you had collected all the necessary herbs for the foundational elixir and began the crafting process. Success was yours. Departing from Tianyi City, you returned to Tianyi sect, preparing for seclusion and breakthrough. On your journey back, you discovered a disciple of Tianyi sect attempting to harm a young maiden of the sect. Initially indifferent, you intended to walk away, but the disciple noticed your presence. In a swift response, you unleashed the might of the Xiantian Sword Classic, vanquishing the disciple with a flurry of strikes. You had performed a noble deed, rescuing a beautiful maiden. During your efforts to erase all traces of the encounter, you realized that the individual you had slain was the son of the Zhao clan's patriarch, a practitioner of the 3 spiritual roots. You tidied the battlefield and discreetly took possession of the maiden's storage pouch. Within it, you discovered a foundational elixir, and joy filled your heart as you mused that good deeds are indeed rewarded. Upon returning to Tianyi sect, you commenced your seclusion. In the 15th year, bolstered by 2 foundational elixirs, you shattered your limitations, constructing a bridge between the realms within your Dantian, transforming qi into liquid and solidifying your foundational stage. You became a practitioner of the foundational stage. Friends and family rejoiced upon hearing the news, sending their congratulations. Once your realm was stabilized, thoughts of departing Tianyi sect began to take root in your mind, for you understood that this place was a den of wolves. Lingering here would inevitably expose you. You proceeded to the mission hall to accept the task before descending the mountain to leave. Shedding your disguise, your true appearance was revealed. Jia Qing, who had pursued you overnight, inquired about your intentions. Having broken through to the foundational stage 3 years prior, Jia Qing now possessed mid-foundational stage prowess, far surpassing your own strength. You informed Jia Qing that the demon god sect had summoned you, and you needed to hasten to the sect. However, before you could finish speaking, Jia Qing revealed a cold smirk and swung her sword towards you. Chapter 15. The Cursed Sun. You raise your sword in defense. Bewildered after parrying a strike, Jia Qing sneers repeatedly, indicating that after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he had contacted the demon god sect and confirmed that they had not sent you to infiltrate the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. Everything you previously did was a deception. While he could not act against you in the territory of Tianyi sect, he now cannot allow you to leave. lest it jeopardize the grand scheme of the demon god sect. You remain silent, and after an arduous battle of 10 exchanges, you employ the blood shadow escape to flee. Jia Qing, however, pulls out a precious pill, and, after forming several hand seals, a colossal hand descends from the heavens, encapsulating you within its grip. In an instant, you are crushed into a mist of blood. You are dead. Talent. Grievous Soul Summoning automatically activated. Grievous Soul Summoning. As long as your soul is not extinguished within the first 7 days, you can return as a vengeful spirit and take away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You return on the 7th day. After casually taking a disciple of the Li clan, your murderous intent is quelled. Were you so intent on killing me that you offered no chance to surrender? If only I had been given a choice, I would have begged for mercy on the spot. Observing the death scene on the simulator, Wang Li couldn't help but express his discontent while marveling at Jia Qing's adeptness. Jia Qing is ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for opportunity. If he does not fall midway, he will undoubtedly make a name for himself in the cultivation world, becoming a formidable figure. After finishing his thoughts, Wang Li turned his gaze to the simulation rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may choose one of the following rewards. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate talent for the sword path. Given time, you will become a formidable sword cultivator. Current simulation cultivation level. Early foundation establishment. High-grade alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy in the simulator. High-grade array formation experience. The experience gained from array formation training in the simulator. 80,000 spirit stones. Your earnings, not usable for simulation. Hidden Heart Technique. A concealment technique from the demonic sect. Alchemy formulas. All the formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from spell training in the simulator. Xian Tian Sword Classic. A legacy left by a powerful sword cultivator. With stringent cultivation requirements. Wang Li remained silent for a moment, uncertain how to decide. Logically, he should choose cultivation, but if he became a foundation establishment cultivator, it would mean losing the opportunity to explore the immortal ruins. That place is restricted to cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Once he becomes one, he would lose his qualification to enter. What is certain is that the immortal ruins undoubtedly harbor great secrets, even immense fortunes. After a long while, Wang Li made his decision, his expression growing resolute. So be it. Even if the immortal ruins hold extraordinary opportunities, I possess the simulator. Why should I be bound by this? With that, he resolutely chose the foundation establishment cultivation. As powerful mana surged into his body, a resplendent bridge of colors formed within his dantian, and the spirit energy stored therein was refined into spirit liquid. This spirit liquid, transformed by his technique, became a potent fire attribute mana, beginning to cleanse his entire being. 7 days later, as Wang Li opened his eyes once more, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the early foundation establishment stage. Feeling the immense mana within, Wang Li's heart surged with emotions. There were many words he wished to express, yet at this moment, none came forth. Finally, he exhaled in relief at last. I've established my foundation. Taking a deep breath, he accessed the simulation interface. Life Simulator LV1, upgradable, host. Wang Li, age, 12, technique, Red Fire Classic, cultivation, early foundation establishment, simulation points, 700, simulation attempts, 1, talents, Grievous Soul Summoning black. Array Formation Prodigy, green, Alchemy Prodigy, green, Dual Focus, green. Upgrade? Upon noticing the upgrade icon, Wang Li's eyes brightened. He promptly clicked to view it. This upgrade requires 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please proceed with payment. Please note, as the simulator upgrades, the probability of acquiring higher-grade talent entries will also increase. Wang Li fell into contemplation before preparing for a new simulation. Simulator initiating. You have used one simulation attempt, randomly drawing talents. Congratulations. You have obtained the green talent. Cursed Son. Cursed Son, your life is fraught with misfortune. Those who kill you will inherit the same fate. Wang Li was taken aback. You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage today. The bridge to the heavens has been formed, and now you possess the qualification to survive in this perilous cultivation realm. You contemplate leaving the Li clan, but feel that fleeing now would be tantamount to self-destruction. You decide to remain hidden until the opportune moment to escape. Your current cultivation is too high. The basic concealment technique has lost its effectiveness. You plan to go to the market to purchase a more advanced concealment technique. On the following dawn, you head to the market to acquire the concealment technique. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, you encounter the law enforcement elder, Li Daoist, who has just returned from the market. Upon sensing your cultivation, he reveals a look of astonishment. He inquires about your lineage and your purpose in the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You feign the identity of the Shun clan to navigate through the inquiry. Li Daoist extends an invitation to visit the Li family. You politely decline. After parting ways with Li Daoist, you proceed to the Li family market. You purchase the advanced concealment technique, turtle breathing technique, at the Wanbao Pavilion. If successfully cultivated, as long as you do not operate your mana, no one below the core formation stage can perceive your true strength. You begin to set up a stall in the market. Your alchemy business flourishes, attracting numerous cultivators who crowd around your stall. A foundation establishment cultivator takes an interest in you, but you reveal your cultivation level, forcing him to retreat. In the evening, on your way back to the Li clan, you are ambushed by two foundation establishment cultivators. You suffer severe injuries hanging by a thread. Your storage bag is stolen. You collapse at the entrance of the Li clan's mountain gate. Your absence for the entire night attracts the attention of the North Mountain Courtyard steward. The Li clan begins tracking your whereabouts. You are discovered at the mountain gate. You are escorted to the enforcement hall. Elderly Daoist learns your true identity. Elder Daoist intends to recruit you. You begin recuperating in the enforcement hall's prison. Gradually, you recover from your injuries in the enforcement hall's prison. The following year, you fully heal from your injuries. Li Daoist comes to recruit you. Trapped in a predicament, you agree to Elder Daoist's offer. You consume the blood puppet pill, and your sea of consciousness is sealed by the Li clan's ancestor from afar. The Li clan holds a welcome ceremony for your induction. In the presence of all, you change your surname to Li, formally joining the Li clan. Clan leader Li Daoist believes that a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, achieving this level, must harbor great secrets. The Li clan's ancestor, Li Xuanya, is also keeping a vigilant eye on you. In the pursuit of wealth and fortune, you, citing a lack of disciples, begin to recruit Lu Zidwan from the outer clan disciples. The Li clan consents. Lu Zidwan adopts the Li surname and comes to serve you. The reunion of brothers brings great joy. Half a year later, Li clan's ancestor Li Xuanya emerges from seclusion and summons you for an audience. The ancestor requests your fortune. As you attempt to elucidate your thoughts, you suddenly find Li Xuanya standing before you, a smile gracing his lips as he gazes at you. A wave of astonishment washes over you. Chapter 16, Upgrades. The external incarnation. You have suffered a soul search. Reluctant to reveal your secrets, you plan to self-destruct. Your self-destruction is successful, and a shockwave of the explosion rustles the corners of Li Xuanya's garments. You have perished due to the obliteration of your soul. You cannot activate your talents, and the simulation ends. This simulation concludes. You may choose one of the following rewards. Current simulation cultivation level. Initial foundation establishment. High-grade alchemy experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 1,000 spirit stones. Your earnings not usable in simulation. Turtle breathing technique. Can be used to conceal your cultivation level. Wang Li was momentarily speechless before selecting the turtle breathing technique. Oh, simulator. Please refrain from bestowing upon me any more infernal talents. Grant me some celestial ones instead. With these words, Wang Li initiated the simulation once more. Beep. Insufficient simulation energy. What do you mean insufficient? I still have 700 simulation energy. Detected that the host has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. The simulation energy for a foundation establishment cultivator is 1,000, one time only. Insufficient simulation energy. Please await the next simulation. At this moment, Wang Li's expression darkened, wanting to voice a complaint, yet ultimately shouldering the burden alone. Well, tomorrow, I shall set up a stall. With that, he began practicing the turtle breathing technique. The next day, as dawn broke and the first light of morning pierced through the leaves, illuminating the window, Wang Li ceased his training and commenced his disguise. Once his disguise was complete, he set off for the market. Upon reaching the market, Wang Li navigated through the throngs of onlookers and took out his wares, placing them in an available spot. As his stall was set up, it quickly attracted a multitude of cultivators. Yes, it is indeed that renowned alchemist from a few days ago. The master has truly returned. I thought he had left the Li family market. Is this the so-called master you speak of? He seems quite ordinary. Hey, you'll see just how extraordinary the master is once he begins alchemy. Amidst the sea of people and cacophony of voices, Wang Li received his first order of the day to concoct an antidote pill. After retrieving the alchemy furnace from his storage bag, he employed the innate true fire exclusive to Foundation establishment cultivators to commence his alchemical work. As the bright and intense flames flickered, many discerning cultivators gasped in astonishment. Innate true fire. Who would have thought a senior from the Foundation establishment stage would be here? I, a junior, pay my respects to you, senior. I hope you can forgive my ignorance, for I did not realize my audacity in addressing you. The senior is indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator. To think that a Foundation establishment cultivator charges such reasonable prices for alchemy. How many faces must he have slapped in the process? Truly, the senior embodies the spirit of a great cultivator with a heart for the world. I once believed the cultivation world was rife with deceit. Yet here stands a senior who offers alchemy at such low prices. Allow me to bow before you. In just a single morning, the entirely family market buzzed with news of a righteous grand cultivator with a heart for the common folk. By offering alchemy at a low price, he garnered immense respect among the scattered cultivators. Simultaneously, Wang Li, diligently engaged in alchemy, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the radiant moonlight in the hearts of these cultivators. He continued his work until dusk, and, as the sky darkened, he began to pack up his stall, departing amidst the admiring gazes of the scattered cultivators. Upon exiting the market, Wang Li dare not linger, even for a moment. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he swiftly traversed the Spirit Dragon Mountains. He successfully returned to the North Mountain courtyard just before the curfew. Back in his room, he lit a candle and leaned against the wooden wall, retrieving his earnings from the day as alchemy. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, alchemy is a lucrative venture. Moreover, with the innate true fire, my alchemical speed has skyrocketed, saving me a significant amount of time. As he contemplated, Wang Li stored the spirit stones away. For now, the priority was not to simulate, but to upgrade the simulator and explore its new features. Taking out the turtle breathing technique, Wang Li continued to peruse its contents. The following day, Wang Li returned to the market to set up his alchemy stall again. The number of observing cultivators today was thrice that of usual, crowding the street to the point of being impassable. Wang Li gestured to the crowd, urging them not to impede other cultivators before publicly commencing his alchemy. Such alchemical skills. This senior must be a top-tier alchemist. You always speak of top-tier and low-tier. Does it truly matter to alchemists? You scattered cultivators know nothing. The rank of an alchemist is crucial. A top-tier alchemist is treated with respect wherever they go. Might this senior have ever joined a sect? If not, I shall surely persuade my father to invite him to our family. As evening approached, and Wang Li concluded his alchemical endeavors for the day, a group of family cultivators obstructed his path. The leader clasped his fists towards Wang Li, declaring, Senior Li, I am a disciple and steward of the Shun family in the cultivation world. I come bearing the elder steward's invitation, wishing to invite you to join our family. The Shun family will undoubtedly treat you as an esteemed guest. Senior Li, I am from the Wang family of cultivators. Senior Li, I am a disciple of the Li family. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Tianyi sect. What? Do you wish to claim a disciple of the Tianyi sect for yourselves? Depart. Having said that, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of the crowd and strode straight out of the market. After circling the Spirit Dragon Mountains a few times to confirm he was not being followed, Wang Li returned to the Li family. Upon reaching the North Mountain courtyard, Wang Li wore a somewhat sullen expression. He merely wished to practice alchemy and earned some spirit stones through simulation, yet unexpectedly encountered such matters. Now, he could only hope that by distancing himself from the identity of a Tianyi sect disciple, he could deceive these individuals. Today, he earned over 2,000 spirit stones, onwards and upwards. In the following days, just as Wang Li had anticipated, distancing himself from the identity of a Tianyi sect disciple significantly reduced his troubles. Furthermore, his good reputation among the scattered cultivators led to the Tianyi sect being revered by many. Rumors began to circulate, proclaiming it the foremost sect in the world, the leader of the righteous path, asserting that only the Tianyi sect could cultivate cultivators with a heart for the world. 7 days later, Wang Li successfully amassed the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones required for the upgrade, and even had some to spare. Accessing the simulator's homepage, he tapped on the upgrade interface. In an instant, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were entirely absorbed by the simulator. New features of the simulator appeared before Wang Li's eyes. The simulator can be used once a week. Additional simulations require 1,000 energy points. Each simulation will randomly draw talents. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, you may choose 2 rewards to bring back to reality. During critical choices in the simulation, the host may personally intervene in the selection. Upon reviewing the newly enhanced simulator features, a faint smile emerged on Wang Li's face. At last, he could choose 2 rewards, especially the ability to intervene in selections, an extraordinary function, as sometimes he found it unbearable to watch the foolish choices made by the simulated version of himself. With that, Wang Li poured all remaining spirit stones into the simulator and promptly initiated the new simulation. Simulator initiating. You have used 1 simulation attempt, randomly drawing talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent, external incarnation. Chapter 17. The Quest for the Immortal Ruins, External Incarnation. You have acquired a soulless external incarnation, entirely under your control, capable of mechanical cultivation, emphasizing training, and proving to be immensely useful. Wang Li gazed at the newly acquired talent, his breath quickening, and joy radiating from his face. The simulator was as if it were a worm in his belly, perfectly attuned to his thoughts. Upon returning from the alchemy market, you discover a boy identical to yourself in your room. Confirming that this is indeed your external incarnation, you begin to instruct it in basic cultivation. The incarnation masters the fundamentals of cultivation. You realize the incarnation has inherited all your talents. You commence teaching the incarnation the arts of alchemy and array formation. You continue to set up your stall daily. Due to your preference for gray attire, your reputation spreads far and wide, and many cultivators come to know of a gray-clad alchemy master emerging from the Li family market, earning you the esteemed title, Gray Robe Alchemist. By the 2nd year, your incarnation reaches the 2nd level of chi refinement. With the incarnation as a cover, you begin to reside in the market. You lease a shop in the market. As your fame grows, you maintain a humble approach to alchemy, your business expands, and your reputation flourishes. Some ruthless rogue cultivators, having benefited from your kindness, often bring patrons to support your enterprise. You begin to search for the formula of the spirit essence pill. Your wishes are fulfilled. You start gathering the herbs required for concocting the spirit essence pill. Your endeavors bear fruit. You successfully create the spirit essence pill. You eliminate the chi stagnation powder from your body. You can resume your cultivation. This year, you begin to guide your incarnation in assisting Lu Zidon. In the 3rd year, your incarnation attains the 3rd level of chi refinement. You set out to discover new techniques for a transformation in your practice. In the market, you acquire the Crimson Flame Divine Art, which encompasses all formulas from chi refinement to core formation, sharing the fire attribute. You spend 3 months successfully transitioning your cultivation method. By the 4th year, after years of diligent effort, your business flourishes, establishing you as the wealthiest individual in the entire Li family market. You begin to arm yourself. You purchase the exquisite spirit weapon, Celestial Armor. You acquire the exceptional spirit weapon, Ink Cloud Arm. You obtain the superb spirit weapon, Flying Scale Boots. You procure the remarkable spirit weapon, Soul Dispersing Whip. You acquire the extraordinary spirit weapon, profound Thunder Cauldron. You master the 5 elements killing arts and sword control techniques. You learn the 5 elements evasion techniques. You become proficient in the 5 elements defense techniques. In the 5th year, your cultivation remains stagnant, yet you hold on to the belief that with enough time, a breakthrough will eventually come. You begin to focus on maintaining your health. Your external incarnation reaches the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceases to provide cultivation resources, leading many outsiders to weep in despair. Your external incarnation ascends to the 5th level of Qi refinement. After setting up a forbidden formation, you convey the truth of the situation to Lu Zidin through your incarnation. Lu Zidin is taken aback upon learning the reality of the outsider's plight. Lu Zidin contemplates rebellion against the Li clan. Lu Zidin extends an invitation to you. You reassure Lu Zidin, emphasizing that he should focus on leaving a legacy rather than opposing a family with a golden core cultivator, as such resistance is exceedingly arduous. Upon regaining his composure, Lu Zidin acknowledges the validity of your words. Lu Zidin begins frequenting the Immortals Pavilion, even dedicating himself to a celestial maiden, seeking her assistance in bearing offspring. Your focus remains solely on cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visits the Northern Mountain Villa, inviting you and Lu Zidin to enjoy the market. You command your incarnation to decline, and Lu Zidin takes Lin Yu as a guest to the Immortals Pavilion. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returns to the Celestial clan from the market, creating quite a stir. Li Yunqi's carriage halts before your shop. Li Yunqi greets you with respect due to a junior. You remain expressionless, signaling her to depart. Lin Yu severs ties with you both. In February of the 7th year, you acquire a demonic evasion technique, Blood Shadow Escape. In March of the 7th year, you concoct a clear spirit pill for your incarnation. In April of the 7th year, you create a bone-shaping pill for your incarnation. In May of the 7th year, Lu Zidin helps a celestial maiden conceive. Lu Zidin exhausts all his savings to gift the pregnant maiden. Your external incarnation ascends to the 6th level of Qi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi approaches you seeking elixirs. You concoct a beauty-retaining pill. You receive a beauty-retaining pill as a token of gratitude. Li Yunqi inquires about which elder you have taken as a mentor. You remain silent, continuing your alchemical work. Li Yunqi departs. In July of the 7th year, Lu Zidin begins inviting you to meals. At the dining table, you reminisce about your childhood in Lu family village. After feasting, Lu Zidin breaks down in tears, lamenting his ineptitude and inability to honor his parents. In August of the 7th year, you hear of Lu Zidin's betrayal of his family and subsequent execution. You feel a deep regret within, yet it is of no avail. In the 8th year, bolstered by a plethora of pills and spirit stones, your incarnation breaks through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. On the first day of the 8th year's new year, under your guidance, your incarnation consumes the clear spirit pill and the bone-shaping pill. Your incarnation is ambushed. Your incarnation is fed a mind confusion pill. Your incarnation is subjected to sealing techniques. Your incarnation suffers dismemberment. The clear spirit pill begins to activate. The bone-shaping pill commences its function. The effects of the mind confusion pill are dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs start to regenerate and reshape. Your incarnation is transported into the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You guide your incarnation to meet Jia Qing. You command your incarnation to open its eyes and gaze upon him. You begin to relay a certain message to him. Jia Qing senses that you wish to communicate something significant. Jia Qing demands your authority to execute. Jia Qing unlocks the seals within you. Jia Qing emploie à secretive communication technique. You inform Jia Qing that you are a messenger from the demon god sect, here to convey certain messages and seek a specific item within the immortal ruins. Jia Qing is taken aback. Jia Qing, half believing, begins to trust you. Jia Qing starts to inquire further. You reveal to Jia Qing that upon leaving the secret realm, the leading foundation establishment cultivators will compel you to consume the memory oblivion pill, causing you to lose half a month's memory until you break through to the foundation establishment stage. Your mission is to inform Jia Qing of this matter while simultaneously seeking a particular item in the secret realm. Jia Qing remained skeptical. You asked Jia Qing for methods to deal with malevolent spirits. Jia Qing hesitates momentarily before handing you a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell. This can be used 3 times. Under the protection of its chimes, malevolent spirits cannot approach easily. Jia Qing releases you. You guide your incarnation to flee westward. You plan to sacrifice this incarnation to delve into the mysteries of the Western Desert. That night, you arrive at the Western Desert. As you gaze around, the expanse seems endless. You observe swirling black smoke rising from the desert, summoning your courage. You proceed into the Western Desert with the soul-severing bell in hand. You tread cautiously, moving forward. Suddenly, a weight descends upon your shoulder. Turning to look, you see a bloodied, grotesque head resting against you, its tongue extending greedily towards you. Chapter 18. The remnants of the desert, a wave of alarm surged within you, prompting the immediate use of the soul-severing bell. As its clear chime echoed, the ominous spirit that had perched upon your shoulder was dispelled. With a relieved breath, you resumed your exploration of the desert and soon encountered a cave. Do you wish to enter the cave? As the simulation progressed, a choice materialized on the screen before Wang Li. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to enter. You have chosen to enter the cave. Inside, you were beset by a multitude of malevolent spirits. You rang the soul-severing bell, discovering a pile of tattered garments, from which you acquired a storage pouch. Upon examining the pouch, you found several spirit stones and a fragment of the Great 5 Elements true demon art. Exiting the cave, you continued your journey while perusing the text of the Great 5 Elements true demon art. As you ventured deeper into the Western Desert, a towering remnant spirit, over 100 feet tall, came into view. You witnessed the spirit consuming the malevolent ghosts, and, as its gaze fell upon you, you shook the soul-severing bell in defense. However, you found yourself ensnared by the spirit's magical power, ultimately succumbing to its absorption, leading to the demise of your external incarnation. The existence of such a formidable remnant spirit in the Western Desert was unexpected. Indeed, this immortal realm harbored profound mysteries. Regrettably, this journey yielded no fortune, and you were left pondering the potency of the Great 5 Elements true demon art, whose name alone seemed to evoke awe. After a moment of silent reflection, you resumed your reading. With the loss of your external incarnation, your consciousness returned to your true self. You commenced training in the Great 5 Elements true demon art, discovering within it the essence of 5 distinct techniques. You shifted your focus to the Red Emperor Divine Path. In the 2nd month of the 8th year, you assumed a false identity and adopted Lu Zidu's child. By the 3rd month, you balanced childcare with alchemical pursuits. News of your newfound parenthood spread through the scattered cultivators and the alchemical community of Qi country. Your alchemical skills flourished. In the 7th month, Jiang Qingyan sought your expertise in crafting a vitality-enhancing elixir, and during this encounter, you inquired if she would be willing to join you in your endeavors. Subsequently, you welcomed Jiang Qingyan into your fold and entrusted her with the care of the child. As the year drew to a close, Li Yunxi bid you farewell, departing with Lin Yu in a carriage. In the 9th year, you successfully refined the Red Emperor Divine Path, gaining enhanced mastery over flames. Akin to a sovereign amidst the fire, you developed a degree of fire resistance. In the 10th year, with a wealth of training resources at your disposal, you transcended to the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, achieving a minor success in the Red Emperor Divine Path, while your alchemical skills continued to advance. You began openly collecting heavenly spirit fires, explaining that it was to enhance both the efficiency and quality of your elixirs. As the gray-robed alchemist, your reputation spread throughout the land, and your demands were soon known to the major sections. It wasn't long before an elder from the Shun clan approached you, revealing that their ancestor had once acquired a powerful spirit fire. If you agreed to become a vassal of the Shun clan, you would receive this spirit fire without charge, along with a position of prominence equivalent to that of the clan's ancestor, in exchange for crafting elixirs for them. Upon encountering the Shun clan's representatives once more, you felt a wave of nostalgia. Over the years, the clan had extended numerous olive branches, yet you had never reciprocated, suspecting ulterior motives at play. You desired transparency from the elder. The elder disclosed that the Shun clan's ancestor was in dire need of a master alchemist to concoct a life-extending elixir due to a grave mishap in their magical cultivation. Hence, the repeated invitations from their cultivators. Skeptical of their sincerity, you firmly declined their offer. The elder, however, was left with no choice but to reveal the stark truth. The Shun clan's ancestor had encountered a calamity in their magical practice and required a high-quality alchemist to remedy the situation. In a world where master alchemists were exceedingly rare, you were taken aback by the scarcity of such talent. In a moment of probing curiosity, you asked why they sought you specifically, unaware that you were a disciple of the Tianyi sect. The elder chuckled and clarified that they had already uncovered your true identity. You were not a disciple of the Tianyi sect, a fact even the sect acknowledged. Your actions had not tarnished their reputation. Rather, they had elevated it, granting them the title of the foremost orthodox sect. Thus, they chose to overlook your deeds. Challenging the elder, you questioned whether they feared that you might leak the Shun clan's ancestral secrets. The elder dismissed your concerns, stating they had discerned your nature. You were not one to carry the burdens of the world, but rather acted out of self-interest. You vehemently asserted your integrity, vowing never to harm the innocent. However, as an alchemist, you cannot turn a blind eye to suffering. Reluctantly, you acquiesced to the elder's request. Accompanied by Jiang Qingyan and Lu Zidu's son, you set forth for the Shun clan. Li Daoist, the leader of the Li clan, implored you to stay, but you declined. Upon reaching the Red Maple Mountains, prominent figures from the Shun clan came to greet you. The clan leader personally took your hand, introducing you to your designated residence. You established a shop within the Shun clan's market. News of the gray-robed alchemist's relocation quickly spread throughout the Qi country's alchemical circles, attracting scattered cultivators who had previously sought your services, eager to patronize your business. Cultivators who had once achieved foundational perfection under your guidance proclaimed that no one was permitted to trouble you within the Shun clan's domain. A multitude of merchants flocked to the Shun clan's market, revitalizing it under your influence. The clan's rental income soon surpassed the total annual taxes of their entire lineage. You marveled at the power of reputation. On the third day after your arrival at the Shun clan, you set about refining elixirs. The clan dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to their vast resources. You acquired the spirit fire known as Wind Thunderflame. Diligently multitasking, you simultaneously refined elixirs while utilizing the Red Emperor Divine Path to temper the Wind Thunderflame. In the 11th year, you successfully concocted the 5-colored glazed pill. Having refined the Wind Thunderflame, which in turn enhanced your mastery of the Red Emperor Divine Path and improved your fire resistance. You presented the elixir to the clan leader and returned to the market to serve the daily influx of scattered cultivators seeking your expertise. Your quest for heavenly spirit fires continued. By the 12th year, the Shun clan's ancestor had fully recovered and advanced in cultivation. You received an invitation to a banquet, where you encountered Shun Tianling, the clan's venerable ancestor, who honored you with respect. You were bestowed with Shun Tianling's cultivation notes and a fragmentary magical artifact. Shun Tianling sought to recruit you, offering the most talented young woman from the clan as your bride. He conferred upon you the title of Honorary Elder of the Shun clan, granting you resources on par with his own and commanding respect from all within the clan. Shun Tianling wishes to forge a brotherhood with you. Chapter 19. The Jade Pearl. The elders of the Shun family persuaded Shun Tianling, who felt a pang of regret. The patriarch of the Shun family appeared to possess an extraordinary social prowess. Wang Li suddenly found Shun Tianling rather intriguing. In the 13th year, Lu Ziduan's son, Lu Mo, reached the age of 5. You conducted a talent assessment for him, only to be deeply disappointed. Lu Mo lacked spiritual roots. That year, Jiang Qingyan bid farewell and departed. You continued your dual pursuits of alchemy and cultivation. In the 14th year, you wed Shun Yinli, the daughter of the Shun clan's leader, a practitioner with mutated 3 spiritual roots. Upon meeting your fiancée, Yi, you were struck by her beauty, her white hair, and her nonchalant demeanor. The Shun clan celebrated your union with grand festivities, and news of the alchemical master taking a consort spread throughout the cultivation world of Qi country. Numerous wandering cultivators presented you with congratulatory gifts. The wedding festivities lasted nearly a month. After the honeymoon, you felt a significant enhancement in your cultivation, just a step away from reaching the late foundation establishment stage. You discovered that Shun Ainli had a penchant for fine delicacies and was not particularly fond of cultivation. Realizing that her marriage to you was primarily motivated by her desire for delicious elixirs, this predicament left you speechless. As the year progressed, you sensed a stagnation in your alchemical skills and discovered that Shun Ainli was pregnant. Recently, Shin Tianling began inviting you for tea. You received a gift of celestial fire, Xian Shui Yin, from an anonymous wandering cultivator, its form resembling water, yet possessing a fierce heat. You were astonished and puzzled as to why such a treasure was bestowed upon you. The anonymous cultivator merely expressed gratitude for the vital elixir you had crafted for him at a low price. Fearing deceit, you returned the spiritual fire, stating that you only accepted payment for your services. The cultivator refused to take it back, explaining that many alchemists had been sought, yet only you had offered assistance, and your long-standing commitment to aiding numerous wanderers warranted this reward for your decade-long benevolence. You were touched by the notion that good deeds are indeed rewarded, and you gratefully accepted the gift. You refined Xian Shui Yin, enhancing your mastery of the Red Emperor's divine path. Your fire resistance improved, and your pyromancy skills became increasingly sophisticated. Notably, you observed Lu Mo's recent despondency and began to inquire about his troubles. Lu Mo tearfully questioned whether you no longer wanted him. Perplexed, you reassured him that he would always be your son, a fact established the moment you adopted him, a bond that would never waver. Lu Mo embraced you, comforted. At the end of the 14th year, your child was born, a boy, tested and revealed to possess dual spiritual roots, water and earth. You were pleasantly surprised, and the Shun clan rejoiced. However, the clan leader lamented that the child did not possess fire or wood roots, which would have allowed him to inherit your alchemical legacy. Shun Ainli began to care for the child, though she found the endeavor rather cumbersome. Shun Tianling approached you, inquiring if the child could bear the surname Shun, to which you had no objections. The child was subsequently entrusted to the Shun family's care. As Shun Ainli broke through to the foundation establishment stage, you continued your cultivation. In the 15th year, bolstered by abundant resources, you successfully advanced to the late foundation establishment stage at the age of 27, a rare achievement within the Qi country's cultivation circles. You reflected on the fruits of your labor and perseverance. The simulator expressed no objections. Shin Tianling met with you again, marveling at your youth and the remarkable feat of achieving such a stage at 27 with 4 spiritual roots, inciting envy among many. You were puzzled by his remarks, your hand trembling slightly as you held your teacup. Shin Tianling assured you he meant no malice, despite his cultivation of demonic arts and a history of countless killings. He considered himself a good person. You were somewhat at a loss for words. Shin Tianling proceeded to share the secrets of demonic arts with you, bestowing the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements, true demonic divine art. Wang Li was taken aback, incredulous at the existence of a modified version of this technique. Shin Tianling explained that this technique was uniquely exceptional, offering boundless applications, and once mastered, would render one invincible among peers. Though your expression remained impassive, you silently concurred. Recognizing the profound nature of this technique as a practitioner of the Great 5 Elements true demonic divine art. Regrettably, you had only acquired a fragment containing the cultivation methods from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage, with nothing beyond that. You perused a modified scroll, gaining some insights. Shun Tianling confided that his time was limited due to the toll taken on his lifespan during his last bout of demonic practice. Alarmed, you felt a surge of caution, fearing he might attempt to seize your body. Sensing your apprehension, Shun Tianling reassured you that he harbored no intentions of harm. Having lived for 380 years, he had witnessed the cycles of life and death, achieving a state of acceptance, yet he could not relinquish his family. Shun Tianling expressed his hope that after his passing, you would protect the Shun clan. You agreed and took your leave. In the 16th year, after years of diligent study, your mastery of formations reached a high level. The Shun family was astonished by your accomplishments in the realm of array techniques. Your status as a high-grade formation master quickly spread across the land, attracting numerous wandering cultivators to your business. Your production of low-level formation flags further elevated your reputation. In the 17th year, Shun Inli became pregnant once more. Watching her remain perpetually slender, you felt a twinge of envy. Her life of ease, with everything handed to her, was a dream for many. In the 18th year, your cultivation stagnated, prompting reflections on the arduous path of cultivation. Your second son was born, a practitioner with mutated 3 spiritual roots: water, fire, and wind. You named him Wang Li, and the Shun clan offered their congratulations. They requested you to take on disciples, but you declined. The Shun clan then sought Shun Inli's assistance, but she also refused. In the 19th year, you acquired a strand of celestial fire, which you proceeded to refine. However, your Red Emperor's divine path did not advance. In the 20th year, Jiang Qingyan arrived, gravely injured, presenting you with a jade pearl before passing away, leaving you to handle her final affairs. You then embarked on an exploration of the mysteries contained within the jade pearl and sought Shun Tianling's assistance to uncover its secrets. Upon examining the pearl, Shun Tianling's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. The Alliance of Demons and Monsters. Could this jade orb possibly be an ominous object? Even Shun Tianling was visibly alarmed. Wang Li gazed curiously at the simulations on the device. You inquired about the secret of the jade orb. Shun Tianling revealed that this orb, known as the Everlasting Pearl, was linked to a celestial inheritance from the Eastern Spirit Domain, rumored to have been taken from an immortal abode by a powerful sage. The bearer would retain their youth and vitality indefinitely. Yet those who possessed this orb met with unfortunate fates, encountering calamities in their later years. Shun Tianling cast the jade orb away with great distaste. You pressed him for details about the misfortunes that awaited in old age. He disclosed that the holders were ultimately drained of their life essence, becoming lifeless husks that roamed, killing and feasting on blood. You remained skeptical. You departed. But Shun Tianling insisted that should anything unusual occur, you must seek him out. The following day, the jade orb mysteriously appeared beside your pillow. A wave of dread washed over you. You felt an unsettling aura surrounding this object. You sought out Shun Tianling, who had turned an ashen shade. He believed the orb to harbor great terror. Shun Tianling endeavored to uncover the mysteries of the Everlasting Pearl. A year later, he returned to explain that the matter of the orb could not be resolved. Anyone who came into possession of it was cursed until their later years, ultimately transforming into bloodthirsty corpses. Filled with rage, you began to harbor resentment towards Jiang Qingyan. Shun Tianling requested that you entrust the jade orb to him, so that he might take your place in death. You were taken aback. He expressed that his lifespan was limited, and rather than witness your tragic fate, he would rather sacrifice himself on your behalf. Deeply moved, you recognized for the first time that in this selfish world of cultivation, there were indeed those who possessed a true spirit of sacrifice. You inquired how to transfer the Everlasting Pearl to him. Shun Tianling introduced you to a method of blood contract. You practiced this arcane technique. You then asked if the jade orb could be transferred to another. Shun Tianling explained that unless the recipient was willing to forge a blood bond with you, the transfer would be impossible. He cautioned that even if one were coerced into practicing the blood contract to receive the Everlasting Pearl, should they cease their cultivation, the orb would inevitably return to you, persisting until your demise. Ultimately, you bestowed the Everlasting Pearl upon Shun Tianling and vowed that as long as you lived, the Shun clan would endure. Tears glimmered in Shun Tianling's eyes as he grasped your hand tightly. In the 22nd year, after attending to his final affairs, he departed for the Western Spirit Domain with the jade orb. You watched his retreating figure fade from view. In the 23rd year, Lu Mo turned 15. You contemplated sending him back to the Lu family village in Nanzhou, Qi Kingdom, for a reunion with his roots. Lu Mo, however, was unwilling and desired to remain by your side to care for you in your old age. You acquiesced to his wishes. In the 24th year, a mid-stage demonic corpse wreaked havoc in the western spirit domain, devouring countless beasts. The demonic corpse was ultimately slain by a sixth-tier beast. The demon clan confronted the seven sects of the demonic path. The seven sects shifted the blame onto the righteous path's seven sects. An accord was struck between the demon clan and the demonic path, uniting forces to assault the righteous path's seven sects and partition the southern spirit domain. The news left the righteous sects in the southern spirit domain in utter shock. Led by the Tianyi sect, the righteous sects began summoning alchemists from various families to gather at Ziki Peak and devise a strategy. How did the demon clan become involved in this situation? Oh Shun, how many lives have you cost the demon clan? Wang Li was taken aback, realizing that Shun Tianling's interference had led to this unholy alliance of demons and the demonic path invading the realm. The seven sects of the righteous path were now in dire straits. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, you convened a family meeting of the Shun clan, proposing a relocation to the eastern spirit domain. The clan accepted your proposition, and preparations for the migration began. The eastern spirit domain, one could only wonder how this land, revered as a sanctuary for cultivators, compared to the southern spirit domain. The realm in which Wang Li traversed was known as the Tianshu continent, surrounded by seas, believed to have formed from celestial meteor that fell in ancient times. The Tianshu continent was divided into four great domains: Eastern Spirit Domain, Western Spirit Domain, Southern Spirit Domain, and Northern Spirit Domain. The Western Spirit Domain was a gathering place for demons, a sanctuary for all beasts. The Southern Spirit Domain was a battleground of righteousness and malevolence, home to 14 nations. The Eastern Spirit Domain stood supreme, with the Taitsong's sacred land towering above, a beacon for all cultivators who aspired to enter its hallowed ground. The Northern Spirit Domain, shrouded in perpetual ice, was sparsely populated, rumored to harbor reclusive sects, though none had ever laid eyes upon them. While contemplating, a new simulation segment emerged. That evening, a mysterious figure approached, inviting you to join the Demon God sect as an insider, promising to lead the Shun clan in ambushing the righteous forces during the impending war. You declined the offer. A confrontation ensued, and the mysterious figure was ultimately overpowered. As they unleashed a treasure, you invoked the remnants of a magical artifact bestowed by Shun Tianling, sustaining minor injuries in the process. The mysterious figure vanished without a trace. Word of the Shun clan's intent to relocate to the Eastern Spirit Domain spread like wildfire. A multitude of rogue cultivators flocked to the Shun clan, with their representatives beseeching you to remain. Observing the throng of rogues, you felt a swell of emotion and bid them farewell. You led the Shun clan towards the Eastern Spirit Domain. 3 days later, you were intercepted by core cultivators dispatched by the Tianyi sect. You were taken back to their stronghold and brought before the law enforcement hall, where the elder questioned your motives for abandoning your sect during the invasion of demons and monsters. You regarded him with an impassive expression. The elder pronounced your crimes and ultimately sentenced you to 10 years of alchemical labor in the Danding Hall as penance. This dramatic turn of events left you in a state of dismay, and you began to regret your earlier identification with the Tianyi sect. To compel you into alchemical service, the entire Shin clan was held under tight control by the Tianyi sect. Your son, Shun Yunjin, joined the Tianyi sect, as did your son, Wang Lin. You entered the Danding Hall to begin your alchemical work, astonishing others with your prowess. In the 25th year, the war between righteousness and malevolence officially commenced. Under the combined might of demons and monsters, the righteous forces began to suffer relentless defeats, losing vast territories. By the 26th year, the seven sects of the righteous path were crushed by the demonic coalition, and the Tianyi sect retreated entirely into the Eastern Spirit Domain, while the Shin clan was forcibly left behind to cover their retreat. You simmered with fury, feeling as though you had betrayed your oath to Shun Tianling. In the 27th year, under the leadership of the Tianyi sect, you followed into the Eastern Spirit Domain, where they reconstructed their mountain gate and pledged fealty to the Taitsong's sacred land. You remained under duress, compelled to continue your alchemical work. By the 28th year, News reached you of the demon clan and the demonic path, dividing the southern spirit domain between them. In the 29th year, your cultivation remained stagnant, and the head of the Danding Hall, Yin Donglai, informed you that your potential had reached its limit, capable of only achieving the later stages of foundation building without extraordinary fortune. You remained silent, contemplating your fate. Yin Donglai sought permission from the law enforcement elder to allow your family to visit you. In the 30th year, you reunited with Lu Mo. At the age of 22, he has grown exceptionally tall. Thanks to your influence, he has not faced any difficulties at Tianyi sect and has been entrusted with the task of tending to the spiritual herbs. Observing his increasingly familiar resemblance to Lu Zidu, you are filled with a myriad of emotions. You encounter Shun Yunjin, who bears a closer likeness to your partner, Shun Yinli, rather than to yourself. Yet you share a profound resonance of bloodline. You offer encouragement to Shun Yunjin. Next, you meet Wang Li and extend your words of support to him as well. Then, you come across Shun Yinli, whose carefree demeanor leaves you somewhat displeased, prompting you to deliver a stern reprimand. Although you have yet to meet Shun Yinli in reality, the discontent you feel towards her in this simulation suggests that she indeed possesses a rather carefree spirit. After all, a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. Wang Li cannot help but exclaim. In the 31st year, the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion is imminent, causing a fervor throughout the Eastern Spirit Domain. You glean insights about the Taishu Immortal Mansion from Yun Donglai. Upon learning that the mansion produces the infamous immortal pearls, your expression shifts dramatically. Yun Donglai informs you that the Taishu Immortal Mansion harbors tremendous opportunities and transformations. Although the immortal pearls are tainted with misfortune, they are crucial to the mansion's legacy. In the 32nd year, the Taishu Immortal Mansion opens its gates, attracting heroes from all walks of life. By the 33rd year, the Yuanying ancestor of Tianyi sect returns, stained with blood. In the 34th year, immersed in alchemy, you are suddenly startled by a roar reverberating throughout the entire mountain gate. Chapter 21. The Supreme Demon Path. Soon after, cries for help resonated from all directions. You and Yun Donglai departed from the Danding Hall. You witnessed a zombie, its eyes a sinister red and its body covered in white corpse hair, weaving through the crowd, slaughtering and draining blood. You separated from Yun Donglai and sought your family. You saw Shun Yinli leading Lu Mo and Wang Li toward the Danding Hall. You reunited with Shun Yinli and urged her to take the child and leave. You went in search of Shun Yunjin, but were ambushed by another white-haired zombie. Your blood was nearly drained, and you were torn to shreds. You perished. How could there be another white-haired zombie? Why were there no choices presented? Did the simulator conclude that rescuing your son was not a matter of choice? Suddenly, Wang Li recalled a saying, "Family is never a question of choice." He fell silent. Ability, Grievous Soul Summoning automatically activated. Grievous Soul Summoning. As long as the soul remains unextinguished, within 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You returned on the 7th day. At this moment, Tianyi sect had transformed into a desolate ruin, strewn with desiccated corpses drained of blood. You located Shun Yunjin's jade pendant and beheld Shun Yinli's lifeless body at the foot of the mountain. You did nothing. A day later, your vengeful spirit dissipated. The simulation concluded, and you could choose 2 rewards from the following. External Avatar. You gain a soulless external avatar, entirely under your control, capable of mechanical-like cultivation, which is immensely useful. Current simulation cultivation. Late foundation establishment stage. Alchemy Grandmaster experience. Knowledge acquired from alchemy in the simulator. High-grade array formation experience. Knowledge obtained from array formation in the simulator. 8 million spirit stones. Your earnings cannot be used in simulation. Great 5 elements, true demon skill. A technique of remarkable origin. Modified Great 5 elements, true demon skill. An improved version of the original technique by the ancestors of the demon sect. Alchemy formulas. All formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Knowledge gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Longevity Pearl. An important inheritance related to the Void Immortal Mansion. It is said that those who obtain this pearl face misfortune in their later years. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose cultivation and ability. As powerful mana surged through his body, refining his internal organs, Wang Li's cultivation leapt to the late foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, an identical youthful avatar materialized beside him. Gazing into the tranquil eyes of his external avatar, Wang Li imparted his cultivated technique, the red fire scripture, to it. "Commence your training," he commanded, and the external avatar promptly seated itself on the bed, adopting a meditative posture. As he observed his avatar's training, Wang Li opened his status panel. Life Simulator Level 2, Host, Wang Li, Age, 12, Technique, Red Fire Scripture, Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment, Simulation Points, 2,700 Simulation Attempts, 0 Ability, Grievous Soul Summoning, Black. Array Formation Genius, Green, Alchemy Prodigy, Green, Dual Focus, Green, External Avatar, Green, Skills, High-Grade Alchemist, Low-Grade Array Master. It appeared imperative to expedite the transition of techniques. The Red Fire Scripture was ultimately too rudimentary and lacked corresponding follow-up techniques, making it difficult to fully harness the capabilities of the late Foundation Establishment stage. The Red Fire Scripture passed down by the Li clan only contained incantations from the Qi refinement to Foundation Establishment stages, with no subsequent instructions for progression beyond Foundation Establishment. To fully realize his potential, Wang Li needed to switch to another technique or would discover the subsequent cultivation methods to advance to the core formation stage. Pondering this, Wang Li initiated another simulation. This time, if possible, he aimed to acquire the Great Five Elements True Demon Skill. Although he had yet to practice it, the fact that even Shun Tianling was training in it attested to its exceptional nature. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li directed his gaze toward the simulator. Simulator initiating. You have used 1,000 energy points, randomly drawing abilities. Congratulations on acquiring purple ability, Supreme Demon Path. Supreme Demon Path. You are a natural demon cultivator. Any demon sect technique you practice will yield twice the results with half the effort. You are immune to most backlash effect from demon sect techniques, can improve upon the flaws of demon arts, and integrate them for innovative creation. One day, you shall become a dominant figure in the demon realm. Another purple. Wang Li felt an exhilarating surge of excitement upon seeing the new talent entry. He looked forward to this simulation. Today, after returning from the market with alchemical supplies, you discovered a youth who was your exact double. Confirming that this was indeed your external avatar, you began to instruct it in basic cultivation. The avatar mastered the fundamentals of cultivation. You encouraged the avatar to focus on its training. You set out to establish a stall. 6 months later, your reputation began to spread across the land, and many cultivators recognized the gray-clad alchemy master from the Li clan market, earning you the title, Gray-clad Alchemy Sovereign. You began to secretly seek demon sect techniques for cultivation. By the second year, your avatar reached the second layer of Qi refinement. With the avatar providing cover, you began to reside long-term in the market. You secured a shop in the market, and under the influence of your reputation, you consistently maintained a low profile in alchemy. Your business flourished, and your reputation continued to rise. You began searching for the formula for the spirit life pill, and eventually succeeded. You gathered the herbs required for crafting the spirit life pill and successfully concocted it. You eliminated the stagnant energy within you and could resume your cultivation. In the third year, you arranged for someone to procure a demon sect technique from the cultivation world of Jin, known as Demon God S9 transformations. Also referred to as Swallowing Heaven and Earth 9 Turn Flying Immortal Scripture, a text encompassing both body refining and Qi refining techniques. You comprehended Demon God S9 transformations. This technique necessitated the periodic consumption of demon beasts for cultivation. Without regular nourishment from these creatures before full mastery, the internal demonic energy would surge uncontrollably, leading to the practitioner's demise. The Supreme Demon Path ability activated. You made improvements to Demon God S9 transformations. After a year of effort, you rectified the flaws that could lead to explosive death, the need for periodic consumption of demon beasts, and the volatility of demonic energy. You successfully transitioned to the modified Demon God S9 transformations. You could now fully unleash your complete abilities at the late Foundation establishment stage. You began acquiring demon beasts for alchemical purposes. Your avatar transitioned to the modified demon god S9 transformations and obtained several demon beasts. Your avatar consumed a first-tier demon beast, increasing its cultivation to the 5th layer of chi refinement and significantly enhancing its physique. It swallowed a 3rd-tier demon beast, resulting in a substantial surge in physical strength without any increase in cultivation. In the 4th year, Lu Zidu mysteriously sought you out, inquiring if you were aware of the matters concerning the Outer Clan disciples. You were greatly taken aback. Chapter 22. The Southern Dense Forest. You inquired about the matter from Lu Zidu in. He revealed to you the shocking news that the Li clan of immortals had been collecting disciples of other surnames, treating them as livestock to be sold to the Tianyi sect for blood sacrifices in the secret realms. You hastily asked Lu Zidu and how he came by this information. He informed you that he learned of it while collaborating with other disciples of different surnames to capture beast traffickers from the lips of a merchant. You expressed your astonishment. Lu Zidu then questioned how to resist the Li clan of immortals, to which you shook your head, admitting ignorance. This left Lu Zidu in a state of melancholy, and he resolved to flee. You advised him against such a course of action, but he departed in silence. In the 5th year, your cultivation experienced a modicum of progress, particularly in your demonic arts. Your external avatar devoured numerous beasts, achieving the 7th level of chi refinement. You began to arm yourself, acquiring a set of exquisite spiritual artifacts and mastering the 5 elements escape technique as well as the 5 elements defensive technique. By the 6th year, your cultivation advanced slightly further, with your external avatar consuming several beasts to reach the 8th level of chi refinement. However, during this year, the Li clan of immortals ceased providing resources for cultivation, causing a lamentation among the disciples of different surnames. Your external avatar then achieved the 9th level of chi refinement, and your business flourished, expanding as you acquired numerous shops and increased the monthly wages of your freelance workers. You sold goods at reduced prices, thereby gaining the goodwill of many. In the 7th year, your childhood friend Lin, you visited the Northern Mountain Villa, inviting you and Lu Zidu in to join him in exploring the market. Upon reuniting with Lu Zidu and Lin Yu, you noticed that Lu Zidu had reached the 7th level of chi refinement and bore an aura of concealed killing intent. After your avatar declined Lin Yu's invitation, Lu Zidu followed suit, and they resumed their training in solitude. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the Immortal Clan via the market, causing quite a stir as her carriage halted before your shop. She greeted you respectfully as a junior sister, to which you responded with a stoic nod. Li Yunxi sensed an inscrutable depth within you. Eventually, Lin Yu severed ties with both of you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a demonic escape technique known as Blood Shadow Escape. You successfully practiced it, eliminating its drawback of shortening your lifespan. In the 3rd month, you concocted a clear spirit pill for your avatar, followed by a bone-shaping pill in the 4th month. In the 5th month, Lu Zidu sought you out, inviting you to escape together. You revealed your plan to him, providing a clear spirit pill and a bone-shaping pill, which astonished him, but he found feasible. Consequently, Lu Zidu abandoned his intention to flee. In the 6th month of the 7th year, Li Yunxi approached you to procure pills, and you prepared a face-stabilizing pill, receiving one as a gift in return. Li Yunxi inquired about your lineage as a disciple, but you remained silent and continued your alchemical work, leading her to depart. On the 1st day of the new year in the 8th year, your avatar consumed the clear spirit pill and bone-shaping pill under your direction, but was subsequently ambushed, fed a mind confusion pill, and subjected to a sealing technique, resulting in the fracturing of its limbs. The clear spirit pill and bone-shaping pill began to take effect, countering the mind confusion pill, and the bones began to regenerate. Your avatar was then transported into the Immortal Ruins secret realm, where you encountered Jiaqing. You opened your eyes and utilized the technique of the demonic god 9 transformations, transforming into a colossal serpent that devoured most of the Tianyi sect disciples present. After ruthlessly eliminating them, you turned your gaze towards Jiaqing, informing him that you were sent by the demonic god sect to relay some messages and seek an item within the secret realm. Jiaqing believed your words, and you employed the sect's ultimate skill to earn his trust. Jiaqing began to inquire about the messages you wished to convey. You revealed that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading foundation-building cultivator would force you to ingest a memory oblivion pill, causing you to lose half a month's worth of memories until you broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Your task was to inform Jiaqing of this while simultaneously searching for an item within the secret realm. Jiaqing accepted your account. You solicited Jiaqing for means to confront malevolent spirits, to which he presented you with a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell. You inquired whether you could remain in the immortal ruins until the next secret realm began, but Jiaqing shook his head, explaining that the leading cultivators had stated the immortal ruins would only be open for 8 days, and on the 8th day, all must depart, lest they face dire consequences. You pressed for further details, but Jiaqing professed ignorance. You roused Lu Ziduan, who regarded you with a complex expression, astonished that you harbored such a secret identity without confiding in him, your good brother. You suggested to Jiaqing that Lu Ziduan could be cultivated as a demonic practitioner to serve the sect. Jiaqing nodded, administering a soul-devouring pill to Lu Ziduan, compelling him to sacrifice all disciples of other surnames alongside him. You informed Jiaqing of your intent to explore the secret realm. He clasped his fists in farewell, wishing for your safe return. You began your exploration, deciding to venture forth. This time, the simulator presented you with choices: east, south, west, and north. The eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern stagnant waters loomed before Wang Li. Recalling insights from previous simulations, he hesitated. It was certain that this secret realm harbored great secrets. In the last simulation, he had found a fragment of the great 5 elements true demonic art in the western desert, and even encountered a towering remnant soul. The western desert undoubtedly concealed more secrets, yet pursuing the great 5 elements true demonic art alone was not worth it, considering the remnant soul posed significant danger. The blood cliff was swarming with blood-red mosquitoes, thick enough to form a mist of blood. Thus, he resolved to choose the southern dense forest. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li opted for the southern dense forest. You chose to proceed to the southern dense forest. After spending half an hour, you arrived at its entrance, where 2 large characters greeted you. No entry for the living, those who come halt. You stepped into the forest, exploring its mysteries. There, you encountered a flower of a deep purplish-red hue, which you delicately plucked. Within the heart of the flower, you discovered a tooth. Chapter 23. The eternal life of the Green Emperor. Suddenly, you perceive that the surrounding trees seem to have regained their vitality, resurrecting before your very eyes. In a moment of dazed contemplation, you witness tendrils, swift as lightning, surging towards you with ferocity. A wave of terror grips your heart, and in a panic, you flee. Amidst the chaos, you glimpse a cave not far off and hurriedly dart inside. Upon entering the cave, you are met with a harrowing sight: a multitude of white bones scattered across the ground. Upon closer inspection, you discern both human and beast bones among them. A sense of horror washes over you like a tidal wave, leaving you utterly petrified. Behind you, the barbed tendrils relentlessly pursue, forcing you to evade with all your might. You are ensnared by the tendrils, and in an instant, you are dragged towards a gaping maw, where you are consumed whole by that monstrous entity. This mystical realm of the immortal ruins is perilously treacherous. The ease with which these aberrant beings can claim my life is a testament to their formidable strength, each possessing abilities surpassing the foundational stage. Yet, the most enigmatic aspect of this realm lies in its prohibition against practitioners above the foundational stage. Wang Li sat cross-legged, contemplating deeply. After a moment's hesitation flickered in his eyes, he questioned himself. Should he continue to explore this mystical realm in the next simulation? Undoubtedly, the immortal ruins conceal significant secrets, but is it truly worth expending precious time on this endeavor? With a simulator at his disposal, Preserving his life would allow him to simulate his journey to immortality. Even a myriad scenarios thereafter could be replicated with ease. As Wang Li wrestled with his thoughts, the simulation quietly progressed. With the demise of his external avatar, your consciousness returned to your original self. In the second month of the 8th year, you began to clandestinely scour the land, amassing a wealth of magical skills for dedicated cultivation. Gathering magical prowess in the righteous domain proved to be an unimaginable challenge. Thus, the notion of venturing towards the demonic sect began to take root in your mind. Your thoughts involuntarily drifted to the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique in Shun Tianling's possession. As in the previous simulation, you boldly proclaimed your quest to gather the celestial fire of heaven and earth. As the renowned gray-clad pill master, your name resonated across the land, and your needs swiftly became known to various factions. Before long, an elder from the Shun clan came knocking once more. The elder extended an olive branch, promising that should you join the Shun clan and assist in alchemy, not only would you ascend to the status of a revered elder, but you would also obtain the coveted celestial fire. Upon encountering the members of the Shun clan again, memories of the past flooded your mind, filling you with a sense of nostalgia. After careful consideration, you agreed to the invitation from the Shun clan, albeit with the stipulation that it was merely a transaction. You would concoct elixirs for the ancestor of the Shun clan, who had become embroiled in demonic practices, but only to acquire 2 specific items. After which you would take your leave. The elder from the Shun clan was taken aback by your awareness of their elder's predicament. You smiled nonchalantly, revealing that you were also aware of their covert investigations into your identity over the years. This revelation left the elder astounded, and curiosity regarding your true identity grew within him. By the end of the 8th year, after completing the last batch of elixirs, you formally announced your impending departure. Upon hearing the news, a multitude of wandering cultivators rushed to implore you to stay. Li Daoist, the patriarch of the Li clan, also stepped forward, earnestly urging you to remain. Yet, resolute in your decision, you declined their pleas without hesitation. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun clan on your journey to the Shun Celestial clan. After a long trek, you arrived at the Red Maple Mountains. Notable figures from the Shun clan emerged to welcome you. The clan's patriarch personally grasped your hand, warmly introducing you to the residence designated for you. You informed the patriarch that your purpose for coming was solely to concoct elixirs for the elder and to retrieve the celestial fire and a specific item from the elder's possession. With no intention of remaining in the Shun clan, the higher-ups of the Shun clan exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. By chance, you encountered Shun Li, who was lazily reclining against an ancient tree, utterly disinterested in cultivation, appearing quite lethargic. You gazed at her for several seconds, your face betraying a sense of disbelief. The Grand Elder of the Shun clan keenly noticed your expression. Subsequently, he and the Patriarch began to conspire in hushed tones. The following day, you immersed yourself entirely in alchemy. The Shun clan dispatched additional personnel to assist, granting you unrestricted access to their resources. Fortune favored the diligent, and you successfully acquired the spiritual fire known as the Wind Thunder Flame. In that moment, you activated your dual focus ability, concentrating on both alchemy and the refinement of the Thunder Flame seamlessly. In the 10th year, under your meticulous crafting, the 5-color glaze pill was successfully produced. The patriarch of the Shun clan sought to facilitate a romantic connection between you and Shun Li, attempting to foster a beautiful tale. He deliberately introduced you to Shun Li, who appeared to be dragged from her rest, clearly fatigued and reluctant to socialize. Without a moment's hesitation, you decisively declined. Shun Li sighed inwardly, lamenting the missed opportunity. What was she regretting? Wang Li was perplexed, utterly confounded. After a brief silence, you resolved to give Shun Li another chance. You earnestly inquired whether she held any affection for you. She responded affirmatively, expressing her fondness. However, your discerning gaze pierced through her facade, leaving you with a tinge of disappointment. Shun Li sensed your thoughts and decided to lay her cards on the table. She revealed that the patriarch had mentioned that only you would not disdain her laziness, which is why she wished to accompany you. You were left speechless, reflecting on how little she had changed. Thus, you once again firmly refused Shen. In the 11th year, with your elixirs aiding the elder of the Shun clan, he regained his former self and even advanced in cultivation. You received a grand invitation to a banquet. At the gathering, you were accorded great respect by Shun Tianling, the elder of the Shun clan. He held you in high regard, presenting you with his cultivation notes. Seizing the opportunity, you requested the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique from Shun Tianling. Surprised that you knew of this technique, he ultimately consented to impart it to you. Thus, you successfully acquired the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, detailing the incantations from the Qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage. With your desire fulfilled, you expressed your intent to take your leave. Shen Tianling earnestly attempted to dissuade you, but your resolve remained steadfast. Ultimately, you departed from the Shun Celestial clan. On your return journey, as you perused the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, you were captivated by the profundity of the technique, and a thought of switching paths began to blossom within your mind. Should you indeed switch paths? Before Wang Li appeared two choices. Thus, should you proceed with the switch? His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, caught in a conflict of thought. After a fierce internal struggle, Wang Li gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to embrace the shift. You resolutely opted to switch paths. The Great Five Elements True Demon Technique encompasses 5 sets of attribute techniques, each concealing profound mysteries and unique intricacies. You are faced with a choice, whether to cultivate the arts of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Once again, a selection arises. Unfortunately, I find myself beyond the simulation, utterly incapable of discerning which method is superior or most suited to my being. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li ultimately opts to cultivate the wood attribute. You begin your training in the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, focusing on the wood attribute technique Green Emperor S Longevity Art. The transition to Green Emperor S Longevity Art is successfully completed. Upon completing your training, you are sincerely astonished by the marvels of the Green Emperor S Longevity Art. Should this technique be perfected, the enhancement of lifespan within the same realm is truly unparalleled. The innate talent of the Supreme Demon Path activates. Utilizing the powers bestowed by this talent, you make modifications to the Green Emperor S Longevity Art, successfully eliminating the adverse effects of the demonic aura that gnaws at one's very bones following the consumption of demonic beasts. You continue to refine the technique, eradicating the complications associated with the chaotic spiritual energy derived from consuming demonic beasts. Further modifications are made, addressing the significant increase in beastly instincts following such consumption. After a series of diligent efforts, your lifespan reaches an impressive 400 years, double that of an average foundational practitioner. You depart from the Shun clan of the immortal lineage. With a heart yearning for home, you return to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuable possessions, you once again embark on your journey. You bid farewell to the cultivation realm of Qi Kingdom. Your path now leads toward the 7 kingdoms of the Demon Gate in the southern spirit domain. Despite the numerous simulations, this marks my first venture into the 7 kingdoms of the Demon Gate. Yet it is a circumstance born of necessity. The talent of the Supreme Demon Path dictates that I must immerse myself in the demonic arts to achieve rapid growth. Wang Li takes a deep breath and continues the simulation. Chapter 24. Formation of the Golden Core. You arrive in the lower realm. You're targeted by several foundation-building period demonic cultivators. Undaunted, you reveal your collection of exquisite spiritual artifacts. You vanquish 3 foundation-building demonic cultivators. You make your way, albeit with some difficulties, to the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom, an affiliated nation of the joyous sect of the 7 sects of the demonic gate. You set up a stall in the joyous pavilion under the joyous sect. You brandish the name of the esteemed gray robe alchemist. Those scattered cultivators who sought your alchemical services years ago in the Li family market are astonished to see you at the joyous pavilion. You encounter numerous loyal customers. You meet Lin Xian, the cultivator who once entrusted you with the formula for the life essence pill. Lin Xian is greatly shocked by your appearance at the joyous pavilion. You inquire about his presence here. Lin Xian explains that due to his lack of talent, not being a scion of a sect, and his aversion to risk. He had no choice but to become a servant in the joyous sect for the sake of cultivation resources. You cannot help but feel a sense of sympathy upon hearing his plight. Like you, Lin Xian is a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, a talent that is indeed somewhat meager in the cultivation world. In the 12th year, you establish a stable presence at the Joyous Pavilion. Your reputation spreads throughout the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation realm. Both demonic cultivators and scattered cultivators from the upper realm, seeking a living in the lower realm, are aware that a Grandmaster Alchemist has arrived at the Joyous Pavilion. Your alchemical prices remain consistently low. You garner immense renown. You acquire multiple properties. You provide Lin Xian with a job. You begin to collect a vast array of wood attribute spiritual materials and wood attribute beasts. In the 13th year, an elder steward of the Joyous Sect invites you to join the sect. You cease alchemical work of the market. You entrust most of your properties to Lin Xian. You choose to join the Joyous Sect. You obtain a position as a dedicated alchemist in the alchemical hall of the sect. You commence the preparation of pills for the Joyous Sect. In the 14th year, you gather a considerable number of wood attribute beasts and a small portion of wood attribute spiritual materials. You absorb the blood of beasts and refine the spiritual materials. Your Green Emperor longevity technique reaches a minor success. Your body undergoes transformation. You gain a certain degree of suppression over wood attribute beings. Your control over wood attribute creatures is enhanced. Your resistance to wood attribute spells is increased. The power of your wood attribute spells dramatically rises. Your lifespan sees a notable extension. You acquire the ability for rapid healing. Fire attribute spells inflict 10% more damage upon you. Could it be that the Green Emperor longevity technique possesses such remarkable applications? Witnessing the continuous notifications on the simulator, a glimmer of incredulity flashes in Wang Li's eyes. If a mere wood attribute technique is so formidable, what extraordinary capabilities might the great 5 elements true demon god technique hold? However, contemplating this brings a tinge of disappointment. He lacks the metal element in his 5 elemental roots. Thus, he is destined to be unable to cultivate the metal attribute techniques within that grand art. Shaking his head, Wang Li continues to read on. Your cultivation level sees a slight advancement. You begin to utilize the contribution points earned from preparing pills for the Joyous Sect to enter the transmission tower. Within the transmission tower, you study numerous demonic techniques. You cultivate the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Technique. The innate demonic supreme power activates. You rectify the flaw that drains the cauldron dry due to the technique. You practice the Yin-Yang Fusion Technique, improving upon its shortcomings. You delve into the fragmented techniques of the soul refining sect, mastering the mystical path of spirits and ghosts. You learn the methods of crafting soul banners, controlling souls, devouring souls to transform into ghosts, and achieving an indestructible ghostly form. You eliminate the flaws of the techniques, addressing the issues of yin energy and soul thoughts entering the body. In the 15th year, due to your years of dedicated service in alchemical preparation for the Joyous Sect, which greatly benefits the sect, they assign you a dual root furnace cauldron. Astonished, Wang Li is taken aback. A dual root cultivator? What does this imply? In the absence of single root and variant dual root cultivators, a dual root cultivator is considered a rare genius, seldom seen in a century. Such talent, amidst the righteous sects of the upper realm, would undoubtedly be sought after. Yet here in the lower realm, they are relegated to being mere furnace cauldrons. Nevertheless, this also indirectly indicates the Joyous Sect's favor towards you as an alchemist. The Joyous Sect recognizes and values talent. You accept the dual root furnace cauldron assigned by the Joyous Sect. You meet Shui Qianyue. Gazing upon her breathtaking beauty, your heart stirs. You exert tremendous effort to circulate your techniques. You relentlessly channel your powers. You inquire why Shui Qianyue has fallen to the status of a furnace cauldron in the Joyous Sect. Shui Qianyue's expression remains icy as she stares at you intently. Your interest in understanding her wanes. In the 16th year, you achieve a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the foundation building stage. After 21 years of cultivation, you attain the foundation building pinnacle with 4 spiritual roots. A sense of pride wells within you. yet you suppress it. You approach the increasingly frail Shui Qianyue, observing her with a neutral expression. Throughout the past year, you have not witnessed her practice nor seen her consume food. Her life force has dwindled to its lowest point. If there are no unforeseen events, she has only 3 to 5 days left to live. However, you cannot allow her to perish now. You commend Shui Qianyue as an admirable furnace cauldron. Her demeanor remains cold, and after a long pause, she implores you to end her life. You solemnly regard her and inform her that she is already with child. Shui Qianyue is taken aback, her expression becoming complex. You assure her that after giving birth to the child, you will grant her freedom. Shui Qianyue bitterly shakes her head, stating that she has been cursed. Leaving the confines of the joyous sect would trigger the blood curse that would kill her. She hopes you can grant her a swift end after she gives birth, as the constraints of the blood curse prevent her from taking her own life. You agree to her request. Shui Qianyue begins her cultivation. 10 months later, you watch as the sect's female physician delivers the child. A smile graces your face, yet it is overshadowed by concerns for the future. The physician assesses your daughter's talents, revealing her to possess both fire and wood spiritual roots. You have a dual root offspring. Shui Qianyue inquires whether the child can bear her surname, Shui. You consent. You name the child Shui Lianshang. Shui Qianyue rekindles her passion for life. In the 17th year, you commence the collection of spiritual materials that enhance the likelihood of breaking through to the golden core stage. The Grand Elder of the Joyous Sect personally seeks an audience with you, requesting to take your daughter as a disciple. You decline the elder's request, unwilling to have your daughter become a mere plaything for others. Shui Qianyue reveals that her clan, the Shui family, had offended an ancestor of the Joyous Sect, leading to their annihilation. The men of her clan were slaughtered, leaving only the women to be taken as furnace cauldrons for the male cultivators of the Joyous Sect. You inquire about the reason. Shui Qianyue explains that her clan was destroyed due to a coveted divine inheritance. Upon learning the truth, you are greatly astonished. Shui Qianyue expresses her desire to wait until the child matures before seeking death, hoping you will fulfill her wish when the time comes. You nod in agreement. In the 18th year, through the collection of wood element spiritual objects and the blood of wood element magical beasts gathered by Lin Xian, you once again elevated the Qingdi longevity art to a higher level, yet you felt that the path to mastery was still exceedingly distant. You commence your journey to the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect to cultivate demonic arts. The innate magic of the supreme path was activated. You diligently practiced. In the 19th year, your cultivation reached an impasse. You attained the zenith of the foundation establishment stage and began to attempt a breakthrough to the core formation stage. In the 20th year, a year-long seclusion culminated in failure. The challenge of bridging the realms with your 4 spiritual roots made the condensation of the golden core exceedingly arduous, prompting you to continue seeking spiritual objects to enhance your chances of breaking through. You spent a considerable time in intimate companionship with Shui Qianyue. Having reached the limits of your cultivation, you no longer required her primordial yin for your practice. Her complexion improved significantly. Embracing her child, Shui Qianyue gazed at your profile and confided that she had previously harbored disdain for men, only to realize, after being with you, that she had simply not encountered the right one. She confessed her affection for you. You remained expressionless, instructing Shui Qianyue to care for the child diligently. In the 21st year, the esteemed ancestor of the Hahuan sect, the Yin-Yang Patriarch, summoned you. You paid your respects to the Patriarch, discovering to your astonishment that he was a being of dual essence. Before you, the Patriarch manifested as 2 late-stage nascent soul practitioners. You regarded him with utmost reverence. The Yin-Yang Patriarch bestowed upon you a pill formula, informing you that upon concocting the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, he would grant you spiritual objects to enhance your chances of breaking through to the core formation stage. You expressed your gratitude and subsequently departed. You began the process of refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully crafted the Yin-Yang harmonization pill and received the blood infant fruit as a reward from the Yin-Yang Patriarch. You learned of the fruit's properties, which increased the chances of forming an infant by 20% and the chances of forming a core by 50%. Elation surged within you as you began to envision the dream of breaking through to the core formation stage. After entrusting Shui Qianyue with the care of the child, you entered a prolonged period of seclusion. In the 23rd year, you consumed a substantial quantity of elixirs. In the 24th year, you devoured the blood infant fruit. In the 25th year, within your dantian, upon the bridge between heaven and earth, you coalesced liquid into a core, forming a golden core. You became a core formation practitioner. Core formation. Outside the simulation, Wang Li's pupils widened in disbelief. This is core formation. It was simply incredible. No one knew the tumultuous emotions surging within Wang Li at that moment. As you broke through to the core formation stage, the high-ranking members of the Hahuan sect came forth to present their congratulations. In the 26th year, the Yin-Yang patriarch achieved a breakthrough to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year, the 7 demonic sects united to launch an assault on the upper domain. You were summoned by the Yin-Yang patriarch to join the ranks. Chapter 25. The Fall of the Eastern Spirit Domain. You bid farewell to Shui Qianyu, leaving her with a spirit jade imbued with the full force of your power, capable of being used thrice. You followed the coalition of the demon sect into the territory of the upper domain. The 7 sects of the righteous path united to launch a counterattack against the 7 sects of the demon path. The Yin-Yang elder single-handedly subdued the 7 ancestors, establishing an agreement that no nascent soul experts would interfere in the battle between the righteous and the demonic. The 7 sects of the righteous path reluctantly acquiesced. In the 28th year, the coalition of the demon sect employed all means at their disposal, sweeping through the battlefield as if it were a mere roll of cloth. While the 7 sects of the righteous path, each harboring their own schemes, faced continuous defeats, you gathered the remnants of souls and forged a soul banner. By the 29th year, the battle between the righteous and the demonic intensified, and leveraging your advantage on the battlefield, you crafted a soul banner capable of commanding 1,000 souls. Through various means, you ascended to become the foremost figure among those in the same realm. Even the ordinary mid-stage cultivators of the core formation were no match for you. By the 30th year, the conflict began to wane, and the 7 sects of the righteous path grew increasingly weak. You crafted a banner of 10,000 souls and earned the title of the Soul Refining Demon Sovereign among the practitioners of the demon path. In the 31st year, the 7 sects of the righteous path retreated from the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain was fully occupied by the demon sect. The 7 sects of the demon path began to divide the spoils of war among themselves and soon found themselves at odds over the control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You informed the Yin-Yang elder about the secrets of the immortal ruins and strongly urged him to seize control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. In the 32nd year, the Hehuan sect occupied the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, and you were appointed as the elder in charge of the Hehuan sect and the elder of the alchemy hall. You noticed the name of the Li clan among the list of those who surrendered. Did you choose to seek vengeance? As the simulator reached this point, Wang Li was once again presented with a choice. The option to take revenge on the Li clan? Why not? Wang Li resolutely chose vengeance. The Li clan and the Tianyi sect, in their pursuit of selfish desires, had used external disciples as sacrificial offerings in the secret realm, deserving of no sympathy. Even 1,000 cuts would not quell the public outrage. You chose to take revenge on the Li clan. You rallied the disciples of the Hehuan sect and launched an assault against the Li clan. Wielding the soul banner, you unleashed a single strike that claimed the lives of the majority of the Li clan disciples at the hands of vengeful spirits. You encountered Li Mingjin, and as you gazed into her eyes filled with hatred, you sighed and swung the soul banner once more. In mere moments, your banner was adorned with countless souls. With a banner of 10,000 souls, you effortlessly defeated the Li clan's ancestral figure, Li Xuanya. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, you extracted Li Xuanya's golden core. You collected the spoils of the Li clan, acquiring millions of spirit stones, a plethora of cultivation elixirs, numerous would attribute spirit materials, 10 foundation-building pills, a fragment of a magical treasure, and a soul-nurturing tree. The news of your annihilation of the Li clan spread throughout the southern spirit domain overnight, causing numerous cultivation families that had allied with the seven sects of the demon path to feel anxious, fearing they would be next in line. In response to an inquiry from the leader of the He Huan sect, you explained that your vendetta with the Li clan was of a personal nature, and you could not find peace without avenging it. The leader of the He Huan sect did not press further regarding your responsibility, but simply advised you to come to him next time if any issues arose. He would advocate on your behalf. The matter of the Li clan's destruction faded into obscurity. In the 33rd year, your cultivation advanced significantly, nearing the threshold of mid-stage core formation. Your Green Emperor longevity technique saw improvement, yet the path to mastery remained distant. In the 34th year, you've encountered Shui Qianyu once more. As you beheld the charming girl nestled beside you, a fondness blossomed within your heart. You began to settle in the He Huan sect, dedicating yourself to alchemy and maintaining a rigorous training regimen, never forgetting your original aspirations. You heard rumors of zombies emerging in the Eastern Spirit domain and learned that it had turned into a dead zone. You also heard of the destruction of the Taitsong sacred land. In January of the 35th year, a high-level emergency meeting was convened within the Demon Path. In February, the He Huan sect held its own emergency meeting. The Yin-Yang Elder informed you that a terrifying entity had escaped from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. He revealed that the entire Eastern Spirit domain had fallen, its inhabitants transformed into bloodthirsty corpses. The Yin-Yang Elder commanded you to prepare for migration of the sect to the Northern Spirit domain. After the meeting, your heart was tumultuous. The revelations from the meeting weighed heavily upon you, igniting a curiosity about what manner of being could bring about the downfall of the entire Eastern Spirit domain, even causing the usually composed Yin-Yang Elder to wear a grave expression. In March of the 35th year, the seven sects of the Demon Path began their migration northward. Before departing, you encountered Lu Zidu. After many years, Lu Zidu had become a Foundation establishment cultivator. His eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing you, as he had long believed you perished in the immortal ruins. You recounted your escape from peril due to a different opportunity. Lu Zidu expressed his sentiments, sharing how the Yaoshin sect had treated him exceptionally well. He recounted the unexpected respect the demon sect had shown to undercover cultivators, granting him a foundation-building pill along with resources for the next decade. Lu Zidu informed you that he intended to return to his family in Lu Village to bring his parents along, and he would also take your parents with him. You gifted him some protective spirit artifacts before he departed. On the journey of migration, you witnessed countless mortals who, although unaware of the grave events unfolding, brought their provisions and followed the seven sects of the Demon Path. You encountered the ancestral figure of the Shun clan, Shun Tianling, and were surprised to learn that the Shun clan had not followed the Tianyi sect to the Eastern Spirit domain. Shun Tianling explained that he had considered leading his clan to flee after the He Huan sect took control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm, but upon seeing you, he abandoned that thought. When you inquired about the reason, he smiled and replied that it was due to familiar faces making matters easier. He informed the He Huan sect disciples who had come to recruit them that they would forego some inequitable treaties based on their connections with you. You asked Shun Tianling if he knew what had transpired in the Eastern Spirit domain. His expression turned serious as he revealed that, according to his contacts and some insider information, a strange entity that had been sealed by ancient immortals within the Taishu Immortal Mansion had escaped. This entity possessed powers beyond the transformation stage and an insidious ability to infect others. Any being tainted by its spiritual energy would become a bloodthirsty corpse. Upon hearing Shun Tianling's revelations, your expression shifted to one of incredulity. At that moment, the Yin-Yang Elder appeared beside you and Shun Tianling, gazing at you both with hollow eyes. Chapter 26. The enigmatic Yu and Shun Tianling promptly rose to pay your respects. The master of Yin and Yang informed you that Shun Tianling's words held truth. Indeed, a peculiar entity of divine transformation had escaped from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Furthermore, after consuming the vital essence of the entire Eastern Spirit domain, this entity had set its sights on the Southern Spirit domain, which explained the necessity for the seven sects of the Demon Gate to migrate northward. You inquired of the master of yin and yang why one did not venture overseas to escape to other continents. He shook his head, revealing that beyond the seas lay only boundless waters and the aquatic demon race. Your skepticism lingered. You expressed your doubts. The master recounted how ancient cultivators had once formed teams to seek out other continents, but returned empty-handed, having found no evidence of their existence. Shen Tianling corroborated this account. You found yourself in deep contemplation, struggling to believe that in such a vast otherworld there existed solely the Tianshu continent. You began to probe the master for further revelations, asking about the origins of the Taishu immortal mansion. He disclosed that it was a relic from ancient times, dating back approximately 100,000 years, left by the last immortal of the Tianshu continent, the Taishu heavenly sovereign, before his ascension. You were astonished to learn that the most recent ascendant traced back to such an ancient epoch. Your next query concerned the absence of cultivators above the divine transformation level among the major sects today. The master explained that ever since the Taishu heavenly sovereign's ascendance, an inexplicable transformation had swept across the Tianshu continent, leading to a severe depletion of spiritual energy, rendering it increasingly difficult for those above the divine transformation stage to sustain their existence. Eventually, it was discovered that such cultivators had mysteriously vanished, with some speculating that they had departed for another void space. This theory gained credence when witnesses claimed to have seen their ancestors being drawn into this mysterious realm upon ascension. It was established that those above the divine transformation level were guided by the forces of heaven and earth to a world beyond the Tianshu continent. Curiosity sparked within you. The master likened the current cultivation realm to an ocean, divided into deep, middle, and upper layers. The cultivation world of the Tianshu continent mirrored this structure, with the realm of those below the divine transformation residing in the depths, while only those who achieved divine transformation could ascend to the middle layer. The upper layer was perhaps the coveted realm of immortals, accessible solely to them. He clarified that this understanding was derived from ancient texts left by predecessors, and he could not ascertain their veracity. The master urged you to maintain a critical perspective and to seek diverse opinions rather than accept all claims blindly. This intriguing analogy deepened your respect for the master. You grasped the hierarchical distinction of the Tianshu continent, comprising deep, middle, and upper layers. As a traveler from another realm, this notion was not foreign to you. It merely represented a different dimension, where divine transformation cultivators transcended the current dimension to reach a higher one. You inquired whether the master had ever made contact with the divine transformation ancestors of the Hawan sect. He replied in the negative, explaining that almost all ancestors of various sects had mysteriously vanished after breaking through to divine transformation. 300 years prior, his own master had been drawn into that void space before his very eyes upon achieving breakthrough, and despite attempts to use the communication methods left behind, no contact could be established. The master speculated that the void space severed all connections. Contemplating this, you absorbed the information. The master indicated that in roughly a century, he too would attain the divine transformation realm, at which time you could witness his ascension ceremony to the void space. You expressed your gratitude. The master conveyed his high regard for you, noting your remarkable achievement of the golden core stage at the age of 47 with 4 spirit roots. He considered entrusting the Hawan sect to you. You inquired why he did not seize the opportunities that lay before you. The master confessed that although he had entertained such thoughts upon meeting you, he ultimately chose to forego them. He had observed your unwavering dedication to alchemy for the Hawan sect, free of complaints, and thus regarded you as a part of the sect. You were filled with deep emotion, recognizing how the master had reshaped your understanding of the demon gate. He cautioned you not to reveal your opportunities to others lightly and suggested that you cultivate more profound concealment techniques to avoid potential calamities. You nodded in agreement. You and the master engaged in discourse for several days, during which your admiration for him grew. The master imparted to you the sect's ultimate esoteric knowledge, granting you a fragment of the Great Yin-Yang technique. The Great Yin-Yang technique. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. When he first encountered the cultivation world, he had perused the chronicles of cultivation in the library of the Li clan. Among its pages, It chronicled the 10 great divine abilities that have been passed down since antiquity, with the great yin-yang technique ranking 10th. According to the chronicles, the great yin-yang technique possessed boundless applications in the differentiation of yin and yang, encapsulating the mysteries of the Tao. However, the text was not entirely accurate, as the author had not practiced the great yin-yang technique himself. You were astonished that the master of yin and yang had revealed a fragment of the great yin-yang technique. He explained that his title stemmed from his mastery of this powerful divine ability, which, coupled with his unique constitution, earned him the respect of the Demon Gate. You expressed profound gratitude to the master and sought to become his disciple. However, he declined your request, leaving you perplexed. He clarified that he did not take on disciples. The master departed, and Shun Tianling remarked that the master was merely revered as the yin-yang demon sovereign by the Demon Gate. Although he appeared to act without apparent order, a closer inspection revealed that everything was within his control. You exchanged cultivation experiences with Shun Tianling, gaining invaluable insights. In the 36th year, the 7 sects of the Demon Gate were pursued by the peculiar entity. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and wherever the entity passed, darkness prevailed. You witnessed countless mortals and low-level cultivators transformed into eerie corpses by the black spiritual energy. The ancestral figures of the 7 sects united in battle, only to be consumed and transformed one by the entity. You saw the master of yin and yang split into 2 and escape. You lifted the soul banner and gently swayed it. You noticed the black spiritual energy devouring the malevolent spirits contained within the banner. You caught a glimpse of the entity's true form, a frail figure, its skeletal structure visible, adorned with long, slender tentacles, a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, and a grotesque, withered corpse. You felt the black spiritual energy infiltrating you. You were transformed. You rushed towards your wife and child. Your vital essence was drained. Your spiritual consciousness was nearly entirely consumed. You perished, staring at the blood-red words of the simulator. Wang Li's expression turned grave. Was it true that he had no means of resistance? He could not even recall when he had been infiltrated by the black spiritual energy. As Wang Li pondered how to prevent this entity from emerging, he recalled an unsatisfactory simulation. Wait, that particular simulation. The memory of that troublesome simulation brought a glimmer of joy to Wang Li's eyes, for it had extended all the way into the 35th year. Chapter 27, Breakthrough of Reality. A twisted fate. Wang Li vividly recalled this simulation, as it was one of the rare instances he survived to the 35th year. Notably, this simulation was devoid of zombies and peculiar phenomena. Thus, he began to meticulously reflect on this tumultuous journey. He pondered that the previous simulations, plagued by eerie corpses and anomalies, stemmed from the premature defeat of the righteous sects by the demonic faction, forcing them to flee to the Eastern Spirit domain. In this tumultuous simulation, however, it was only in the 34th year that the righteous sects were driven to the Eastern Spirit domain. Soon, Wang Li reached a conclusion. From my deductions, as long as the righteous sects were defeated a bit later, missing the opening of the Void Immortal's abode, and subsequently retreated to the Eastern Spirit domain, the eerie corpses and anomalies would not manifest. Bolder still, it was precisely because the righteous sects entered the Void Immortal's abode that the peculiarities escaped from within. While Wang Li was engrossed in his thoughts, the simulator presented him with a selection of rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may choose 2 reward from the following options. Demonic Sovereign. You are a natural-born cultivator of demonic arts. Your practice of any demonic techniques will yield twice the results with half the effort. You are immune to most backlash effects from demonic techniques, can improve the flaws of such practices, and may integrate them for innovative creations. One day, you shall become a formidable figure dominating the demonic path. Current simulation cultivation, early stage of foundation establishment, master alchemist experience, the alchemical experience gained within the simulator. High-quality formation refinement experience, the experience gained from studying formations in the simulator. 10 million spirit stones, your earnings not usable in the simulation. Fragment of the great yin-yang technique, one of the 10 extraordinary techniques in the cultivation world. Revised great 5 elements true demon technique, an enhanced version of the original demonic technique, requiring no elemental spiritual objects for cultivation. Alchemical formulas. All the formulas you mastered in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. Experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. 10,000 Souls Banner. A sinister banner formed from the aggregation of countless vengeful spirits, capable of creating a realm of ghosts with a mere flick, thirsting for blood and lives. Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Technique. The supreme dual cultivation method of the Harmony sect, immensely beneficial after cultivation. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose Demonic Sovereign and the Foundation Establishment Cultivation. As the rewards infused into his being, streams of spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions. This commotion captured the attention of nearby cultivators, who began to investigate the source of the gathering energy. Wang Li noticed that the abundant spiritual energy was converging upon his location, initially filled with joy, but soon his expression darkened. Damn it! Blinded by joy, I forgot I am still within the Li clan's territory. If I break through to Foundation Establishment now, it will undoubtedly cause a massive stir. Wang Li contemplated fleeing the Li clan to seek safety, yet at this moment, with the breakthrough imminent, forcing a cessation could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from madness to death. Moreover, shouldn't the simulator's cultivation directly translate to my being? Why must I traverse the breakthrough process myself? Could it be that such significant realm advancements necessitate a personal journey through the process? Alas, if a process is required, then so be it. I can only hope this divine prohibition array buys me some time. With that thought, Wang Li immersed himself wholly in the breakthrough. He observed the vast, celestial spiritual energy converging from the heavens and earth, coursing through his organs, enveloping the bridge between the realms, merging seamlessly with the spiritual liquid flowing beneath. Meanwhile, on the peak of the Li clan's rear mountain, the venerable ancestor Li Xuanya, who was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, sensed the influx of vast celestial spiritual energy converging towards the northern courtyard, his expression instantly shifting. A breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Who dares? Such audacity to achieve Foundation Establishment within the Li clan's domain. How dare they disregard my authority? As Li Xuanya's voice fell, his consciousness spread throughout the vicinity of the Li clan. Apart from him, elders above the Foundation Establishment stage also unleashed their senses towards the direction of the spiritual energy. Who is it? Who dares to break through to Foundation Establishment in my Li clan? This is an affront to our family. The clan leader, Li Daoist, soared towards the northern courtyard on his sword, his handsome visage marred by anger. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, and the grand elder, Li Daoming, remained silent. Foundation Establishment. It is a dream cherished by countless Foundation Establishment cultivators. Nearly every Foundation Establishment cultivator harbors the aspiration of reaching this realm. As the saying goes, once a golden elixir is consumed, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Another saying states, attaining the golden elixir grants freedom among heaven and earth. Where to seek the immortal path? The golden elixir is the key to longevity. The fourth elder, Li Daofeng, observed the clan leader's face contorted with rage and spoke calmly. Clan leader, this person dares to break through in our Li clan, indicating he possesses sufficient confidence to survive our onslaught. If we find him and he fails his breakthrough, we shall summon the ancestor to take action. If he succeeds, we must deliberate our next steps carefully. Before Li Daoist could respond, a gentle breeze swept in, and, as the crowd turned to look, they beheld a white-haired, middle-aged man clad in a blue robe standing beside them. "Greetings, ancestor! Greetings, ancestor!" Upon seeing the visitor, Li Daoist and the others quickly bowed in respect. Li Xuanya appraised the four individuals before his gaze lingered on Li Daofeng. "You speak wisely. If that individual does not achieve his breakthrough, I shall certainly transform him into a puppet to protect our Li clan for generations. Should he succeed, it would be prudent for our clan to foster amicable relations to avoid creating another enemy. This individual dares to break through within our Li clan. He must possess some reliance, and once he succeeds, we may have to tread carefully around him." "Yes, ancestor." The group bowed once more and proceeded with him towards the northern courtyard. At that moment, in the northern courtyard, numerous external disciples stood before the steward's residence, each wearing a displeased expression. Steward, what has happened to the spiritual energy in the northern courtyard? I was about to break through to the third layer of chi refinement when it suddenly vanished. Steward, there is no spiritual energy left in the northern courtyard. You possess great powers. Please investigate this matter for us. Steward, how can there be no spiritual energy? I was halfway through my breakthrough when it disappeared. The steward, hearing the incessant clamoring from outside, felt his mood sour. How dare these external disciples, akin to swine, come to question me regarding the spiritual energy? I was cultivating in peace, and the energy vanished. I have yet to question you. Very well, I shall reduce your cultivation resources this month. As the steward contemplated, he suddenly heard the sounds of salutation from outside. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, clan leader. The clan leader has arrived. Surely he knows what has transpired with the spiritual energy. Of course, the clan leader is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He must understand the situation regarding the cessation of energy in the courtyard and is here to resolve our issues. Hastily, the steward rose to prepare for the reception. At this moment, Li Daoist and his companions stood among the external disciples. Listening to their flattering remarks, Li Daoist felt a flicker of joy within. Yet he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Just as he was about to consult the ancestor regarding the location of the breakthrough individual, a powerful aura erupted from the courtyard in the northwest direction. Not good. He is about to break through, Li Xuanya bellowed, swiftly darting towards the courtyard. Chapter 28. Purchasing dark arts regrettably, just as Li Xuanya approached the courtyard, preparing to intervene and disrupt the individual inside from breaking through to the core formation stage. A wave of energy emanated from the courtyard, spreading outward. He had succeeded in forming his core. Li Xuanya retracted his spiritual energy, casting a complex gaze toward the room shimmering with golden light. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on your breakthrough to core formation. You have taken a significant step closer to the path of immortality. Inside the room, as Wang Li gazed at the golden elixir coalescing within him, a flicker of trepidation crossed his face. Fortunately, this was merely a simulated reward for his cultivation. The breakthrough was not as arduous or time-consuming as it could have been. Had he delayed for even another half a minute, the old dog of the Li family would likely have struck him down. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li feigned profundity and said, Li Daoyu, I am about to break through. Borrowing the auspicious grounds of your Li family for my advancement is indeed a breach of etiquette. I shall take my leave today, but I vow to repay this favor handsomely in the future, in gratitude for your assistance on my path to enlightenment. With that, Wang Li summoned all his spiritual energy and dashed out of the wooden house, escaping the Li family's domain. Ancestor, should we pursue him? Li Daoist and the others arrived at Li Xuanya's side, glancing in the direction Wang Li had fled. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Xuanya's dark eyes, and he softly advised, this individual has already reached core formation. He is not someone we can afford to offend. For the time being, increase our surveillance and ensure that suspicious individuals do not enter or exit. Yes, ancestor. Li Daoist and his companions bowed respectfully and prepared to depart. Li Xuanya intended to return to Wang Xian Peak to enter seclusion, but a fleeting glance caught his attention. His doppelganger, Wang Li, lay there, eyes closed in a deep slumber. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuanya pointed at Wang Li's doppelganger and instructed, have the steward in charge of the North Mountain subsidiary prepare additional resources to compensate this external disciple. Let the steward gather the disciples and announce that the Li family will not forsake any external disciple. Now that the issue of spiritual energy deprivation has been resolved, they may cultivate in peace. Yes, ancestor. Li Daoist and his companions clasped their hands in respect and, after bidding farewell to Li Xuanya, sought out the steward of the subsidiary. In the Li family's marketplace, the newly transformed Wang Li sensed that his doppelganger was safe and felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that I have wagered correctly. Li Xuanya indeed possesses the fortitude to refrain from directing his wrath upon my doppelganger due to my actions. With that in mind, I shall first visit the Wanbage. At present, I lack a superior cultivation method, possessing only rank without true strength. It is imperative that I swiftly transition to a method that encompasses the core formation mantra. As the moon rose high in the sky, the usually bustling marketplace had become notably desolate. As Wang Li traversed the streets, save for the bustling ferry pavilion, all other establishments had shuttered their doors, leaving the area eerily vacant. Arriving at the 24-hour operating Wanbage, before any of the other employees could speak, Wang Li hastened to the front desk, lowering his voice to inquire discreetly of the female manager. "Esteemed lady, do you have any dark arts for sale?" The female manager, initially welcoming and prepared to introduce products, suddenly became serious upon hearing his request. Summoning a water shield to envelop both herself and Wang Li, she whispered, "You wish to purchase dark arts? Surely you are aware that within the domain of the righteous sex, trading in dark arts is a grave offense. If caught, one may face the loss of their cultivation, or worse, execution." Wang Li scrutinized the woman, ultimately fixing his gaze on her spirited eyes. "Indeed, my cultivation has been progressing too slowly of late. Thus I wish to experiment with dark arts. Furthermore, I am fully aware of the regulations of the righteous sex. There is no need for you to remind me. However, I find it hard to believe that Wanbage does not offer dark arts for sale. It is well known that Wanbage sells everything, even disregarding the sale of slaves, issues of human rights. Why would dark arts be any different?" The female cultivator gazed intently at Wang Li's masked face, her enchanting eyes seemingly attempting to pierce through him. "How much spirit stones are you willing to offer for dark arts?" she inquired softly. Wang Li replied coldly, "As long as it meets my satisfaction. Spirit stones are no object." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator fell silent for a moment before instructing her colleagues to attend to other customers, leading Wang Li to the third floor of the technique hall. Reaching the third floor, the female cultivator walked confidently to a wall, skillfully retrieving a jade pendant and pressing it against the surface. A wooden door swung open, allowing Wang Li to enter. "Observing her adept movements, Wang Li checked. Your familiarity with this procedure suggests that, aside from myself, many others have sought dark arts from Wanbage." As they entered the hidden chamber, the female cultivator seemed to relax somewhat, her tension alleviated. Navigating through the myriad of shelves, she spoke, "Indeed, at this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Many notable individuals within a 100-mile radius have approached Wanbage seeking dark arts. While the demonic techniques may have their pitfalls, they undeniably offer significant enhancement to one's cultivation. After all, the origin of dark arts stems from those seeking shortcuts." Leading Wang Li to the center of the hidden chamber, he beheld a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator seated calmly on a mat, eyes closed in meditation. The female cultivator respectfully bowed to the middle-aged cultivator and said, "Senior Ling, a fellow cultivator wishes to purchase dark arts. Should we investigate his background?" The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, who had been in meditation, suddenly rose and struck towards Wang Li. Wang Li deftly evaded the strike, his expression darkening as he glared at the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator beside him. "What is the meaning of this?" Before Wang Li could finish his sentence, the female cultivator burst into cold laughter. "You are Li Danshur from the Tianyi sect. I detected the peculiar scent of pills on you the moment you entered. It is identical to what I sensed in the marketplace. You come here under the guise of seeking dark arts, but your true intent is to investigate on behalf of the Tianyi sect, is it not? You cannot deceive us. Do not think we are unaware that the Tianyi sect recently issued a demonic decree, with one task being to investigate Wanbage in the Li family's marketplace." Wang Li was about to explain, but upon seeing the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator launch an attack, the delicate features beneath his mask shifted dramatically. "Seeking death," he hissed, revealing his core formation power as he moved, his arms imbued with the strength of millions of pounds, smashing towards the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator. In an instant, his overwhelming physical might crush them, their heads spinning in disarray, as he surveyed the two lifeless bodies he had dispatched with sheer physical force. Wang Li began to clean the battleground. Once he had thoroughly looted the entire third-floor hidden chamber and its techniques, he advanced with the demeanor of a celestial being. Step by step, toward the second floor of Wanbage and then to the first floor. After a spree of plunder and slaughter, sensing the approaching footsteps of numerous individuals nearing Wanbage, Wang Li cast one last glance at the rare herbs and materials before fleeing without a backward glance. On the following day, news of the Wanbage branch's annihilation and the plundered resources spread rapidly throughout the cultivation world of the Qi nation. This incident incited the wrath of the Wanbao patriarch, who not only issued a bounty for the individual responsible for the branch's destruction, but also vowed to extract their soul, refine their spirit, and dismantle their body piece by piece. The righteous seven sects and numerous cultivation families promptly offered rewards to support Wanbage. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all, Wang Li, hid deep within the mountains, transitioning to the soul-refining sect's ultimate technique, the true scripture of the mystic path of spirits and demons. Unexpectedly, just as he began to cultivate the dark arts, a cry for help echoed from afar. Chapter 29. Another upgrade. Help. Help me. Just as Wang Li commenced his magical practice, a cry for aid echoed from the depths of the distant forest. Wang Li initially disregarded it, focusing intently on his cultivation. Esteemed Signor, anyone passing by, if you can save this young lady's life, I shall bestow upon you my precious treasures. Heh, Jiang Qingyan, you cannot escape. Quickly surrender the items your brother bestowed upon you. Having just begun to cultivate the first level of his magical arts, Wang Li opened his eyes, his form darting forth, shattering the boulders that barred his way and racing towards the forest 100 miles away. Like a soaring dragon, he flew through the layers of mist that enveloped the mountains, and in no time, he hovered above the treetops of the forest. Within the forest, a figure clad in a white dress was darting between the trees, pursued by a man in black robes. The black-robed man bore a sinister appearance, towering in stature, with a massive sword strapped to his back, exuding an imposing aura. Run, run like a dog. When your magical power is exhausted, I shall torment you to death. His voice was as cold as the edge of a blade, piercing Jiang Qingyan's mind and intensifying her distress. In the blink of an eye, a chilling scream reached her ears. Ah, Senior, please, spare me. Soul extraction. Senior, no, I do not wish to be a soul banner. Spare me, Senior. A cacophony of desperate pleas echoed through the forest as Jiang Qingyan, hiding behind a great tree, channeled her magic into her legs and fled. Yet, she barely made it a distance before being intercepted by a man clad in gray robes, who held aloft the captured soul. I have avenged you. Now I seek my reward. Gazing upon the charming and delicate beauty of the girl before him, Wang Li spoke with a casual demeanor. Sensing the profound aura emanating from him, Jiang Qingyan's lovely cheeks grew serious. This presence is even more formidable than my brother's. Could he be a master of the late Foundation establishment stage? After a moment's contemplation, she quickly knelt on the ground, presenting her storage ring with utmost respect. Greetings, esteemed Senior. I am eternally grateful for your rescue from peril. This storage ring contains my brother's lifelong collection of treasures, offered to you in gratitude for saving my life. Wang Li summoned the ring, glanced at the beautiful girl, then vanished from the forest canopy. As Jiang Qingyan watched him depart, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Thank goodness this senior harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, I might have met the same fate as Zhou Jie, becoming a mere soul in the banner. After pondering for a moment, she too left the forest. Upon returning to his temporary dwelling, Wang Li set up a divine prohibition array and continued his cultivation. 3 days later, he summoned the alchemical fire within him and crafted his very first soul banner through a rudimentary, refining process. The quality of the artifact was rather mediocre, capable of containing at most 100 souls. Exceeding this limit would result in its collapse. After sealing Zhou Jie's soul within the banner, he observed the tormented spirit struggling within, then stored it within his storage bag. His cultivation had progressed, and the banner was complete. It was time to simulate. With that thought, Wang Li adeptly activated the simulation panel. Life Simulator LV2, upgradable, host, Wang Li, age, 12, cultivation method, mystical path of divine spirits, cultivation level, early stage of core formation, simulation points, 1700, simulation attempts, 0, talent, vengeful soul summoning, black. Array Mastery Prodigy, blue. Alchemical Prodigy, blue. Dual Focus, blue. External Avatar, blue. Supreme Dark Path, purple. Skills, High Quality Alchemist, Low Quality, Array Master. Talents are ranked from lowest to highest. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, colorful. Can I upgrade again? Seeing the upgrade icon, Wang Li eagerly clicked to investigate. 100,000 spirit stones. That poses no issue. Having previously plundered nearly 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones from the Li family's market, he was in a state of abundance. After depositing the required spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the upgrade. Soon, new simulation functions appeared before him. The simulator can simulate once a month. Additional simulations require 100,000 energy points. Each simulation allows for the extraction of talents using simulation points. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 2 rewards can be chosen for return to reality, alongside the option to purchase one using simulation points. The protagonist of the simulator can intervene in key choices at the host's discretion. The simulator enhances immersive experience. The host can enter the simulated world for an immersive experience. Upon depositing the remaining spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li commenced the simulation. Simulation activate. Simulator is initializing. You have used 100,000 energy points, randomly extracting talents. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue talent, Mastery of Refining. Mastery of Refining. You possess an innate talent for the art of crafting. With diligent study, you shall become an exceptional craftsman. Is the simulator a parasite in my mind, conjuring whatever comes to pass? Wang Li chuckled, pleased that his interest in crafting had been rewarded with this talent. Would you like to refresh your talents? Bam Li Zuzano. Would you like to initiate immersive experience? Wang Li opted to proceed. In an instant, with a whirling sensation, Wang Li found himself in the simulated world. Today, you successfully crafted a soul banner, yet you feel dissatisfied with the quality, prompting thoughts of a new design. As the voice of the simulator resonated, Wang Li's body moved involuntarily. The simulator is controlling me? His expression turned uneasy. Everything felt like he was a marionette. Yet, he allowed the simulator to guide his actions. You ride your sword away from the mountains, heading to a nearby market to procure crafting materials. As the simulator's voice echoed, Wang Li's body seemed to be directed as he exited his dwelling, wielded his sword, and soared into the air. This is too strange. I do not relish this sensation. I shall immerse myself later. Soaring through the skies, Wang Li decisively exited the immersive experience. Simulator, I wish to exit the immersive simulation. As soon as he uttered those words, his consciousness abruptly returned to the real world. Upon awakening, Wang Li opened his eyes wide. Much better. You have arrived at the Loaja Immortal Market under the Zhao clan. You purchased various materials for crafting spirit artifacts. At the market center, you encountered a bounty notice from Wanbao Pavilion. You disregarded the bounty notice. After acquiring some supplies, you returned to the mountains where your dwelling is located. On your way back, you were ambushed. Chapter 30. Revisiting the celestial ruins? Such audacity to covet my possessions? Indeed, the realm of cultivation is fraught with peril, teeming with rogue cultivators who resort to murder and plunder. It appears that one must exercise discretion while purchasing goods in the market. Wang Li, immersed in such thoughts, presumed that his lavish spending of spirit stones had drawn the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Little did he expect, after effortlessly injuring the intruder, he hastily pleaded for mercy, expressing a desire to purchase an item from your possession using spirit stones. You declined and swiftly ended his life with a mere flick of your fingers. A new malevolent spirit was added to your soul banner. Employing the soul-searching technique, you uncover the object of his desire. Your expression turned grave. From a storage ring gifted by Jiang Qingyan, you extracted an ageless pearl. Gazing at the coveted pearl in your hand, your countenance darkened, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon returning to your cave dwelling, you began contemplating the fate of the ageless pearl. You recalled a recent simulation, considering the method of gifting the pearl to another through a blood pact. Having devised a plan for the pearl, you resumed your cultivation. You delved into the art of weapon crafting. The innate talent for crafting was activated. A month later, you achieved the basics. The dual-focus talent was ignited. You began to learn weapon crafting while simultaneously observing the situation of your external avatar. Through your avatar, you learned that since your advancement to the core formation stage within the Li clan, the upper echelons of the Li clan had expressed their fury, sternly reprimanding the Enforcement Hall disciples for their negligence in allowing an outsider to infiltrate the Li family stronghold. This led to the Li clan imposing stringent security measures, with all who ventured outside mandated to adhere to strict regulations. Numerous Li family cultivators privately resented you. You retracted your thoughts, allowing your avatar to continue its mechanical training before dedicating yourself entirely to weapon crafting. In the second month, you began setting up a stall in Luojia Immortal Market, engaging in alchemy and weapon crafting. Thanks to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, a multitude of rogue cultivators sought your services. Half a year later, your reputation spread across the land, and many cultivators recognized the gray-clad alchemist from Luojia Immortal Market, bestowing upon you the honorific title of Gray-clad Alchemy Master. A year later, you crafted an exquisite soul banner, capable of housing thousands of souls. The rogue cultivators who frequently assisted you also discovered that you excelled not only in alchemy, but also in weapon crafting. It became common knowledge that Han, the cultivator from Luojia Immortal Market, was a grandmaster in both alchemy and weapon crafting. Some began to covet your talents. Days later, your soul banner was adorned with several new souls. In the second year, your avatar reached the second level of Qi refinement. You noticed that the Wanbao Pavilion had reduced its pursuit of you. You secured a shop in Luojia Immortal Market. Amidst your growing fame, you consistently maintained low prices for alchemy, leading to an expanding business and an increasingly favorable reputation. You began searching for the formula for the living spirit pill. Your desires were fulfilled. You gathered the herbs necessary for crafting the living spirit pill. You successfully concocted the living spirit pill. The stagnation within your body was eradicated. Your cultivation speed accelerated slightly. In the third year, through years of diligent effort, your weapon crafting skills reached a high-grade level, prompting reflections on the distinct advantages of innate talent. You recognized that cultivation was the foundation for establishing oneself in the realm of cultivation, and thus did not shift your focus to weapon crafting. You persisted in rigorous training. That year, your avatar's cultivation reached the third level of Qi refinement. In the fourth year, after years of management, your business flourished, making you the wealthiest individual in Luojia Immortal Market. You acquired numerous shops and began implementing a monopoly. You monopolized the alchemy and weapon crafting industries in Luojia Immortal Market, continuing your practice of affordable prices. You amassed substantial resources. You forged a complete set of exquisite spiritual artifacts. You crafted the exquisite snow serpent armor. You fashioned the exquisite dragon god arm. You created the exquisite floating cloud boots. You produced the exquisite god-slaying whip. You crafted the exquisite Xian Yuan cauldron. You fashioned the exquisite white tiger helmet. You armed yourself to the teeth with exquisite spiritual artifacts. Following the previous simulation path, the numerous simulations had paved a broad path for you. You commenced learning spells. In the fifth year, you mastered the 5 elements killing technique and sword control technique. You learned the 5 elements escape technique. You acquired the 5 elements defense technique. You grasped a plethora of fundamental spells. Your external avatar reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. In the 6th year, your cultivation stagnated, as the resources required for the core formation stage exceeded your previous expectations. That year, the Li clan ceased distributing cultivation resources, leaving many external disciples in despair. Your external avatar achieved the 5th level of Qi refinement. After setting up a divine prohibition array, you informed Lu Zidu of the truth. Lu Zidu learned the reality regarding the external disciples. He expressed a desire to resist the Li clan. Lu Zidu extended an invitation to you. You urged Lu Zidu to remain calm. You shared your thoughts with him. In the 7th year, due to your influence, Luojia Immortal Market prospered further, and the patriarch of the Zhao clan invited you once again to join their ranks as a guest elder. You declined. The patriarch inquired about your reasons. You explained that you found the collusion between the cultivation families and the Heavenly One sect intolerable, treating external disciples as mere livestock to be sent to secret realms for execution. The patriarch of the Zhao clan was momentarily stunned, looking at you in confusion, and remarked that the cultivation realm has always been this way, which cultivator does not prey upon others. With your profound strength, why be so naive? You clarified to the patriarch that your paths diverged. You continued to practice alchemy and weapon crafting in Luojia Immortal Market, occasionally assisting others in crafting formation flags and setting up arrays. In March of the 7th year, you crafted the pure spirit pill. In April of the 7th year, you crafted the bone sculpting pill. In May of the 7th year, you visited the Li family market, summoning your external avatar, and entrusted it with the pure spirit pill and bone sculpting pill. You gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using your magical power to channel through your external avatar's meridians, feeding it various pills that you had acquired over the years to enhance your power. In August of the 7th year, after assimilating the treasures within, your external avatar reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. In the 8th year, you and Lu Zidu successfully infiltrated the celestial ruins. As the disciples of the Heavenly One sect were poised to strike, you and Lu Zidu evaded the attack. You surveyed the group of disciples from the Heavenly One sect. Controlling your external avatar, you swiftly dispatched several disciples within moments. Without hesitation, you publicly exposed Jia Qing's identity, declaring yourself a disciple sent by the demon god sect, with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the celestial ruins. Your declaration placed Jia Qing in a precarious position. Jia Qing's expression darkened. Jia Qing retaliated by eliminating the remaining disciples of the Heavenly One sect. Together with Jia Qing, you vanquished all disciples of the Heavenly One sect within the ruins. Once the battlefield was cleared, Jia Qing began inquiring how you came to know of his existence. You revealed to Jia Qing that you were sent by the demon god sect, and your purpose in entering the celestial ruins was to convey certain messages and seek a specific item. Jia Qing remained skeptical of your claims. Jia Qing began to inquire about the message you wished to convey. You informed Jia Qing that upon exiting the secret realm, the leading foundation-building cultivator would compel you to consume the memory oblivion pill, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation-building stage. Your task was to relay this information to Jia Qing while also seeking a particular item within the secret realm. Jia Qing remained skeptical of your claims. However, you were indifferent to her doubts. You gestured towards Lu Ziduan at your side, suggesting that Jia Qing could develop him into a practitioner of the demonic sect to serve its interests. Jia Qing nodded and administered the soul-biting pill to Lu Ziduan. Lu Ziduan cast a complex glance between you and Jia Qing. Your concern for Lu Ziduan's gaze was minimal, as you found yourself engulfed in a moment of hesitation. Should you continue to explore the immortal ruins' secret realm? The choice now lay in Wang Li's hands. Thus, would he proceed with the exploration of the immortal ruins' secret realm? A flicker of uncertainty flashed in Wang Li's eyes. Subsequently, his finger pointed towards Chapter 31, Piercing Insight After a Prolonged Contemplation. Wang Li opened his eyes and declared, "This is the final time." With that, he chose the affirmative. You informed Jia Qing of your intent to explore the secret realm. Jia Qing saluted you with a fist clasped in the palm. You embarked on your exploration, deciding to venture into the Eastern Blood Cliff, the Western Desert, the Southern Dense Forest, the Northern Deadwater. Wang Li selected the Northern Deadwater. You chose to proceed to the Northern Deadwater. After spending an hour, you arrived at the Northern Deadwater. Initially, you believed the Northern Deadwater was merely a literal interpretation, but upon seeing the bleached bones drifting in the river, your perception shifted. Upon stepping into the domain of the dead water, you noticed an inscription on a stone tablet. You pondered over the words inscribed. The living must halt. The unworthy shall not approach. You guided your external manifestation into the realm of dead water. You walked along the riverbank, moving upstream. You gazed at the bones flowing down the river, curious about their origin. As you continued walking, you gradually realized you seemed to be in place. You were terrified, suspecting you had fallen victim to a deceptive barrier. Disregarding the ominous signs, you pressed on. 8 days passed, and until the secret realm closed, you remained in a futile loop. Your spirit felt somewhat weary. You observed the river, which flowed with an abundance of bones. After a moment of silence, you leaped into the tumultuous waters. You entered another realm. You felt your body being torn asunder, and you opened your eyes. You witnessed countless bones gnawing at your flesh. In agonizing despair, you were devoured clean. Alas, once again, I have squandered my external manifestation. Wang Li was left speechless at the thought. Could this secret realm truly be a perilous abyss? A forbidden zone? Thus far, every venture, be it the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, or the northern dead water, had proven treacherous. He vowed never to waste time in the secret realm again. Shaking his head, he continued with his simulations. As your external manifestation perished, your consciousness returned to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you resolved to journey to the lower domain's 7 demon sects. You were determined not to squander the extraordinary talent of the Demon Path Supreme. You recall the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Art held by Shun Tianli. You, as the gray-robed Anzun, publicly began to gather the spiritual fires of heaven and earth. Your reputation as a master alchemist spread throughout the land, and your demands were soon known by various factions. Before long, an elder from the Shun clan approached you once more. The elder extended an olive branch, offering you the opportunity to join the Shun family, where you could refine pills for them, attain the status of a revered elder, and gain access to the spiritual fires of heaven and earth. Upon seeing another member of the Shun family, you were filled with nostalgia. You accepted the Shun family's invitation. However, you made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would refine pills for their ancestor who had gone astray in his demon cultivation, but your ultimate goal was to acquire 2 specific items, after which you would depart. The elder was taken aback that you were aware of their ancestor's plight. You informed the elder that you knew they had been investigating your identity for years. Your words unsettled the elder. With a smile, you reassured him that their inquiries were inconsequential. A transaction is a transaction, and you were a person of principles. The elder felt reassured. At the end of the 8th year, you liquidated the assets of Luojia Xianfang. You bid farewell to all your patrons. Frequent customers, upon learning of your departure, came to inquire about your destination. You smiled silently and turned to leave. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shun family to the Shun clan. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. Prominent figures of the Shun clan came to welcome you. The clan leader personally took your hand, introducing you to the estate designated for you. You candidly informed the clan leader that your purpose for coming was solely to refine pills for their ancestor and to retrieve the spiritual fire in a particular item from him. You had no intention of remaining within the Shun clan. The high-ranking members of the Shun clan exchanged glances. You temporarily resided within the Shun clan. On the 2nd day of your stay, you began your alchemical endeavors. The Shun clan dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the entire clan's resources. You acquired the spiritual fire known as Wind Thunderflame. With focused intent, you engaged in dual tasks. You simultaneously refined pills while absorbing the Wind Thunderflame. In the 10th year, you successfully concocted the 5-color glazed pill. By the 11th year, the Shun ancestor had fully recovered and advanced in cultivation. You received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, you met the Shun ancestor, Shun Tianling, and received cordial treatment. You were bestowed with Shun Tianling's cultivation notes. You requested the Great Five Elements True Demon Art from Shun Tianling. Shun Tianling was astonished that you were aware of this technique. He entrusted you with the Great Five Elements True Demon Art, which contained incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. You transitioned your cultivation to the Great Five Elements True Demon Art. Following the pattern of your previous simulations, you cultivated the Wood Attribute Technique, Azure Emperor Longevity Art. You successfully mastered the Azure Emperor Longevity Art. You modified the technique to eliminate the detrimental effects of devouring demon beasts, which had plagued your practice. Your lifespan reached 1,000 years, twice that of an average core formation practitioner, rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. In the 12th year, you submitted your resignation to the Shun ancestor. Shun Tianling urged you to stay. He encouraged you to remain within the Shun clan, suggesting that he could elevate you to lead the clan as its patriarch. You revealed to Shun Tianling that your path lay within the demon sect, and remaining with the Shun family would hinder your progress. Shun Tianling expressed regret and gifted you the blood contract technique, stating you might find it useful. You regarded Shun Tianling with deep appreciation before taking to the skies on your flying sword, departing. You left the Shun clan. You returned to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuable items, you took your leave. You exited the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. You've journeyed to the lower domain's 7 demon nations. You charged forth, and any cultivator who dared to challenge you found themselves ensnared by your soul-summoning banner, reduced to a minor spirit. Now, you are no longer the weak individual you once were. In the vast cultivation realm, while you may not surpass the highest echelons, you are far superior to the lower ranks, viewing Foundation establishment cultivators as mere ants. Through your journey, your soul-summoning banner now housed the souls of over 100 formidable cultivators, warranting the title of 100 Souls Banner. 3 months later, you arrived in the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation realm. You reached the joyful square under the auspices of the He-Huan sect. You willingly revealed your core formation cultivation to apply for membership in the He-Huan sect. The current sect leader, Fairy Miaoyu, received you. You engaged in a philosophical discussion with Fairy Miaoyu. You secured her approval. You joined the He-Huan sect. You attained the position of Elder of the Pill Hall. In your first month as Elder, you exploited your position to acquire and suppress numerous enterprises in Joyful Square, establishing your own commercial empire. Your low-cost pill refining, weapon crafting, and array-setting strategies disrupted the market, drawing a multitude of customers. Some recognized you. The title of Gray Robe Dan Zun resonated among the scattered cultivators, spreading throughout the Zhou Kingdom's cultivation realm. You commenced the collection of a vast array of wood-attribute spiritual artifacts and wood-attribute demonic beasts. By the 13th year, you had amassed a considerable number of wood-attribute demonic beasts along with a few wood-attribute spiritual artifacts. You absorbed the blood of the demons and refined the spiritual artifacts, leading your Green Emperor longevity technique to achieve a minor level of completion. Your physique underwent a transformation, granting you a degree of suppression over wood-attribute beings and enhancing your control over them. Your resistance to wood-attribute spells was fortified, and the potency of your wood-attribute techniques significantly increased. Your lifespan experienced a notable augmentation, and you acquired the ability to heal rapidly. However, fire attribute spells inflicted a 10% increase in damage upon you. In addition to cultivating the Great 5 Elements True Demon God technique, you also entered the Tower of Transmission under the guise of an elder, practicing the secret arts of the demonic sect. In the 14th year, you mastered a wealth of demonic secret methods, establishing yourself as a competent demon practitioner. You undertook an alchemical assignment from your sect, leading the disciples of the Alchemy Hall in concocting elixirs, contributing to the development of the Harmony sect. You received a task for artifact crafting in the marketplace, conducting the work and sales independently. You were also tasked with formation arrangements, which you executed alone. Your proficiency in alchemical formations and artifacts saw a substantial enhancement. By the 15th year, due to your continuous contributions to the Harmony sect through alchemy, you were assigned a dual spiritual root furnace companion. You accepted this furnace companion designated by the sect. It was then that you encountered Shui Qianyue once more. Having formed your golden core and glimpsed the path of the golden core, her influence over you had diminished significantly. Reflecting on your bond, you inquired if there was anything you could assist her with. Shui Qianyue was taken aback by your words, expressing a desire for you to enter life, which you did. As you gazed upon the exquisite maiden lying in a pool of her own blood, her countenance bore a hint of satisfaction, leaving you devoid of joy or sorrow. In the 16th year, you continued your study of demonic arts, tirelessly refining their shortcomings. The 17th year saw you utilize the blood of numerous wood-attribute spiritual artifacts and beasts to elevate your Green Emperor longevity technique to a higher echelon. Yet you sensed that true mastery remained elusive. A sudden inspiration struck you, Could you also cultivate the attributes contained within the Great Five Elements, true demon God technique? However, this notion filled you with trepidation, recalling the warnings from the ancient practitioners regarding the perils of cultivating multiple attributes without achieving completeness, as it could lead to an imbalance of spiritual power and potential madness. Thus, you ultimately dismissed this idea. In the 18th and 19th years, you remained focused on alchemy, artifact crafting, and formation arrangements. By the 20th year, with the aid of numerous wood attribute spiritual artifacts and the blood of wood attribute beasts, you once again advanced your Green Emperor longevity technique to a higher level, resulting in a further enhancement of your longevity. In the 21st year, the revered ancestor of the Harmony sect, the Yin-Yang Venerable One, summoned you. You approached the Venerable One with utmost respect. He bestowed upon you a formula for an elixir, informing you that upon successfully producing the Yin-Yang Harmony pill, he would grant you wood attribute spiritual artifact for your cultivation of the Green Emperor longevity technique. Upon hearing this, your expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? Did the Yin-Yang Venerable One perceive the technique I was practicing? I have been utilizing a concealment technique. How could he see through it? Outside the simulator, Wang Li pondered in bewilderment. Yet, the ensuing simulation left Wang Li utterly astounded. There stood the Yin-Yang Venerable One. Chapter 32. Ominous Twilight. The Yin-Yang Sovereign observed your sudden change in expression and calmly informed you that he discerned your cultivation method at a glance due to the intense aura of the Green Emperor's wood spirit surrounding you. This aura typically only manifests in those who have cultivated the Great Five Elements true demon art. The Yin-Yang Sovereign advised you to master the Green Emperor's longevity technique before abandoning it for another method. You furrowed your brow, utterly perplexed. He elaborated that practitioners of the Great Five Elements true demon art often encounter misfortune. This technique once flourished in ancient times, practiced by nearly all, until countless cultivators vanished overnight, prompting the leaders of the righteous and demonic factions to prohibit its practice. Over time, this art faded into obscurity under the combined suppression of the righteous and demonic sections. The Yin-Yang Sovereign urged you to promptly switch your cultivation method after breaking through to the nascent soul stage to avoid a grim fate in your twilight years. Contemplating deeply, you retrieved the everlasting pearl from your storage pouch, expressing to the Yin-Yang Sovereign that the object causing your ominous fate was neither excessive nor insufficient. The Yin-Yang Sovereign fell into contemplation. After examining the everlasting pearl, he remarked on your extraordinary fortune in possessing such a treasure. Assuming he was being sarcastic, you paid little heed. Upon returning the everlasting pearl to you, he stated that you could continue practicing the Great Five Elements true demon art. Confused, you inquired about his reasoning. The Yin-Yang Sovereign explained that those who possess the everlasting pearl are shielded from the misfortunes associated with the Great Five Elements true demon art. You pressed for further clarification. He recounted his youth, recalling a practitioner of the Great Five Elements true demon art who, under the protection of the everlasting pearl, ascended to divinity without suffering any ill fate in his later years. You countered, questioning what if that practitioner faced misfortune after ascending to the higher realms. In prior simulations, Shen Tianling had also cultivated the Great Five Elements true demon art while carrying the everlasting pearl, only to be transformed into a demonic corpse influenced by the pearl. The Yin-Yang Sovereign pondered this. He explained that many curses and misfortunes stem from hidden machinations. If the aforementioned practitioner did indeed encounter misfortune in the higher realms, it would signify the terrifying power of those who orchestrated such schemes. However, presently, the cultivators across the Tianshu continent cannot contact their predecessors who ascended, and whether the practitioner of the Great Five Elements true demon art experienced misfortune is beyond his knowledge. The Yin-Yang Sovereign left you to decide whether to continue your cultivation. You chose. Suddenly, three options appeared before Wang Li. Continue cultivation, switch to another method, or transition to another method after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Li selected the third option, transition to another method after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Following your decision, the simulation continued. You bid farewell to the Yin-Yang Sovereign, who urged you to successfully refine the yin-yang convergence pill. You began the process of crafting the yin-yang convergence pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully produced the yin-yang convergence pill, earning the reward of the wood attribute spiritual treasure, the spirit of the celestial tree. You were filled with immense excitement as you commenced the refinement of the spirit of the celestial tree. In the 23rd year, you succeeded in refining the spirit of the celestial tree, greatly enhancing your Green Emperor's longevity technique, bringing you closer to mastery and advancing your cultivation. You approached the mid-stage of the core formation realm. In the 24th year, as you practiced, you concurrently refined elixirs for your sect, improving your alchemical skills. In the 25th year, atop the transmission tower of the Hahuan sect, you discovered the original text of the Great Five Elements True Demon Art. You perused its contents and initiated modifications to the demonic variant of the Great Five Elements True Demon Art. In the 26th year, the Yin-Yang Sovereign achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In March of the 26th year, the 7 demonic sects united to launch an assault on the upper domain. You were conscripted by the Yin-Yang Sovereign. Accompanying the demonic coalition, you entered the territories of the upper domain. Instead of being sent to the front lines, you remained by the Yin-Yang Sovereign's side, attending council meetings with him. The 7 righteous sects retaliated against the 7 demonic sects. In the 27th year, the Yin-Yang Sovereign took decisive action, single-handedly subduing the 7 ancestors and establishing a pact prohibiting nascent soul experts from interfering in the battle between righteousness and demonic forces. As you gazed upon the towering figure engulfed in demonic flames atop the mountains, you proclaimed that a true man ought to be thus. In the 28th year, a fierce battle erupted between the demonic coalition and the righteous coalition in the Facian mountain range, with the demonic forces employing all means, causing the righteous coalition to retreat steadily. After the conflict, disciples of the demonic sects began gathering residual souls from the battlefield to merge into the soul banner. You followed the Yin-Yang Sovereign, traversing over the fallen bodies, collecting residual souls to integrate into the soul banner. In the 29th year, the war between righteousness and the demonic factions intensified. You remained at the side of the Yin-Yang Sovereign, witnessing the unfolding of each fierce battle. You petitioned the Yin-Yang Sovereign to allow you to join the front line. He informed you that it was unnecessary. The momentum had already shifted, and the retreat of the righteous coalition was a foregone conclusion. Victory was merely a matter of time, rendering your involvement superfluous. Unconvinced by his words, you pressed for the true reason. Unable to conceal the truth, the Yin-Yang Sovereign revealed that a fully realized nascent soul practitioner lurked in the shadows, fixated on you. Should you dare to show yourself, you would undoubtedly be captured or killed. Your face paled at the revelation. You had not anticipated such a reason. Perplexed, you pondered how your cautious demeanor and low profile could attract the attention of a fully realized nascent soul practitioner. From that moment on, you closely followed the Yin-Yang Sovereign day and night, fearful of being captured or slain by that formidable practitioner. In the 30th year, the war between righteousness and the demonic factions began to wane, and the 7 righteous sects grew increasingly weakened. While gathering residual souls, you were suddenly ambushed by an elderly man with white hair. The Yin-Yang Sovereign shielded you from the lethal strike, but you sustained severe injuries from the residual energy of the artifact. The elderly man cast a regretful glance at you upon the Yin-Yang Sovereign's arrival before vanishing into the void. In the 31st year, the 7 righteous sects retreated to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the control of the demonic sections. The 7 demonic sects began to allocate the spoils of war and squabbled over the control of the Chigua's cultivation realm. You informed the Yin-Yang Sovereign about the secrets of the immortal ruins, urging him to seize the Chigua's cultivation realm. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect occupied the Chigua's cultivation realm, and you were designated by the Yin-Yang Sovereign as the next sect leader of the Hahuan sect. You received a portion of his guidance and obtained a fragment of the great Yin-Yang technique. Upon reviewing the list of allegiances, you spotted the name of the Li clan among them. Recalling the past deeds of the Li clan, you invited the ancestral figure, Li Xuanya, to convene a meeting. During the assembly, you apprehended Li Xuanya under the pretext of the Li clan's intent to undermine the Hahuan sect's leadership over the Chigua's cultivation realm. before the assembled witnesses. You executed Li Xuanya, bringing about the demise of the Li clan. In May of the 32nd year, you learned of the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion, attracting numerous heroes to its threshold. You issued a directive to the disciples of the Hahuan sect, who have infiltrated the Eastern Spirit Domain, instructing them to remain vigilant regarding this matter and to report promptly should any developments arise within the Eastern Spirit Domain. In the 33rd year, the disciples of the Hahuan sect concealed within the Eastern Spirit Domain conveyed news. Chapter 33. Delightful deserts. The news of the bloodied return of the Yuan Ying ancestor from the Hehuan sect, hidden within the Tianyi sect, reached you, leaving you profoundly astonished and filled with a growing sense of unease. In the 34th year, amidst this worry and dread, your cultivation surged, propelling you into the mid-stage of the Jidan realm. Your prowess significantly increased, and your Qing Dichong Shanggong experienced a partial enhancement. Rumors of zombies haunting the Dongling domain reached your ears, causing you to be in a state of constant alarm, preparing for a potential escape. However, you soon learned that the zombie crisis in the Dongling domain had been subdued, which surprised you and heightened your vigilance regarding the developments in that region. In the 35th year, after a year of astute observation, you discerned that, following the resolution of the zombie menace, the Dongling domain gradually stabilized, with no further anomalies arising. Thus, you regained your focus and resumed your cultivation, revisiting your previous training methods. In the 36th year, under the guidance of the Yin-Yang Patriarch, you successfully forged your first personal magic treasure. The Patriarch informed you that every Jidan cultivator possesses a unique, life-bonded magic treasure, which evolves alongside its master. Utilizing your own bones in conjunction with materials gathered by the Hehuan sect, you crafted a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Your artifact crafting skills improved, and you named your personal treasure the Lian Tianding. Is it true that Jidan cultivators can forge their own magic treasures? Why was this not mentioned in the books I previously read? As Wang Li contemplated this, an expression of surprise surfaced on his face. Subsequently, he expressed indignation, asserting that the esteemed figures at the pinnacle of the cultivation world likely altered the transmitted teachings, omitting much of their essence to maintain their dominance and prevent future generations from challenging their authority. As his emotions settled, he gazed at the words 36th year on the simulation interface, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seems that the enigmatic entity sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion has not escaped during this simulation. Let us see how far this simulation can extend. Perhaps it will turn out to be the longest one since I acquired the simulator. In the 37th year, during the grand celebration of the Hehuan sect's 3,000-year anniversary, you were invited to attend, standing amidst a sea of people in the assembly hall. Following the conclusion of the commemoration, the Yin-Yang Patriarch retained you and several other high-ranking members for an important announcement. He declared his impending transformation into a divine being and departure from this realm, eliciting astonishment among all present, including yourself. The Patriarch expressed his intention to aid the talented Miao Yu fairy in her breakthrough to the Yuan Ying stage over the next 3 years and designated you as the next leader of the Hehuan sect. Some dissent arose from certain demonic cultivators, but the Patriarch quelled all objections on your behalf. Thus, the meeting concluded with you assuming the mantle of the new sect leader. In the 38th year, during the highly anticipated succession ceremony, you received the sect's cherished treasure, the Rui Bell, from Miao Yu Fairy. As you felt the myriad gazes upon you, your spirit soared to an unprecedented level of exhilaration. You had never experienced such an electrifying moment. In that instant, thoughts of your previous life's mediocrity and untimely demise due to illness flickered through your mind. After 50 years of cultivation, it all felt like a fleeting dream. In the 39th year, having served as the Hehuan sect leader for a year, you adhered to the traditional practices of the sect, fully aware that the ancestral laws and established customs should not be altered lightly. You did not consider yourself wiser or more powerful than your predecessors, despite being a transmigrant. Within the constraints of these traditions, you made subtle adjustments to enhance the sect's operations. You noticed a prevailing anti-demonic sentiment within the Southern Spirit Domain's cultivation community and contemplated addressing the cultivators through a tour. Yet, Fear held you back, as you suspected that the formidable Yuan-ing expert was still lurking, waiting for an opportunity. The memory of that fateful strike on the battlefield years ago remained vivid in your mind. Were it not for the Yin-Yang patriarch, you would have perished. In the 40th year, with the assistance of numerous wood-element spiritual materials and the blood of wood-element beasts, your Qing Di Chong Sheng Gong reached a level of great accomplishment. Your physique underwent a profound transformation, granting you a certain dominion over wood-element beings, enhancing your control over them, and increasing your resistance to wood-element spells. Your wood-element techniques gained tremendous potency, and your lifespan experienced a notable extension. You also acquired the ability for rapid healing, while fire-element spells inflicted an additional 10% damage upon you. At the year's end, as the Yin-Yang patriarch approached a breakthrough to the divine stage, you, alongside other high-ranking members of the He Huan sect, were invited to partake in his ascension ceremony. At the peak of the rear mountain, you and 12 other Jidan cultivators gazed with fervent anticipation at the middle-aged figure in green robes standing at the center of the spiritual pool. As the pool surged, a continuous flow of spiritual energy coalesced around him, and his aura, no longer concealed, transcended from the pinnacle of Yuan-ing to the initial stage of divine transformation. The formidable presence of his divine transformation radiated outward, felt throughout the southern spirit domain, drawing the attention of all to the He Huan sect in the Qi state. Being closest to the patriarch, you were momentarily overwhelmed by this potent energy collapsing to the ground. It was the first time you realized that a cultivator's spiritual pressure could indeed be lethal. As the Yin-Yang patriarch broke through to the initial stage of divine transformation, a colossal black hole manifested above him. All He Huan sect cultivators, including yourself, bowed respectfully to honor the ancestor who had exerted tremendous effort for the sect's resurgence. The Yin-Yang patriarch, wearing a relaxed expression, gazed upon you all, then opened his arms, allowing the black hole above to envelop him. He conveyed to you, through thought transmission, to refrain from leaving the He Huan sect for the next 100 years, as the formidable Yuan-ing expert still had you in their sights. Sighing, you wished to voice something but found yourself at a loss for words. Shortly after the patriarch was consumed by the black hole, you witnessed a massive hand extending from it, grasping all Jidan cultivators of the He Huan sect, including yourself, and pulling you into its depths. You were drawn into the black hole, inhaling an unfamiliar gas, and soon fell into unconsciousness, sensing your physical form being devoured. You heard a voice whispering, "Qing Di Mu Ling Ji Qi, delightful dessert." Chapter 34. The blessing of many offspring. Your flesh has been devoured completely. Your soul has perished. You are dead. The blood-red words struck Wang Li's mind like a thunderclap. It took him a considerable time to regain his senses, his expression turning bitter. It seems I have stumbled upon a profound secret. With this thought, Wang Li approached the window, gazing at the verdant mountains and the ever-shifting clouds outside the cave, remaining silent. After a long while, he settled by the bedside, letting out a deep sigh. The darkness of the cultivation world is truly insidious. The larger fish devour the smaller ones, and the smaller ones feast on shrimp. I had thought that escaping the Li clan would grant me freedom, but little did I know that beyond the black hole lurked a multitude of predators, even more ruthless, and these beings truly consume lives. Is there any method to evade being drawn into the black hole after achieving the spirit transformation? If my memory serves me right, during my last abduction, that enigmatic entity demonstrated the means of spirit transformation, yet did not attract the attention of the black hole, nor was it consumed by it. Thus, it stands to reason that the black hole can be avoided. Of course, another possibility cannot be dismissed. The peculiar entity sealed within the supreme void immortal mansion may very well be the existence beyond the black hole. Wang Li's mind raced with thoughts, and the more he contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Enough of this. Let me first claim my rewards. The simulator is my only means of breaking through this predicament. With that in mind, Wang Li activated the simulator. The simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options, as well as purchase 1 item to take back using simulation points. Master of Artifact Refinement. You possess an innate talent for artifact refinement. With diligent practice, You shall become an exceptional master in this field. Current simulated cultivation level, mid-stage core formation. Experience as a Grandmaster Alchemist. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. Experience in high-quality artifact refinement. The experience gained from artifact refinement within the simulator. Experience in mid-quality array techniques. The experience gained from array cultivation within the simulator. 1,000,000,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor cannot be used for simulation. Fragment of Great Yin-Yang Technique. One of the top 10 marvels of the cultivation world. Modified Great 5 Elements True Demon Art. A revised version based on the 2 editions of Great 5 Elements True Demon Art, integrating the essence of both the original and the modified versions, allowing you to progress further. Alchemy Formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Experience in spell cultivation. The experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Sky Refining Cauldron. Your life-bound treasure, capable of growth. But its potential for growth is limited. Rui Bell. A treasure of the Harmony sect, imbued with numerous miraculous effects. Complete Green Emperor Longevity Technique. Select to gain the effects of the perfected Green Emperor Longevity Technique. The complete Green Emperor Longevity Technique? I can select a cultivation realm? Wang Li was somewhat astonished upon seeing this option. However, for him, the primary choice was undoubtedly cultivation, followed by talent. Soon, Wang Li selected Master of Artifact Refinement and Mid-Stage Core Formation. After making his selections, the simulator displayed another interface. Would you like to purchase the remaining reward? He purchased the complete Green Emperor Longevity Technique without hesitation. The purchase requires 10,000,000 simulation energy points. So expensive? Wang Li was taken aback. He quickly accessed his simulation interface. Life Simulation Device LV3. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation Method, Divine Ghost Xianming Control Technique. Cultivation Level, Mid-Stage Core Formation, Simulation Points, 407. 000. Simulation Attempts, 0. Talent, Grievous Soul Summoning, Black. Talented in Arrays, Blue. Talented Alchemist, Blue. Dual Focus, Blue. External Avatar, Blue. Supreme Demon Path, Purple. Master of Artifact Refinement, Blue. Skills, High-Quality Alchemist, Low-Quality Array Master. Talents ranked from lowest to highest. White, Black, Yellow, Blue, Purple, Red, Gold, Colorful 407. 000. Simulation Energy Points. Each simulation costs 100,000 points. I can't even afford to simulate, let alone purchase rewards. This is indeed wishful thinking. After some contemplation, Wang Li closed his eyes and began to solidify his cultivation. Days later, having consolidated his mid-stage core formation, he opened his eyes and reactivated the simulation. Simulation activate. Simulator is starting up. You have used 100,000 energy points. Randomly drawing talent. Congratulations. You have obtained the red talent. The blessing of many offspring. The blessing of many offspring. As the name suggests, the more descendants you have, the greater your bonuses will be. Your attributes will enhance in all aspects, contingent upon your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the stronger the amplification. What? The blessing of many offspring. Wang Li was taken aback by the talent he had drawn, his eyelids twitching involuntarily in disbelief. Fortune has turned. Fortune has turned. Wang Li, usually stern and unyielding, found himself genuinely smiling this time. Would you like to refresh your talent? Bum li chuzano. Would you like to initiate immersive experience? Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to commence. In an instant, as a whirlwind engulfed him, Wang Li found himself transported to the simulated realm. Today, you successfully break through to mid-stage core formation. At 12 years old, achieving mid-stage core formation is an exceedingly rare feat in the cultivation world. You feel a surge of pride, yet you recognize the importance of humility. You recall the conclusion of your last simulation. You understand that your path ahead is fraught with challenges, and you must strive to enhance yourself until you are powerful enough to confront any crisis. You contemplate annihilating the Li clan and reclaiming your avatar. You begin your journey towards this goal. The next day, you venture to the market. engaging in your routine alchemy and artifact refinement, simultaneously enhancing your skills while secretly augmenting your strength. Understanding that economic stability is the foundation of all endeavors. You labor diligently by day to earn money and improve your craft, while by night, you pilfer from nearby clans. After several days, the surrounding clans suffered significant losses. Yet, no one suspected the gray-robed cultivator offering low-cost alchemy and artifact services. They believed that a master with such remarkable alchemical skills would surely disdain engaging in pillaging, if resources were scarce. One could simply raise the prices of alchemy to alleviate urgent needs. As months passed, the various clans suffered greatly due to your plundering, their resources dwindling, especially the Li clan, which bore the brunt of your assaults. You even seized the opportunity during your raids to rescue Lu Zidu and your external avatar. You consumed the elixirs you had stolen. You dispelled the qi stagnation within you. Your cultivation speed increased slightly. Due to your audacious behavior and formidable strength, the surrounding clans, unable to endure the humiliation, jointly petitioned the Heavenly First Sect, requesting intervention from its Yuan-Ing ancestor to address this issue. Unbeknownst to you, a mysterious entity has now set its sights on you. Chapter 35. The elder with white hair upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind. Wang Li, who was deeply immersed in the simulation, felt an immediate tension envelop his entire being. Am I being watched? How could this be? A sense of urgency coursed through him, yet the immersive simulation operated beyond his will, adhering strictly to its established rules. Year 1, year end. As you were relocating from Luojia, Xianfang, you were halted by an elder with white hair. The white-haired elder. Could it be? In a whirl of disorientation, Wang Li found himself suspended over a range of towering mountains, where the elder stood before him, a smile gracing his countenance. Young friend, please do not rush away. Just as Wang Li prepared to respond, the voice of the simulator echoed in his mind once more. The white-haired elder identifies himself as the Dan Saint, known as Xiandan Laorun, and has come to request the immortal pearl from you. As the voice faded, the elegant elder, beaming with charm, began to introduce himself. Young friend, I have a passion for alchemy, thus my companions in the cultivation world refer to me as the Dan Saint. However, I am well aware that my merits do not match this title, so I humbly call myself Xiandan Laorun. I have come to ask of you a rather ominous artifact. The immortal pearl. Wang Li was about to speak, but suddenly two options appeared before him. The Dan Saint requests the immortal pearl from you. Will you surrender it? Yes. No. It was time for Wang Li to make a choice. Without hesitation, he decisively selected yes. The elder was now reasoning with him. Thus, it was only natural for him to acquiesce. It was best to forego any confrontation. You have chosen to surrender the immortal pearl. The white-haired elder is quite pleased with your demeanor. As he is about to speak, you interrupt him. Senior, based on my deductions, the immortal pearl is linked to matters of great mystery and enigma. When you utilize this pearl within the Tai Su Immortal Palace, you must exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Under the influence of the simulator, Wang Li relayed his thoughts to the elder. As the words escaped his lips, he inwardly lamented. Indeed, I am still unaccustomed to being manipulated in this manner. Upon hearing your words, the elder's eyes gleamed with delight. The elder inquires how much you know about the Tai Su Immortal Palace. You guide the elder to a nearby pavilion nestled within the mountains. You and the elder sit upon the ground. You share your insights regarding the Tai Su Immortal Palace with the elder. In the immersive simulation, within the coolness of the mountain pavilion, Wang Li gazed at the elder and divulged his findings. Senior, according to the information I've gathered, the Tai Su Immortal Palace seals an extraordinary and bizarre entity. I am uncertain of its cultivation level, yet I boldly assert that it surpasses the transformation stage. Moreover, I suspect that the immortal pearl may be the key to its unsealing. Therefore, should you wish to explore the Tai Su Immortal Palace, it is imperative that you do not bring the immortal pearl within. Otherwise, calamity may ensue. The elder smiled faintly but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he scrutinized Wang Li with keen interest. The elder did not take your words to heart, but rather found you intriguing. He smiled and remarked, "Young man, To achieve mid-stage golden core at the tender age of 13, the secrets you harbor are far more captivating than the Tai Su Immortal Palace. Wang Li trembled at this statement. Upon hearing the elder's words, your body bristles with a sudden chill. The elder states that cultivators like you are rare in the contemporary cultivation world, albeit not non-existent. He is merely curious how you, with 4 spiritual roots, managed to reach such heights at the age of 13. The elder assures you that he harbors no ill will. His curiosity is genuine. You fabricate a tale, claiming to be an ancient remnant who slumbered for millennia, only recently awakening before the collapse of your hidden realm. The elder, skeptical of your narrative, chuckles, suggesting your heart lacks sincerity. The elder mentions he has a great-granddaughter, a beauty of celestial grace, desirous of forging a familial bond with you. You readily accept the proposal. Thank you, esteemed elder, for facilitating this delightful affair. I am immensely grateful. Under the simulator's guidance, Wang Li expressed profound sincerity in his gratitude to the elder. You and the elder depart. Traveling eastward under the elder's guidance, 3 months later, you arrive at the Eastern Spirit Domain. You gaze at the domain monument with a sense of astonishment. As you enter the Eastern Spirit Domain, you are halted by a guardian cultivator. The elder steps forth to resolve the situation. You witness the guardian cultivator addressing the elder as the domain lord. You are utterly astonished. The elder escorts you to Eastern Spirit City. You take residence within the Nye family's celestial clan. The return of Xiandan Lao Run creates a sensation throughout the Nye celestial clan. You partake in a grand welcome banquet. You are assigned a seat beside the elder. You sense countless gazes directed toward you, filled with curiosity, envy, confusion, and doubt. The clan leader presents a lovely maiden clad in a light azure gown to your side. You learn her name is Nye Qingling. You perceive a haughty demeanor in Nye Qingling's expression. You sense her subtle hostility toward you. The elder prepares to speak and establish your union with Nye Qingling. However, Nye Qingling abruptly rises to interrupt the elder. In an immersive simulation, Wang Li regarded the suddenly standing maiden with a hint of helplessness. The elder, though slightly displeased, regarded her with a measure of affection. Qingling, my child, do you have something to say? Nye Qingling respectfully clasped her hands before the elder and, with an air of arrogance, cast a glance at Wang Li. I implore you, revered ancestor, to retract your decree. Qingling shall never wed a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, even if he is a golden core practitioner. Understand that a cultivator of his ilk has exhausted all potential and future to reach this point. He cannot progress further. I, however, am a cultivator of heavenly spiritual roots, destined for a long and illustrious path. As long as I do not falter, I could behold vistas unseen by the ancestors of our clan. I am meant to ascend to immortality, and he is unworthy of me. As she spoke, Nye Qingling cast her gaze toward the surrounding clan cultivators, adding with great pride, have you all heard the tale of a phoenix marrying a mere chicken? Wang Li, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of displeasure. Alas, his every action and word was under the simulator's control. Otherwise, he would have retorted fiercely. Meanwhile, the simulator's voice resonated again. Due to Nye Qingling's refusal to marry you and her public denouncement of you at the banquet, the elder became exceedingly enraged, ordering the Nye clan leader to confine Nye Qingling for a year as a warning. You recognize that the elder's actions are merely for show, yet you remain unconcerned. Nye Qingling's disparagement of you initially unsettled your heart, but being a person of open-mindedness, you quickly let it go. You settled in the Nye celestial clan. The following year, the clan leader arranged another marriage for you, this time to the granddaughter of the clan's eldest elder, who was exceptionally beautiful. On the wedding night, after partaking in the ceremonial wine, you gazed excitedly at the beautiful maiden before you. This is likely the most significant utility of immersive simulation at present. After all, the techniques, elixirs, and formations recorded within the immersive simulation will be reclaimed once they are returned. Gazing at the enchanting young girl clad in a flowing red dress before him, Wang Li smiled as he embraced her. Chapter 36. The Veil of Fate on the night of your wedding. Your heart brims with joy, not merely because you have entered into matrimony, but because you are finally poised to embark on the grand endeavor of begetting numerous offspring and enjoying abundant blessings. As the ceremony concludes, Wang Li exits the immersive mode. This mechanical experience has proven to be rather lackluster. It shall henceforth be reserved for the bridal chamber or utilized when one can roam freely within the simulated world. Shaking his head and silently reflecting, Wang Li redirects his gaze to the simulation interface. After marrying Nie Hongyu, you officially become a member of the Nie Celestial clan. When the aged, white-haired man summons you again, he imparts to you half of the celestial scripture, the Taishu celestial canon. Celestial scripture? Wang Li is momentarily taken aback, before a look of ecstatic joy spreads across his face. The celestial scripture is a supreme cultivation method recorded in the compendium of immortal cultivation. As its name suggests, it directly points to the path of ascension, typically transmitted from ancient immortals to their descendants. One could assert that by cultivating the celestial scripture, provided one does not meet an untimely demise, one may strive towards the pinnacle of the immortal path, step by step advancing toward ascension. There exists a certain probability of comprehending the ascent and becoming an immortal, ageless being. This old man is quite generous. It is said that celestial scriptures are rarely bestowed, yet he has chosen to impart it to me, indicating that he does not view me as an outsider. You have acquired half of the Taishu celestial canon. You express deep gratitude towards the white-haired elder, regarding him as a mentor. The elder informs you that he has only passed this celestial scripture to you within the entire Nie clan. He advises you not to take Nie Qingling's disparagement to heart, as she is merely an immature child. You assure him that you are unperturbed, expressing curiosity as to why he has solely entrusted the celestial scripture to you. The elder explains that celestial scriptures can only be cultivated by those of great fortune. Otherwise, one faces certain doom. You're perplexed. The elder further elaborates that many who have practiced the celestial scripture have mysteriously vanished, including several of his contemporaries. Your expression darkens as you feel as though you have fallen into a vast trap. The elder reassures you that there exists a method to circumvent the mysterious fate of disappearance, which is why he has encouraged you to cultivate the celestial scripture. He transmits to you the incomplete text of Great Fortune Technique. Goodness! The Great Technique of the 10 Ancient Arts ranked 5th, the Great Fortune Technique. At this stage of the simulation, Wang Li is utterly astonished. He never anticipated that the white-haired elder would possess such formidable gifts. You gaze at the incomplete text of the Great Fortune Technique in your hands, rendered speechless by awe. The elder explains that to cultivate the celestial scripture, one must successfully master the veil of fortune within the Great Fortune Technique. This veil is said to conceal heavenly secrets, shield one's fortune, stabilize the cosmos, and transform calamities. Its applications are boundless. However, despite its brilliance, this method is exceedingly dependent on the cultivator's fortune. Only those of great fortune can undertake its cultivation. You express your gratitude to the elder. Under his guidance, you commence the practice of the Great Fortune Technique. In the 3rd year, your wife becomes pregnant. By the 4th year, your first child is born, a son with 3 spiritual roots and exceptional talent, whom you name Wang Lin. The blessing of abundant progeny activates, enhancing your overall attributes. Your comprehension deepens. Your cultivation level ascends. Your training speed accelerates. Your talent in artifact forging improves. Your aptitude in formations increases. Your skills in alchemy elevate. Your physical strength augments. Your magical potency intensifies. Your swiftness enhances. Your fortune amplifies. Observing the series of simulation notifications, Wang Li is left astounded. Is this the true value of the red talent? It brings me such joy. Wang Li has come to regard the blessing of abundant progeny as an indispensable talent. In the 5th year, you have yet to master the Great Fortune Technique, and your private life begins to decline. Niklanis ancestor, Nihukank, admonishes you not to indulge in matters within the chamber, for the path of immortality is of paramount importance. You wholeheartedly agree, affirming that the immortal path is indeed the foremost concern for cultivators like yourself. After concluding your training, you seek out the head of the Nie family, hoping he might procure more women for you. This matter quickly reaches Nie Chutsong's ears, and he expresses his disappointment in you, leaving behind a cautionary remark before departing the Nie Celestial clan to continue his wanderings. By the end of the 5th year, news of your marrying 10 concubines within 3 months swiftly spreads throughout Dongling City. You become an idol among young cultivators. Far away in the Taitsong sacred land, Nie Qingling learns of this and regards you with even greater disdain, feeling fortunate to have thwarted the elder's marriage proposal. In the 6th year, you have caused all your partners to become pregnant. As you witness Nie Hongyu, with her belly round and still handling household affairs, a twinge of guilt wells up within you. You convey your apologies to Nie Hongyu. She reassures you that it does not matter, as long as you are happy. You're deeply moved. By the end of the 6th year, your children are born. The blessing of abundant progeny activates once more. Your overall attributes receive a notable enhancement. You begin to cultivate the Great Fortune technique according to Nie Chutsong's earlier guidance. In the 7th year, you catch your first glimpse of the path within the Great Fortune technique. By the 8th year, you sense that it will not be long before you master the Great Fortune technique. You continue to visit the residences of your various partners. In the 9th year, as a multitude of infants cry out into the world, the blessing of abundant progeny activates once again. You successfully cultivate the Great Fortune technique. You manifest the veil of fortune from the Great Fortune technique. You observe a strand of golden light enveloping your head, radiating a gentle glow that protects your physical form from the encroachment of malevolent forces and calamities. You commence the cultivation of the Taishu celestial canon. By the 10th year, you successfully transition to the Taishu celestial canon. In the 11th year, following the scripture's guidance, you forge your own fated magical artifact, the refining heaven cauldron, utilizing your innate roots and various forging materials. Is my destiny to create a cauldron as my magical artifact in this simulation? If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose a sword as my first preference. Wang Li observes the simulation prompt with a hint of curiosity gracing his youthful features. In the 12th year, through the introduction of a Nie clan leader, you take several more wives. At this point, you can truly be said to have integrated into the Nie celestial clan, as nearly all the descendants of the clan's upper echelons are now wed to you. A blissful smile spreads across Wang Li's face. He then activates the immersive simulation. In the 13th year, you and Nie Hongyu welcome another child into the world. This marks your 40th child, whom you name Wang Li, wishing her a life filled with joy. The blessing of abundant progeny activates. Your attributes receive a further enhancement. In the 14th year, you sense that your external incarnation, far away in the southern spirit domain, is encountering peril. Chapter 37. Speculationum? Has my external incarnation encountered peril? Wang Li furrowed his brow, pondering who possessed such audacity to strike against his avatar, seemingly oblivious to his formidable prowess. Well, perhaps they truly were unaware. You shift your focus, your consciousness descending upon your external incarnation. You observe a cultivator clad in the garb of the Li clan disciples, binding you and pressing you to the ground. A command to kill without hesitation reverberates, and your external incarnation meets its demise. Your consciousness returns to your true self. At this moment, your countenance darkens, the soul-harvesting banner in your grasp humming ominously as the vengeful spirits within respond to your wrath. The population of the Li clan seems excessively abundant, Wang Li muttered, a glint of malice igniting in his eyes. In the 15th year, you mastered numerous lethal techniques from the Taishu immortal canon, significantly enhancing your power. And you initiated a plan to eradicate the Li clan. The Li clan, the most loathsome adversary since you embarked upon the path of immortality, has been a source of incessant desire for annihilation ever since you uncovered the truth. You commenced the study of grand killing formations. You began crafting formation flags. Your mastery of formation techniques flourished. In the 16th year, you departed from the eastern spirit domain, journeying towards the southern spirit domain. Along the way, any cultivator who dared to offend you became a part of your soul banner. Some rogue cultivators questioned your ruthlessness. You cast a cold smile in their direction, dismissing their attempts at reasoning. asserting that after years of arduous cultivation, they were unworthy of engaging you in discourse, especially since they had struck first. As you traversed, the spirits within your soul banner swelled to over 100. You arrive at the immortal realm of Qi country. You reach the Li clan's immortal workshop. You entered the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You began to array formations around the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. With a flick of your wrist, the neatly arranged formation flags in your storage bag soared into the air, dispersing in all directions until they enveloped the entire mountain range. Using the refiner's heaven cauldron as the focal point, you suppressed the formation at its core, your fingers weaving thousands of incantations. With a resounding activation, the Xiantian divine sealing formation enveloped the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. In an instant, torrents of black sealing energy cascaded from the heavens, instinctively assaulting all living beings within the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You donned a jade talisman at your waist, wielding the soul-harvesting banner like a harbinger of death. As the banner rose and fell, countless members of the Li clan were ensnared. Those once regarded as exalted elders of the Li family were now slaughtered like swine. Li Daoist, the patriarch of the Li family, pleaded for mercy, only to be pierced through the heart by your banner. Your massacre of the Li clan drew the ire of Li Shuanya, the clan's ancient ancestor. Li Shuanya, witnessing the carnage, charged towards you in a furious rage. You invoked the Taishu Immortal Cannon, employing the sealing of Immortal's technique to suspend Li Shuanya's mana flow for 3 breaths. In that fleeting moment, you pierced through Li Shuanya's Dantian, extracting his bloodied golden core. Utilizing the soul extraction technique from the Divine Ghosts and Dark Nether True Cannon, you refined Li Shuanya's soul with formidable power. You imprisoned his essence within the soul-harvesting banner. You acquired a powerful main soul. You continued to collect the remaining souls. You encountered a simulated version of your wife, coldly subjugating her spirit. In the year 3126 of Qi country, the Li clan was obliterated, with only a handful of survivors remaining outside. Days later, news of the Li clan's destruction spread like wildfire throughout the Qi country's immortal realm and the upper domain of the Southern Spirit Domain. As the Li clan's hidden backer, the Tianyi sect issued a declaration, vowing to exact blood for blood from the one responsible for the Li clan's downfall. In the 17th year, you journeyed to the Shun clan. You arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range. You sought an audience with the Shun clan's patriarch. You revealed your cultivation level. All senior members of the Shun clan came to pay their respects. The patriarch of the Shun family, trembling in fear, expressed his willingness to serve you. Observing the patriarch's trepidation, a faint smile graced your lips as you informed him of your intent to retrieve the celestial fire discovered by the Shun clan and to meet the clan's ancient ancestor, Shun Tianling. You reassured him not to be anxious. Upon hearing your words, the senior members of the Shun clan exchanged uneasy glances. Noticing the discomfort on their faces, you furrowed your brow. The patriarch informed you that the ancestor, Shun Tianling, had passed away the previous year. You expressed surprise, internally lamenting the loss. You inquired about Shun Tianling's relics. The patriarch displayed a hint of reluctance. He presented the relics of Shun Tianling. You received Shun Tianling's storage ring. You temporarily settled within the Shun clan. On the night of your arrival, you witnessed a white-haired maiden tumbling down from a tree. You caught the maiden. Upon seeing her visage, you were momentarily speechless. You had once again encountered Shun Li, gazing at the charming girl, whose features bore a blend of languor and cunning beauty. A flicker of hesitation emerged within you. Ultimately, you chose to take Shun Li as your partner. The following day, you expressed your intentions to the patriarch of the Shun clan. The entire upper echelon of the Shun clan unanimously approved your proposal. That evening, the patriarch indulged in a few extra cups of wine, firmly grasping your hand. He presented a multitude of family treasures as a dowry for Shun Li. You acquired the Shun clan's ancestral treasure, the Sun and Moon Spear. You obtained the secret technique of the Shun clan, the Great 5 Elements True Demon God Technique, Modified Scroll. The Great 5 Elements True Demon God Technique Modified Scroll is a treasured skill of the Shun clan. Wang Li felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just as he was about to speculate further, the simulator updated its content. You inquired of the Shun clan patriarch regarding the origins of the Great Five Elements True Demon God Technique Modified Scroll. The patriarch confessed limited knowledge, revealing that it was an ancient skill passed down from the ancestors, forbidden from cultivation by successive generations. It was this technique that led to Shun Tianling's demise. You requested to peruse the Shun clan's historical texts. You received permission. You obtained the complete volume of the Shun clan's history. As you leafed through the chronicles, you discovered that the Shun clan was, in fact, an ancient lineage. You learned that the Great Five Elements True Demon God Technique Modified Scroll was brought forth by Shun Pe from the Taishu Immortal Manor 7,000 years ago. Taishu Immortal Manor, 7,000 years ago. Was this not during the twilight of antiquity? Observing the simulation information, Wang Li's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Suddenly, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. I recall that in the previous simulation, the Yin-Yang Venerable had informed me that the Great Five Elements True Demon God Technique once enjoyed immense popularity in ancient times, practiced by nearly all until a multitude of cultivators vanished overnight, leading to its prohibition by the leaders of the righteous and demonic factions. I have been curious about one matter: who originally disseminated the Great Five Elements True Demon God Technique, and who was its creator? It appears the pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together. This technique originated from the Taishu Immortal Manor and was propagated by Shun Pe. Hence, it is not difficult to comprehend why practicing the Great Five Elements True Demon God Technique would invoke calamity. It originated from the enigmatic void Immortal Mansion, and it is highly probable that it stems from that peculiar. As for the existence of an alternative version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, I am at a loss. Perhaps that version is a modified iteration of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. Reflecting on this, Wang Li realized he had fallen into a misconception and promptly shook his head. However, this is merely my personal conjecture. The true nature of the matter may only be known to those who have experienced it firsthand. Moreover, I find myself ensnared in an illusion. For all of this is merely my imagination, lacking any primary source to corroborate it. Never mind. I shall not dwell on it further. Let us continue. Wang Li took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the simulation. 3 months later, you wed, taking Shun Li as your bride. The simulator activated immersive mode. Wang Li wore a mysterious smile, determined to teach Shun Li a lesson for her laziness. In the 18th year, amidst a world of indulgence, you received a distress signal from the Eastern Spirit Domain. Chapter 38. Life and Death. You have learned that Nye Chuzong has sustained grievous injuries, and the Nye family is under siege by adversaries, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. The news of Nye Chuzong's predicament is unfathomable. How could this be? This venerable elder, at the pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation, is a rarity in the world, with few capable of posing a threat. Upon hearing the simulated voice echoing in his mind, Wang Li's eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment. He then glanced at the silver-haired girl sleeping beneath the desk before exiting the immersive mode. What has truly transpired? Curiosity flickered in Wang Li's gaze as he contemplated the letter delivered by the flying beast. Recognizing it to be in Nye Chuzong's handwriting, a natural suspicion arose within him. He feared it might be a ruse crafted by the enemies of the Nye celestial lineage to lure him into a trap. He attempted to contact Nye Hongyu through a communication jade pendant, but found himself unable to reach her. A grave expression settled on his face as he became certain that the Nye family was indeed in a perilous state. Should he return to the Nye celestial lineage? Yes. No. The simulation interface presented him with two options once more. Wang Li hesitated, torn. Should he return? The Nye family faced danger, and his beloved partner and child were in jeopardy. Thus, he resolved to return to the Nye family. He made his choice. He confirmed his return to the Nye celestial lineage. He bid farewell to Shun Li. He departed from his Shun celestial lineage, leaving behind a talisman imbued with his utmost strength as a protective treasure for the Shun family. As he was about to leave, Shun Li grasped his hand, gazing at him with a look of tender sorrow, revealing that she was with child. He caressed her porcelain-like cheek and urged her to cultivate diligently, admonishing her not to fall into laziness as before. Shen Li informed him that she possessed an innate ability to discern fortune and misfortune, expressing her foreboding that this journey may lead him to perilous circumstances. Is it possible that this indolent creature possesses such a talent? Why had she not demonstrated it in previous simulations? He inquired of Shen Li if there was a way for him to survive. She confessed that her abilities were meager and could offer no substantial guidance. She could merely perceive the deathly aura surrounding individuals, indicating that when such ominous energy enveloped someone, their demise was imminent. He stroked her head, reassuring her that he had reasons for leaving, urging her not to fret, proclaiming that they would meet again. Shen Li gazed at him, her expression filled with reluctance. She did not wish for him to go. He embraced her in farewell and soared towards the East spiritual domain. Months later, he returned to the East spiritual domain and arrived at the Nie celestial lineage. He found the members of the Nie family with cold and unfeeling expressions. He encountered Nie Hongyu, who shielded her child from his gaze, offering him not a glance. Furrowing his brow, he retreated, evading their presence. In midair, he felt his powers sealed, his body heavy as if burdened by 1,000 mountains, plummeting towards the ground. He recognized that he had been ensnared by a sealing spell that rendered his powers useless. Upon crashing into a pit, the familiar visage of Nie Song emerged before him. Wang Li beheld Nie Song, half of his body corroded by dark spiritual energy, a look of terror etched upon his features. He recognized this as the strange spiritual force. Nie Song confessed that he had brought Wang Li into the Nie celestial lineage and had nurtured him at any cost for this very day. Wang Li witnessed Nie Song consuming his arm. He heard Nie Song lament about his abundant fortune. He exerted every ounce of strength to self-destruct, but found himself unable. Nie Song obliterated his consciousness, rendering him a soulless vessel. Simultaneously, his heavenly refining cauldron erupted. This was one of the repugnant contingencies he had prepared for himself. After vanquishing the Li celestial lineage and obtaining Li Xuanya's golden core, he had refined it and fused it into the heavenly refining cauldron. Besides enhancing the cauldron's strength, the more crucial purpose was to ensnare any future adversaries. Once his consciousness dissipated, the golden core would detonate along with the cauldron, delivering a harrowing lesson to anyone who dared to slay him. You have perished. Due to the annihilation of your soul, you could not activate your innate talents. Simulation concluded. As the words simulation ended appeared, Wang Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Reclining on the stone bed, he channeled his energy into the moonstone. Illuminating the cave, Wang Li savored the spiritual fruit in his mouth and reflected deeply. Indeed, there is no love in this world without reason. The old dog had harbored ill intentions from the start, luring me into the Nie family with ulterior motives, likely having set his sights on me long ago, only now revealing his true nature. What astonished him most was that those who had once sworn eternal vows and exchanged declarations of love now felt like strangers. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation. Fortunately, the emotions were not deeply rooted. Love and affection are indeed the most fragile of things. Finishing the spiritual fruit, Wang Li opened the simulation rewards. This simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options, as well as use simulation points to purchase 1 additional item. More offspring, more blessings. As the name suggests, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you receive. All attributes will be enhanced, contingent on your diligence. Remember, the closer the kin, the more significant the augmentation. This simulation's cultivation level, mid-stage golden core. Master Alchemist experience. The experience gained from alchemy during the simulation. Superior artifact refining experience. The experience gained from artifact refining during the simulation. Superior array formation experience. The experience gained from array formation during the simulation. 100,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not usable in simulation. Fragment of the Great Fortune Technique. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques in the cultivation world. Revised Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. An extraordinary art brought forth by the ancestor of the Shun family, Shun Pe, from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. which once caused a sensation in ancient times but ultimately ushered in calamity. Pill formulas, all the formulas you mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron, your life-bound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact, capable of growth, albeit with limited potential. Fragment of the Taishu Immortal Sutra, the supreme scripture left behind by the Lord of the Taishu Immortal Mansion, containing the methods of ascension. This fragment includes cultivation mantras from qi refining to the pinnacle of the nascent soul. Wang Li unhesitatingly chose the more offspring, more blessings, and the fragment of the Taishu Immortal Sutra. With the reward selected, the next task was to address the immortal pill. However, before that, undertaking a new simulation was of utmost importance. This time, he must survive to the utmost, with no other objective than to have children. As Wang Li pondered this, he prepared to initiate the simulation when a powerful divine consciousness swept over him at an astonishing speed. Chapter 39. A shift in perspective? Such a potent spiritual sense. Just now, it felt as though my very being had been laid bare. However, it appears he was employing a group scan, not lingering excessively on me. Could such formidable spiritual awareness signify his arrival? Ashadu krusha bang liskuntanansa. At this juncture, encountering Niechutsong was the last thing he wished for. The owner of that previous spiritual presence was highly likely to be him. It was imperative to vacate this place without delay. Having reached this resolution, that terrifying spiritual consciousness swept over Wang Li once more, instilling him with a cold sweat, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Cursed be this old man, here he comes again. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li resolved to remain motionless, standing still. It was only after the spiritual presence dissipated that he activated the simulator once more, hoping for a smoother simulation this time. Simulator initiating. You have consumed 100,000 energy points, randomly selecting talents. Congratulations! You have acquired the Azure talent, Evergreen Cypress. Evergreen Cypress. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of ordinary cultivators, endowing you with ample time to explore this world. Evergreen Cypress? A talent relating to longevity? It is indeed a treasure, yet at present it holds little significance for me. My greatest efficiency lies in means to enhance my offensive capabilities. After all, I'm still far too weak. Both Niechutsong and the enigmatic entity sealed within the Taishu Immortal Mansion are beyond my current strength to confront. Contemplating that being, exuding an aura of dark spiritual energy, mercilessly reaping lives and transforming individuals into bloodthirsty corpses, Wang Li felt a profound sense of helplessness. That entity is undoubtedly the most terrifying thing he has ever encountered, launching indiscriminate attacks on all, transforming everything. Today, you have been swept by a formidable spiritual presence twice, suspecting it to be Niechutsong's awareness, instilling fear within you, leading you to tread cautiously, retreating into your cave abode for approximately half a month. Only after no longer sensing that powerful spiritual presence and confirming Niechutsong's departure did you finally feel at ease. You began to revise the incomplete Taishu Immortal Sutra in your possession. Although it contains only the incantation for refining qi to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, it suffices for your current needs. As for the future, that could be addressed later. You devoted nearly half a year to successfully revising the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You commenced practicing the unique spells outlined within the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You intended to forge your own life-bound magical artifact. You aspired to enhance your crafting skills. Yet, you understood that the environment you inhabited was precarious. At any moment, you could be discovered by Niechutsong. You dared not act recklessly. In the subsequent year, after confirming safety, you began your journey southward, heading towards the territories of the 7 sects of demonic cultivation. After meticulous calculations, you deduced that seeking refuge in the Hahuan sect would be the optimal simulation choice. You departed from the Luojia mountain range. You returned to visit your parents. After leaving behind some valuables, you took your leave. You exited the realm of cultivation in Qi Kingdom. You ventured to the lower realm, the 7 nations of demonic cultivation. With the intent of survival, you endeavored to avoid conflict, even refraining from killing. If such an act were unavoidable, you would ensure to incinerate the remains thoroughly and raze the vicinity to the ground. Though you were no longer the weak individual you once were, in the vast realm of cultivation, you might find yourself lacking compared to some, yet superior to others. Still, you feared drawing too much attention, risking being targeted by Niechut-song. You had not forgotten the lesson from your previous simulation, which had led Niechut-song's notice due to your repeated plundering of various celestial clans. 3 months later, you arrived in the realm of cultivation in Zhou Kingdom. You reached the marketplace of the Hahuan sect, Joyful Square. Observing the familiar marketplace stirred sentiments within you. You chose not to formally ally with the Hahuan sect, but rather started engaging in commerce at Joyful Square. You styled yourself as the Three Absolutes Daoist, proficient in alchemy and artifact forging, offering low-cost services for others. Your slogan attracted a multitude of clients. In the 3rd year, owing to your exquisite alchemical skills and affordable prices, numerous loose cultivators began seeking your services. Half a year later, your renown spread across the land, and many cultivators became aware that a master alchemist clad in gray had arrived at Joyful Square, earning you the esteemed title, Gray-Robed Alchemist. Your business flourished, and you acquired numerous properties. In your spare time, you gathered an extensive collection of alchemical formulas. You refined the life essence pill. You dispelled the chi-stopping powder from within your system. Your cultivation speed increased slightly. Well, it seems that I have crossed paths with the gray-robed alchemist. Wang Li, upon reaching this point in his simulation, smiled knowingly at the continued reverence for his title. However, upon glancing at the chi-stopping powder, his expression turned grave. What exactly was this substance, akin to a bone-deep parasite, that even in his current realm could not be completely eradicated by his powers? Half a year later, a late-stage Foundation establishment demon cultivator set his sights on you, attempting to kill and seize your belongings. The loose cultivators who often supported your business discovered this plot and rallied to your defense. On that day, over 100 soul refining banners fluttered above Joyful Square. An elder from a Hahuan sect, tasked with safeguarding the marketplace, learned of the disturbance and swiftly arrived, annihilating the demon cultivator who had targeted you. Afterward, you inquired of the protectors what they desired in return. They informed you that they sought nothing. Their reason for safeguarding you was that you were a good person. Despite possessing immense capabilities, you willingly provided low-cost alchemy services. They vowed never to stand idly by in your time of peril. Through conversations with these demon cultivators, you discovered they too were a group of unfortunate cultivators, having turned to demonic practices out of desperation, seeking shortcuts to enhance their power. You gathered a group of demon cultivators who had not harmed mortals to serve as your security, protecting your enterprises at Joyful Square. In the 4th year, you forged a batch of spiritual artifact for the Hahuan sect at a low cost. The elder guarding the marketplace marveled at your artifact crafting skills and chose to recommend you to the sect's leader. You gladly accepted. The following day, the current leader of the Hahuan sect, Fairy Miaoyu, summoned you. You and Fairy Miaoyu engaged in profound discourse. With her approval, you joined the Hahuan sect. You requested Fairy Miaoyu to supply a considerable number of female cultivators for training purposes. Fairy Miaoyu nodded in agreement. In the 1st month after joining the Hahuan sect, upon the approval of the Yin-Yang elder, you were appointed as an elder in the Alchemy Hall. During your inaugural month as an elder, you followed the strategies employed in previous simulations, leveraging your position to acquire and dominate numerous businesses, establishing your own commercial empire. 3 months later, Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 beautiful female cultivators. As you gazed upon the untouched maidens, you established rules for childbirth, kindly informing them that you would not treat them as mere vessels for cultivation. Their sole responsibility would be to bear children. For each child born, they would receive a share of cultivation resources. Should they wish to leave your side at any time, they were free to do so. The maidens were overjoyed and readily agreed. In the 5th year, through your persistence and effort, you successfully enabled the maidens to conceive. Following the rules you had set, you allocated substantial cultivation resources to each of the maidens. You expressed that if they had acquaintances among their sisters, they could introduce them to you for childbirth, with rewards for referrals. The news that childbirth would yield cultivation resources swiftly spread throughout the Zhou kingdom's cultivation realm. Numerous male cultivators lament the absence of a female form granted to them by their parents. The enchanting fairy Miaoyu finds your peculiar choice of not utilizing female cultivators as mere vessels, but rather for procreation, quite amusing, prompting her to send an inquiry through her attendant. You convey to Miaoyu's attendant that you are acutely aware of your limited talents and, in all likelihood, will not attain the path of eternal life in this lifetime. Hence, you aspire to branch out and establish a lineage of immortal cultivators. You request the attendant to inform Fairy Miaoyu of your need for additional female cultivators. The attendant acquiesces and departs. Engaging in physical relationships without emotional attachment is indeed the most optimal utilization of your bestowed talents. Wang Li muses before continuing to read. In the 6th year, your offspring were born. Observing the chubby infants wailing, your heart brimmed with joy. The blessing of abundant progeny activated, enhancing your attributes across the board. Your comprehension grew. Your cultivation level ascended. Your training speed accelerated. Your talent in artifact forging improved. Your aptitude in formations advanced. Your alchemical skills flourished. Your physical strength intensified. Your magical potency deepened. Your swiftness augmented. Your fortune elevated. You sensed a comprehensive enhancement, igniting within you a profound enthusiasm for parenthood. In the 7th year, Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators. In March of the 7th year, as you were fervently engaged in the noble endeavor of procreation, the Hehuan sect fell under siege. You were seized by a formidable force and thrust into the vast expanse of the void. Chapter 40. Late stage of foundation establishment. A white-haired elder grasped you with an invisible force, rendering you unable to escape. You gazed at the elder, a flicker of surprise flashing in your eyes. To your astonishment, you had fled into the territory of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate, only to be confronted by Niechuzong. This encounter was something that had never occurred in your previous simulations, leaving you utterly perplexed. Not only were you puzzled by this anomaly, but Wang Li, situated outside the simulation, also felt a sense of confusion. What could be the reason? In prior simulations, Niechuzong had never located me at this juncture. Yet, this time, he pinpointed my location without hesitation, even risking conflict with the Joyous Union sect to confront me. At which point did things go awry? Am I not sufficiently cautious and discreet? A hint of unease flickered in Wang Li's eyes as he began to reflect on his recent simulation maneuvers. Perhaps it would be wise to review this later. For now, he decided to continue observing. Niechuzong demanded that you surrender the Eternal Pearl. You adamantly refused. With a cold smirk, Niechuzong unleashed the 3 cuts of the Immortal Slayer towards you. Just as you believed your demise was imminent, a yin-yang fish formed from black and white energies stood protectively before you. The yin-yang sovereign had intervened, shielding you from harm. Niechuzong warned the yin-yang sovereign to refrain from meddling, cautioning him about the difficulties of his own cultivation. The yin-yang sovereign, wielding the dual energies of yin and yang, engaged Niechuzong in a fierce battle amidst the void. You watched the entire spectacle unfold, witnessing the clash of the great yin-yang art and the great fortune technique. In that moment, you beheld the second form of the yin-yang sovereign, a stunningly beautiful woman whose every expression was captivating. After 300 exchanges, Niechuzong was forced to retreat. You marveled at the formidable strength of the yin-yang sovereign, who did not reproach you for attracting such a powerful adversary. The yin-yang sovereign requested the Eternal Pearl from you, expressing that its ominous nature could spell disaster should it remain in your possession. You willingly handed over the pearl, returning to the Joyous Union sect to continue your prolific endeavors. In September of the 7th year, the female cultivators sent by the celestial maiden Miaoyu announced their pregnancies. You generously distributed cultivation resources to each of them, requesting their assistance in promoting your reproductive incentives. However, you overestimated human nature. These female cultivators, aware of your esteemed position as an elder of the Joyous Union sect and a powerful practitioner of Foundation establishment, were unlikely to easily recommend others to join. even banding together to suppress those who sought to curry favor with you. In the 8th year, shortly after the new year, you sensed that your clone had lost its life signature. You mentally noted this transgression from the Li clan. By June of the 8th year, your children were born. The blessing of many offspring activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 9th year, you successfully facilitated pregnancies among the female cultivators once more, bestowing each of them a substantial red envelope. During their pregnancies, you traversed between the transmission tower and the marketplace, perusing demonic techniques and refining elixirs and artifact for the Lu's cultivators. You constructed a grand and luxurious villa in the mountains near Joyous Square to provide a living space for the female cultivators and their children. By the 10th year, your skills in alchemy and artifact crafting had reached a masterful level, prompting you to gather materials in preparation for forging your own life-bound treasure. That year, you welcomed a substantial number of descendants. Counting those previously born, you had become the father of 55 children. The blessing of many offspring activated once again, enhancing all your attributes and propelling you to the late stage of foundation establishment. Reaching the late stage of foundation establishment after having 55 children? Should this news become public, few will believe it. However, as you had yet to form your nascent soul, you needed to continue your efforts in childbirth while maintaining a low profile. Wang Li, elated at his breakthrough, eagerly anticipated the heights his cultivation would reach upon the conclusion of this simulation. You felt a powerful aura emanating from within, bringing you immense satisfaction for your relentless toil. You acknowledged that your current success was a result of perseverance and diligence. In the 11th year, Miaoyu inquired if you required more female cultivators. You eagerly responded that the more, the better. Miaoyu subsequently sent you 20 additional female cultivators, expanding your reproductive workforce to 50. You continued to shine and flourish, fulfilling your duties of alchemy for the Joyous Union sect, while primarily focusing on your procreative ambitions. By the 12th year, in your spare moments, you had memorized all the demonic techniques within the transmission tower, mastering them thoroughly. Those formidable demonic spells were also cultivated by you as means to enhance your own power. In March of the 12th year, a portion of the female cultivators became pregnant. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources to motivate them. In the 13th year, with the assistance of the Joyous Union sect, you established your own immortal family. The Joyous Union sect allocated a spiritually rich mountain range in the southern region of the Zhou Kingdom as the foundation for your lineage. As a subordinate force of the Joyous Union sect, your descendants would be bound to practice within the sect for generations, forbidden from joining other sects or remaining within the family for cultivation. As you entered the Joyous Union sect under the alias Han Li, your immortal clan adopted the surname Han. Unable to contain yourself, initially curious about the identity of the simulated version of yourself within the Joyous Union sect, you could not help but chuckle upon witnessing this segment of the simulation. Han Li, your simulated self possessed a sense of humor. However, there was no alternative. The world of immortals was shrouded in mysteries, and one could never predict the measures their enemies might employ against them. Walking incognito could mitigate significant risks. In the 14th year, you invested all the rare materials collected over the past decade into a grand cauldron, combining them with your own innate qualities, as recorded in the Great Void celestial scripture, to forge your unique life-bound treasure. In January of the 15th year, you successfully crafted a 3-legged, 2-eared grand cauldron, precisely as you envisioned. Another cauldron? Is it possible that the ultimate life-bound treasure I desire is indeed a cauldron? Surprised to see your simulated self choosing a cauldron as your life-bound treasure, Wang Li pondered. Nevertheless, a cauldron serves more than just alchemy and artifact crafting. It can also be used to strike foes effectively. Furthermore, this was merely a simulation, and your intentions for your life-bound treasure had yet to be firmly established. In February of the 15th year, due to your extensive contributions to the Joyous Union sect in alchemy and artifact crafting, the sect assigned you a dual-root furnace mate. You accepted the assignment graciously and soon encountered Shui Qianyue. Facing Shui Qianyue, who sought death, you chose to take her as your partner. In the 16th year, the female cultivators became pregnant once more, with your partner, Shui Qianyue, also successfully expecting. In the 17th year, while your eldest son, Han Zhong, Wang Zhong, was out on an expedition, he fell victim to the soul-refining sect, who extracted his soul and confined it within a soul banner. Upon learning of this, you were filled with fury. As the simulation progressed, Wang Li's expression darkened ominously, a surge of rage igniting within him. Despite your efforts to remain inconspicuous, there were always those who sought trouble. You were presented with three options: attack the soul-refining sect to demand an explanation, endure the indignity in hopes of future opportunities, request the Yin-Yang sovereign to intervene on your behalf. Chapter 41. The transformation fruit. Upon observing the three options that lay before him, Wang Li's expression turned grave, the fury within his brow gradually dissipating. Anger must be restrained. After all, this was merely a simulation of a possible future, yet to unfold in reality, and there remained an opportunity to avert it. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is a cardinal sin for a strategist. Everything that transpired was still in potentiality, and there was a chance to alter the course. Wang Li convinced himself with this rationale and began to scrutinize the options before him. 1. Confront the soul-refining sect and demand accountability. 2. Endure the humiliation, biding time for future endeavors. 3. Request the Yin-Yang elder to intervene on your behalf. The first choice was unequivocally the least advisable. Committing to it would be tantamount to courting death. Although the simulated Wang Li had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, the soul-refining sect was no pushover. After all, their ancestor, Soul Void, was a practitioner at the mid-stage of nascent soul, and the disparity between foundation establishment and nascent soul was monumental. He lacked the strength to engage in a battle across such a chasm. The second option, while more prudent, felt excessively passive. He had lost his eldest son. To do nothing would render him contemptible in his own eyes. Thus, he resolved to select the third option. Wang Li lightly tapped on. Request the Yin-Yang elder to intervene on your behalf. You respectfully petitioned the Yin-Yang elder in his secluded hall, beseeching him to act on your behalf. You stood outside the Yin-Yang elder's hall for 3 days. The Yin-Yang elder emerged and cast forth a decree, wielding great magical power to send it across 1,000 miles. 3 days later, the enforcement elder of the soul-refining sect apprehended the involved foundation establishment disciple at the entrance of your cave abode. You crushed the disciple responsible for your son's death. Using soul extraction techniques, you transformed him into a mindless, vengeful spirit, sealing him within your soul summoning banner. You intended to enslave him for generations to come. You retrieved the soul of your eldest son, Han Zhong, Wang Zhong, as you gazed at the soulless entity, mindlessly consuming its own essence. Sorrow filled your heart. You released Han Zhong, Wang Zhong, from the spirit banner, watching the soul gradually fade into the void. You felt a pang of reluctance. You accepted the reparations from the soul-refining sect. You obtained 1,000-person soul banner. You received 3 foundation establishment pills. You acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. You obtained several exquisite spiritual artifacts. You reclaimed Han Zhang's, Wang Zhang's physical body. You buried him on the back mountain of the Harmony sect. You gathered wildflowers and placed them at your child's grave. This child had barely begun to experience this world before being met with a tragic fate. Alas, at this point in the simulation, Wang Li felt a profound discomfort. He suddenly comprehended why cultivators, who had spent centuries or even millennia honing their skills, would become enraged when their descendants fell victim to others. Such practitioners were inherently emotional beings, bound by attachments they could not sever, each guarding something dear to them. No one could truly embody cold indifference, as the saying goes. Humans are not wood or stone, who could be devoid of feelings. Yet even among the spirits of flora and fauna, how could they genuinely be without sentiment? Shaking his head, Wang Li continued the simulation. After laying your child to rest, you fervently immersed yourself in alchemy and artifact forging. 3 months later, another batch of children was born. You welcomed them with the warmth of a father. The blessing of many children and much fortune was activated. Your attributes were significantly enhanced. Shui Qianyue, appearing weak, sought you out, inquiring if her children could carry her surname. You consented. You named the child Shui Lianxiang. Shui Qianyue reignited her passion for life. In the 18th year, after nurturing a group of dedicated alchemists for the Harmony sect, you gradually stepped back, focusing your energies on fathering. Meanwhile, the fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 female cultivators. Thus, your procreation force reached a total of 61. In the 19th year, with another batch of children arriving, bolstered by the blessing of many children and much fortune, your cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, merely a step away from nascent soul. You had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It appeared that this simulation held the promise of nascent soul. Wang Li could not help but marvel at the potency of the blessing of many children and much fortune. And the potential it harbored was even greater. Once his sons matured and began to bear children, the lineage would be endless. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying enhancements he would receive at that time. Perhaps ascending to immortality would not be an insurmountable challenge. Over the years, your children gradually joined the Harmony sect, making their mark within the sect, with only a few remaining in the family to follow their mother in cultivation. Your children were aware of your status as an elder of the Alchemy Hall and a true gold core cultivator in the realm of cultivation. Under your guidance, they maintained a low profile, conducting themselves modestly, never daring to defy your will. You often educated your children in the family academy, instilling in them the values of unity. Though passionate about fatherhood, you did not neglect their education, well aware of the importance of nurturing and teaching. In the 20th year, while improving the family's protective array, you suddenly received a message from the Harmony sect. Through a communication jade talisman, you learned that the Yin-Yang Elder had summoned you. You set aside the task of perfecting the protective array. Utilizing the family's teleportation array, you journeyed to the Harmony sect. Under the guidance of the welcoming attendant, you paid your respects to the Yin-Yang Elder. Your demeanor was one of utmost reverence. The Yin-Yang Elder bestowed upon you a formula for a pill. He informed you that by concocting the Yin-Yang Harmony pill, he would grant you spiritual materials to enhance your chances of breaking through to nascent soul. It seemed the Yin-Yang Elder had gathered the materials for the Yin-Yang Harmony pill a year earlier in this simulation. You were astonished that the Yin-Yang Elder had assembled the ingredients a year in advance. You accepted the formula for the Yin-Yang Harmony pill. As you turned to leave, you were halted. Looking up at the Yin-Yang Elder, you saw his calm expression as he advised you not to worry about the Xiandan Elder, focusing instead on your cultivation. You showed a look of confusion. The Yin-Yang Elder explained that he had struck a deal with Nye Chutsong, handing over the everlasting pearl, in return for a guarantee that Nye would not act against you, along with some necessary materials. No wonder the Yin-Yang Elder had me concoct pills earlier. It was because of a transaction with Nye Chutsong. However, it was a grave mistake to trade the everlasting pearl to him. This could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt a sense of helplessness. Your expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the Yin-Yang Elder's words. Noticing your change in demeanor, the Yin-Yang Elder inquired. You informed him that he should not have traded the everlasting pearl to Nye Chutsong. If Nye were to acquire it, he would inevitably venture to the Taishu Immortal Mansion and release the sealed anomalies within, resulting in catastrophic upheaval across the entire Tianshu continent, with countless lives lost. The Yin-Yang Elder's expression grew grave. He urged you to relay everything you knew. You disclosed all information regarding the everlasting pearl, the Taishu Immortal Mansion, and the anomalies to the Yin-Yang Elder. Upon hearing your account, the Yin-Yang Elder's expression became increasingly solemn. He instructed you to expedite the creation of the Yin-Yang Harmony pill, assuring you that all resources of the sect would be at your disposal. You departed from the Yin-Yang Hall. You made your way to the Alchemy Hall. It appeared that the Yin-Yang Elder intended for you to concoct the pill swiftly, allowing you to break through to the pinnacle of nascent soul and thwart Nye Chutsong. Let's hope it is not too late. The recent simulation proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Wang Li was reluctant to allow Nye Chutsong to unleash that peculiar entity, as it would impede his quest for the birth of his nascent soul. Of course, if the version of himself within the simulator were to transcend into the Yuanying stage before the entity's seal was broken, he would accept it. You have received a substantial amount of herbs from the sect. You begin concocting the Yin-Yang Harmonization pill. In the 21st year, you successfully produce the Yin-Yang Harmonization pill. You have received a reward from the Yin-Yang Sovereign, You have acquired the transformation fruit, which bears fruit once every 300 years. The transformation fruit, the yin-yang sovereign, truly possesses remarkable generosity. Wang Li gazed at the simulation field, a hint of astonishment gracing his delicate features. The transformation fruit, catalogued as one of the 10 treasures of the Tianshu continent in the records of cultivation, thrives in realms of extreme cold and darkness, yielding fruit only once every 3 centuries. This item could enhance the chances of nascent soul formation by 30% and extend the lifespan of the consumer. Such venerable figures in the world of cultivation hoard wealth, and longevity certainly brings its own advantages. You carefully store the transformation fruit for future breakthroughs. In the 22nd year, you are invited to attend a high-level conference of your sect, where you hear news of the righteous 7 sects uniting to launch an offensive against the demonic 7 sects. What? The righteous sects are joining forces against the demonic factions? Wang Li was momentarily stunned. Soon, a figure flashed through his mind. This must all be part of your scheme, right? Wang Li murmured to himself. In January of the 23rd year, the coalition of the righteous 7 sects approaches the cultivation realm of the Zhou kingdom. A multitude of rogue cultivators scatter like frightened birds, fearing collateral damage. In March of the 23rd year, your family finds itself besieged by the coalition of aristocratic clans. You receive news and prepare to head there. Suddenly, a figure blocks your path. Chapter 42. The demise of Li Xianyanyu. Behold, Nie Chutsong standing before you. Your complexion pales, and a desire to flee arises within you. However, you soon realize that your entire magical power has been suppressed by him. Recognizing that Nie Chutsong has employed the technique of one thought sealing immortals, you find yourself captured high above a mountain range. He intends to use the soul-searching technique against you. In a moment of desperation, you channel the great void immortal scripture to break free from his binding. Upon witnessing your unexpected ability to shatter his confinement, Nie Chutsong appears momentarily dazed, astonished that your mastery of one thought sealing immortals has reached his level. Gazing at Nie Chutsong, clad in a black Daoist robe, with an air of calmness, your expression darkens as you furiously declare that one day, you shall eradicate the entire Nie clan, sparing not a single soul. A flicker of disdain flashes in Nie Chutsong's eyes as he snaps his fingers, piercing your golden core and shattering it in a single blow. Wounded gravely, you spew a mouthful of crimson blood, your body plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. As you watch Nie Chutsong approach, you muster your last breath and detonate your life-bound treasure, the Lian Tianding. Your soul is engulfed by the ensuing shockwave, obliterated within its wake. Amidst the aura of fortune, you observe a cold-faced elder with white hair, fury surging within you. You have perished. Nie Chutsong, how dare you? What have I done to provoke you? Time and again, you target me, relying solely on your superior cultivation. Wang Li, feeling utterly defeated, laments the loss of his hard-won opportunity for the nascent soul, all ruined by this old dog. After cursing a few more times, he finally comes to terms with reality. Alas, it is merely another simulation. I shall accept it. With renewed determination, Wang Li opens the simulator and begins to collect his simulation rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to purchase one to bring back. Eternal vitality. Your life force is remarkably resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly longer than that of ordinary cultivators, affording you ample time to explore this world. Current cultivation level, perfected golden core. Alchemist mastery experience. Experience gained from alchemy during the simulation. Artifact mastery experience. Experience gained from artifact forging during the simulation. High-quality formation mastery experience. Experience gained from formation cultivation during the simulation. 1,000,000,000 spirit stones. Your earnings cannot be used in simulation. Immortal fruit. One of the 10 wonders of the Tianshu continent. It grows in extreme cold and darkness, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the success rate of forming a nascent soul by 30% and prolongs the user's lifespan. Alchemy recipes. All recipes you have mastered during the simulation. Spell mastery experience. Experience gained from spell cultivation during the simulation. Lian Tian Ding. your life-bound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact with growth potential. Its capabilities greatly enhanced by rare materials and exquisite forging techniques. Complete Demon Path Compendium. All knowledge of demonic arts you have perused within the Hahuan Sect's transmission tower. Thousand Souls Banner. A compensation from the Soul Refining Sect. A banner that commands awe when unfurled. Within the banner, there is no life or death, existing as a realm of its own. A set of supreme spiritual artifacts. A compensation from the Soul Refining Sect. This set provides exceptional defense against certain soul attacks. Among the multitude of rewards, Wang Li chooses the Eternal Vitality and the perfected Golden Core cultivation level. As he completes his selection, spiritual energy from all directions surges towards him. Remembering that Nietzsche Song is still patrolling nearby, he suppresses the urge to break through for the time being, deciding to wait. Thus, Wang Li closes his eyes and sits in meditation, biding his time until half a month later when the extensive scanning of divine consciousness ceases, allowing him to commence his true breakthrough. In an instant, an abundance of celestial and earthly spiritual energy envelopes his secluded chamber. Sensing the massive influx of spiritual energy, Wang Li promptly channels the incantations of the divine ghost mysterious In Path True Scripture, refining the energy and assimilating it into his body, purifying his flesh. Eventually, guided by his magical power, it flows into the golden core resting upon the bridge of heaven and earth within his dantian. Days later, as the golden core becomes increasingly solidified, Wang Li's aura surges dramatically, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Now, he stands merely a step away from the nascent soul. Through introspection, he gazes at the golden core upon the bridge of heaven and earth, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. The nascent soul, once a distant aspiration, now lies within his grasp. As he retrieves the everlasting pearl, admiring its smooth, jade-like surface, Wang Li grips it tightly. This very pearl has drawn Nye Chutsong's attention. He must devise a plan to dispose of it, ensuring it does not fall into Nye Chutsong's hands. Otherwise, the Tianshu continent will plunge into chaos. Yet, despite his intentions, Wang Li finds himself at a loss regarding the pearl. Discarding it proves futile, as it reappears by his bedside the following day. Destroying it is equally impossible. The materials used to forge this pearl are extraordinarily unique, and he cannot comprehend their nature. Previous attempts to obliterate it have ended in failure. As for gifting it to another, only a being of formidable strength, such as an Yin-Yang sovereign, could safely receive it. Otherwise, it would inevitably return to Nye Chutsong regardless of the recipient. Sighing in frustration, Wang Li suddenly has a revelation. His expression shifts, revealing a glimmer of excitement. He has devised a method to deal with the everlasting pearl. I wonder, if I could trap you within the secret realm of immortals, would you still return to me? Wang Li fixates on the pearl, articulating each word with clarity. If he can confine this object within the secret realm of immortals, Nye Chutsong will never obtain it. The following day, after tidying his chamber, Wang Li dons a jade mask to conceal his identity and changes into a black robe before making his way to the Li family's marketplace. Utilizing his will to manipulate his external avatar, he exits the Li clan and meets at the Linglong mountain range. There, Wang Li transfers the everlasting pearl to his external avatar. As he observes his identical, somewhat dull-witted doppelganger, Wang Li commands it to return to the Li clan before preparing to leave. However, just as he steps away, a figure blocks his path. Fellow Daoist, what business do you have sneaking into the Linglong mountain range of my Li clan? Wang Li gazes at the middle-aged man standing before him, recognizing the familiar face and breaking into a playful smile. Li Xianyan, the clan's elder? It has been quite some time since we last met. With that, Wang Li's aura of perfected golden core envelopes the entire Linglong mountain range, manifesting black chains of magical energy that swiftly ensnare Li Xianyan. In the blink of an eye, Li Xianyan finds himself bound by thousands of chains, rendered immobile like a tightly wrapped dumpling. Binding soul chains. Are you from the Soul Refining Sect? Forgive me, esteemed elder. I failed to recognize a true immortal. I deserve death. Please show mercy. Feeling his soul ensnared by the black chains, Li Xinyan struggles in vain, panic creeping into his otherwise composed demeanor as he pleads for mercy. Observing Li Xuanyan's desperate state, Wang Li remains impassive, his expression devoid of emotion. Employing the binding soul chains, he drags Li Xinyan down to the ground, leisurely walking towards him with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly stating, "Do you know what you deserve? You must die." As he speaks, his pure white hand strikes towards Li Xuanyan's forehead. Chapter 43. Soul Extraction and Refinement. Cursed be it. You have forced my hand. Li Xuanyan had dabbled in the arcane arts of the demonic sect, and upon witnessing Wang Li's approaching strike, he instantly comprehended the impending threat. Hastily, he summoned his inner mana, preparing for self-detonation. However, Wang Li was a step ahead. As one accustomed to self-destruction, do you think I lack countermeasures? With that, Wang Li's knee transformed, driving into Li Xuanyan's abdomen, shattering his core and leaving the colossal golden core with fissures. The formidable physical strength of a perfected golden core cultivator could cleave mountains and sever peaks. On Earth, it could withstand the impact of an intercontinental missile without a scratch. The resulting shockwave from the blow even snapped trees hundreds of meters behind Li Xuanyan too. Soul Extraction and Refinement. Wang Li executed a hand gesture, smiting Li Xuanyan's forehead, forcefully drawing out his soul. You shall not refine the ancestor's soul into an eternal slave. Even in self-destruction, I will not grant you that victory. Without further ado, Wang Li unleashed his immense mana to refine Li Xuanyan's soul, erasing its sentience and extracting its memories, transforming it into a vengeful ghost, a mere wraith that craved the blood and flesh of the living. Li Xuanyan, do you perceive the error of your ways? Wang Li grasped the neck of the wraith, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. The wraith remained unresponsive, staring vacantly at Wang Li. With a fierce expression, Wang Li ensnared the wraith within a soul banner, then turned to gaze at the ethereal palace hovering above the mountains. This all transpired due to your lack of resolve. Had you chosen to self-detonate at our first encounter, it would have been a different tale. This was your blunder. Thus your lineage is destined for annihilation at my hands. I am your grave digger. The depth of love breeds an equal measure of hatred. If, at the moment Wang Li ascended the path of immortality with the aid of the Li clan, he harbored respect for them, even vowing lifelong service. Now he yearned only to topple the Li clan, casting them into the annals of history. After clearing the battlefield, he donned Li Xuanyan's storage ring, sealing his corporeal form within a storage pouch for alchemical and crafting purposes. Wang Li's gaze lingered on the celestial palace before he departed. At this juncture, there was no need to strike against the Li clan. Doing so would only court disaster. Firstly, there was concern that Nye Chutsong would be drawn to the fray, as all beings are inclined to gather around chaos. Wang Li could not guarantee that Nye Chutsong would remain indifferent to the demise of the Li clan. Secondly, without thorough preparations, an assault on the Li clan would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Tianyi sect, rumored to house 2 nascent soul ancestors. Thirdly, with Li Xuanyan slain, the Li clan's days were numbered. Time is on our side. We shall await the unfolding events. As Wang Li finished speaking, he activated the soul evasion technique recorded in the mystical path of ghosts and gods, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the distance. No sooner had Wang Li departed for an hour than a white-haired elder materialized in the vicinity. Detecting a potent demonic aura, he approached, only to realize he was a moment too late. There were no traces left from the evasion technique, suggesting an exceptionally advanced method, likely soul evasion. After a moment of contemplation, the elder chuckled softly. Ah well, even if these demonic cultivators have arrived from the lower realms, what concern is it of mine? It is far more vital to continue my search for the elixir of immortality. Let the righteous sects like Tianyi deal with the demons. Were it not for Nye Qingluo's incompetence, I would not find myself in such a predicament. He could only hope that the holder of the elixir continued to wield their mana. Eventually, its essence would meld with their power, and I shall follow the trail of their mana to locate them. With that, the elder vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Li clan's Hall of Fate, the disciple tasked with guarding the fate tablets could only watch in horror as the tablet at the pinnacle collapsed, shattering into 2. After a prolonged moment of shock, he shouted that the ancestor had perished, rushing out of the hall. 3 days later, in the southern reaches of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, in a sparsely spirited area, Wang Li crafted a temporary cave abode in a concealed location before burrowing inside. He deemed it unnecessary to set up formations, for establishing one would only signal the presence of treasure to others, a foolish act he would not commit. Seated upon a stone bed, Wang Li opened Li Xuanya's storage ring, beginning to sort through its valuable contents. As he organized, he mused, in terms of strategy, intellect, cunning, and innate talent, I am no match for any cultivator of a century or more. Yet, I possess a simulator and a level of caution that surpasses the ordinary. The future belongs to me. After a brief period of contemplation, Wang Li could not help but marvel at the wealth within Li Xuanya's collection. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30 exquisite spiritual artifacts, 1 inferior magical treasure, and over 100 vials of elixirs to enhance mana and cultivation were among the riches, alongside 1,000 tomes of techniques. Had Wang Li and Li Xuanya been of equal cultivation, the outcome might have differed. 1 dead, 1 wounded. Alas, Li Xuanya, your painstaking cultivation over the centuries lacks the purity to rival my simulated prowess. With a faint smile, Wang Li activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3, Host, Wang Li Age, 12, Cultivation Technique, Mystical Path of Ghosts and Gods, Cultivation Level, Perfected Golden Core, Simulation Points, 207, 000, Simulation Attempts, 0, Talents, Vengeful Spirit Summoning, Black, Array Mastery Prodigy, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Avatar, Blue, Supreme Demon Path, Purple, Crafting Prodigy, Blue, Abundant Offspring, Red, Evergreen Resilience, Blue, Skills, Superior Alchemist, Inferior Array Master, Inferior Artisan, Techniques, Fireball, Water Sphere, Gravitational Manipulation, Wooden Shield, Earth Evasion, Soul Binding, Soul Evasion. The remaining simulation points total 200,000. Thus, I shall initiate the simulation. Without hesitation, Wang Li commenced the process. Idleness breeds stagnation. It is better to elevate oneself. Initiating simulator. You have consumed 100,000 energy points, randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations! You have acquired the yellow talent. Dragon's Vitality and Tiger's Fierceness. Dragon's Vitality and Tiger's Fierceness. Your vitality and yang energy are exceptionally vigorous, even among cultivators. You stand out. Your fighting spirit is indomitable. Even in the depths of despair, you will not easily concede, continually seeking a breakthrough. The long-awaited yellow talent. Wang Li had not anticipated receiving such a boon. Would you like to spend 100,000 energy points to refresh your talent? Yes, no. Wang Li pondered for a moment over the 2 options. Chapter 44. The Divine Calculation. Wang Li pondered for a moment before declining. 100,000 simulated energy points represented a singular opportunity for simulation. It would be unwise to squander such resources on the matter of refreshing his talents. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li found himself ill at ease with the immersive simulation. What irked him most was the utter lack of freedom within this mode. For instance, while he was perusing the magical arts of the demon sect, the simulator unexpectedly updated its progress, abruptly shifting his focus from studying the arts to alchemy. Naturally, this was not the most repugnant aspect. What truly vexed him was that all the skills acquired during the immersive simulation would be entirely stripped away upon returning to reality. In essence, the so-called immersive simulation merely allowed one to experience a life within the simulation, yielding little more than subtle insights. As he contemplated these thoughts, the simulator silently updated its progress. Since slaying Li Xuanya in the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, you have arrived in the southern territories of the Qi Kingdom, harboring a restless heart as you sought refuge in the world of cultivation. With the mere thought of Nye Chutsong and the mysterious existence beyond the black hole of the immortal mansion, the weight upon your heart intensifies, prompting you to question whether you would be able to resist should they ever appear before you. With pressure comes motivation, and you begin to seek a means to break free from your predicament. You turn your gaze to the half-completed Grand Void, Immortal Sutra in your hands, hesitating whether to cultivate this ominous technique. Yes, no. Upon seeing this, Wang Li hesitated not at all and selected yes. This technique was indeed powerful. Cultivating it in reality posed significant risks without the blessing of fortune, yet within the simulation, it bore no consequence. You commence the cultivation of the half-completed Grand Void, Immortal Sutra. You spend nearly half a year successfully cultivating the Grand Void, Immortal Sutra. You begin to practice the unique spells contained within the Grand Void, Immortal Sutra. You plan to refine your life-bound magical artifact. You aim to enhance your crafting skills. The following year, after ensuring your safety, you venture into the territory of the Shun clan. You stealthily infiltrate the Shun clan. You conceal yourself in the shadows. You arrive at the rear mountains of the Shun clan's domain. You observe Shun Tianling, the clan's ancestor, consuming the blood of demonic beasts to cultivate his dark arts. You intervene to stop him. Upon seeing your sudden appearance, Shun Tianling's expression turns grim as he hastily questions your identity and purpose for infiltrating the Shun clan. You calmly inform Shun Tianling that he should abandon the practice of the Grand Five Elements, true demon art, as its modified version poses great risks of falling into madness. Shun Tianling, upon hearing this, ceases his cultivation. He tosses the modified Grand Five Elements True Demon Art Scroll from his storage bag to you. You find Shun Tianling's actions somewhat unbelievable. Seemingly perceiving your confusion, Shun Tianling clasps his fists in acknowledgement and states, "Your silent arrival here suggests that if you intended harm, I would have perished by now. Yet, you have not done so. Rather, you advise me to abandon my cultivation, concerned for my well-being. This indicates you are not my enemy." You admire Shun Tianling's wisdom. With an air of certainty, you inform him that should he continue with his cultivation, calamity is inevitable. Shun Tianling does not refute you. You pick up the modified scroll of the Grand Five Elements True Demon Art and inquire whether he knows its origins. Shun Tianling shows a hint of guilt. He invites you to a stone pavilion by the cliff at the back mountain. Shun Tianling brews tea with alchemical fire and fills your cup. He then asks if you have come for the Grand Five Elements True Demon Art. You respond that it is both yes and no. Shun Tianling smiles slightly, takes a sip of tea, and inquires if you are sufficiently acquainted with the Shun clan. You remain silent. Shun Tianling's smile fades, and his expression grows serious as he recounts the tale of how Shunpa brought the modified Grand Five Elements True Demon Art from the Grand Void Immortal Mansion. With this knowledge, you maintain an impassive demeanor. Suddenly, Shun Tianling rises and walks to the edge of the cliff, sighing deeply. He reveals that his ancestor Shunpa is a sinner, for he disseminated the modified Grand Five Elements True Demon Art to many cultivators in the realm. This ultimately led to misfortune and mysterious disappearances among those who practiced the art, marking the end of the illustrious ancient era. As a result of Shunpo's actions, the Shun clan became the target of both righteous and demonic forces, culminating in a war aimed at their annihilation. Thus, their surviving lineage became known as the so-called remnants of antiquity. After hearing Shun Tianling's narrative, you begin to inquire about Shunpo's whereabouts. Shun Tianling informs you that historical records depict Shunpa as missing, with many speculating that he perished at the hands of powerful beings from the righteous or demonic factions. He continues, stating that since the calamity unleashed by the Grand Five Elements True Demon Art in ancient times, the ancestors of the Shun clan have prohibited their descendants from practicing it. He himself practiced it out of necessity. Shun Tianling's necessity to practice the Grand Five Elements True Demon Art? Wang Li felt a spark of curiosity. Was he perhaps coerced? But who could wield such power over him? Shun Tianling explains that every member of an ancient remnant clan has a certain probability of reverting to ancestral traits, gaining specific talents. His own gift is the divine calculation, allowing him to glimpse into a person's future. However, such a defiant talent has drawn the ire of the heavens, limiting his lifespan to a mere 20% of that of an ordinary person. Thus, if a person could live to 100 without calamity, he would scarcely see 25. Reflecting on Shun Tianling's words, you recall the previous simulations. Now you comprehend that Shun Tianling's kindness towards you in those simulations was premeditated. You cannot help but marvel at the truth in the saying that there is no love or hatred without cause. You ask Shun Tianling to gaze into your future. Shun Tianling chuckles bitterly and shakes his head, stating that you are the most peculiar person he has ever encountered. He confesses that he cannot perceive your future, for a shroud of mist obscures it. You smile faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. You pose a question to Shun Tianling, asking if he would mind should you wish to marry all of the beautiful women of the Shun clan. Shun Tianling bursts into laughter, then replies that if you desire, he could serve as a matchmaker to introduce you to the unmarried women. You, with utmost seriousness, inform Shun Tianling that your purpose in visiting the Shun clan is indeed to marry all of its beautiful women. If the clan's ancestor is willing to facilitate this, it would be most splendid. Shun Tianling is taken aback. He inquires about your intentions. He expresses concern that you might treat the women of the Shun clan as mere vessels for enhancing your cultivation. You assure him that such is not your intention, explaining that you aspire to establish a new lineage of immortals. 3 days later, Shun Tianling convenes a high-level meeting. He introduces you to the senior members of the Shun clan. After unanimous agreement among the clan's leaders, it is decided that you shall marry 20 women first. You express no objections. 3 months later, the Shun clan holds a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you do not partake in the festivities. You stand amidst the crowd, gazing at the elegantly adorned bride on stage. Her head veiled in red silk, your heart devoid of both sorrow and joy. Just as you prepare to depart, a fleeting glimpse catches your eye at the gift table. You watch as the figure turns around, and suddenly, your face pales in terror. Chapter 45. The peculiar caviar taken aback by the unexpected presence of Nie Chutsong at your wedding. As he turns his gaze toward your crowd, you swiftly retreat behind the throng, holding your breath and cautiously concealing yourself. Nie Chutsong does not linger. After presenting his gift, he turns and departs, seemingly having come solely for the purpose of delivering his offering. Observing his exit, you quietly slip away as well. Later that evening, at the Shun family's banquet, after partaking in the feast with the guests, you accompany Shun Tianling to the rear mountain of the Shun clan. After establishing a forbidden formation, you inquire whether there exists any connection between the Shun clan and the Nie clan of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shun Tianling shakes his head, admitting his ignorance. He offers a vague response, suggesting that there may have been interactions in the past. With a faint smile, you express your disbelief and turn to proceed to your bridal chamber. Suddenly, Shun Tianling calls out to you. He informs you that a certain ancestor of the Shun clan once accepted a disciple bearing the Nie surname. You question his certainty, to which he solemnly affirms that he is indeed sure. However, he cannot recall which generation it was. You find it somewhat perplexing that Shun Tianling, as a cultivator at the core formation stage, struggles with such details. He explains that this information stems from his childhood readings of the family history and the autobiographies of various elders, and given the passage of time, coupled with its trivial nature, it is understandable that he does not have a clear recollection. Lost in thought, you recall Nie Chutsong, who had presented a gift during the wedding ceremony. Through prior simulations, you recognize that he is a cunning old fox with hidden depths. You believe his visit to the Shun clan was not merely a simple act of delivering a gift. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives towards the Shun family. After a moment of contemplation, you prioritize your wedding night and make your way to the festively adorned guest house, ready to embrace the joys of life. In the 3rd year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bear you a multitude of children, whom you greet with a fatherly embrace. The blessing of abundant progeny activates, enhancing all your attributes. At the invitation of the head of the Shun family, you begin refining tools and elixirs for the Shun clan, thereby honing your skills. You acquire a wealth of alchemical formulas and intricate formations from the Shun clan, marveling at the vast repository of ancient knowledge they possess, including some long-lost recipes. You concoct a spirit-nourishing pill to present as a gift to Lu Ziduan upon your next meeting. As for the chi-restraining powder within you, it has been entirely eradicated by your spiritual power, eliminating any obstructions to your absorption of spiritual energy. You feel a measure of relief. Recognizing the harshness of the methods employed by those sects, after consuming the cheer straining powder for nearly 5 years, one must reach the core formation stage to completely expel it. Otherwise, one can only rely on the slow expulsion through the spirit-nourishing pill. You cannot fathom how cultivators who have ingested it for 8 or 10 years manage to eliminate it. Perhaps the spirit-nourishing pill would prove ineffective for them, as the powder directly affects the spiritual root, clinging to it and impeding its ability to absorb spiritual energy. You also find yourself intrigued by the origins of the cheer straining powder. In the 4th year, you again request a batch of companions from Tianling. He gazes at you in astonishment, cautioning that cultivators should prioritize their training over personal emotions and trivial matters. The pursuit of longevity ought to be the joy of a cultivator. You remain silent. Tianling acquiesces. Upon receiving the companions from the Shun clan, aside from the endeavor of procreation, you also contribute your modest efforts towards elevating the Shun family. You refine elixirs for the Shun clan 300 times, improving your alchemical skills, and forge over 100 items, honing your craftsmanship. Additionally, when time permits, you engage in training regarding formations to enhance your experience in that discipline. In the 5th year, your unwavering efforts yield another batch of children, for whom you generously provide ample cultivation resources. The blessing of abundant progeny activates once more, enhancing all your attributes. The successive enhancements and the addition of nearly 20 children solidify your golden core, deepening your spiritual prowess. Yet you still find yourself unable to break through to the nascent soul stage. Undeterred, you continue to strive for more children, steadfast in your belief that success lies in effort. In the 6th year, while your companions are with child, you dedicate your time to alchemy, tool forging, and studying formations, while also managing to squeeze in moments to visit the Shun clan's transmission pavilion to delve into scholarly pursuits. You understand that merely possessing formidable spiritual power, a high realm, and magical artifacts is insufficient to secure your position at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Mastery of divine techniques is the true skill that sustains a cultivator's existence and serves as the foundation for your supremacy in the realm. After extensive study, you master the 5 elements slaughter technique, the 5 elements escape technique, and the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 techniques recorded in the Taishu celestial canon, including 1 thought sealing immortals, inch from heaven, perception of illusions, God and demon coalescence, form born of intent, from stillness to motion, enlightening all beings, shifting mountains and seas, pointing to sever divine light, and veiling chi and concealing form, has significantly increased. In the 7th year, armed with spirit-nourishing pills, pure spirit pills, and bone-sculpting pills, you make your way to the Li clan. Returning to the Linglong mountain range after many years, you are struck by the profound changes that have taken place within the Li clan's territory, evoking a torrent of emotions within you. You summon your avatar, transferring the spirit-nourishing pills, pure spirit pills, and bone-sculpting pills to it before infiltrating the Li clan. You destroy Lu Zidwan's fate tablet and incapacitate him, taking him away to a remote mountain range. Gazing at Lu Zidwan's figure, you let out a sigh before turning to depart. Half a year later, through your persistent efforts, your partners again bear you numerous children, whom you reward with abundant cultivation resources. The blessing of abundant progeny activates once more, enhancing all your attributes. Your cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the core formation stage, radiating a potent aura that imbues you with confidence. You sense that you have reached the zenith of the core formation realm. Against any adversary of the same level, you believe you can emerge victorious. However, your confidence is short-lived, quickly restrained by a reminder to remain cautious. You are not the child of destiny. You begin gathering materials to forge your life-bound artifact. In the 8th year, you once again request a new batch of companions from Tianling. Your prolonged efforts in forging tools for the Shun clan have greatly enhanced your craftsmanship. Your continuous practice in alchemy has significantly improved your alchemical skills. Your dedication to formation studies has led to remarkable advancements in your mastery of formations. As the first day of the new year in the 8th year arrives, After enjoying a reunion dinner, you retreat to your cave abode. You cast a defensive formation with a set of array flags before immersing your consciousness in your avatar. Under your control, your avatar consumes the pure spirit pill and bone sculpting pill, only to be ambushed shortly thereafter, being force-fed a mind confusion pill. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your limbs have been restrained. The spirit-purifying elixir commences its function. The bone-reshaping elixir begins to activate. The effects of the mind-dulling elixir are dispelled. Your hands and legs start to regenerate and reshape. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, you once again enter the celestial ruins' secret realm. Upon entering the realm, you observe the disciples of Tianyi Gate managing the outer sect disciples. You rise and flee, desperately seeking an escape under the watchful gazes of many. You progress forward. After an hour, you shake off your pursuers and arrive at the desolate waters in the northern Forbidden Zone. You pass the stone tablet and guide your external avatar into the realm of stagnant waters. Gazing at the myriad of stark white bones in the river, you expressionlessly cast the elixir of immortality into the depths. Niechu Tsong, you shall never again hope to find the elixir of immortality in this lifetime. Witnessing the external avatar in the simulation toss the elixir into the stagnant waters, a flicker of joy appears on Wang Li's face. Just moments after you cast the elixir into the depths, an unexpected occurrence transpires. The countless bones within the stagnant waters seem to recoil upon contact with the elixir, as if they harbor a fear of something. Before long, a peculiar underwater cavern emerges before your eyes. You regard the strange cavern with a hint of curiosity, yet alongside that curiosity lies a greater sense of dread and trepidation. Your heart wavers as you contemplate whether to enter. Yes. No. Chapter 46. Relics beneath the still waters lay a hidden cave. Wang Li gazed at the information revealed by the simulator, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his dark eyes. He recalled the inscription on the steel outside the dead water bridge. The living must halt, the unworthy shall not enter. Could it be that possessing the everlasting pearl would unlock the opportunities concealed within this forbidden realm of stagnant water? In pursuit of validating his conjectures, Wang Li chose to enter the cave. You have chosen to enter the mysterious cave beneath the dead water. You leap into the still waters. You observe skeletons desperately attempting to swim towards you, yet restrained by the everlasting pearl. They can only watch as you dive below the surface. You arrive in the cave beneath the dead water. You discover an unusual force that separates the stagnant water, preventing it from flowing into the cave. Gazing at the dust-laden interior, seemingly untouched for ages, you can't help but exclaim, "It appears no one has visited here in a long while." On the central wall of the cave, you notice a line of text. "Do not ascend. Ascension is but a ruse." The script is not of ancient origins, but rather from a post-ancient period, the commonly used script in today as cultivation world. Indeed, even within this era, some cultivators have recognized the deceit of ascension. Alas, this message is visible only to me, Wang Li thought, sighing at the current state of affairs. In today as cultivation realm, ascension remains a prevailing topic. Countless individuals strive to break through to the transformation stage, seeking to escape this realm for the upper world of Tianxiu, only to fall prey to the mysterious entities lurking behind the black holes, becoming mere delicacies on their banquet tables. You continue to explore the cave and discover a jade bed on the left side. On the right, you find a jade box. You manipulate your external incarnation to open the jade box. You acquire a golden small sword. You obtain a storage ring. You come upon a letter and decide to open it. You read the contents of the letter. The contents are as follows: future generations. Upon receiving this letter, know that I am Shun Pa, the 8th patriarch of the Shun clan. In my life, I have achieved great deeds yet committed grave errors. I repaired the void ceiling, preventing the emergence of the bizarre. This is my merit. However, I was misled by a mysterious figure and imparted the void immortal canon to the world. This is my transgression. Merely reading a few lines, Wang Li was instantly taken aback. Shenpo, are these remnants left by Shunpa? And what of the void immortal canon? Wasn't it the great 5-element true demon art that Shunpo transmitted to the world? With a mind brimming with questions, Wang Li continued reading. In my life, I have both great merits and grave errors. Repairing the void ceiling and preventing the emergence of the bizarre is a great merit. However, listening to the words of a mysterious person and teaching the world the void immortal canon is a great error. Because of my failings, my clan has perished, and I cannot forgive myself for my sins. Should future generations have the fortune to acquire my remnants, I beseech you to return the spiritual treasure, the void sword, to the Shun clan. I have sensed that a lineage remains. The remaining artifacts I bestow upon you with immense gratitude. Lastly, the paper is limited. Even with paper, I cannot fully express my thoughts. Remember this, do not ascend to the upper realms. The letter was brief, revealing little of use. Yet why did Shun proclaim he imparted the void, immortal canon to the world? This contradicts what I have learned, according to the clan's historical records. Shunpa clearly transmitted the great 5-element true demon art modified scroll. Could it be that the modified scroll of the great 5-element true demon art is, indeed, the void immortal canon? Or perhaps, no, that is impossible. I have practiced both techniques simulated within me, and they are entirely different paths. It is perplexing. Wang Li acknowledged that this was somewhat taxing on the mind. Unless that mysterious figure who persuaded Shunpa to share the techniques with the world was deceiving him, perhaps substituting the so-called void immortal canon with the content of the modified scroll of the great 5-element true demon art. However, another question arose. Shunpa was not a fool. Could he not discern whether the technique was correct or erroneous? After a moment of silence, Wang Li chose not to dwell on these matters, prioritizing the simulation instead. Having finished reading Shunpa's letter, you find it hard to believe that the ancestor of the Shun clan, Shunpa, who is said to have ended the ancient era, actually entered the secret realm of immortals and left behind a cave inheritance within the Deadwater Forbidden Land. You are utterly astonished. But how did Shunpa enter the secret realm of immortals? I recall that the secret realm prohibits any beings above the foundation establishment stage from entering. Therefore, either his cultivation was exceedingly low, or he had surpassed the limits imposed by the secret realm. The former is improbable, thus his cultivation must be extraordinarily high. Wang Li's curiosity about Shunpa deepened. You attempt to open Shunpa's storage ring. You discover that it requires blood to unseal. You attempt to unseal it. You find that your blood is ineffective. You speculate that the blood of a member of the Shun clan is necessary for unsealing. With a sigh of resignation at such a clever scheme, you stow away Shunpa's relics. You continue to explore the cave. You notice a mural buried under layers of dust. You employ a cleaning spell to clear the cave of grime. You observe the mural on the wall, depicting a group of grotesque and terrifying creatures descending from the heavens, their gaping maws fixed hungrily upon the beings of the earth. You wait in the cave. You calculate the time, planning to pass through the duration in the secret realm of immortals unscathed. Your consciousness returns to your true self within the Shun clan. You decide to personally greet your incarnation at the periphery of the secret realm. After all, your incarnation carries Shunpa's relics. 8 days later, you fly out from the Shun clan, sensing the position of your incarnation as you ride your sword. Even with such evasion techniques as inch of heaven and distance of earth, you dare not use them lightly, fearing the scrutiny of Nietzsche-san. Traveling 3,000 miles, you arrive at a mountain shrouded in mist year-round. You discover that the mountain is protected by a formation, preventing even core formation cultivators from entering. As a formation master, you are acutely aware that every formation has its flaws. You employ the technique recorded in the void immortal canon, piercing the illusions. You swiftly identify the weakness in the formation. Using the flaw, you alter a corner of the formation. You enter the mountain. Your dual focus talent activates. You guide your external incarnation towards the entrance of the secret realm of immortals. You gaze at the everlasting pearl radiating light at the center of the Deadwater. A hint of reluctance flickers in your eyes. You are acutely aware of the immense secrets contained within the everlasting pearl. Simply possessing it grants eternal youth and vitality, an irresistible allure for any cultivator. Not to mention, during this expedition into the secret realm, it has instilled fear in the skeletons, allowing you a glimpse into the cave beneath the waters. However, you understand that retaining the everlasting pearl will only invite trouble. You relinquish the everlasting pearl and resolutely depart. Simultaneously, your true self arrives at the heart of the mountain. You observe Feng Xiao, a disciple of Tianyi sect, waiting on the outskirts. With narrowed eyes, you gesture and employ the finger-severing divine light. You cleave Feng Xiao in half. You use the soul extraction and spirit refinement technique, capturing Feng Xiao's soul within the soul banner. As you witness figures emerging from the entrance of the secret realm, you utilize the finger-severing divine light once more. With a gentle motion of your finger in the void, the disciples just exiting the realm are severed in two. The subsequent disciples from Tianyi sect gaze in horror at the scattered corpses. As you gaze in their direction, they all kneel and prostrate themselves, pleading for mercy. Observing the disciples of the Tianyi sect, who had mercilessly slaughtered others within the secret realm, now trembling in fear before you, you cannot help but find the situation profoundly ironic. Just as you prepare to sever these disciples and extract their souls, a radiant sword light hurtles towards you from behind. Then, a chilling voice reverberates throughout the heart of the mountain range. Bold demonic sect, how dare you slay the disciples of the Tianyi sect? I shall ensure your body is shattered into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing these words, the kneeling disciples of the Tianyi sect reveal expressions of joy. You regard the approaching sword light with an impassive demeanor, swiftly grasping it in your hand. Then, you crush it, just as you intend to retaliate. A colossal axe materializes, cleaving through the surrounding mountains as it swings toward you. Chapter 47. The Jade Page book. You deftly sidestep the attack, raising your right hand to conjure a water shield for defense, while your left hand discreetly extends your pinky finger behind you. In an instant, your entire magical essence converges into your pinky, channeling the spell of divine light slash towards the cultivator of the Heavenly One sect behind you. With a flick of your finger, dozens of mountains are cleaved into oblivion by a beam of white light. Upon confirming the demise of the Golden Core cultivator from the Heavenly One sect, your gaze shifts to the entrance of the celestial ruins. The remaining disciples of the Heavenly One sect, initially hopeful for salvation, now kneel in submission, their spirits crushed by the sight of the obliterated peaks. You choose to ignore their pleas, instead retrieving the soul banner to commence the extraction of souls. Jia Qing, an undercover disciple of the demon god sect within the Heavenly One sect, observes your actions with an air of audacity. As you approach, he hastily bows, revealing his identity. Unfazed, you proceed to extract his soul, drawing it into the soul banner. You then receive your external avatar, swiftly departing the mountain range that houses the celestial ruins. Before your departure, you meticulously scour the battlefield, pillaging the storage bags and rings of the fallen. Sensing a formidable presence approaching, you take advantage of your recovering magical power, casting the spells of spatial leap and concealment, allowing for a rapid escape. During your flight, you realize that the Eternal Pearl has not manifested on your avatar. It dawns upon you that the Eternal Pearl remains within the celestial ruins. A thrill of excitement surges through you at the thought of being rid of the Eternal Pearl. Without it, the enigmatic and malevolent entities sealed within the supreme celestial mansion stand no chance of escape. You feel as though you have saved countless lives, emerging as an unsung hero shrouded in secrecy. Just as you depart, two figures materialize in the skies above the celestial ruins. You hasten back to the Shun clan. Your external avatar is stationed at the market, diligently studying alchemy and artifact forging. Upon returning to your residence, you summon Shun Li. Observing her, with her round belly and gluttonous demeanor, you are left momentarily speechless. Noticing your serious expression, Shun Li quickly wipes the grease from her lips and obediently stands by your side, ready to follow your instructions. You request a drop of her blood. Attempting to unlock Shun Po's storage ring, you succeed in your endeavor. After dismissing Shun Li, you watch as she stuffs 2 meat buns in her mouth, leaving you slightly exasperated. You cast array flags around you, establishing the 8 directions exquisite array. With anticipation, you open Shun Po's storage ring. Within, you discover 100 million low-grade spirit stones, a mysterious teleportation token, a technique titled Divine Demonic Visualization Method, a top-grade magical artifact known as the five-colored cloud banner, and a jade page book penned by Shan Per. Additionally, you acquire a knife cultivation technique known as Reversal of Chaos 8 Forms, along with all of Shunpo's relics. As you gaze at the delicately crafted golden sword within the jade box, a surge of greed wells up within you. You decide to keep it, feeling justified as a half-member of the Shun clan to possess this sword. You peruse the jade page book authored by Shan Per, uncovering ancient secrets and esoteric knowledge regarding cultivation. You learn of the concept of breaking limits. In ancient times, there were cultivators who discovered the path of transcending limits by not breaking through their cultivation, but instead honing their skills within a single realm over the years. They ultimately reached a state of limit breaking. It is said that those who achieve this state are invincible within their realm. You also come across the notion of the nine-color golden core. In antiquity, great cultivators divided the golden core path into levels. One color signifies weakness, while 9 colors denote strength. The golden core within the human body resembles a pill, with each pattern representing a color, and the more patterns it contains, the greater its potential. Most ancient immortals possessed a 9-color golden core. After absorbing this knowledge, a pang of regret strikes you for having rushed through your foundation, resulting in a single-colored golden core with limited future potential. As this realization dawns upon you, the expression on Wang Li's face turns complex. So, this is the reason behind the singular pattern on a golden core. It signifies its weakness compared to the strength of 9 colors. With that, Wang Li produces the golden core he obtained from Shuanya. Observing the 3 patterns adorned with cracks on the golden core, his expression grows grave. The patterns on Shuanya's golden core surpass mine by 2. Clearly, I was too hasty in my breakthrough, neglecting to solidify my foundation. However, armed with the simulator, I possess infinite possibilities. What does a single-colored golden core matter? With renewed confidence stemming from his thoughts about the simulator, Wang Li dismisses his earlier regrets and continues to delve into the Shun Po's jade page book. Over the next few days, through the insights gleaned from the book, he uncovers further secrets of the cultivation world. It is evident that Shun Po invested great effort into his writings, aiming to impart profound knowledge to future readers. After 3 days of study, you complete the jade page book, treating it with the utmost respect as you place it in your collection. You open the Divine Demonic Visualization Method and are delighted to discover that it is a technique designed to enhance one's spiritual awareness. You begin your training in this method. In the 9th year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bless you with a multitude of children. You reward them with an abundance of cultivation resources, activating the blessing of many children and much fortune, leading to an enhancement of all your attributes. Despite having over 40 children, you still have not achieved the pinnacle of golden core completion. However, you have progressed further in your golden core journey, seemingly embarking on the path of breaking limits as described in Shun Po's jade page book. In June of the 9th year, a significant event unfolds in the cultivation world of Qi Nation. Due to the Heavenly One sect's failure to deliver foundational elixirs on time, numerous sects conspire to apply pressure on them. The Shun clan also joins the fray, but only offers a symbolic gesture, withholding any explicit stance. Ultimately, the instigating Fong clan faces annihilation at the hands of the Heavenly One sect's nascent soul ancestor, while the other dissenting sects receive ample compensation in the form of spirit stones and magical artifacts. The incident sends shockwaves throughout the region. Following the Heavenly One sect's announcements and attempts to pacify tensions, the turmoil within Qi Nation's cultivation community gradually subsides. By the end of the year, you once again approach Shun Tianling for a new batch of companions, explaining that this is part of your cultivation plan. Shun Tianling expresses no objections. In the 10th year, you sense that your external avatar, engaged in alchemy and artifact forging, has been captured. Shifting your consciousness to your avatar, you recognize a familiar face, Jiang Qingyan. After years apart, she now appears lifeless, resembling a puppet devoid of vitality, her eyes vacant and devoid of their former brilliance. Beside her stands a figure that instills fear within you. his withered fingers delicately manipulating crimson threads, as if controlling something sinister. Upon noticing your gaze, he offers a disconcerting smile, exuding an unsettling warmth that sends shivers down your spine. Chapter 48. The Cause Niechut Song. Wang Li silently recited the name of this individual in his heart. You have encountered Niechut Song once more. At this moment, your heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down your back, dampening your gray robe. After Niechut Song commanded Jiang Qinyan to serve you a cup of tea, he inquired with a beaming smile about the whereabouts of the immortal pearl. With an expressionless face, you informed Niechut Song that you had concealed the immortal pearl in a place he would never discover. Niechut Song smiled slightly, and with a flick of his finger, he split your avatar in two. As the head of your avatar fell to the ground, you heard Niechut Song's words, "Do not think that hiding behind an avatar offers safety. One day, I shall find you." The external avatar has perished. Your consciousness returned to your true self. Niechut Song, once again, I vow that one day, I shall annihilate your entire clan and make you understand that even the tiniest ant should not be underestimated. After uttering this statement, filled with murderous intent, Wang Li began to sit down, employing his dual focus to cultivate his spells while observing the simulations. Once your consciousness returned to your true self, you remained silent for a long while. Curiosity consumed you as to how Niechut Song had located you. Even if he found Jiang Qinyan, it was impossible for him to trace her back to you, considering the precautions you had taken to conceal your true self when acquiring the immortal pearl from her. You began to silently pray that Niechut Song would not find you. You became increasingly cautious. In the 11th year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent of many children brings great fortune activated. Your attributes saw an enhancement. Yet, you still had not broken through to the nascent soul stage. Something feels amiss. Why am I stuck at this level? Could it be that I must break through on my own? Wang Li pondered in confusion. Logically, with so many children, you should have long surpassed the nascent soul stage. You began to inspect the reasons for your stagnation. Ultimately, you uncovered the truth behind your inability to advance to the nascent soul stage. It turned out that it was all a limitation of talent. Every time you receive the augmentation of many children brings great fortune. Your internal mana would automatically guide the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to assist you in breaking through. However, due to your four spiritual roots, the elemental mana within could never fully coalesce to facilitate the transformation from golden core to nascent soul. Thus, repeated failures in breaking through ensued. In summary, the four spiritual roots can absorb a mixed array of spiritual energy, unlike a single spiritual root that can efficiently and purely absorb one type of energy. The chaotic nature of the spiritual energy makes purification and conversion difficult, hindering the accumulation of sufficient and refined spiritual power necessary for the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, during cultivation, the four spiritual roots must balance the operation and fusion of four elemental energies, which is a complex task prone to issues such as uncontrolled energy flow, damaged meridians, and compromised dantians, thus making it arduous to amass strength to break through to the nascent soul realm. Is this the truth? Upon discovering the reason for his inability to advance in the simulator, Wang Li finally comprehended. The failure to reach the nascent soul stage was not due to the inadequacy of the many children brings great fortune, but rather his innate limitations. Indeed, relying solely on talent to forcibly break through is mere folly. True advancement requires external assistance. You experienced a moment of enlightenment. You began to gather spiritual materials to aid in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. You continued to beseech Shen Tianling for a partner. This time, Shen Tianling could no longer hold back. With righteous indignation, Shen Tianling declined your request. He informed you that over the years, your indulgence had led you to marry too many beautiful young cultivators from the Shun clan, resulting in numerous young male cultivators being left single, causing widespread discontent within the clan, and a mountain of complaints about you had filled Shun clan leader study. You returned in disappointment. Back at your courtyard, you watched as Shun Li, neglecting her children to indulge in her meals, and felt a surge of anger. You chastised Shen Yinli severely. How outrageous! If I were to encounter this foolish girl in reality, I would surely ask her if she was born solely to consume. Wang Li silently scoffed. In the 12th year, relying on the Shun clan, you gathered numerous rare materials. Your partners became pregnant once more. You began to carve out time to forge your own unique magical treasure. By the end of the year, your partners bore you a multitude of children again. You rewarded each of them with a top-grade spiritual weapon. The talent of many children brings great fortune activated. Your attributes saw an enhancement. In the 13th year, you successfully crafted your own unique magical treasure, the celestial refining cauldron. You infused Li Xuanya's golden core into it as a backup hidden energy source for emergencies. This decision was made after careful consideration. You obtained a superior magical treasure. Using the remaining materials, you transformed the superior defensive magical treasure, the multicolored cloud banner, from Shun Po's relics into a soul summoning banner. Half a year later, you acquired a soul summoning banner of superior magical treasure quality. In the 13th year, you visited Shun Tianling's courtyard. Upon seeing you, Shun Tianling's expression darkened abruptly. He declared that, under no circumstances, would he assist you in marrying again. Currently, the Shun clan's elementary school was filled with your offspring. In an entire classroom, not a single student bore the surname Shun. You could not contain your laughter. Setting up the 8 directions absolute God formation, you expressed to Shun Tianling that this time, you are not here to request a partner. Shun Tianling inquired what your intentions were. You revealed to him that you wished to lead the entire Shun clan to ally with the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianling's eyes widened in shock. He grimaced and labeled your proposal as treasonous. You explained that the 7 factions of the demon sect were united and coherent during significant events, sweeping through foes like a tempest. In contrast, the righteous factions were mired in selfish ambitions, each fighting for their own interests. They would not last long in the Southern Spirit domain before being driven out by the demon sect. Your words startled Shun Tianling. The crime of rebellion against the demon sect, if discovered by the 2 ancient ancestors of the Heavenly One sect, would spell doom for the Shun clan. Shun Tianling expressed his willingness to provide you with 20 partners, hoping you would abandon such wild notions. You affirmed your seriousness. Reluctantly, you accepted the 20 partners offered by Shun Tianling. In the 14th year, your partners again became pregnant. The young male cultivators of the Shun clan gazed at the stone tablet at the entrance of your courtyard, which read no males or dogs allowed. Their faces filled with indignation. Complaints and protests against you from the Shun clan grew increasingly frequent. In the 15th year, your partners bore you yet another multitude of children. The talent of many children brings great fortune activated. Your attributes saw an enhancement. You gaze at the courtyard gifted to you by the Shun clan, filled with playful children, feeling a mix of excitement and helplessness. You rewarded your partners with abundant cultivation resources. That night, after careful contemplation, you decided to venture to the lower realms and ally with the demon sect. If one were to select a faction in this vast world of cultivation that resonated most with a sense of belonging, it would undoubtedly be the Harmony sect. Moreover, the benefits of joining the Harmony sect far outweighed those of remaining with the Shun clan. The next day, you communicated your intention to leave the Shun clan and join the Harmony sect to Shun Tianling. After a long silence, Shun Tianling stated that he would respect all your decisions. You summoned Shun Yinli and asked her to observe your recent fortunes. Shun Yinli gazed at you in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She informed you that she could not perceive your recent fortune, as it was shrouded in a dense fog, rendering it elusive and difficult to discern. You inquired whether there was any danger. Shun Yinli, with a naive expression, assured you that there was none. The following day, after you had settled all affairs, you gathered your belongings and stepped outside. Just as you exited the gates of the Shun clan, you unexpectedly collided with Niechutsong. Chapter 49. The Northern Spirit Domain. As you stepped out of the gates of the Shun clan, you unexpectedly collided with Niechutsong. Observing the updated simulation, coupled with Shun Yinli's assurance of safety, Wang Li suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once again, the simulator had played its tricks. Wang Li was prepared to conclude the simulation. You gazed at Nye Chutsong, leisurely resting beneath a grand tree, your expression darkening. You contemplated self-detonation, your face shifting dramatically. Realizing your magical energy was suppressed, you removed the jade mask from your face and walked step by step towards Nye Chutsong. With a flick of his fingers, Nye Chutsong solidified the earth into a seat for you and poured a cup of tea. His gaze towards you brimmed with admiration. He praised you as a rare talent. Noting your age of 27 and your remarkable achievement of reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage with 4 spiritual roots, a feat seldom seen even in ancient times. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of terror crossed your eyes. You had not anticipated that. With just a glance, Nye Chutsong had seen through you. He regarded you as a promising disciple and inquired if you would take him as your master. Ah, so he is employing this tactic again. In previous simulations, Wang Li had already discerned Nye Chutsong's character. Faced with his familiar approach, he could not help but smile wryly. Would you take Nye Chutsong as your master? Yes or no? The choice appeared before Wang Li once more. After a moment of silence, he chose yes. Very well, he thought. It is wise to soften my stance with this old dog. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to advance. A temporary setback is merely a prelude to greater progress. After making his choice, Wang Li's face darkened. Despite their deep-rooted enmity, he recognized the virtue of patience. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 100 years. Your demeanor pleased Nye Chutsong, and a faint smile creased his wrinkled face. He requested the immortal blood pearl from you. Nye Chutsong released a portion of your magical energy flow. You sighed and informed him that you were aware the immortal blood pearl attracted misfortune. Hence you had hidden it in a mysterious realm. The smile on Nye Chutsong's face vanished abruptly. He inquired about the nature of this realm. You explained that it was a secret domain managed by the Tianyi sect. You noticed Nye Chutsong's expression darkening further. You urged him not to worry, assuring him that you knew its exact location and could send someone to retrieve it upon the next opening of the realm. His expression softened considerably. Nye Chutsong then requested your soul blood. Would you surrender your soul blood? Yes or no? Soul blood. Bang Li pupils constricta sharpoi. Soul blood is paramount to a cultivator, a matter of life and death. If acquired by others, it would jeopardize his very existence. As the saying goes, once soul blood falls into another's hands, one's path to immortality becomes shackled, and life and death hinge on another's whim, rendering a century of hard-earned cultivation as naught. Yet, this was merely a simulation. What did it matter if he consented or not? After countless simulations, one truth resonated with him. Survival is paramount. Only by living can one undertake greater endeavors. As for settling the score with Nye Chutsong, that could wait until reality. Wang Li chose yes. You decided to hand over your soul blood. However, just as you withdrew it, a token flew from your storage bag, teleporting you away from Nye Chutsong's presence. What? Wang Li was taken aback. What on earth just transpired? As the world spun around you, you found yourself in a frigid, snow-covered landscape. Astonished, you gazed at the vast expanse of white, feeling somewhat disoriented. On the ground, you discovered a shattered token. It was the mysterious teleportation token you had found among Shun Pei's relics. Was this the teleportation token from Shun Pei's remains? Its presence had been so inconspicuous that you had overlooked it entirely, yet it came to your aid at such a critical juncture. Wang Li was unexpectedly astonished. You picked up the broken token, intrigued by why it had activated to teleport you. You stored the token in your bag and began to explore the icy domain. You donned the jade mask once more and soared through the snow-laden sky on your sword. Crystal-like snowflakes fell upon your head and shoulders. Holding a delicate snowflake, your thoughts drifted back to your previous life. You tucked away those memories, allowing the snow to blanket you as you pressed onward. You soon stumbled upon a village and entered, hoping to inquire for directions. However, to your dismay, the village was devoid of life, with only frozen figures encased in ice. You frowned deeply. Within the village, you discovered a collection of books and learned that you were currently in the Snow Spirit Kingdom. After several days in the village, one day, you sensed a flying sword slicing through the sky. You took to the skies and pursued the flying cultivator, intercepting a female cultivator mid-flight. With her eyes filled with wariness, Yu inquired about the domain you were in. The masked woman informed you that this was the Northern Spirit domain. You were taken aback. You hadn't anticipated that the teleportation token left by Shun Po would transport you to the Northern Spirit domain. You asked the female cultivator where the nearest cultivation marketplace was located. After a brief pause, she mentioned she was also heading there and invited you to join her. You agreed, offered her a few low-grade spirit stones. She nonchalantly accepted them, seemingly indifferent. Half an hour later, you arrived at the nearby marketplace. Upon entering, you parted ways with the female cultivator and began your quest for useful information, such as maps leading to the Southern Spirit domain. As you wandered towards a marketplace center, you inadvertently spotted the sign for the Wanbao Pavilion. Goodness, is Wanbao Pavilion thriving to the extent of opening a branch in the Northern Spirit domain? Wang Li's astonishment grew. Until now, his understanding of Wanbao Pavilion had been limited. He had perceived it merely as a merchant association established by a nascent soul cultivator, substantial, yet not comparable to those great clans. However, it had now become evident that Wanbao Pavilion had established itself in both the Southern and Northern Spirit domains. He wondered if it also existed in the Eastern and Western Spirit domains. If so, that would be truly extraordinary. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, you entered the Wanbao Pavilion. You procured a map and discovered that traveling from the Northern Spirit domain to the Southern Spirit domain would take at least a year. You were astounded. You inquired with the pavilion manager about their method of transporting goods back to the Southern Spirit domain. The manager explained that they relied on flying spirit beasts for transportation. You asked if there were any teleportation formations. The manager replied there were none. Disappointed, you left the Wanbao Pavilion with a map in hand, resolved to fly tirelessly for an entire year to reach the Southern Spirit domain. You still harbored the desire to join the Hawan sect, hoping to leverage its influence to assist you in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. After spending a day in the marketplace, you set off towards the east, guided by the map. In a snow-covered mountain forest, you encountered the female cultivator who had previously guided you. At this moment, she was being relentlessly pursued by two foundational cultivators, finding herself in a dire predicament. The female cultivator, adorned with an obsidian mask, recognized you. In her desperation, she swiftly implored for your assistance. The simulator presented a choice. Would you intervene? Yes or no? Outside the simulator, witnessing this scene, Wang Li, without a moment's hesitation, declined to offer help. Although this female cultivator had previously guided him, he had reciprocated by providing her with spirit stones, thus settling their debts. Moreover, he firmly believed in respecting the destinies of others. It was his unwavering principle that it was better to avoid unnecessary entanglements. With the time at hand, he deemed it more prudent to continue on his journey. You chose not to rescue her. Your indifference left the female cultivator in disbelief. As she faced imminent demise, she hastily pleaded for your reconsideration, promising that if you were to save her, she would bestow upon you a treasured artifact. Would you intervene? Yes or no? Wang Li, upon seeing this, was plunged into deep contemplation. Chapter 50. The Black Line, A Gift of Secrets? A flicker of intrigue appeared in Wang Li's eyes. Very well, I shall lend my assistance. A brief delay is of little consequence. You chose to intervene. The two foundation-building cultivators pursuing the masked female practitioner were taken aback by your approach, their faces contorted with displeasure. The leading male cultivator hastily commanded you to leave. With a faint smile, you raised the five-colored soul summoning banner. As the banner swayed gently, a multitude of malevolent spirits surged forth, ensnaring the two foundation-building cultivators within its folds. You observed as their corporeal forms were devoured, leaving only their forlorn souls. Swiftly, you employed your soul extraction techniques, transforming them into new, ghostly servants. The female practitioner, adorned with an obsidian mask, beheld this scene in terror. She had never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous figure before her was, in fact, a demonic cultivator. Extending your delicate, jade-like hand towards her, her complexion paled, and the obsidian mask upon her face flickered with uncertainty. She divulged that she was a true disciple of the Shuya immortal sect and a princess of the Shualing kingdom. Having been saved by you today, She vowed to repay your kindness in the future. You let out a cold laugh, expressing your disbelief in her promises of future rewards. You demanded to witness the treasure she had pledged, or else she would be claimed by the banner. After a moment of silence, she reluctantly handed you an ancient parchment made of sheepskin. You acquired the fragment of the Great Space Technique. Is this truly the third-rank divine art, the Great Space Technique? Wang Li mused, somewhat astonished. Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure. You compelled the female practitioner to offer her soul blood. So this is how it is, Wang Li thought, struggling to contain his amusement. Yet, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. This female practitioner was far from compliant, and it was time for the version of himself, in this simulation, to teach her a lesson. Faced with lifelong servitude or death, the female practitioner surrendered her soul blood, hoping that you would one day return it. You remained silent. Stowing away the fragment of the Great Space Technique, you soared southward toward the spirit domain. Practicing the technique as you traveled, you discovered the Great Space Technique to be exceedingly challenging, and despite your enhanced comprehension from countless blessings, you had yet to master it. You speculated that perhaps a spatial affinity was required to cultivate this technique. You carefully preserved the fragment within your storage ring for future endeavors. On your journey, you began to practice the spells from the Supreme Void Immortal Scripture, revisiting it to deepen your understanding and application. During the lengthy voyage, an idea struck you. What if you combined the great 5 elements true demon skill with the Supreme Void Immortal Scripture? Moments later, you found yourself smiling at the absurdity of it. Attempting to simultaneously cultivate 2 disparate techniques posed significant challenges. Primarily how to resolve conflicts in magical energy and maintain equilibrium in spiritual essence. The clash between techniques could lead to disastrous consequences, injury at best, death at worst. You continued your spell practice throughout the long journey. In March of the 16th year, after a protracted trek, you finally returned to the spirit domain. You felt the warm sunlight cascading upon your shoulders, enveloping you in a comforting embrace. You proceeded southward toward the lower domain. In the latter half of the year, you arrived once more at the Hahuan sect in the lower domain. This time, you wasted no time, directly revealing your cultivation level to request an audience with the sect's leader, the immortal maiden Miaoyu. You met with Miaoyu. You expressed your desire to join the Hahuan sect. Miaoyu was exceedingly wary, perplexed by your sudden proposition. She inquired about your motives for joining the sect. You candidly explained that you required assistance in cultivating a special technique. Miaoyu did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, she requested that you accompany her to meet someone. You surmised it might be the Yin-Yang sovereign. You agreed. You arrived at the Yin-Yang hall, where you encountered a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding grace and charm. You recognized him as the Yin-Yang sovereign. Standing alongside Miaoyu, you faced the sovereign. Miaoyu conveyed your intentions to the Yin-Yang sovereign. With keen interest, he regarded you. He questioned your purpose for seeking admission to the Hahuan sect. You disclosed your awareness of the transformation fruit he possessed and expressed your desire to obtain it in exchange for your service to the sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign remarked that while he was unsure how you had achieved the pinnacle of the golden core stage with 4 spiritual roots, the transformation fruit would bear little benefit for you. A mere 30% chance of breakthrough was effectively negligible. Your innate abilities had capped your potential. Without extraordinary fortune, you might never transcend to the nascent soul stage. You took little heed of the sovereign's words. With your innate blessing of fertile offspring, you believed that as long as you continued to bear children, your potential would be continually optimized and enhanced. Over the years, you had witnessed the evolution of your 4 spiritual roots, from sluggish absorption of spiritual energy to a level comparable to 3 roots. You were convinced that by consistently bearing children, your aptitude would eventually strengthen enough to breach the nascent soul stage. You implored the Yin-Yang sovereign to allow your admission to the Hahuan sect. The sovereign smiled and appointed you as the deputy sect master. You informed him of your exceptional alchemical skills, having reached a transcendent level, a rarity even among the 4 great domains. You expressed your wish to join the alchemy hall as an elder. The Yin-Yang sovereign pondered for a moment before agreeing to your proposal. He cautioned you not to disappoint him. You assured him that you had come for mutual benefit. As long as the Hahuan sect could fulfill your interests, you would wholeheartedly serve the sect. With the meeting concluded, you officially joined the Hahuan sect. You began to concoct vast quantities of elixirs for the sect. You started to forge numerous spiritual artifacts. You commenced the creation of array flags for the sect. Your performance garnered the satisfaction of Miaoyu. The Yin-Yang sovereign acknowledged your contributions. In the 17th year, you approached Miaoyu, requesting her assistance in providing a significant number of female practitioners for your cultivation. Miaoyu nodded in agreement. Days later, she presented you with 10 enchanting female practitioners. As you surveyed the untouched maidens, you established rules for childbirth. Each child born would earn them a resource for cultivation. This was the path you had previously tread. In the 18th year, the female practitioners bore you a multitude of children. You granted each practitioner a reward for their contributions. With a fertile offspring blessing activated, all your attributes were elevated. You sensed a significant enhancement in your aptitude, now equivalent to that of 3 spiritual roots. You sought an audience with the Yin-Yang sovereign. Upon receiving his permission, you once again stood before him. Within the grand hall, the Yin-Yang sovereign inquired about your recent circumstances. You replied truthfully. He then asked the purpose of your visit. You produced a fragment of the Great Space Technique. You expressed your desire to exchange it for the transformation fruit. The revered Yin-Yang master fell into a moment of silence before inquiring about your urgent desire to break through, stating that even if presented with the transformation fruit at this moment, your innate talent would still render you incapable of such a feat. You confided in the Yin-Yang master about being relentlessly pursued by a perfected nascent soul cultivator. You expressed the constant fear that haunts you each day, asserting that only through the relentless enhancement of your strength could you hope to escape your grim fate. Upon hearing your plight, the Yin-Yang master accepted the remnants of the Great Space Technique and bestowed upon you the transformation fruit. He assured you that as long as you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the Hahuan sect, no one would dare to threaten you, unless a God transformation practitioner were to intervene. A sense of relief washed over you, for the words spoken by the Yin-Yang master radiated an undeniable authority. It was no wonder that the Hahuan sect rose to prominence among the 7 demonic sects, establishing itself as a formidable leader in the dark path. The righteous path had repeatedly been treated as a mere target by the demonic sects, and this was not without reason. Despite several simulations, Wang Li's admiration for the Yin-Yang master remained undiminished. Truly, he was a magnificent leader of the demonic sect, responsible, capable, strategic, and powerful. After departing with the transformation fruit, you continued to refine pills and forge weapons for the Hahuan sect. In the 19th year, the ethereal maiden Miaoyu presented you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators. By the 20th year, as yet another batch of children was born, you sensed the spiritual energy of the world converging evermore. You consumed the transformation fruit, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. This moment was pivotal. Success or failure rested on this singular attempt. Upon witnessing the simulator update to your breakthrough, a solemn expression crossed Wang Li's face. Just as you began to channel the world's spiritual energy into your dantian, crossing the bridge of heaven and earth to infuse your golden core in preparation for the transformation, your innate elemental energies became agitated. The effects of the transformation fruit were unleashed. Within you, the 4 elemental energies found solace and began to methodically pursue the breakthrough. However, as your golden core began to dissolve and coalesce into a nascent form, an unforeseen calamity struck. A multitude of dark threads materialized before your eyes. This is bad, it is. Wang Li seemed to have realized something and shouted urgently. Chapter 51. Interception, however, before the cry could be completed. The simulator's progress was instantaneously updated. You have triggered a curse set by a mysterious entity during your breakthrough. You wish to struggle, but find yourself entirely suppressed by an enigmatic force. You are unable to move, as countless black threads and bizarre energies merge into your body. Your physical form begins to collapse, with the pressure of life and death. In the aid of the strange energy, you transcend the golden core realm, achieving the nascent soul. Your nascent soul has yet to fully awaken its intelligence before it begins to disintegrate. Your soul is extracted by the mysterious entity using a soul extraction technique. As your consciousness is obliterated, your life-bound treasure, the heavenly refining cauldron, explodes automatically. You have perished. Gazing at the blood-red text, Wang Li uttered the 4 words, soul extraction. Subsequently, as if all his strength had dissipated, he leaned against the stone wall of the cave, taking a breath before his expression turned dark and foreboding. Who could it be? Without even showing themselves, they utilized soul extraction against me from afar. Such means are beyond what a nascent soul cultivator could achieve. Silently executing soul extraction and employing other tactics, they effortlessly dismantled my physical body and golden core. It seems that the Taishu celestial scripture should not be practiced recklessly. Nie Song once remarked, the celestial scriptures should only be cultivated by those of great fortune. Otherwise, it leads only to a dead end. Without the protection of auspicious luck, an ordinary person cannot evade the ominous consequences brought by the celestial scriptures. Merely practicing in simulation has summoned misfortune. Thankfully, in reality, I am still cultivating the divine ghost, profound, dark path scripture of the soul, refining sect. Wang Li resolved that he would not touch the Taishu celestial scripture again until he had practiced the great fortune technique. The Taishu celestial scripture is indeed formidable. Even the 10 techniques recorded in its fragmented scroll are unparalleled in the cultivation world. Firstly, the thought seal of immortals, the ability to seal another's magical powers at will, imposing terrifying suppression on those of lower cultivation. This is also what Wang Li fears most about Nie Song. The moment Nie Song uses the thought seal upon him, Wang Li would truly have no chance of turning the tide, not even to self-detonate. The distance of heaven and earth, an extraordinary teleportation technique that spans thousands of miles in an instant. Piercing the illusion, a divine skill that can see through all things in the world, enabling one to quickly identify the opponent's weaknesses during combat. Divine and demonic duality, akin to the spells that enable the manipulation of heaven and earth. Once cast, it can magnify the practitioner, exponentially increasing their power. Form born of intention, the ability to alter one's form at will, transforming into any object. Transforming stillness into motion, the ability to convert inanimate objects into living creatures, granting them power equivalent to one major realm lower than the practitioner. Enlightening all beings, the ability to easily endow sentient beings with intelligence or brainwash them, effortlessly altering their inner beliefs. Shifting mountains and moving seas, enhancing physical strength, once perfected, allows the practitioner to easily shake mountains and seas. Finger-slaying divine light, channeling magical power into the fingertips to unleash a devastating strike that can sever anything. Concealing breath and form, an exceptionally sophisticated invisibility technique. However, more terrifying than these powerful spells is the efficacy of the Taishu celestial scripture. The fragmented scroll records 6 major benefits of the celestial scripture. Taishu celestial barrier. The Taishu celestial scripture automatically operates within the practitioner, generating a powerful barrier that can resist most magical attacks. Taishu celestial power. It can activate the 365 celestial orifices within the practitioner's body, connecting them to the Dantian, constantly transforming the spirit energy of heaven and earth to replenish magical power. Taishu celestial body. The scripture gradually transforms the practitioner's physique into a near-limitless combat machine, ensuring that as long as magical power does not deplete, the practitioner will never tire. Taishu celestial soul. It progressively strengthens the practitioner's spiritual soul, enabling them to resist most spiritual attacks. Taishu limitless. It gradually enhances the practitioner's Dantian, allowing their magical power reserves to far exceed those of ordinary practitioners by dozens of times. Taishu infinite. It gradually improves the practitioner's innate talent and comprehension. With specific enhancements unknown, every 10 years of cultivation, one enhancement can be gained. This is why Wang Li fears Nie Song. If he had not seen the Taishu celestial scripture, he might have thought Nie Song was merely formidable and easily extinguishable, but once seen, one realizes the true terror of Song. Consider this, a nascent soul-perfected practitioner who has cultivated the Taishu, celestial scripture, for an unknown number of years, persistently seeks out your troubles. Would you not be afraid? Reflecting on this, Wang Li couldn't help but think of another individual, the Yin-Yang sovereign. The Yin-Yang sovereign is no simple character that can stand toe-to-toe with Song. After whispering these thoughts, Wang Li turned to observe the simulation rewards. The simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following options, as well as use simulation points to purchase 1 item to bring back. Dragon Spirit and Tiger Might. Your vitality and yang energy are exceptionally robust, making you a standout even among cultivators. Your fighting spirit is indomitable. Even when facing adversity, you will not easily concede, always seeking an opportunity to break through. This simulation's cultivation, early stage nascent soul fragmented. With the aid of the transformation fruit and your own fortune, supplemented by the strange energy, you successfully broke through the nascent soul realm. But due to a lack of subsequent spiritual power and the overwhelming pressure of the strange energy, your nascent soul ultimately collapsed, resulting in a state between the golden core and nascent soul, known as the false nascent soul. Alchemist Mastery Experience. The experience gained from alchemy in the simulator. Artifact Mastery Experience. The experience gained from artifact crafting in the simulator. Formation Mastery Experience. The experience gained from studying formations in the simulator. 1 billion Spirit Stones. Your earnings, not usable in simulation. Transformation Fruit. One of the 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent. Growing in extremely cold and dark places, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the probability of forming a nascent soul by 30% and can extend the lifespan of the consumer. Pill Formulas. All the pill formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Formations. All the formations you have mastered in the simulation. Magical Technique Mastery Experience. The experience gained from practicing magical techniques in the simulator. Heavenly Refining Cauldron. Your life-bound treasure. A dual cultivation artifact, a rare growth-type treasure. With exquisite materials and superb crafting techniques, its potential for growth is significantly enhanced. Complete collection of Demonic Path. All the knowledge of demonic texts you have perused within the Hahuan Sect's Inheritance Tower. 5-color soul summoning banner. A high-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-colored cloud banner. Ominous clouds surround, creating an expansive, eerie domain. Living beings can be dismembered into 8 parts, and the rising sun only hears the scent of grass and wood. Shun Po's Relics. The relics left behind by Shun. Fragment of Great Space Technique. Ranked 3rd among the 10 divine abilities of the cultivation world. Possessing wondrous and boundless power. Nascent Soul Realm? Could it be that I successfully broke through in the simulator? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the first reward. However, after reading the subsequent descriptions, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, it turns out to be merely the false nascent soul realm. Yet for me, this is satisfactory. The false nascent soul can transform into a true nascent soul as long as I can find powerful heavenly materials for the breakthrough. Quickly scanning the list of rewards, Wang Li ultimately chose the early stage nascent soul, fragmented, and Shun Po's relics. The yellow-gray talent can be disregarded, but the cultivation and Shun Po's relics are essential. The teleportation token among Shun Po's relics is truly a lifesaver for his current situation. Although Wang Li was unsure how to operate it, the simulator suggested that this contraption possessed a protective instinct, capable of activating autonomously to guide its owner to safety. As he infused his nascent soul with spiritual energy, Wang Li felt an immediate influx of the world's spiritual essence from all directions. With this thought in mind, he swiftly summoned his magical powers to commence the refining process. Half a year later, amidst swirling snowflakes blanketing the mountains, Wang Li's golden elixir had transformed into a diminutive figure strikingly reminiscent of himself. Though this figure appeared rather rigid and lacked the agility typical of a nascent soul, Wang Li deemed it inconsequential, as long as it embodied a nascent soul. He was confident that it would one day awaken its consciousness, evolving into a true nascent soul. Having stabilized his realm and packed his belongings, Wang Li opened the entrance to his cave, gazing at the icy expanse outside while softly murmuring, "After 12 years of traversing, today I shall become a nascent soul. Niechut song. I believe we shall meet again." With those words, Wang Li soared into the sky on his sword, departing from the mountains where he had secluded himself for half a year. His sole destination was the Shun clan of immortals. However, just as he had flown 1,000 miles, an elderly man with flowing white hair and an air of ethereal grace appeared before him, smiling as he addressed him. "We meet again, Wang Li." "Young friend." Wang Li regarded the unexpected obstruction with a subtle shift in expression. Chapter 52. The terror resurgence. Upon gazing at the visage of the elder, Wang Li found himself taken aback by the unexpected encounter with an old acquaintance. If he were to ponder deeply, he ought to express gratitude to this elderly gentleman for having hinted at his demise 8 years hence. However, in the present moment, he found himself ensnared in peril, rendering any acknowledgement unnecessary. Revealing his identity would only heighten the risks of exposure. Thus, Wang Li feigned unfamiliarity, coldly inquiring, "What is your name, esteemed sir? Why do you obstruct my path?" The white-bearded elder, observing Wang Li's demeanor, chuckled while stroking his beard, gesturing towards the cultivation market nestled within the mountains. "Why must we behave so estranged, old friend? Why not take a moment to sit in the market? Could it be that you, young Wang Li, fear I might disclose your whereabouts to the Li clan? I am Lu Zichang, not the Wang Li you presume me to be," Wang Li retorted, maintaining his icy demeanor. Seeing Wang Li's reluctance to acknowledge him, the elder shook his head, continuing to smile. "Young Wang Li, I have once practiced a secret technique enabling me to record the essence of individuals encountered throughout one's life. Though I am unaware of how you escaped the Li clan, I possess an opportunity that is exceptionally suitable for you. Might you be interested?" Wang Li's expression grew even more frigid. Did this old man take him for a fool, attempting to deceive him with promises of opportunity? If such an opportunity truly existed, the elder would have seized it for himself long ago. Why would he leave it for Wang Li? Was it conceivable that within this cannibalistic world of cultivation, there existed individuals of noble character who facilitated the ascendance of others? Wang Li was unconvinced. Furthermore, their relationship was merely transactional. Even if the elder had an opportunity, it would not be offered without ulterior motives. Thus, deception was surely afoot. Casting a deep glance at the white-bearded elder, Wang Li spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Elder, we are hardly acquaintances. Our relationship is merely that of a normal transaction. I shall count to 3. Kindly step aside and do not impede my path. As for the so-called opportunity you mention, enjoy it at your leisure. I am unworthy of such fortune." As he spoke, Wang Li began to distance himself. Since the elder had first appeared before him, Wang Li had been attempting to discern his cultivation level. Regrettably, he was met with failure. The elder was shrouded in a veil of mystery, either due to his techniques or perhaps his cultivation had already surpassed Wang Li's own. Noticing Wang Li's retreat, the elder's weathered face displayed an air of indifference, and he reached out toward Wang Li. "Young friend, I fear you are indeed destined to accompany me on this journey." As the elder's hand approached, Wang Li, having anticipated the move, was swifter. In an instant, he had maneuvered behind the elder, unleashing a surge of dark energy that permeated the elder's being. Only when he extracted a golden core from the elder's dantian did a hint of relief grace Wang Li's face. He then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! So you are merely a practitioner at the initial stage of golden core. I was led to believe that your inability to reveal your cultivation was due to your superiority over me, but it appears you are but a mere insect. Yuan Ing practitioner. How is this possible? You are a Yuan Ing practitioner." The white-bearded elder's countenance shifted dramatically upon sensing the faint aura emanating from Wang Li. Wang Li, uninterested in further exchanges, snapped his fingers, conjuring thousands of soul chains forged from his magical essence, ensnaring the elder as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Spare me, young Wang Li. I possess secret treasures to bestow upon you. You truly are deluded. By ending your life, everything you possess will become mine." Wang Li sneered coldly. With a swift motion, he extracted the elder's soul, refining it in mere moments. As the soul banner trembled slightly, a solitary soul found refuge within it. However, as Wang Li delved into the elder's memories, his expression grew grave. Such occurrences existed within the realm of cultivation. It appeared that these so-called righteous factions were steeped in putrid corruption. The revelations were shocking. The white-bearded elder specialized in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking. This so-called trafficking involved capturing unprotected wandering cultivators and selling them to the Pill King Valley for the production of so-called human pills, thereby procuring resources to amplify his own power. Alternatively, he would convene recruitment gatherings, enticing numerous wandering cultivators under the guise of mentorship, only to capture them and deliver them to the Pill King Valley. Based on the memories Wang Li had uncovered, it was evident that the elder had orchestrated countless such gatherings, each time managing to attract a throng of participants. It was fortunate that Wang Li possessed a degree of capability. Otherwise, he might have already been ensnared and delivered to the Pill King Valley, destined to become a human pill consumed by an unknown entity. After assimilating the elder's memories, Wang Li meticulously gathered the elder's physical form and storage ring before continuing his journey on his sword. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. Had today's events not transpired, the elder might have, in Wang Li's mind, been regarded as a venerable master traversing the mundane world. A few days later, utilizing the map of Qi country acquired from the previous plunder at Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li arrived at the Hongfeng mountain range, home to the Shun clan, taking residence in the Shun clan's cultivation establishment. After expending a modest sum of spirit stones, he rented a cave dwelling and began to sift through the contents of the white-bearded elder's storage ring. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. This elder was indeed affluent. I am fortunate to have benefited from it. One low-grade magical artifact, the star tracking boots. When fully activated, even an ordinary Yuan-Ing practitioner would struggle to keep pace. The concealment technique, Tianshu Shinin. Tianshu Shinin? Could it be related to the Tianshu Xianjing? Wang Li perused the contents with diligence, quickly discerning that this concealment technique bore no connection to the Tianshu Xianjing, but was rather a homage by an anonymous ancient practitioner to the Celestial Void Celestial Master. It seems the Celestial Void Celestial Master holds considerable weight in the hearts of some ancient practitioners. However, information regarding this last descendant is exceedingly scarce. Even the historical records of the cultivation realm merely acknowledge him as the final ascendant, far overshadowed by the lively legacy of his celestial abode. Tianshu Wangqi, he found. Is this the technique capable of recording the essence of others? Yet, why is it named Tianshu? Another homage? Continuing his search, Wang Li unearthed a plethora of elixirs and various cultivation techniques from the elder's storage ring. Just as he began to lose interest in his findings, he extracted a jade orb exuding an ancient aura. Upon seeing the jade orb, Wang Li could no longer contain himself. What? Even the ever-young pearl has arrived? After a lengthy pause, Wang Li suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Very well, let us proceed with the next simulation. With that, he activated the simulator interface. Life Simulator LV3. Upgradable. Host. Wang Li age. 12. Technique. Shengui Xianming Yudao Jinjing. Cultivation level. False infant realm. Simulation points. 107. 000. Simulation attempts. 6. Talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning. Black. Array Master. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatars. Green. Supreme Demonic Path. Purple. Artificing Prodigy. Green. Blessed with many offspring. Red. Evergreen. Green. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Inferior Array Master. Inferior Artificer. Technique. Fiobal Technique. Waterbal Technique. Gravitational Technique. Woodshield Technique. Earth Escape Technique. Soul Restraint. Soul Escape. Talents rank from low to high. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, colorful. Wang Li fell into a brief silence, depositing all his spirit stones into the simulator. Before long, his simulation points surged to 46, 020, 000. Casting a glance at the upgrade option, Wang Li chose not to upgrade just yet, but instead initiated a simulation. Simulator booting. You have utilized one simulation opportunity. Congratulations on acquiring the Crimson Talent. Terrifying Resurrection. Terrifying Resurrection. Your presence will summon dreadfully terrifying entities. Be cautious, for the ancient beings, long dormant and forgotten, have undergone a sinister transformation. Chapter 53. The Summoning Banner, the Terror of Revival. Could it be a talent akin to a source of pollution? Upon reading the description of the talent, Wang Li's expression grew slightly perturbed. Would you like to refresh the talent for 100,000 energy points? Yes. No. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li chose no for all options and calmly began to observe the simulation. In the year 3111 of the Qi Kingdom, you took residence in the Shun clan's immortal workshop. After renting a cave, you commenced your training in the Great Void Divine Concealment and Great Void Qi observation bestowed upon you by the white-bearded Daoist. In the dead of night, you heard a thumping sound outside the cave. Somewhat puzzled, you extended your consciousness outward but found nothing amiss. Still enveloped in confusion, you continue to practice both Great Void Divine Concealment and Great Void Qi observation. After a few moments, the thumping resounded again outside the cave. You felt a piercing headache, realizing that your head had split open. Your complexion changed drastically. After using your magical power to mend the external injury, you opened the cave door. Upon opening the door, you were met with a pair of fair, long legs. Looking down, you beheld a pale face drenched in blood, its beautiful skull caved in by half. The vacant gaze instilled a sense of unease within you. You surmised that the earlier noise had been caused by this head. Scanning the surroundings with your consciousness, you discovered that the other cultivators had all become headless beings. You employed the soul extraction technique on the female specter before you. You found it impossible to refine her essence. You retrieved the summoning banner from your storage pouch. Upon touching the summoning banner, you noticed a peculiar transformation. What was once merely a top-tier spiritual artifact seemed to morph into a different entity altogether. You hurriedly inspected the spirits within the banner. To your astonishment, the spirits had transformed into a peculiar existence, resembling a type of female specter. You attempted to contain the female specter before you. You discovered that containment was futile. You were greatly astonished. You began to analyze the structure of the female specter. You found that the specter was not a living being, but rather a derivative of some rule. Her killings appear to be driven by a need to absorb certain substances from human bodies to complete her own rules, thus increasing her sentience. Her method of killing involved forcefully striking the ground with her head, generating an invisible rule to attack living beings, causing the heads of her targets to explode. Ordinary people and low-level cultivators were utterly helpless against such a killing rule, unless they could uncover the specter's weakness. After thorough investigation, you discovered that as long as one remained off the ground, they could evade her killing rule. Contemplating how to deal with the female specter, you realized that you must stop her relentless strikes, lest many lives be lost. You attempted to suspend the specter from a tree. You found that she could no longer use her head to strike the ground, thus nullifying her killing rule. You had successfully unraveled the specter's killing mechanism. Glancing at the specter hanging from the tree, you returned to the cave to further investigate the altered summoning banner. Examining the banner in your hands, you discovered it had become a conscious entity. The summoning banner communicated to you that it required more specters. It indicated that a more terrifying force was awakening and needed greater strength to confront it, provided you could supply it with sufficient malevolent specters. It promised to grant you a single wish. You inquired why it did not respond when you previously requested it to contain the female specter. The summoning banner explained that it had been awakening to consciousness and could not attend to other matters at that time. You asked where it originated from. The summoning banner informed you that it would not divulge information freely. An exchange of one piece of information for one specter was required. Would you choose to hand over the female specter to the summoning banner? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose yes. You surrendered the female specter hanging outside the door to the summoning banner. You watched as the banner summoned a massive gaping maw and devoured the specter into its depths. You requested information from the summoning banner. It revealed that a mysterious entity had seemingly descended into this world, drawing forth beings from the deep realms, awakening them into this reality. You speculated that this mysterious entity might refer to you, as you were burdened with the title of Terror Revival. After a long silence, you tightened your grip on the summoning banner. You asserted your dominion over it, insisting that it must obey your every command. The summoning banner fell silent. You regarded it, now inert and unresponsive. You teleported with the summoning banner to a mundane village. Pointing at a latrine, you threatened the summoning banner, reiterating that you were its master and it must heed your directives, or you would not hesitate to confine it there eternally and set up a grand formation. The summoning banner acquiesced to serve you. You inquired why it required malevolent specters. The summoning banner explained that it was merely assembling a puzzle. Whether specters or malevolent beings, each possessed their own path to ascension. Once the pieces of the puzzle were assembled, they could break free from the constraints of their rules and evolve into higher-order entities. For instance, if a particular malevolent specter collected all its puzzle pieces, it could shatter the chains binding it, even committing murder without adhering to the so-called rules of killing. The summoning banner elaborated on the reasons for the malevolent specter's murderous tendencies. Firstly, instinct drove them. Their very existence bore a strong inclination towards aggression and a desire for slaughter, manifesting their malevolent nature, a primal behavior that compelled them to indiscriminately attack and kill humans. Secondly, they adhered to specific killing rules. Each specter had established patterns of murder, dictated by fixed rules beyond their control, complementing their instincts. Upon triggering these patterns, they would kill accordingly. Thirdly, to sustain their existence, specters needed to kill continuously to replenish their supernatural energy and maintain their vitality. While they cannot be killed, only specters could contend with them, yet their power waned over time or through usage, leading them to slumber or die. Murder allowed them to extract greater life energy from human bodies, thus preserving their strength. Fourthly, to complete their puzzles, some specters possessed a puzzle concept, and when a once complete specter was fragmented, it would become multiple entities, each seeking suitable pieces to consume, often accompanied by murder. Lastly, they could be influenced by unknown factors. Certain special items or environmental stimuli could heighten their aggression and lead to increased killing behaviors. In conclusion, the summoning banner looked at you with a sense of resignation, informing you that in past instances of terror revival in the deep realms, the worlds affected were often ordinary, devoid of extraordinary powers. It could not fathom why this time the terror revival was occurring in a cultivation world, as such environments harbored numerous unstable factors, posing no benefits to the specters. As the summoning banner concluded, it suddenly expressed relief, stating that fortunately, this cultivation world lacked unstable elements. You inquired what the summoning banner meant by unstable factors. The soul summoning banner reveals that the most unstable element in the realm of cultivation is the heavenly Tao, for it is often exceedingly powerful. In such a world, the terrifying resurgence of malevolence is swiftly quelled, devoured, and transformed into the very essence that nourishes the realm. However, in your world, the heavenly Tao is conspicuously absent. Upon hearing this, you are taken aback, grappling with disbelief at the notion of a world devoid of the heavenly Tao. Confusion envelopes you, plunging you into deep contemplation. As you ponder your next inquiry to the soul-summoning banner, a voice from behind calls out your name. Wang Li. Wang Li. Li-ea. The familiar sound stirs an instinctive response within you, prompting you to glance back. Chapter 54. The incarnation of deception. You discover that a cold, inky hand has rested upon your shoulder, extinguishing the soul lantern that flickered upon it. The soul-summoning banner warns you that this entity is a soul caller, capable of mimicking any voice and preying upon solitary beings. Should it call your name and you turn back thrice, it will claim your life, a most rudimentary form of malevolent spirit. You seize the icy hand upon your shoulder, drawing the soul caller before you and offering it to the soul-summoning banner. After consuming the soul caller, the banner's affection for you significantly increases. It expresses a desire for your assistance in gathering sufficient pieces of a puzzle. Once free from its constraints, it promises to elevate you to a formidable spirit. You regard its words with ambivalence, informing the banner of your disinterest in becoming a malicious entity, for your aspirations lie in transcending to immortality as a celestial being. The banner, meeting your resolute gaze, seems poised to speak, yet falls silent. Having simulated this scenario, the reality of Wang Li comes to a halt. His dark eyes fixed vacantly upon the stone walls of the cave, his expression inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhales, pondering the absence of a celestial order in this world. Is it possible that my successful traversal to this realm stems from the non-existence of such a doctrine? Otherwise, I would have surely been vanquished as an aberration. Yet, one question lingers. Has the celestial order ever existed in this world, or has it vanished for reasons unknown? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li shifts his focus back to the simulation, deciding to reserve these inquiries for another time. As long as he endures, and the simulations continue, the truths of this world will eventually reveal themselves. You return to the Shun clan's immortal workshop, only to discover that it has been ravaged by some malevolent force, the ground littered with dismembered limbs, a horrifying sight. Just as you prepare to inquire of the soul summoning banner, you feel your own arm dismembered. Gazing at the bloodied stump, you instinctively recoil, only to meet the hollow gaze of a grotesque entity composed of mismatched limbs. The banner warns you that this is a phantom, driven by an insatiable desire for puzzle pieces. It yearns for a corporeal form, often resorting to murder to procure satisfactory limbs for its own assembly. The banner elucidates that the phantom's modus operandi involves infiltrating the shadows of its victims. After a moment's reflection, you ask the banner for a means to combat the phantom. It reveals that by pinning the phantom down, you can neutralize it. The banner itself is capable of ensuring the demise of a pinned, malevolent spirit, leaving you astounded. Is the banner, transformed as it is, still endowed with such power? With a flick of your wrist, you hurl the banner at the phantom, impaling it upon its head. Instantly, the phantom is immobilized, pinned to the ground. The banner urges you to consume the phantom. You regard it with skepticism, perplexed by its request. The banner explains that the celestial order of the deep world has conveyed a message. It yearns for your allegiance. Should you devour the phantom, this order will utilize its essence to transform your body, allowing you to supplant the phantom itself. Intriguing. A smile graces Wang Li's face, for he never anticipated being favored by the very celestial order. Faced with the choice of becoming a phantom, you hesitate. Yes. No. As the classic choice appears on the simulator, Wang Li mirrors this indecision. Yet, contemplating the changes that have transpired in this simulated realm, he resolves to accept. If the world has awakened to terror, then what harm is there in becoming a phantom? Perhaps it will reveal the limits of such an existence. You affirm your choice and consume the phantom. You feel the watchful gaze of a formidable will upon you as the essence of the deep world reshapes your body. You have supplanted the phantom, becoming a sentient version of it. The innate powers of your original form have been erased by an unseen force. Yet you take solace in the continued connection to your external incarnation. Inquiring of the banner why your original essence has been purged and why you cannot cultivate as a phantom, it explains that phantoms are products of rules subsisting upon them. They cannot cultivate. Their only means of growth lies in absorbing other malevolent spirits to complete their puzzles. The banner adds that many fully realized phantoms can even triumph over celestial beings, converting them into their own subservient spirits. Can I continue my cultivation? I had assumed that becoming a phantom would allow me to pursue that path. Alas, I am grateful for the existence of my external incarnation. Should I falter as a phantom, I can transfer my will to it. Indeed, my choice of this talent was fortuitous. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li resumes his focus on the simulation. You ask the banner about its previous mention of a more terrifying entity awakening. The banner informs you that the malevolent energy of the deep world can resurrect ancient beings long thought extinct, transforming them into phantoms that emerge from the annals of time to wreak havoc upon the earth. In the realm of cultivation, a plethora of such ancient beings exists, and should they undergo this transformation, it would spell disaster for lower-tier phantoms. However, now it harbors no concerns, for you have been chosen by the deep world's will, which will shield you from being absorbed by those ancient phantoms seeking to complete their own puzzles. You feel a sense of relief wash over you. The banner suggests that you both seek out malevolent spirits to subdue and absorb, gathering the necessary pieces for your own puzzle. You agree with enthusiasm. Thus, you and the soul-summoning banner traverse the realm of cultivation, searching for the shadows of phantoms. A year passes, and the resurgence of terror within the cultivation world escalates dramatically, with the entire Tianshu continent witnessing a wave of malevolent spirits rising and committing heinous acts of murder. The realm has become akin to hell itself, with phantoms running rampant, leaving no living being unscathed. Countless mortals are slaughtered, their life force siphoned away by the phantoms. Meanwhile, the powerful cultivators continue to thrive, standing firm against the tide of chaos. You find this outcome unsurprising. While only phantoms can contend with phantoms, the latter cannot threaten the formidable cultivators. Once the latter discern the patterns of the phantoms' killings, the so-called phantoms will fall apart, unable to maintain their influence. With the banner at your side, you absorb malevolent spirits, gathering puzzle pieces. Throughout the year, you acquire a pair of phantom hands and a set of phantom eyes. The phantom hands possess the ability to subdue other malevolent spirits, while the phantom eyes can banish any being into a realm of chaos. In the second year, with the banner's assistance, you collect another piece of a malevolent spirit's puzzle. This particular entity, known as a phantom, possesses formidable powers and an easily triggered pattern of killing. Uttering its name summons it instantly to deliver a fatal blow. You absorb the phantom's essence, gaining its abilities, allowing you to respond to anyone who invokes its name. Utilizing this newfound power, you infiltrate the Li clan's celestial lineage and reclaim your external incarnation. You transfer all your treasures to this external self, sending it to a hidden location with strict instructions to focus solely on cultivation. In the third year, more cultivators learn how to counter phantoms. United in purpose, they begin to target the malevolent spirits, leading to their eventual demise. You and the soul-calling banner clandestinely gather the remnants, greedily absorbing the malevolent entities that have caused calamities for the cultivators, integrating them into your essence, thereby forming a mosaic. As your mosaic becomes increasingly intricate, you acquire an ever-growing array of abilities. Among these pieces, the one that brings you the utmost satisfaction is undoubtedly that of the starving ghost, which significantly enhances your efficiency in absorbing malevolent entities. In the fourth year, as you and the soul-calling banner journeyed toward a lake of corpses, a figure cloaked in black robes, shrouded in a veil of darkness, obstructed your path. Chapter 55. The gift you sensed a flicker of danger. And just as you were about to act, a beam of sword light cleaved you in two. You felt the fragments of your being shatter within you. All you heard was the soul-summoning banner uttering a phrase about the primordial artifact. Your spectral form was extinguished in an instant. You and the soul-summoning banner were banished to a chaotic realm. In a fleeting moment before banishment, through your peculiar eye, you glimpsed a colossal skull hurtling through the vast cosmos towards the Tianshu continent at a speed surpassing that of light. The soul-summoning banner gasped, exclaiming Death Star. In a whirlwind of disorientation, you and the soul-summoning banner arrived in a tumultuous space. You watched as the storm of the void relentlessly obliterated your spectral form, only for it to continuously regenerate, marveling at the formidable nature of the spectral body. Time became an abstract concept. After countless deaths, you will finally reach its limit. You sensed your consciousness waning, and in a fit of terror, you queried the soul-summoning banner about the cause of your demise. The banner informed you that this was the heavenly Tao space, akin to the stomach of the heavenly Tao itself, where anything that entered would be assimilated and absorbed. You challenged the banner, recalling its earlier assertion that specters could not be killed, and only other specters could contend with them. Why, then, was your consciousness fading? The banner revealed that its prior statement was incomplete. The reason specters cannot be extinguished is that their rules cannot be obliterated, but once those rules are dismantled, the specter itself perishes. Only a specter can confront another specter because only rules can combat rules. It had divulged this to guide you down the path of specters, as the deeper world required you. You were somewhat shocked, yet found it somewhat predictable, given the banner's drastic change in demeanor, which had kept you on guard. You endeavored to withdraw your consciousness into your external manifestation, only to discover that you were unable to do so. Time slipped away, and your consciousness vanished, your spectral form obliterated and absorbed by the heavenly Tao space. You had perished. Lacking a soul, you cannot trigger your passive talents. The simulation concluded. Indeed, one should never trust ghostly tales. Wang Li humorously remarked before turning his gaze to the rewards from this simulation. This simulation has ended. You may select 2 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to acquire 1 additional item to keep. 1. Horror Revival. Your appearance will attract terrifying entities. Beware. The ancient beings that have slumbered into oblivion are undergoing bizarre transformations. 2. Current simulation cultivation. Early stage Yuan Ying. Damaged. 3. Spectral Shadow. A malfunctioning spectral entity capable of slipping into other shadows to claim their lives. Exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 4. Spectre. A malfunctioning spectral entity that can respond to any mention of specters appearing beside them to take their lives. Exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 5. Soul Summoning Banner. A malfunctioning spectral artifact with the power to suppress specters, unmanageable. Exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 6. Spectral Eye. A fragment of a shattered spirit that can easily discern the identities of beings. Gaze into the farthest distances and exile beings into a chaotic space. Currently malfunctioning, but manageable. Exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 7. Ghostly Hand. A powerful fragment of a spectral entity with the ability to suppress other spectral beings, currently malfunctioning, but manageable. Exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 8. Starving Ghost. A malfunctioning spectral entity that possesses the ability to devour beings, assimilating them. Manageable, but exercise caution, as it will draw the attention of the deeper world. 9. 3 million low-grade Spirit Stones. Spirit Stones pilfered through bizarre abilities during the simulation, not usable in simulations. 10. Gift from the Avatar. After instructing your avatar to diligently cultivate, it began an unceasing regimen of training until its lifespan extinguished. Upon selection, you will receive the gifts left behind by your avatar. Wang Li furrowed his brow at the uniformity of spectral options. However, reflecting on his dealings with specters throughout this simulation, he soon found clarity. His attention shifted toward the rewards. The gift from the avatar? This was a first for him, though it made sense. In previous simulations, the avatar was always the first to perish, while this time, it was he who had met his end. He pondered the utility of the avatar's gift for himself. After a lengthy deliberation, Wang Li opted for 3 million low-grade Spirit Stones and the gift from the avatar. Regrettably, he was not an extreme individual. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to select Horror Revival and involve everyone in the chaos. As the rewards panel closed, Wang Li spoke softly. Subsequently, he activated the gift from the avatar. In an instant, a radiant light surged into Wang Li's body, illuminating his internal Yuaning. As the Yuaning opened its eyes, the spiritual energy of the world converged within him, following the Yuan Ying's guidance to strengthen his physique, expand his meridians, and establish a purple cave dwelling within the bridge of heaven and earth in his Dantian for the Yuan Ying's residence. Wait, how long did my external manifestation truly survive? Merely the gift was sufficient to ignite my Yuaning, feeling the burgeoning life force within him. Wang Li could hardly contain his excitement upon realizing he had genuinely become a Yuaning cultivator. It seems that much transpired while I was being obliterated by the heavenly Tao space. Yet, I am curious. Did the soul summoning banner not claim that this world lacked a heavenly Tao? Why then did it subsequently refer to the space we inhabit as the heavenly Tao space? Moreover, what manner of being was that mysterious figure cloaked in black, shrouded in fog? With a single sword strike, it rendered me lifeless and banished us to the heavenly Tao space. Such power is truly unfathomable. Just as Wang Li finished pondering, a cacophony of curses erupted around him. Manager of the cave dwelling, I send my regards to your mother. Where is this spiritual energy? I was right in the midst of a breakthrough. Why did you cease the flow of spiritual energy? Manager, I send my regards to your old mother. Quick, Expedite the spiritual energy supply. Do not keep my brethren waiting too long. Hearing the uproar, Wang Li smiled awkwardly and resumed his meditative practice, stabilizing his cultivation. Half a month later, with the successful cultivation of the Tai Su divine concealment and Tai Su gaze, Wang Li emerged from the cave dwelling. Under the cover of night, he infiltrated the Shun clan's celestial lineage. Along the way, he employed the phasing technique from the divine ghosts and mystical underworld path to conceal his presence. Traversing the expansive family mountains, drawing from the records of his previous simulation, he did not squander time, but rather made his way toward the back mountain of the Shun clan. As he entered the vast stone pavilion atop the back mountain peak, right under the gaze of the law enforcement hall disciples, he beheld a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator consuming raw, blood-drenched flesh from the caged beasts surrounding him. He devoured the meat and drank the blood with abandon, surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy, a truly fearsome sight. Wang Li identified him as Shun Tianling. Just as he prepared to halt Shun Tianling's gruesome practice of demonic cultivation, a figure suddenly appeared before him, regarding him with a knowing smile. "Young friend, what brings you to our clan in the dead of night?" Upon seeing the elder who stood before him, Wang Li's expression shifted, unable to penetrate his cultivation level. This individual was unfathomably powerful, far beyond his own. What is happening? Why does the situation differ from that in the simulator? In the simulation, I infiltrated at night without encountering such a character. Wang Li regarded the elder before him, his expression fluctuating between apprehension and determination. Chapter 56. The son of Shun Pa. How should I address you, senior? Wang Li inquired, clasping his fists, choosing not to flee, but rather to engage with the elderly figure before him. "I am Shun Pa," the elder began, but Wang Li abruptly interrupted him. "You are Shun Pa? How is that possible? Shun Pa is already dead." The elder paused momentarily, then looked at Wang Li with an expression of disbelief. "Ah, young one, could you not allow me to finish my words? I am a son of Shun Pa. Moreover, do not curse my father. He is alive and well. His soul monument has yet to shatter, even though we can no longer trace his whereabouts through it. Is Shun Pa truly alive?" Wang Li was taken aback. Yet upon reflection, he found it reasonable. The avatar within the simulator had meticulously searched the submerged caverns, but found no trace of Shun Pa's remains. From that moment, Wang Li had speculated that there was a 50% chance Shun Pa still lived. Now, hearing the elder's words, his suspicion was confirmed. Yet, if Shun Pa was not deceased, where could he have gone? The upper realm? "Senior, I arrived at the Shun clan in the dead of night solely to prevent Shun Tianling from cultivating demonic arts. Do you believe me?" "I do not." The elder in white replied without the slightest hesitation. "Very well. Since you do not believe me, I shall take my leave." With that, Wang Li attempted to teleport away. However, as the elder raised his hand slightly, he was yanked back from a great distance. How could this be? I had just teleported away. A sense of dread washed over Wang Li. He quickly distanced himself and gazed at the elder in white. "Are you a transformation god practitioner?" Wang Li swallowed hard, his expression shifting to one of fear. Even if he fled 1,000 miles away, being pulled back instantaneously indicated a power of transformation god level. "It seems your understanding of transformation god practitioners is still quite limited. I am merely a humble, perfected nascent soul." Is a perfected nascent soul this formidable? Wang Li was astonished. He admitted he had underestimated the prowess of a perfected nascent soul practitioner. "Well, consider it your misfortune. Had you arrived a day later, you would not have encountered me. But since fate has entwined us, you shall pay with your life." The elder raised his hand, intending to execute Wang Li. "Senior, are you truly intent on killing me?" Wang Li felt the murderous intent emanating from the elder, causing his complexion to pale. The elder's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion. "What else would you expect? You dared to infiltrate the Shun clan, and thus you deserve this fate. I shall use your nascent soul to instill fear in those who dare to invade the Shun clan. This old man is no simpleton. Despite my cultivation of the great void divine concealment, he discerned my level of power." Wang Li thought to himself. As he pondered, he observed the elder forming a hand seal, sealing away his own powers. It dawned on Wang Li why the elder could see through his cultivation. He too practiced the great void celestial scripture. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Wang Li's expression hardened as he interrupted the elder. Senior, to speak candidly, I infiltrated the Shun clan to return the relics of Senior Shan Pur. The elder's finger paused at Wang Li's neck. My father's relics. A flicker of emotion crossed the elder's face. After releasing the magical seal on Wang Li, the elder regarded him with hollow eyes. If you dare deceive me, you will learn the most excruciating death this world has to offer. Wang Li remained silent, retrieving the relic he had chosen from the simulation rewards and presenting it to the elder. The elder accepted the relic and began to examine it. In my lifetime, I have committed both great deeds and grave mistakes. Repairing the great void seal to prevent anomalies from emerging was a great deed, while heeding the words of a mysterious individual and imparting the great void celestial scripture to the world was a grave error. Due to my failures, my clan perished, and I can never forgive myself. Should future generations find my relics, please return the spirit treasure, the great void sword, to the Shun clan. I have sensed that a lineage of my clan still remains. The remaining relics may be bestowed upon you, for which I am eternally grateful. Lastly, the paper has run out, and even if I had more, I could not fully express my thoughts in words. Remember this, do not ascend to the upper realm. Having read the entire letter, the elder was already teary-eyed. My father's handwriting. I never imagined I would see it again after 5,000 years. Wiping away his tears, the elder looked at Wang Li with a softer gaze. 5,000 years? Senior, you have lived for 5,000 years. Wang Li was astounded. One must know that a perfected nascent soul's lifespan is merely 1,200 years. Those with special cultivation methods may reach over 2,000, and with various longevity elixirs, the maximum would not exceed 3,000 years. Yet this elder was a true nascent soul practitioner who had lived for 5 millennia. How could that not astonish him? Seeing Wang Li's shock at his longevity, the elder smiled with pride. What is there to be surprised about? You must understand that we, the Celestial Clan, dare to call ourselves such because our ancestors were celestial beings. We are all descendants of those celestial beings. As descendants of celestial beings, we have received divine grace, granting us naturally long lifespans and remarkable talents. Unlike those so-called celestial clans that merely claim the title, yet originated from humble mortal families, lacking any profound heritage or legacy. As he spoke, the elder's expression darkened, specifically denouncing the Li clan, especially that so-called Li clan, which was nothing more than a small fishing village of mortals, only thriving after discovering a cultivation practitioner's remains, obtaining opportunities from it, and aligning with the Tian E sect to reach their current status. From such humble beginnings, they dare to call themselves a celestial clan. Wang Li silently gave a thumbs up. Regardless of who, he would support anyone who belittled the Li clan. After a lengthy pause, the elder's gaze shifted toward Shun Tianling, who was cultivating demonic arts by absorbing the blood of demonic beasts in the valley. I have high hopes for this child. However, it is a pity that his talents are too overwhelming, causing him to be forsaken by heaven, resulting in a short lifespan. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's brow furrowed as he pondered. In previous simulations, Shen Tianling had mentioned that his talents were too great, rendering him unworthy in the eyes of heaven, and his lifespan was only a fraction of a normal person's, less than 20%. Yet in the terrifying revival simulation, the soul summoning banner had indicated that there was no heavenly path in this world. Of course, it could have been lying to him, considering that afterward he and the soul summoning banner were banished to the heavenly path space. Thus, did the heavenly path truly exist in this world? After some contemplation, Wang Li heard the elder calling him. Young one, why are you dazed? Wang Li snapped back to reality and bowed. Senior, do you have any instructions? The elder sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing Wang Li down in a similar manner while looking at him with warmth and kindness in his tone. Little one, thank you for bringing my father's letter. This is the best gift I have received in 5,000 years. Regardless of your intentions for infiltrating the Shun clan, I forgive you and am grateful. As I mentioned earlier, had you come a day later, you would not have met me, for my time has come. From this day forth, I shall return to the heavens, my spirit leaving this body. So, you intend to seize my body? Wang Li revealed a hint of wariness, sensing that he could no longer wield his powers. This old man had employed the immortal sealing technique once more. Just as Wang Li was contemplating his escape, the elderly man in white pointed a finger at Wang Li's forehead. Chapter 57. Speculation. As the ethereal energy of the elderly figure in white surged into Wang Li's mind, two ancient texts of cultivation suddenly materialized within his memories: the fragmented scrolls of the Tao of the Void and the great art of destiny, along with the remnants of the true demon art of the five elements. Senior you? Wang Li gazed incredulously at the smiling elder, unable to fathom the reality before him. This venerable being had not usurped his essence, but rather imparted the profound teachings of the Tao of the Void, great art of destiny, and true demon art of the five elements. Do you genuinely believe I would seek to usurp you? I merely intended to startle you, young one. Do not be foolish. I am a descendant of immortals, possessing my own pride. Your mere mortal lineage is unworthy of my attention, even if you were to form your nascent soul at the tender age of 12. The elder exuded an air of lofty superiority, his demeanor radiating an aura of disdain for the world. His presence attracted the attention of Shun Tianling, who was cultivating demonic arts in the valley. Sensing the elder's aura, the old man swiftly drew Shun Tianling before him. Upon being summoned, Shun Tianling's expression turned alarmingly pale as he beheld both Wang Li and the elder. The elder struck Shun Tianling on the head, compelling him to kneel. From this day forth, he shall be the ancestor of the Shun clan. Your fate is frail, injured by heaven. If you continue to lead, the Shun clan shall face annihilation. What? Shun Tianling paused in astonishment, then respectfully inquired, Senior, who might you be? Shen Montak. The elder replied softly. Then, with his gaze directed towards Wang Li, he cautioned, Remember my father's words, do not ascend. The upper realm is filled with predatory beings. The Tao of the Void holds great significance. When the time is right, it must be shared with the world. As his words trailed off, the elder's form began to dissipate, transforming into a stream of spiritual light that penetrated the underground veins of the Shun clan, nurturing their lineage for the next 3 centuries with his lifelong cultivation. With his departure, only 2 relics remained upon the ground, a golden void sword and his storage ring. As for the letter, it had been taken by the elder. He must miss his father dearly. Bamli Musha Silanli. When he noticed Shun Tianling's gaze upon him, Wang Li spoke with a calm demeanor. What? Are you not going to pay your respects to the ancestor? Was that esteemed senior truly Shun Mo? Shun Tianling still appeared skeptical. After all, the elder had not conferred any instructions before his demise. How could we know if he was merely a charlatan masquerading as the progenitor of the Shun clan? Wang Li regarded him curiously and softly replied, What do you think? Did you not sense the resonance of your bloodline between the two of you? After a moment of silence, Shun Tianling lifted his gaze to Wang Li and said, The current Shun clan is merely a branch of the ancient lineage. After millennia of intermarriage with outsiders, we no longer possess any true-blooded members. Even if that elder were indeed Shinemo, there would be no possible resonance between us. Very well, I understand. And please, next time you speak to me, prefacing it with a greeting to the ancestor would be appreciated. Wang Li nodded solemnly. Is he truly Shinemo? You have yet to answer my question. Yes or no? Bang Li raplia unsartairi. What do you mean? Shin Tianling was perplexed. I cannot ascertain whether he is the genuine Shinemo or an impostor. Hence, I can only respond in this manner. The world of cultivation is fraught with deceit. If someone were to masquerade as your ancestor and scheme in the shadows, it would not be surprising. That makes sense, Shin Tianling acknowledged. He then turned his gaze back to Wang Li, murmuring, I shall regard him as our ancestor, Shun Mo, for now. So, as the designated ancestor of the Shun clan, what would you have me do? First, arrange for me the most abundant cultivation cave within the Shun clan. Second, deliver all records of formations, elixirs, and cultivation techniques to my cave. Third, ensure the fulfillment of the first 2 requests without fail, Wang Li asserted, exercising his newfound authority as the ancestor. Shin Tianling complied with each request, not daring to voice any objections for fear of incurring Wang Li's wrath. By the way, Do not practice the modified version of the true demon art of the 5 elements. It will bring you no benefit. If you wish to cultivate, stick to the original version or accept your fate with grace. Wang Li cautioned as he observed Shen Tianling preparing to leave. Understood. Shen Tianling cast a lingering glance at Wang Li before departing without hesitation. As Wang Li watched Shen Tianling's retreating figure, he retrieved the void sword and storage ring from the ground, pondering the elder's final words. Why did he emphasize the importance of the Tao of the Void and the necessity of sharing it with the world at the right moment? Was there a hidden secret within? With that thought, Wang Li concealed himself once more and activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3. Upgradable. Host. Wang Li. Age. 13. Cultivation Technique. True Path of the Mysterious and Divine. Realm. Initial Nascent Soul. Simulation Points. 46,020. 000. Simulation Attempts. 5. Talent. Vengeful Spirits. Black. Formation Genius. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. External Avatar. Green. Supreme of the Demonic Path. Purple. Artificer Talent. Green. Blessed with many offspring. Red. Evergreen. Green. Skills. Upper Tier Alchemist. Lower Tier Formation Master. Lower Tier Artificer. Techniques. Fireball. Water Sphere. Gravitational Manipulation. Wooden Shield. Earth Escape. Soul Binding. Soul Escape. The option to upgrade caught Wang Li's eye, prompting him to click on it. In an instant, with the expenditure of 20 million simulation points, the simulator successfully upgraded once more. Simultaneously, new simulation functionalities emerged. The simulator can now simulate for free once every 6 months. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1,000,000 energy points. Each simulation allows for the extraction of talents using simulation points. Talents can be refreshed once for free per simulation. Additional refreshes require simulation energy points. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 3 rewards can be chosen to bring back to reality, along with the option to purchase 1 additional reward using simulation points. In critical decision moments, the host may intervene in the selection process. The simulator enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world for a month. All memories and skills acquired during this time will be retained by the host, as the simulator will not reclaim them. Simulated talents may be retained in the simulation space for future use. Each simulated talent can only be retained once. As Wang Li observed the transition from a free simulation once a month to one every 6 months, he could no longer contain his composure. He discerned that as his strength increased, the simulator faced escalating challenges in simulating his future. Thus, it imposed stricter limitations on free simulations to encourage the use of simulation energy points. However, this was merely one hypothesis. Wang Li leaned toward another thought. The true reason must be that the simulator was in dire need of energy. Otherwise, it would not continuously raise the thresholds for free simulations, urging him to utilize simulation energy points. He speculated that the free simulation opportunities were actually accumulated energy, specifically reserved for his simulations. For instance, during my time as a chi refinement practitioner, the simulator could gather sufficient energy within 7 days for a single simulation. However, upon attaining the golden core stage, the energy amassed by the simulator over a week proved inadequate for a simulation. It required the energy collected over the course of a month to facilitate a complementary simulation. The same principle applied to the nascent soul stage. As I ascended to this realm, the energy gathered over a month was insufficient for a complete simulation, necessitating approximately 6 months' worth of energy to support such an endeavor. Consequently, the duration for free simulations was extended. However, this reasoning is not entirely accurate. If that were the case, why was there still a monthly opportunity for a complementary simulation during my time in the false infant stage? The crux of the matter lies in the rewards. The simulation rewards constitute the primary source of energy. It is well known that matter cannot simply materialize from nothing. Thus, it is highly probable that the bulk of the simulator's energy is allocated to the construction of these simulation rewards. Having concluded this line of thought, Wang Li turned his gaze to the simulator interface, where the previous count of 5 simulations had vanished, replaced by a solitary simulation opportunity. Simulation opportunities. 1. Seeing the count of free simulations reduced to 1 was somewhat difficult for Wang Li to accept, yet it felt to him within the bounds of reason. It appears my conjecture holds merit. However, a new question arose. Should not the simulator enhance its energy absorption speed with each upgrade? Of course, dwelling on such matters is futile. Wang Li was exceedingly pleased with the newly added functionalities, particularly the ability to select an additional item to bring back to reality and the new talent retention feature following each simulation. Taking a deep breath and observing the ageless pearl in his hand, he solemnly declared, "Niechu Song, let us commence the simulation. Simulator, activate." Simulator activating. You have utilized one simulation opportunity, randomly selecting talent. Congratulations! You have acquired the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase becoming more pronounced as one ages. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes, no. Chapter 58. The Return of the Dark Line. No. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose to decline. This time, it was the purple talent, the Late Bloomer. What might emerge next time was beyond his assurance. Would you like to activate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li once again opted for refusal and proceeded to examine the simulation interface. You infiltrated the Shun clan, obtaining the fragmented scrolls of Great Fortune technique, void immortal scripture, and true magic of the 5 elements. After witnessing Shen Mo's fall, you promptly instructed Shen Tianling to prepare your cave dwelling and the necessary alchemical formations and manuals. Before long, Shen Tianling led you to his former abode. On the stone table within the cave, you discovered a storage ring. Shen Tianling informed you that everything you required was contained within. You nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shen Tianling to withdraw, assuring him that you would summon him again if needed. Shen Tianling gazed at you intently before turning to leave. You inquired if Shen Tianling was contemplating your future. Shen Tianling was taken aback. He found you profoundly unfathomable. He confessed that since your appearance before him, he had utilized his talent divine abilities no less than 3 times, yet he could not glimpse your future. He questioned your identity. Shen Tianling remarked that in all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as you, surrounded by an impenetrable mist, rendering the future utterly inscrutable. You smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate, instead directing Shen Tianling to focus on his own tasks. You perused the alchemical recipes cataloged by the Shun clan. You examined the formations documented by the Shun clan. You studied the techniques recorded by the Shun clan. After dedicating half a month, you memorized everything thoroughly. You attempted to cultivate Great Fortune technique, but found elusive. Realizing that your comprehension and fortune were insufficient, you summoned Shen Tianling once more. You expressed your desire to take a consort. You hoped Shen Tianling could introduce you to women of the Shun clan as your wives. Shen Tianling looked at you quizzically, questioning why a formidable cultivator like you would concern himself with matters of love. You explained your ambition to establish a celestial lineage and sought the Shun family's assistance in providing suitable partners. Shen Tianling pondered for a moment, then inquired how many you desired. You replied, "The more, the better." The following day, Shen Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the upper echelons of the Shun clan, asserting that you were the designated ancestor by Shen Mo himself. Upon hearing this, the clan's leaders erupted in excitement, clamoring for news of Shen Mo's whereabouts. However, upon learning of his demise, the fervor subsided into solemnity. With Shen Tianling as the intermediary, the clan recommended that you marry 20 women as a gesture of support and recognition for your new role as ancestor. You expressed no objections. You cautioned the clan's leaders against disclosing your existence. You revealed your cultivation level. As the aura of the nascent soul enveloped the meeting room, the clan's leaders were increasingly awed, convinced that your presence would elevate the Shun clan to the pinnacle of the Qi Kingdom's celestial factions. Under Shen Tianling's guidance, you met with 20 talented female cultivators from the Shun clan. You encountered Shen Li once again. Observing the beautiful girl, her white hair tied in a ponytail and her demeanor languid, a hint of amusement crossed your mind. 3 months later, the Shun clan organized a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you did not attend the celebration. You were aware that Nie Chutsong would be present to offer his congratulations. Yet, you were not yet prepared to confront him. You understood your position. Standing before Nie Chutsong, you felt like an ant, utterly powerless. In the evening, after partaking in the wedding feast with Shen Tianling and others, you made your way to the festively decorated villa. You began to relish the joys of life. The following year, through your relentless efforts, your consorts bore you a multitude of children. You welcomed them with a smile. The talent for abundance was activated. Your attributes received a significant boost. At the invitation of the clan leader, you commenced forging weapons and concocting elixirs for the Shun clan, honing your skills in the process. You crafted alchemical concoctions 300 times. Your alchemical prowess improved. You forged over 100 items for the clan. Your forging skills advanced. You produced hundreds of formation flags. Your mastery of formations enhanced. You requested another batch of consorts from Shun Tianling. The Shun clan continued to assemble beautiful and youthful female cultivators for you. You acquired 20 more consorts. In the third year, through your unwavering efforts, your consorts again blessed you with numerous children. You generously rewarded each with abundant cultivation resources. The talent for abundance was activated once more. Your attributes surged again. You began your study of great fortune technique. In the fourth year, you grasped the fundamental threshold of great fortune technique. Yet it remained elusive. You reflected that perhaps the number of your children was insufficient to provide the necessary enhancement for mastering great fortune technique. You persisted in the endeavor of procreation, balancing both childbirth and cultivation. By the fifth year, you caught a glimpse of the path in great fortune technique cultivation. This filled you with immense joy. You sensed that it would not be long before you fully mastered great fortune technique. You continued to visit the abodes of your consorts, while Shen Tianling supplied more beautiful female cultivators from the clan. In the sixth year, as a new wave of infants arrived, the talent for abundance was activated once more. Your attributes received another enhancement. You successfully cultivated great fortune technique. You refined the aura of fortune from great fortune technique. You observed a golden glow settling atop your head, radiating a gentle light that shielded your corporeal form from malevolent forces. You began a transition to void, immortal scripture. After 6 months, you successfully transitioned to void, immortal scripture. However, just as you achieved this milestone, an unforeseen event transpired. You beheld a multitude of dark lines materializing before your eyes. What is happening? The ominous presence has returned. Witnessing the simulation unfold, Wang Li's expression shifted, intensely fixating on the simulation interface. The ominous has returned. How is this possible? I had clearly cultivated great fortune technique in advance and refined the aura of fortune. Could it be that Nie Chutsong has deceived me? Has mastering great fortune technique failed to avert the ominous? As Wang Li pondered, the simulator updated its progress once more. Chapter 59. Indestructible, just as the dark thread was about to penetrate your being, you felt a faint golden light emanating from within you, repelling the invasion. The dark thread halted its advance, but lingered around you, poised to seize an opportunity to launch an attack. Witnessing this scene, you let out a sigh of relief. It seems I was overly concerned. The aura of fortune truly can avert calamity. Wang Li's tense nerves began to relax significantly. You successfully transitioned to the Great Void celestial scriptures. The scriptures generated a protective aura within you. They transformed your physique, greatly enhancing your endurance. The Great Void celestial scriptures began to unlock the 365 celestial orifices within you. They fortified your dantian, causing your magical energy reserves to increase continually. Furthermore, they strengthened your spiritual essence, enhancing your immunity to mental techniques. In the 7th year, armed with the Life Essence Pill, Spirit Purity Pill, and Bone Sculpting Pill, you made your way to the Li clan. You suppressed the urge to annihilate the Li clan and summoned your doppelganger. You entrusted your doppelganger with the Life Essence Pill, Spirit Purity Pill, Bone Sculpting Pill, and the newly acquired Everlasting Pearl. Observing the 2 everlasting pearls in your doppelganger's hands, you resolved to replicate your previous simulation, taking the pearls into the celestial ruins. Simultaneously, You wish to explore the cavern beneath the dead water, hoping to exploit a glitch in the simulator to retrieve Shen Po's relic once more. Wang Li's eyes brightened at this revelation. How intriguing. The Shen Po relic I possess was obtained through the simulator. So if the version of me within the simulator ventures into the cavern beneath the dead water, could I procure another relic from Shen Po? Possessing dual relics from Shen Po would undoubtedly be fascinating. You infiltrated the Li clan, obliterated Lu Ziduan's life monument, and carried him out, rendering him unconscious. You placed Lu Ziduan in a secluded mountain range. Gazing at the unconscious Lu Ziduan, memories of the past flooded back, and you left behind some cultivation resources as a token of gratitude. You returned to the Shen clan. Half a year later, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. As per usual, you rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The boon of many children activated, enhancing all your attributes. However, your cultivation still did not surpass the mid-stage of the Yuaning. You speculated that perhaps more offspring were needed to achieve this. You continued to command Shen Tianling to provide you with more female cultivators. Shen Tianling appeared somewhat troubled and informed you that many clansmen were currently agitated. You instructed Shen Tianling to do whatever it takes to pacify them, as you solely desired what you sought. Shen Tianling left with a pained expression, carrying the weight of dissatisfaction. You persisted in preparing for your grand endeavor of procreation and began delving into the art of divine techniques. After an extensive period of study, you mastered the 5 elements of destruction, the 5 elements of evasion, and the 5 elements of defense. Your proficiency in the 10 techniques, such as sealing celestial beings with a thought, traversing vast distances, discerning illusions, conjuring divine and demonic energies, manifesting forms through intent, transforming stillness into motion, enlightening sentient beings, shifting mountains and seas, slicing through divine light, and concealing energy and form, significantly increased. Clenching your fists, you sensed the immense power within you and softly murmured, "I now lack for nothing." In the 8th year, on the first day of the new year, after finishing the reunion dinner, you returned to your cave abode. After setting up numerous great formations, you projected your consciousness into your external incarnation. You maneuvered your external incarnation into the celestial ruins. Upon entering the secret realm, you observed the disciples of Tian Yimen dealing with outsiders. You swiftly made your escape, fleeing northward under their watchful gaze. An hour later, you evaded the pursuing disciples and reached the northern dead water of the Forbidden Zone. Crossing the stone tablet, you stepped into the realm of dead water. As you gazed upon the stark white bones within the river, a smile graced your lips as you tossed the 2 everlasting pearls into the depths. As the pearls sank into the river, the white bones in the dead water retreated in fear. Before long, a peculiar cavern at the riverbed appeared before you. You entered the cavern beneath the dead water and skillfully retrieved Shen Po's relic. Upon opening the jade box, you found that Shen Po's belongings were still neatly arranged within. Overjoyed, you exited the cavern with the relic in hand. As you gazed at the 2 jade pearls quietly resting in the river, you fell into deep contemplation. An ingenious idea struck you, to traverse the perilous areas of the celestial ruins with the everlasting pearls. You took possession of the 2 pearls and began to cautiously navigate through the celestial ruins. You discovered that the Tian Yimen disciples only guarded the central region, with no sign of them in the east, west, south, or north. You set your course towards the eastern blood cliff, taking 2 hours to arrive. Enveloped in the blood mist surrounding the cliff, you observed the small blood-red mosquitoes. You realized these tiny blood mosquitoes were horrified by the everlasting pearls you possessed. Controlling your external incarnation, with a pearl in each hand, you plunged into the abyss beneath the blood cliff. After falling nearly 1,000 meters, you landed in a sea of blood composed of corpses and flesh. As you swam in the blood sea, the sight of the countless blood-colored mosquitoes above made you uneasy. In the center of the blood sea stood a broken monument, split in 2. You swam towards the monument and leaped, landing beside it. The monument bore the inscription, "Forever denied rebirth." Tentatively, you touched the stone tablet, only to be jolted back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fear gripped you as you sensed that had the everlasting pearl not emitted a warm light in that critical moment, you might have faced utter annihilation. Beneath the monument, you discovered a broken sword. You speculated that it might be a secret treasure and secured it to your waist. Contemplating the monument inscribed with "Forever Denied Rebirth," you pondered for a moment before placing the two everlasting pearls upon it. In an instant, the entire blood sea began to boil. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged forth. You heard a piercing scream emanating from the blood sea. "Teacher, is that you? Have you come to save me?" Astonished by the unfolding events, you watched and wondered what would transpire next. Suddenly, the monument forcefully shattered the two everlasting pearls into powder. A sorrowful voice echoed from the blood sea. "So, you too have been shattered." Moments later, the once turbulent blood sea fell completely silent. Just when you believed everything had concluded, a surge of blood energy penetrated your mind. You acquired the indestructible celestial scriptures. A complete celestial scripture. At this moment, even Wang Li in the real world trembled with excitement. If the incomplete Great Void celestial scriptures possessed such formidable power, what terror must the complete scriptures entail? You were propelled by the blood energy, bursting forth from the blood cliff. As you ascended the cliff, a figure shrouded in a hazy mist appeared before you. As you gazed at the sudden apparition, you were about to utter a word when a sword pierced through you. Thus, from the information previously gathered, it is evident that the mystic realm of the immortals is indeed the result of a fallen celestial. So, what could be the motive of this unexpected figure who has come forth to slay my avatar? Is it to prevent me from carrying the inheritance acquired from the Sea of Blood? Furthermore, from whence does this individual hail? What is their identity? And for whom do they serve? After a prolonged moment, Wang Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. "So be it. I am confident that through continuous simulation, the truth shall be unveiled. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude for your intervention, which has made me realize the necessity of concealing myself even more adeptly." With this thought in mind, Wang Li once again turned his attention to the simulation interface. Chapter 60. Immersive Simulation. Your consciousness returned to your original body, and you felt a surge of excitement emanating from the Eternal Immortal Sutra. You suppressed the exhilaration within your heart and began to peruse the Eternal Immortal Sutra. You soon discovered that the cultivation prerequisites for the Eternal Immortal Sutra were exceedingly stringent. It did not require spiritual energy for cultivation, but demanded the calamity energy that exists between heaven and earth. As the saying goes, all things have their tribulations. The Eternal Immortal Sutra advocates building a foundation through calamity, forming pills through calamity, and condensing the essence of life through calamity. The path to ascension through calamity. The sole drawback is the slow pace of cultivation, with the conditions for ascension being exceptionally rigorous. Since the path taken is not one of spiritual energy, those who cultivate the Eternal Immortal Sutra not only face a sluggish progression, but also lack recognition from the laws of the immortal realm, rendering them unable to cross the immortal gate and ascend. Only after enduring myriad tribulations and reincarnating through countless lifetimes can one forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm, achieving eternal existence. You fell into silence, realizing that this technique did not quite suit you. The notion of enduring countless tribulations and reincarnating through eons to forge an indestructible immortal body sounded utterly fantastical. Although this technique was immensely powerful and surpassed your practiced Void Immortal Sutra in every aspect, particularly the combat techniques recorded within, you decided against cultivating this method. Indeed, this technique may not be for me, but it is suitable for my doppelganger. After meticulous contemplation, Wang Li arrived at this conclusion. Subsequently, he activated the immersive simulation. He had not forgotten the new feature introduced in the simulator's recent update. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter a simulated world and experience it firsthand. The host can freely navigate the simulated world for 1 month, and all memories and skills acquired within this month will belong to the host, as the simulator will not reclaim them. Wang Li intended to leverage this new feature to bring the Eternal Immortal Sutra back to the real world and simultaneously enhance his proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging. You initiated the immersive simulation, granting yourself a month of freedom to explore. As the simulation interface displayed this message, Wang Li's consciousness was enveloped in a whirlwind, and he entered the simulator. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a resplendent, ancient cave abode adorned with spirit stones. It must be said, I shall indeed relish this experience. Observing the cave filled with rare treasures, tiger skins, and exotic flora, Wang Li smiled slightly. He then began to examine the contents of the Eternal Immortal Sutra. The version of himself within the simulator had extolled the virtues of this scripture to the heavens, deeming it vastly superior to the Void Immortal Sutra, especially the combat techniques, which were claimed to be the strongest he had ever encountered. As he finished reviewing the memories of the Eternal Immortal Sutra, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Li's eyes. It truly was more powerful than the Void Immortal Sutra. If he had previously underestimated the Eternal Immortal Sutra, it would now stand as the most formidable scripture known to him. The profound truth of the Eternal Immortal Sutra, eternal indestructibility. As long as a trace of true spirit remains, one may utilize the forces of life and death to reincarnate, carrying forth the memories and powers of past lives to continue their cultivation until they have endured myriad tribulations and reincarnated through countless lifetimes, thus achieving an indestructible immortal body and becoming an immortal in the world. 3 defining characteristics: infinite adaptation, capable of combat in various extreme environments, unaffected by terrain or climate, and gradually immune to the magical techniques of adversaries through continuous battle. Infinite evolution. As the cultivator's realm advances and calamity energy is absorbed, all attributes are perpetually enhanced with no discernible limit. Infinite stamina. Possessing boundless endurance, one can engage in prolonged combat without fatigue, be it fierce battles or long journeys. One can maintain their peak condition, never succumbing to exhaustion. 6 levels of calamity. 1. Initial calamity, a preliminary grasp of the eternal indestructibility power, enhancing physical strength to withstand ordinary attacks. After reaching a certain realm, the cultivator's body undergoes transformation, rapidly regenerating damaged tissues after injury. Even with severe bodily harm, as long as there is a trace of vitality, one can swiftly recover and continue fighting, regaining their pristine state even after facing lethal strikes. 2. Law calamity. Substantial increase in magical power, with initial reserves exceeding those of fellow cultivators of the same realm by 50-fold, allowing for the casting of formidable spells using calamity energy. 3. Soul calamity. The soul is fortified, providing robust resistance against soul attacks. 4. Time calamity. A significant boost in speed, moving like lightning. Upon achieving mastery, one can traverse the flow of time with a mere thought. 5. Calamity control. A marked enhancement in defensive capabilities, allowing one to condense calamity energy for self-protection, impervious to all forms of attack. 6. Power calamity. Amplified strength. Upon reaching full mastery, one can effortlessly shatter mountains and seize celestial bodies with sheer physical prowess. Beyond these extraordinary abilities, the Eternal Immortal Sutra encompasses numerous formidable capabilities, particularly the comprehensive enhancements that come with achieving an indestructible immortal body, which indeed surpass those of the Void Immortal Sutra. After completing his review, Wang Li began to transcribe the scripture to deepen his memory for future reference. Once he finished copying, he dismantled the formation surrounding the cave and made his way to the alchemy hall of the Shun clan, commencing his daily alchemical duties. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Wang Li caught sight of a tuft of white hair flickering in the back room. Approaching for a closer look, he was met with the sight of a stunning woman clad in white, eagerly stuffing pills into her mouth. Upon noticing Wang Li's gaze, the woman, caught in the act, quickly turned her head and continued her indulgence. After consuming a couple more vials, as if remembering something, she abruptly spun around. The pills she had just eaten tumbled from her mouth in a flurry. Panicking, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Didn't you enter seclusion?" Wang Li was at a loss for words, having stumbled upon Shun Li in the act of pilfering pills. It was no wonder that many of the Shun clan's medicines had mysteriously disappeared in the memories he had received. After casting a bemused glance at Shen Yinli, Wang Li resumed his alchemical work. Seeing Wang Li leave with an impassive expression, Shen Yinli patted her chest, her curly white locks standing on end, revealing a hint of relief on her delicate and charming face. Thank goodness, he has no objections. Wait, that's worse. Realizing something, Shen Yinli hastily swallowed her saliva and contemplated various dramatic scenarios. This is it. I'm definitely going to be turned into a pill. I must escape. With that, she bolted. However, not long after fleeing the hall, she returned, taking with her a substantial haul of pills before disappearing from sight. Wang Li, having observed the entire episode with his divine sense, could only shake his head in exasperation. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed by Shen Yinli's escape, for the entire Shen clan was ensconced within the grand formation he had set up. Without the array tokens, no one could enter or exit. Unless Shen Yinli possessed array mastery equal to his own, she would be utterly incapable of breaking free. But could that even be possible? She is merely a glutton. As evening fell and Wang Li completed his alchemical tasks and returned to his residence, he heard the sound of weeping emanating from a corner. Chapter 61. The Ban Wang Li, upon hearing a somewhat familiar sound, walked into the corner with his hands clasped behind his back. When he beheld Shen Yinli, who was both consuming a medicinal pill and weeping, he could no longer maintain his composure. Observing her cheeks puffed up, resembling a hamster, he approached and gently tapped her head. What are you doing? Shen Yinli, caught mid-mastication of the pill, promptly expelled it from her mouth and looked at Wang Li in terror. Don't come near. Don't turn me into a human pill. Have you lost your mind? Wang Li exclaimed, immediately realizing that he had spoken out of turn. However, he pressed on, It's just a medicinal pill. I won't turn you into one. Am I really such an extreme person? Shen Yinli nodded vigorously, but then shook her head quickly upon seeing Wang Li's fierce gaze. All right, stop crying. You're a mother of 3. Be a bit more composed and mature. He handed her a handkerchief, offering comfort. After Shen Yinli accepted the handkerchief and wiped her tears, she began to gather the fallen pills from the ground. What are you doing? Planning to wash them and eat them again? She said pitifully. That's unnecessary. Wang Li grasped her hand and turned to leave. In the past, he would have meticulously picked up each pill and cleaned them, but now, it was no longer needed. In the study, after observing Wang Li deep in thought for a moment, Shen Yinli finally asked, Wang Li, will you blame me for secretly consuming so many pills? I dislike repeating the same point. Wang Li replied lightly, his gaze lingering on Shen Yinli's cheeks. He then paused his brush, his eyes piercing as he fixed them upon her. I must admit, I do not understand why you detest cultivation. Since our acquaintance, your practice has always been passive, only engaging when compelled. Shen Yinli fell silent for a moment before responding, because it is meaningless. Cultivation holds no significance. We cannot become immortals. Our ultimate fate is death. Is that something your innate powers discerned? Wang Li asked, astonished at her insight into his abilities. How did you know? She stammered. Because I'm a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Li revealed his cultivation level, his aura emanating powerfully. Shen Yinli's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed his formidable presence. Yet soon, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. But that doesn't matter. The aura of death has already engulfed your shoulders. In the near future, you too shall perish. Wang Li sighed at her words, acutely aware of both his own predicament and that of the world around him. Frankly, had it not been for the simulator, he might have long since abandoned hope. After all, this world was filled with despair, consuming the weak from the bottom to the top. In the mortal realm, landlords oppressed farmers, many of whom sold their children to survive. In the realm of cultivation, families of cultivators exploited those beneath them. In the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, countless immortal clans and sects engaged in transactions, herding outsiders into the secret realms of immortals. Above mortals stood the court. Above the court were the immortals. And above the immortals were the sects, each layer imposing oppression and exploitation, even if one were fortunate enough to ascend after arduous trials. The higher realms were populated by entities indistinguishable from humans or ghosts, waiting to devour souls. Becoming an immortal truly felt like an unattainable dream. As Wang Li pondered these thoughts, Shen Yinli interjected, from my perspective, if cultivation were genuinely effective, then the majority of individuals in this world would be devoid of the aura of death, while the minority would possess it. Yet, from all I have observed, every single person is ensnared by this aura. Therefore, cultivation cannot truly lead to immortality. Why should I engage in it? Rather, I would prefer to devote my prime years to indulgence, enjoying good food, drink, and rest each day. With that, Shun Li gazed pitifully at the contemplative Wang Li. So, having voiced my thoughts, you won't force me to cultivate anymore, will you? Unfortunately, I must. Ah, why? Shun Li cried, her hands cradling her face, on the verge of tears. Husband, I truly do not wish to cultivate. It is far too tedious and exhausting. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. If you do not practice, then who will care for you if I encounter misfortune? And the immortal clans? She added without hesitation. What if the immortal clans are eradicated as well? And the children? Shin Li countered, continuing to argue. Wang Li regarded her intently before asking. What if the children also perish? What then? Then I would have no choice but to forsake my desires and take my own life to accompany you. After all, it amounts to just one death. An early death leads to an early rebirth, Shin Li muttered. As soon as she uttered those words, Wang Li's expression hardened, and he struck towards her. Very well, I shall send you to your death now. Seeing Wang Li's sudden aggression, Shin Li's pupils widened in shock, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. However, at the pivotal moment, Wang Li retracted his power, merely flicking her forehead lightly. Your heartbeat, just now, was unprecedentedly rapid. It seems you are not truly unafraid of death. Shin Li rubbed her forehead, pouting. Who isn't afraid of death? Moreover, I still have so many experiences and delights yet to savor. Dying now would be a monumental loss. Wang Li merely smiled at her response, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the month of simulated freedom came to an end. Within the alchemy hall, Wang Li observed Shun Li still surreptitiously consuming pills and sighed in resignation before his consciousness returned to the real world. Upon re-emerging in reality, with the memories flooding back into his mind, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Wang Li's eyes. With the simulator's upgraded features, immersive simulation had finally proven beneficial. Previously, immersion had merely been a superficial experience, unable to impart knowledge gained during simulation, regardless of how long it lasted. However, this time was different. Overall, he was quite pleased with the new functionalities. Simultaneously, the simulation interface updated with new progress. You immerse yourself in simulation for a month. You have gained a deeper understanding of Shun Li. You have begun to deepen your affection for Shun Li. Shun Li has bestowed upon you a drop of her essence blood. You attempted to unlock Shun Po's storage ring. You successfully unlocked Shun Po's storage ring. You acquired 100 million low-grade spirit stones. You obtained a mysterious teleportation talisman. You learned a technique called Demon and God Visualization Method. You acquired a high-grade magical treasure, the 5-color cloud banner. You received a jade page authored by Shun Po. You learned a technique called Chaos Blade Technique. You obtained all of Shun Po's relics. You practiced the Demon and God Visualization Method. You practiced the Chaos Blade Technique. In the 9th year, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children. You rewarded them with abundant cultivation resources. The talent for many children and blessings activated. Your attributes have been enhanced. With over 80 children, you successfully advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Overjoyed, you began to solidify your cultivation. In the 10th year, you gathered numerous rare materials through the Shun clan. Your partners became pregnant. You began to carve out time to refine your own life treasure. By year's end, your partners gave birth to another multitude of children. The talent for many children and blessings activated. Your attributes have been elevated. In the 11th year, you forged your own unique treasure, the refined celestial cauldron. You infused it with the golden elixir obtained from Lishuanya and the elder with the white beard, not only to enhance the quality of the cauldron, but also to serve as a hidden reserve of energy for unforeseen circumstances. You acquired a superior grade magical artifact. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transformed the superior grade defensive artifact, the 5-color cloud banner, from Shun Po's relics into a soul summoning banner. After 6 months, you obtained a soul-summoning banner of superior grade quality. You attempted to reforge the void sword into a blade, but met with failure. You subsequently refined the spiritual treasure, the void sword. In the 12th year, you encountered Shun Tianling. You informed Shun Tianling of your intention to lead the entire Shin clan towards the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment. He acknowledged that you are now the ancestral figure of the Shun family, and all members of the Celestial clan are obedient to your commands. It is amusing to reflect on this shift. During the last simulation, Shun Tianling had been opposed. Yet now he expressed complete compliance. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. You advised Shun Tianling of your plan to first join the Hehuan sect and establish your own influence there. You informed him that within a decade or so, the coalition of demonic sects would launch an assault on the 7 orthodox sects, at which point the Shun clan need only strike from the shadows. Shun Tianling acquiesced to your decision. Before your departure, you sought out Shun Li to assess any ominous signs. Once assured of your safety, you departed from the Shun clan under the cover of night. 10 days later, you arrived at the marketplace under the banner of the Hehuan sect. Just as you stepped into the lively square, a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator obstructed your path. You sensed your magical powers being sealed. You gazed incredulously at the middle-aged cultivator before you. Chapter 62. Revealing the truth to the upper realm, you recognized the visitor as the Yin-Yang sovereign. You were astonished that the Yin-Yang sovereign could also seal immortals with a mere thought. You understood that the Yin-Yang sovereign could contend with Nye Chutsong, perhaps even triumph over him. The depths of the Yin-Yang sovereign were unfathomable, far exceeding your imagination. The Yin-Yang sovereign intended to probe your soul. You informed him that your purpose for coming was to join the Hehuan sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign was skeptical. You channeled your spiritual power to dispel the seal. You gestured for a truce towards the Yin-Yang sovereign, who had raised his palm at you. You explained that you were being targeted by a fully realized, nascent soul cultivator and sought refuge within the Hehuan sect. You offered your assistance in concocting the Yin-Yang harmonization pill. The Yin-Yang sovereign regarded you intently. He invited you to converse at the Hehuan sect. You proceeded to the Hehuan sect. In the sovereign's grand hall, you and the Yin-Yang sovereign sat facing each other. You observe and manifest a female form. After brewing tea for both of you, she moved to the left side of the hall and began to play a gentle melody. Amidst the tranquil strains of the zither, the Yin-Yang sovereign inquired about your origins. You revealed that you were an unremarkable wandering cultivator, introducing yourself as Han Li. A hint of amusement flickered across the Yin-Yang sovereign's face, clearly indicating his disbelief in your words. You articulated that you had 3 matters to discuss regarding your visit to the Hehuan sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign calmly regarded you, stating he only accepted equivalent exchanges. If you could provide him with something satisfactory, he would reciprocate with 3 matters of equal importance. You proposed to exchange a complete immortal scripture for all the cultivation techniques he possessed. The Yin-Yang sovereign was taken aback. He acknowledged that you had successfully altered his perception of you. He requested that you present the scripture for his review. You handed over the copied eternal immortal scripture. The Yin-Yang sovereign began to examine the cultivation manual. After half an hour, he incinerated the text. He then asked about the origin of this scripture. You remained silent, merely smiling enigmatically. The Yin-Yang sovereign pointed a finger at your forehead, and you received fragments of the Great Void Immortal Scripture, Great Yin-Yang Technique, Great Fortune Technique, Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Technique, and Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture. You acquired all the cultivation techniques mastered by the Yin-Yang sovereign. Reflecting upon this, Wang Li fell into contemplation, a wry smile escaping his lips. Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture, Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, Great Void Immortal Scripture, Great Yin-Yang Technique, Great Fortune Technique. No wonder Nye Chutsong fled in disarray. You inquired how the Yin-Yang sovereign could practice such a multitude of techniques without succumbing to madness. He explained that his innate constitution, the Yin-Yang body, allowed the dual energies within him to automatically balance the conflicts among the techniques, thus enhancing their complementary effects. You asked if ordinary cultivators had a method to practice multiple techniques. The yin-yang sovereign advised that ordinary cultivators should diligently follow their own paths. Imitating him would only hasten their demise. You pressed for any techniques that could allow the practice of multiple disciplines. The yin-yang sovereign, having lived for centuries, admitted he had yet to encounter such a technique. Perhaps it existed in ancient times. Disappointed, you requested to join the Hahuan sect. You showcased your alchemical and artifact forging skills to the yin-yang sovereign. He readily agreed and indicated he would announce your entry to the demonic sect and establish a protective barrier. You declined, expressing a preference for discretion. An announcement would inevitably expose your whereabouts to vengeful foes. You clarified that your intention in joining the Hahuan sect was solely to seek the sovereign's protection, not for prestige or power. The yin-yang sovereign expressed curiosity about the formidable cultivator you had offended that warranted such caution. You revealed that it was the domain Lord Nye Chutsong from the Eastern Spirit Domain. The yin-yang sovereign appeared surprised and asked how you had incurred the wrath of the Pill Sage. You explained that your conflict with Nye Chutsong stemmed from the Everlasting Pearl. The yin-yang sovereign, intrigued, suggested relinquishing the Everlasting Pearl to Nye Chutsong to resolve the conflict peacefully. You countered that the Everlasting Pearl could not be entrusted to Nye Chutsong. Should he gather all the pearls, he would ascend to the great void immortal mansion and unleash the sealed terrors within, plunging the entire Tianshu continent into chaos and causing untold suffering. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep thought. He urged you to disclose everything you knew. You recounted all you understood regarding the great void immortal mansion and Nye Chutsong. The yin-yang sovereign's expression grew solemn. He inquired whether you still possessed the two everlasting pearls. You informed him that you had placed them within the immortal ruins secret realm. The yin-yang sovereign looked astonished and informed you that the everlasting pearls would return to their original holder by the next day unless the holder had perished or given them to another. He speculated that the immortal ruins secret realm held significant secrets. You did not deny this, for it indeed harbored profound mysteries. Finally, you silently observed the yin-yang sovereign. He asked if you were concealing anything further. After a moment of hesitation, you divulged the truth about ascending to the upper realm. You explained that the Tianshu continent was merely a breeding ground. The so-called upper realm was home to predatory entities that forcibly took cultivators who reached the transformation stage, consuming and refining them. The yin-yang sovereign pondered this. He chose to believe your words. You gazed at him in astonishment. The yin-yang sovereign revealed that many had suspected changes in the upper realm, which had become a forbidden zone for sentient beings. From ancient times until now, no cultivator had ever returned after ascending, and many had shattered their life tablets. He shared that his master, the demon Sovereign Huan Yu, though his life tablet remained intact, contained only a trace of residual essence, indicating that his current state hovered between life and death. You questioned whether this could be a deliberate act by the predatory creatures of the upper realm. The yin-yang sovereign sighed, conceding that you may indeed be correct. You presented your subsequent request to the yin-yang sovereign, who nodded in agreement. He summoned the celestial maiden Miao Yu, entrusting her with your care. You received a token from the yin-yang sovereign. He instructed you to activate the token at the first sign of danger. The yin-yang sovereign then entered a state of seclusion for cultivation. You departed the sovereign's grand hall, accompanied by Miao Yu. Under the auspices of the enchanting fairy Miao Yu, you ascended to the esteemed position of Elder of the Dan Hall within the Harmony sect. Subsequently, you were elevated to the role of Deputy Master of the Harmony sect. In the 13th year, you encountered an unexpected individual within the confines of the Harmony sect. As you gazed upon that familiar visage, a subtle shift colored your expression. Chapter 63. The invisible hand. You encountered Li Yunxi, observing the weight of her sorrows etched upon her face, her former radiance, now a mere shadow. Curiosity stirred within you, pondering the trial she had faced over the years that had led her to such a state. Yet, you deemed her plight inconsequential to your own pursuits. You continued your alchemical and crafting endeavors within the Hahuan sect, diligently honing your skills in the art of alchemy. Beyond this, you privately delved into the study of formations and the cultivation of spells. You practiced the remnants of the great yin-yang technique, achieving mastery over its principles. You successfully cultivated the yin-yang escape technique, the yin-yang combat technique, and the yin-yang control technique. While perusing the fragmented scrolls of the yin-yang celestial scripture and the reincarnation celestial scripture, you gleaned valuable insights. Success came swiftly, a testament to your extraordinary talent, enhancing your comprehension to an astonishing degree. Surprised by the incessant notifications from the simulator interface, Wang Li marveled at the results. In the 14th year, at your behest, Fairy Miaoyu provided you with 20 companions. Among them, you encountered Li Yunxi once more, her name glaringly present on the list. She implored you to avenge her family. In response, you inquired, devoid of emotion, about the nature of her grievances. Li Yunxi revealed the tragic fate that befell the Li clan at the hands of the Tianyi sect and a mysterious entity. Shock coursed through you, prompting a question regarding the veracity of her claims, as you had not heard such rumors circulating within the cultivation world. She explained that the absence of news regarding the Li clan's demise stemmed from the Tianyi sect's clandestine actions, which included propping up a lesser family to usurp the Li clan's legacy, thus masking their obliteration from public knowledge. You reflected on the cunning of the Tianyi sect, suppressing the truth of the Li clan's destruction and skillfully replacing it with a substitute family, effectively preventing an exodus of other cultivation families toward the demonic sections. You pondered the potential panic among other clans had they discovered the Li clan's fate. Surely, many would have sought to relocate their assets to safeguard against impending doom. Questioning Li Yunxi further about the motives behind the Tianyi sect's actions, she, pale and trembling, disclosed that a mysterious figure sought 2 items from the Li clan, compelling the Tianyi sect to act in concert with this enigmatic force. She recounted how her master had once considered saving her, but she ultimately chose loyalty to her family, defecting from the Tianyi sect and ending up pursued to the realm of the demonic sections. The weight of her words settled upon you, leading you to speculate that the mysterious presence allied with the Tianyi sect in the Li clan's downfall was none other than Nie Song, whose interest likely lay in 2 eternal pearls. Curiosity piqued regarding how Nie Song had learned of the pearl's previous association with the Li clan. You took a moment of pride, knowing that the coveted treasures had been shattered by the Bloodsea monument within the celestial ruins. Li Yunxi again beseeched you for vengeance, to which you questioned her certainty in your ability to fulfill her request. She insisted that the entire Hahuan sect was abuzz with the news of your status as the new deputy sect leader, a Yuanian cultivator. Furrowing your brow, you pondered who had divulged such information, leaving you in a precarious position. Li Yunxi swore that should you avenge her clan, she would serve you as a maid for eternity. You resolutely declined, explaining that the perpetrators deserve their fate. The heavens are just, and evil must be punished. The Li clan's demise was a consequence of their own malevolence. You countered her plea with a question. If those who had lost kin to the Li clan's treachery sought your aid, would she expect you to assist them as well? Li Yunxi fell silent, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she bowed and took her leave. You watched her retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent glinting in your eyes. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of evil. If the Tianyi sect and Nie Song had overlooked this weed, why not assist in their downfall? However, after much contemplation, you refrained, understanding that the enemy of my enemy could still be a friend. If Li Yunxi could provide some amusement for the Tianyi sect and Nie Song, you would find great satisfaction in that, albeit with little hope for success. In the 15th year, the female cultivators bore you many children, each receiving a reward for their contributions. The blessing of abundance manifested, enhancing your attributes across the board. You sensed a significant increase in your aptitude, now comparable to that of a mutated 3-rooted spirit. The blessing of abundance proved to be a formidable gift, akin to a permanent surge of adrenaline. In February of the 15th year, recognizing your immense contributions to the Hahuan sect, they assigned you a furnace vessel with dual spirit roots. You encountered Shui Qianyue once more, and faced with her desire for self-destruction, you chose to accept her as a companion. In the 16th year, the female cultivators found themselves with child once again, and your companion Shui Qianyue successfully conceived. That year, you heard the news of Li Yunxi's demise at the hands of a Tianyi sect cultivator. eliciting a scornful reaction from you, as you mused on the fragility of the so-called elite of the cultivation families, mere empty vessels adorned with talent and beauty. By the end of the 16th year, you welcomed yet another brood of children. Upon reflection, you realized you had nearly 100 direct descendants. The blessing of abundance activated once more, further enhancing your attributes, strengthening your prowess to the point where you felt confident in facing two Yuaniing cultivators simultaneously. You continued to refine your alchemical and crafting skills while persisting in your quest for additional offspring with your companions. In the 18th year, you devoted yourself to alchemy, crafting, and formation arrangements, resulting in significant improvement in your skills. Your children were born, and the blessing of abundance once again elevated your attributes. In the 19th year, you sensed an opportunity for breakthrough, finding yourself on the cusp of the late Yuaniing stage. You began to request more female cultivators, as the blessing of abundance continued to amplify your attributes. In the 20th year, you triggered the attribute of the Taishu celestial scripture, Taishu infinite, enhancing your aptitude and comprehension. The blessing of abundance activated yet again, further augmenting your attributes. In the 21st year, the Yin-Yang Venerable summoned you. You approached him with the utmost respect. He bestowed upon you a formula for a precious elixir, instructing you to diligently refine the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill. The Yin-Yang Venerable also gifted you a Bodhi fruit, wishing you a swift breakthrough into the late Yuaniing stage. The Bodhi fruit. Truly it is you. The Yin-Yang Venerable possesses such invaluable treasures. I am intrigued by how you procured this rare fruit from the heavily guarded holy land of the demon domain. The Bodhi fruit, recorded among the 10 marvels of the Xiao Xian Bailu, ranks forth among these wonders, flourishing in the West Spirit region, commonly referred to as the demon domain, bearing fruit once every 700 years. The consumption of this substance enhances the user's comprehension and accelerates their cultivation speed, while also endowing their primordial spirit with various extraordinary characteristics. For instance, should Wang Li partake of the Bodhi fruit, there exists a possibility that his primordial spirit will manifest the Bodhi-Dharma image, further augmenting his understanding and laying a solid foundation for his subsequent transformation into a deity. Just as you are about to express your gratitude to the revered Yin-Yang elder, you suddenly perceive a pair of invisible hands descending from the heavens, piercing through the elder's grand hall, reaching out towards you. Chapter 64. The ambush. The Yin-Yang sovereign gave a cold snort, and as a Taiji diagram appeared beneath your feet, the invisible hand of power was dissipated by the force of Yin and Yang. You and the Yin-Yang sovereign soared out of the great hall, heading towards the skies above the Hawan sect. Before you stood a white-haired elder in a gray Daoist robe, his expression grave as he regarded you and the Yin-Yang sovereign. You recognized him as Nie Chu-Tsang. Standing beside the Yin-Yang sovereign, your demeanor mirrored his seriousness. Nie Chu-Tsang challenged you, stating that if you surrendered the 2 eternal pearls in your possession, he would withdraw immediately and cease his interference. With a cold laugh, you retorted that the eternal pearls had been eternally left in the secret realm of the immortal ruins. Nie Chu-Tsang's expression darkened further. He then turned his gaze towards the Yin-Yang sovereign, attempting to persuade him that if he refrained from meddling in your affairs, he would bestow upon him an opportunity for spiritual transformation. The Yin-Yang sovereign shook his head and gestured for Nie Chu-Tsang to leave. Furrowing his brow, Nie Chu-Tsang unleashed a beam of red light from his fingertip, striking towards you and the Yin-Yang sovereign. You responded hastily, employing the dual energies of Yin and Yang as defense. However, one half of your body was severed in the attack. Once you reconnected your body, you looked at Nie Chu-Tsang in terror. Had it not been for the protection of the Yin and Yang energies, that strike could have resulted in far worse consequences. You had thought that after reaching the mid-stage of the nascent soul, you could contend with Nie Chu-Tsang. But this encounter had revealed the harsh truth. You were still far from his match. Indeed, this old man was formidable. Even if I were to face him in the same realm, I would lack confidence. In the real world, Wang Li's expression was exceedingly grave. The Yin-Yang sovereign summoned his female form, and together they unleashed a combined attack, employing the Yin-Yang fusion technique. You observed closely as the Yin-Yang sovereign engaged in fierce combat with Nie Chu-Tsang. The two exchanged blows, their battle creating shockwaves that scattered countless clouds. Even with your current strength, you felt considerable pressure. If those shockwaves had struck you, the consequences would have been dire. After trading 300 blows, Nie Chutsong suddenly ceased his assault and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, commending the Yinyang sovereign for withstanding 300 strikes. A testament to his prowess as the Yinyang demon sovereign, Nie Chutsong lamented the abundance of talent in the world, stating that heroes were as numerous as fish crossing a river. He once again urged the Yinyang sovereign to refrain from involving himself in your conflict. The Yinyang sovereign produced a pill, gripping it tightly as he proclaimed that the Hahuan sect would not neglect any person of merit. He declined Nie Chutsong's proposal. Nie Chutsong then turned his gaze to you, asserting that you would meet again one day before retreating. You let out a silent sigh of relief. The Yinyang sovereign, with bloodied fists, approached your side, advising you to expedite the refinement of the Yinyang harmonizing pill. You nodded in agreement. After half a day of recuperation, you returned to the alchemy hall of the Hahuan sect. You received a substantial amount of rare spiritual herbs and plants sent by the fairy Miaoyu. Following the recipe, you commenced the refinement of the Yinyang harmonizing pill. In the 22nd year, you successfully produced the Yinyang harmonizing pill and presented it to the Yinyang sovereign. You then entered seclusion to absorb the Bodhi fruit, intending to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the late stage of the nascent soul. In the 23rd year, you sensed an additional connection to your bloodline. You had a grandson. The talent for abundance activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 24th year, you felt several more bloodline connections, indicating you had yet another grandson, and the talent activated again. In the 25th year, with the complete refinement of the Bodhi fruit, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul. Your nascent soul absorbed the true essence of the Bodhi fruit and condensed half of the Bodhidharma form, resulting in an improvement in your comprehension and an increase in your cultivation speed. The talent for abundance activated once more. In the 26th year, the Yinyang sovereign achieved the peak of the nascent soul. In January of the 26th year, you and the Yinyang sovereign attended a high-level meeting of the 7 sects of the demon path. At the meeting, you encountered the other nascent soul elders of the 7 sects of the demon path. Following the Yinyang sovereign closely, you listened attentively as the major elders of the demon sect deliberated on launching an attack against the upper realm. The discussions among the nascent soul cultivators of the demon sect were fervent, with debates lasting for hours over which region to ambush the 7 sects of the righteous path. However, when the Yinyang sovereign spoke, everything fell under his decisive will. At that moment, you realized that the 7 sects of the demon path were not as united as iron. It was merely the Yinyang sovereign who held sway over the entire demonic faction, binding them into a single cohesive force. In March of the 26th year, the 7 sects of the demon path united under the decisions established by the Yinyang sovereign and launched an offensive against the upper realm. You were appointed as the vanguard general of the demon path coalition. You led the coalition into the territories of the upper realm. The Yinyang sovereign instructed you to abandon your previous low-profile demeanor and act with boldness, causing chaos to draw out Nie Chutsong. You understood that the Yinyang sovereign aimed to use you as bait to lure him. You readily acquiesced, adopting the title of the soul, refining demon sovereign. You led the demon path coalition in a rampage through the upper realm, primarily targeting the cultivation families and righteous sects, leaving no survivors. As the most active vanguard commander, you consistently claimed half of the resources from various cultivation families, distributing half to the demon cultivators in the coalition and the other half to the lower-tier cultivators in the upper realm. You commanded the demon cultivators not to harm the common folk or the lower-tier cultivators. You advocated for not only invading the righteous cultivation world, but also encroaching upon the mundane realm to dismantle the righteous control over it. You even organized a demon army led by demon cultivators to interfere in the mundane world, instigating regime changes in various empires. From the resources of noble families and royal kin, you claimed 50%, distributing the remainder among the cultivators and commoners. You amassed a wealth of resources from the mundane realm. The long-standing decree forbidding cultivators from interfering in the mundane world was broken under your leadership. Of course, This ancient regulation had long been rendered obsolete, as many sects and families had established their own power and interests in the mundane realm, covertly meddling in its affairs for ages. Unlike their clandestine interventions, your actions were overt and unambiguous. Your deeds soon drew the attention of various celestial families and righteous sects, who regarded you with fear and loathing. Likewise, the royal families and noble clans of the mundane realm became aware of your actions, feeling both terror and hatred towards you. However, your endeavors garnered the support of the demon cultivators and the lower-tier cultivators, as well as the common folk. Gradually, a ballad began to circulate among the mortals, singing of the arrival of the demon sovereign, bringing feasts and revelry. Some lower-tier cultivators even proactively joined the ranks of the demon path. In the 27th year, the title of soul-refining demon sovereign resonated throughout the southern spirit domain. Unfortunately, Niechutsong had not sought you out, seemingly having vanished during this time. In February of the 27th year, the taken by surprise 7 righteous sects united to retaliate against the 7 sects of the demon path. In the 27th year of the era, the esteemed Lord of Yin and Yang made a formidable move, single-handedly subduing the 7 ancestors and establishing a pact forbidding any nascent soul cultivators from interfering in the battle between righteousness and malevolence. In the 28th year, the coalition of demonic sects clashed violently with a righteous alliance in the Faxian mountain range, employing every conceivable stratagem, causing the righteous forces to retreat in disarray. You subtly incited Shun Tianling to deliver a treacherous blow to the righteous alliance at a critical juncture. Days later, numerous golden core cultivators within the righteous alliance fell victim to a mysterious toxin, succumbing to their injuries. As one of the few remaining golden core cultivators, Shun Tianling persuaded the surviving members to align themselves with the demonic sects, leading the remnants of the righteous alliance to defect. Upon learning this news, the leaders of the 7 righteous sects turned pale with shock. In the 29th year, as the battle between righteousness and malevolence drew to a close, the 7 righteous sects were forced to flee to the eastern spirit region, while the southern spirit region was entirely overtaken by the 7 demonic sects. You met Shin Tianling once more, who extolled the efficacy of the soul-corroding pill you had concocted, which could lethally incapacitate even golden core cultivators. However, he felt that achieving victory through such insidious poison was somewhat dishonorable, particularly given its malevolent nature. You revealed that the formula for the soul-corroding pill was acquired from the Shun clan of the celestial lineage. Shin Tianling promptly acknowledged that while the pill is indeed toxic, it pales in comparison to the venomous hearts of these celestial sects, suggesting that such a divine remedy left by their ancestors was intended to uphold justice in dire times. In the 30th year, following the stabilization of the situation, the 7 demonic sects began to distribute the spoils of war, leading to disputes over control of the cultivation realm in the Qi Kingdom. You fervently urged the Lord of Yin and Yang to secure dominance over the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, and the blessing of progeny was invoked once more. In the 31st year, the Hahuan sect successfully occupied the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm, seizing the opportunity while the Hahuan sect repaired their mountain gate. You returned to the Shun clan. However, on the journey back, you encountered an unexpected ambush, resulting in the loss of one of your arms. Initially suspecting Nihukank, you were taken aback to find instead a decaying visage adorned with writhing tentacles. Those 2 enormous eyes rolled within the tentacles, fixated on you with a bloodthirsty gaze, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 65. Retribution. As you gaze upon the grotesque creature before you, its face adorned with writhing tentacles, a sense of dread washes over you. You swiftly retract your arm, distancing yourself from it. You unleash the divine light of Finger Slash, only to witness its futile attempt to inflict tangible harm upon the creature. The divine radiance is consumed by the gaping maw on its bizarre abdomen. It dawns on you that you are incapable of slaying this uncanny being. Drawing forth a token from your possession, you prepare to summon the Yin-Yang sovereign. To your horror, the creature regurgitates 2 severed heads, one male and one female, both recognizable as the visages of the Yin-Yang sovereign. A wave of terror engulfs you as you struggle to fathom the torment they must have endured before their demise. You hear the monster utter, "Those who cultivate the eternal, indestructible art shall perish." And in that instant, you are whisked away by the teleportation talisman within your storage ring. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, you find yourself in a realm of ice and snow. Expressionless, you survey the vast whiteness before you, feeling somewhat disoriented. You are perplexed as to why the teleportation talisman has transported you to the northern spirit domain. You had always assumed its function was random, yet it becomes apparent that this is not the case. The talisman has designated locations for its teleportation, and its destination is indeed the northern spirit domain. You temporarily set aside your ponderings and begin to speculate about the origins of that enigmatic creature. At this juncture, Wang Li's expression turns grave. After taking a few deep breaths, he speaks solemnly. "I recall that before the creature attacked me, it uttered a phrase. 'Those who cultivate the eternal, indestructible art shall perish.' Thus, this entity must have come for the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture. But I haven't cultivated it. Ah, I see now. It must have been the Yin-Yang sovereign who practiced it and was subsequently hunted down by this creature. It accessed his memories and discovered my existence." As this realization dawns upon him, Wang Li comprehends the implications. Thus far, the great five elements, true, demon, divine art, the void, immortal scripture, the everlasting pearl, and the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture all seem to attract misfortune. All these elements point to a singular location and a singular individual, the void immortal palace and the void celestial sovereign. Wang Li's suspicion that the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture is linked to the void celestial sovereign stems from an incident in the Blood Sea remnant stele within the immortal ruins. When he placed the everlasting pearl, which had fallen from the void immortal palace, upon the stele, a mysterious entity suppressed within the Blood Sea called out, "Master." This indicates a close relationship between the imprisoned being and the void celestial sovereign. Recognizing the everlasting pearl as a relic imbued with the essence of the void celestial sovereign, it ultimately bestowed the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture upon him. Wang Li even speculates that the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture might have been created by the void celestial sovereign. Of course, this remains mere conjecture, for without evidence, such matters cannot be taken as truth. Indeed, evidence can sometimes be fabricated. The entities that defy both humanity and divinity seem to target the remnants left by the void celestial sovereign. Thus, I am left curious about the grievances that exist between them and the void immortal sovereign. Wang Li shakes his head, resigned. Even if there are grievances, they are beyond my comprehension at present. The void celestial sovereign ascended 100,000 years ago, becoming a true immortal. His tale is ancient and elusive. With that, Wang Li shifts his focus back to the simulation interface. You begin to ponder the origins of that mysterious entity, suspecting it may have been sent by the enigmatic figure who once took your life in the immortal ruins. The simulator aside, it dawns on Wang Li that he had nearly forgotten this mysterious figure. He recalls that after he controlled his external incarnation to obtain the eternal, indestructible, immortal scripture and ascended from the blood cliff, he was slain by a figure shrouded in obscurity. This individual possesses formidable strength, capable of traversing the immortal ruins at will, a clear indication that their cultivation has surpassed the confines of the realm. Likely a divine being sent from a higher plane to guard the Blood Sea, preventing the imprisoned entities from escaping. Currently, my mind feels chaotic, inundated with fragmented information, making it difficult to extract any coherent insights. Despite my exhaustive efforts to think and reason, little progress is made. Rubbing my temples, Wang Li continues to observe. Your speculation is intriguing, yet you do not firmly believe it. It remains merely a hypothesis. Amidst the swirling snow, your attire is soon dusted with a layer of white, rendering you a rather comical snowman. You temporarily take refuge in the northern spirit domain. Although you yearn to return to the southern spirit domain, fear inhibits your actions, as you dread encountering that tentacled horror once more. The image of the Yin-Yang sovereign being devoured lingers in your mind. If such a powerful figure as the Yin-Yang sovereign fell to its grasp, what chance do you possess? In the 32nd year, you sense the arrival of numerous descendants. The blessing of abundant offspring manifests once more, enhancing all your attributes. You are astonished that the creature has not targeted your progeny, leaving you somewhat perplexed. However, you soon reconcile this. The creature's restraint is not born of benevolence, but rather a necessity for cultivating a vast population of practitioners to sustain its own existence. After all, devoid of practitioners, who would they consume in the future? You commence an intensified regimen of self-cultivation, diligently honing your mystical arts and divine powers. In the 33rd year, news reaches you of the 7 demon sects being repelled back to the lower realms by the 7 righteous sects. Concern for the fate of the Shun clan arises within you. You inquire with the head of the Wanbao Pavilion about the Shun clan's circumstances. Upon learning that the clan's elder had swiftly evacuated to the lower realms ahead of the 7 demon sects, a smile of relief crosses your face. You fully retreat into seclusion within the northern spirit domain, rising at dawn to cultivate and resting at dusk. In the 34th year, you hear of a mysterious entity that has breached the defenses of the Hahuan sect, annihilating the entire sect without leaving a single survivor. You sense the tragic demise of your descendants left within the Hahuan sect. Your expression darkens, as if cast in iron. A familiar voice echoes within your mind. Niehukank, utilizing the bloodline tracing technique, has traced your existence. He conveys a message. The matter between you is not yet resolved. Silently, you continue your cultivation. In the 35th year, you feel the devastation of the Shun clan. All your descendants have perished. Once more, you hear Nye Chutsong's words as he informs you through the bloodline tracing technique that the next target is you. You remain silent, resolutely pursuing your cultivation. In the 35th year, you have mastered the 10 great techniques recorded in the remnants of the void immortal scripture to their utmost pinnacle. You have similarly perfected the great Yin-Yang technique to its highest form. In the 36th year, while preparing for a period of seclusion, your defensive formation is breached. You open your eyes, stepping out of your cave abode, ready to confront your destiny. Standing atop the snow-capped mountains, you gaze upon an elderly figure with white hair, wielding a soul-forging banner that emits a thick plume of black smoke. Beastly wretch, I have proclaimed that we shall meet again. Today marks your demise. I shall display your severed head at the eastern gate of the Ling domain, so that all may witness the fate of those who dare to thwart my path. There is no mercy for the transgressors. The voice of the white-haired elder reverberated like thunder in your ears, inflicting a twinge of pain. You gazed upon the towering figure, drawing forth the Taishu sword and unleashing a fervent slash towards the heavens. As an immense surge of magical power erupted, the very heavens and earth transformed. Countless snow-capped mountains wailed in anguish. Avalanches cascaded down the mountains, and entire populations vanished across vast distances. Yet, high above, Nye Chutsong neither flinched nor recoiled, extending his hand to grasp your sword strike. Chapter 66. Reincarnation. You gaze at Nye Chutsong as he extends his hand to grasp your formidable sword, his expression devoid of any surprise. You are acutely aware that you cannot triumph over Nye Chutsong. Yet this time, you are compelled to fight, for there is no escape. Nye Chutsong seizes the Taishu sword from your grasp, sending your head flying with a dismissive sneer. Soul, refining demon sovereign? What audacity to claim such a title. Do you truly believe that decades of arduous cultivation can rival my 5 millennia of power? Your head shatters against several mountain peaks. As you witness Nye Chutsong extracting your Yuan Ying, you resolve to self-destruct without hesitation. You are dead. Due to the annihilation of your Yuan Ying, you are unable to trigger any passive abilities. Simulation terminated. You may select 3 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to acquire 1 additional item to retain. 1. Late Yuan Ying. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with greater increments as age increases. 2. Alchemical mastery experience. The knowledge gained from alchemy during the simulation. 3. Artifact mastery experience. The knowledge acquired from artifact crafting during the simulation. 4. Array mastery experience. The knowledge obtained from array cultivation during the simulation. 5. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earned income, not usable in simulation. 6. Bodhi fruit, one of the 10 rare treasures recorded in the Chronicles of Immortal Cultivation, ranked 4th among the top 10, ripening once every 700 years in the Western Spirit domain. 7. Alchemical formulas, all formulas you have mastered during the simulation. 8. Arrays, all arrays you have mastered during the simulation. 9. Spell cultivation experience, the experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. 10. Celestial refining cauldron, a personal magical artifact that grows with you, a rare item with significant potential for growth due to exceptional materials and superb crafting skills. 11. Complete Demon Path Compendium, all knowledge of demonic texts you have perused within the Congruity Sect's Inheritance Tower. 12. 5-colored soul banner, an exquisite soul banner transformed from a 5-colored cloud banner. After the blessings of thousands of cultivators, it has become fearsome, ensnaring the unworthy and devouring them upon sight. 13. Relics of Shun Pe, the artifacts left behind by Shun Pe. 14. Fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique, ranked 10th among the 10 great arts of the immortal realm, possessing boundless power. 15. Indestructible Immortal Scripture, a formidable cultivation method passed down since ancient times. Once mastered, one becomes indestructible through countless calamities. 16. Fragment of the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture, an unparalleled scripture left by an ancient true immortal, allowing practitioners to gradually comprehend the laws of reincarnation and achieve longevity, becoming immortal in the world. 17. Fragment of the Yin-Yang Immortal Scripture, an extraordinary technique founded by the ancient immortal Yin-Yang sovereign, blending the concepts of the sun and moon, where strength and weakness coexist, enabling one to reign supreme in the world. Wang Li glanced over the options and chose the late Yuan-Ing cultivation, the talent of late blooming, and the relics of Shun Pe. As for the indestructible immortal scripture and various formulas and arrays, Wang Li had already acquired them through a month of immersive simulation and did not require them for now. This also counted as exploiting a bug in the simulator, as he now possessed 2 sets of Shun Pe's relics. Observing the jade box that appeared in his hand, a smile graced Wang Li's face. He then stored it within his storage ring, placing it alongside the other relics of Shun Pe. Having completed these tasks, Wang Li quietly awaited Shun Tianling's return. He had not forgotten that he had arranged for Shun Tianling to prepare accommodations for him during this simulation. After half an hour elapsed, Shun Tianling returned respectfully, bowing to Wang Li, who sat in the pavilion. "Ancestor, your cave dwelling has been prepared. Please follow me. My realm is on the verge of a breakthrough. Once I enter the cave dwelling, I will activate the grand array of the Shun clan." Wang Li replied calmly, "I am at peace. I will begin my cultivation upon entering." Shun Tianling was somewhat surprised, but quickly filled with joy, realizing that with such a powerful ancestor, the Shun clan could likely endure for another millennium after his passing. "Very well, ancestor, please follow me." With that, Shun Tianling led Wang Li along the path, providing insights about the notable buildings and sites of the Shun clan. Wang Li remained unperturbed. After a brief period, upon settling into the cave dwelling arranged by Shun Tianling, Wang Li inscribed intricate array patterns using over 1 million unusable spirit stones, distributing them throughout the dwelling. This array was the great 5-element sword array he had learned from the ancestral texts of the Shun clan during his immersive simulation, a formation that integrated enemy confinement, offense, and defense. After placing 2 Taishu swords within as focal points, Wang Li began to refine his cultivation and initiate his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shun Tianling, having distanced himself from the cave, sensed the influx of abundant spiritual energy converging towards Wang Li's dwelling and hastily flew to the clan leader's hall to activate the grand array laid down by their ancestors. As he flew, Shun Tianling glanced back at the cave, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The great 5-element sword array left by our ancestors has but one final chance to activate. Henceforth, the Shun clan shall lose this formidable defense. I can only hope that Ancestor Shin Mo did not misjudge this individual. This mysterious figure truly will lead our clan to resurgence. Before long, the entire Red Maple Mountain range, where the Shun clan resided, was adorned with colossal array flags. As these banners interlinked and operated, vast quantities of elemental spiritual energy coalesced, and a broken sword materialized at the focal point, enveloping the entire mountain in an endless sword aura. Half a year later, as the great five elements sword array of the Shun clan ceased its operation, Wang Li's cultivation stabilized at the late Yuan-ing stage. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He grew to a height of 9 feet, his features becoming increasingly handsome and refined. Furthermore, his demeanor radiated an aura of an unfathomable, transcendent being. Alas, even though I have deliberately suppressed my appearance, it still prevents me from achieving true beauty. It seems to validate the saying that no cultivator is ever ordinary in appearance. Wang Li sighed, then revealed the canopy of fortune upon his back. Over the past 6 months, in addition to refining his cultivation, Wang Li had also been practicing various spells and divine abilities. The fragment of the Great Fortune technique provided by Shun Mo became the focus of his training. Initially, Wang Li found it challenging, but after breaking through to the late Yuan-ing stage, he experienced an epiphany, seamlessly integrating the teachings of the Great Fortune technique. This also led Wang Li to a newfound realization. The fortunes of the immortal realm are predominantly controlled by high-ranking cultivators. Why, you may ask? Because this world lacks a heavenly path. Thus, the unclaimed fortunes of the universe are not suppressed by any celestial will. To avoid dissipating, these unclaimed fortunes instinctively seek attachment to powerful cultivators, coexisting with them in life and death. Why is the Yin-Yang sovereign so formidable, capable of standing against Niechutsong? Beyond his inherent strength, it is also due to the rich fortune that surrounds him. The prestige of the Demon Path's co-sovereigns is not something mere mortals can dare to challenge. Realizing this, Wang Li, with his late Yuan-ing cultivation, began to absorb the drifting fortunes of the universe, successfully practicing the Great Fortune technique with the aid of these energies. He now possessed his own canopy of fortune, enabling him to evade heavenly machinations, obscure fortunes, stabilize the universe, and transform calamities. Its applications are boundless. At present, the cultivation of the great atmospheric art has been successfully achieved. It is now time to embark on the practice of the Taishu Immortal Sutra. Over the past 6 months, Wang Li has pondered extensively and ultimately decided to pursue the Taishu Immortal Sutra. The Everlasting Immortal Sutra is, after all, not suited for him. Setting aside the fact that cultivating the Everlasting Immortal Sutra would attract strange occurrences, the primary drawback of this method is its excessively lengthy cultivation period. In this unpredictable realm of cultivation, he simply does not possess the luxury of time to dedicate to such a practice. One would have to endure countless reincarnations and tribulations to transcend the mortal realm and attain immortality. Unless, of course, the life simulation within the simulator can also be considered a form of reincarnation. With this thought, a curious expression appeared on Wang Li's face. Chapter 67. Absolute Rationality. Shall we attempt it next time? Wang Li pondered. If the life simulation within the simulator could be deemed a form of reincarnation, then the eternal immortal scripture was not entirely beyond cultivation. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in resolving the peculiar flaws that had attracted such sinister attention. The irony was palpable. To be pursued by the bizarre upon embarking on cultivation was indeed a lamentable fate. What a tragic end for the esteemed Yin-Yang master. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Li rose and approached the desk within his cave dwelling. He retrieved a piece of spirit paper, smooth and warm as jade, and began piecing together information and deducing clues. It was known that, in the upper realm, there existed monstrous beings that feasted upon the cultivators of the Tianshu continent. These man-eating creatures were likely the very anomalies encountered within the simulator. He inscribed upon the paper, "Anomalies in the upper realm feed on cultivators." Thus far, it was evident that among the known cultivation techniques, the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique would invoke misfortune, as would the Supreme Void Immortal Scripture and the Eternal Immortal Scripture. Additionally, the Everlasting Pearl was identified as a harbinger of ill fate. All these elements were intertwined with the figure of the supreme void master. Following this, Wang Li penned another line. Relics of the master are invariably tainted by misfortune. Yet, as he wrote these words, a sense of discord arose within him. Not all relics of the master were cursed. For instance, the supreme void sword. A treasure from Shun Po's legacy, unless, of course, the supreme void sword was not a relic of the master at all. But if that were the case, why bore the name of the supreme void? Was it merely in homage? Shaking his head, Wang Li decided to set aside these musings and instead began to organize clues pertaining to the immortal ruins. During a previous simulation, Jiaqing had informed him of a celestial being that descended from the heavens in ancient times and perished in the region that would become the immortal ruins, transforming into an endless mountain range, with the ruins themselves arising from the essence of the immortals Dantian. However, despite his thorough examination of the texts passed down by the Shun clan and the historical accounts of the cultivation world, he found no record of an immortal descending from the heavens and becoming a mountain. This raised an intriguing question. How had Jiaqing come by this knowledge? Perhaps this segment of history had been erased, known only to a select few who preserved its memory. Currently, 4 major forbidden zones were recognized within the immortal ruins: the Eastern Blood Cliff, the Western Desert, the Southern Dense Forest, and the Northern Deadwaters. The Eastern Blood Cliff was infested with blood mosquitoes, and beneath its precipice lay a sea of blood, concealing an unfathomable entity, suspected to be a disciple of the Supreme Void Master. Furthermore, the Blood Cliff was guarded. Any who dared to claim treasures from the Blood Sea would face immediate execution. In the depths of the Western Desert stood a colossal remnant soul, seemingly having absorbed the spirits of outer disciples who perished within the ruins. The Northern Deadwaters harbored endless corpses in a submerged cave dwelling, while the Southern Dense Forest appeared to be rife with anomalies. Previously, Wang Li had declared his resolve to avoid the immortal ruins. However, under the current circumstances, the location proved to be worthy of exploration. Concealing the everlasting pearl within its depths would prevent Nie Chutsong from acquiring it. A sly smile crept across Wang Li's face at the thought of witnessing Nie Chutsong's dismay upon discovering the absence of the pearl. After documenting the known intelligence regarding the immortal ruins, he inscribed the name Nie Chutsong. The next subject of consideration was Nie Chutsong, the ancient ancestor of the Nie clan, who, according to the information at hand, had survived for over 5,000 years, contemporaneous with Shun Mo. The reason behind his prolonged existence remained an enigma. His intentions were clear: to seek the everlasting pearl and journey to the supreme void immortal abode. The purpose of this journey remained undefined, yet it was highly plausible that it aligned with Wang Li's suspicions of releasing the anomalies sealed within the immortal abode. Wang Li had long been unaware of Nie Chutsong's true motives. His conjecture regarding the release of the anomalies was purely speculative. Was it possible that Nie Chutsong sought to gather the everlasting pearls to unseal the anomalies within the immortal abode? Such a notion felt rather cliché. During this simulation, Nie Chutsong had remarked that Wang Li had shattered his path, leading him to consider the possibility that all of Nie Chutsong's actions were indeed aimed at liberating the anomalies. After writing down his speculations, Wang Li noted the term anomaly. Anomalies what gave rise to these entities in this world? Where did they originate, and where did they go? This posed the most significant mystery. This world appeared to be an ordinary cultivation realm, yet the emergence of anomalies was profoundly perplexing. Moreover, he struggled to comprehend the aspect of anomalies consuming humans. If these beings could descend into the lower realms, why did they not swarm en masse to devour humans? Why did they wait until cultivators achieved divine transformation and ascended before preying upon them? Could there be some form of restriction? Yet, if such restrictions existed, why did the anomaly within the supreme, void, immortal abode engage in unending bloodshed? So many secrets lay hidden within this matter. Alas, all knowledge concerning anomalies would need to be gleaned gradually through the simulator. Setting down his brush, Wang Li inscribed Heavenly Tao. Under normal circumstances, every world possesses its own will, known as the Heavenly Tao, governing the natural order of all things. He often contemplated what had transpired with the Heavenly Tao in this realm. Had it been shattered by the anomalies? Otherwise, how could the cultivation world be plagued by such an abundance of anomalies? Lost in thought, Wang Li concluded with a poignant statement. The heavenly Tao of the cultivation world appears to have been shattered by the existence of anomalies. Upon finishing, he added several question marks, indicating his uncertainty. Next, he wrote the term cultivation technique. What is the most crucial aspect of the cultivation world? Is the cultivation technique. Without it, cultivators cannot ascend to higher realms. Lacking a technique, a cultivator cannot fully harness the myriad mystical abilities inherent to their realm. Yet, to date, all the techniques he had encountered were fragmented scrolls, only allowing progression to divine transformation, with subsequent content utterly destroyed. The motive behind this was evident, and the culprit behind the scenes was not difficult to surmise, merely the sinister entities from the upper realm. But why would they pursue such a course of action? This was a puzzle he could not fathom. After all, in Tianshu continent, once one achieved divine transformation, they would be locked by a black hole and transported to the upper realm. Logically, there was no need to obliterate cultivation techniques unless there existed a means to avoid forced ascension. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Li's breath quickened. Yes, Shunpa. In his correspondence, Shunpa had mentioned that the upper realm was filled with man-eating monsters, indicating that he had survived and returned to Tianshu continent. According to Shun Mo, his father Shan Po was still alive, suggesting there must be a method to avoid forced ascension. Yet, excitement was fleeting. He currently had no knowledge of Shin Po's whereabouts, making it impossible to inquire about the means to evade ascension. With a resigned sigh, Wang Li wrote the words "Find Shun Po." Turning to the final page, he inscribed the 4 characters Supreme, Void, Immortal Abode. This abode, a remnant of the Supreme Void Master left in the world, seemed worthy of exploration. Perhaps he could indeed uncover something useful within the Supreme Void Immortal Abode. With this thought in mind, Wang Li set down his pen and activated the simulation once more. Life Simulator LV4. Host: Wang Li. Age: 14. Cultivation Technique: Divine Ghost Mysterious Path True Scripture. Cultivation Level: Late Stage Nascent Soul. Simulation Points: 16, 0, 20. 000 Simulation Attempts: 1 Talents. Vengeful Soul, black. Array Prodigy, green. Alchemy Prodigy, green. Dual Focus, green. External Avatar, green. Supreme Sorcery, purple. Crafting Prodigy, green. Blessed with Many Offspring, red. Everlasting Resilience, green. Late Blooming Mastery, purple. Skills: Superior Alchemist, Superior Array Master, Superior Craftsman Techniques, Fireball, Water Sphere, Gravitational Manipulation, Wooden Shield, Earth Escape. Soul Binding, Soul Escape. Divine Abilities: Great Fortune Technique talents ranked from low to high. White, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold. Rainbow Simulator, Initiate. Simulator is initializing. You have utilized 1 simulation opportunity, randomly selecting talent. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Absolute Rationality. Absolute Rationality. Possessing a cool and collected intellect, you are capable of analyzing and responding to various crises and decisions with unwavering logic, weighing advantages and disadvantages without succumbing to emotional influence. Every action you undertake is fundamentally driven by your own interests and objectives, employing any means necessary to achieve your goals. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes. No. Chapter 68. Fishing Absolute Rationality? To put it mildly, it is absolute rationality. To put it harshly, is sheer selfishness. Wang Li gazed upon his newfound talent, a faint smile gracing his face, before decisively opting out and commencing a simulation. Would you like to initiate immersive simulation? No. Talent Absolute Rationality activated. Your personality undergoes a transformation. Your approach to matters alters significantly. You become exceedingly rational and composed, adept at analyzing crises and weighing interests with absolute rationality, impervious to emotional influence. You become self-serving, willing to resort to any means when your own interests are at stake. After secluding within the Shun clan for 6 months, you attain a breakthrough to the late Yuanying stage. You have cultivated a fragment of the Great Fortune Technique. You sense the remnants of the true magic of the 5 elements, the void immortal scripture and the eternal immortal scripture in your mind. You find yourself in a quandary. You choose to cultivate the modified fragment of the true magic of the five elements. You have always adhered to the belief that only by living long can one seize the opportunity to turn the tide. With an extended lifespan, as long as you do not fall, victory is a matter of time. Talent Supreme Magic activated. You cultivate the Wood Attribute Technique Green Emperor S Longevity Art. You successfully transition to the Green Emperor S Longevity Art. You modify the Green Emperor S Longevity Art, eliminating the drawbacks of devouring demon beasts that lead to demonic energy gnawing at the bones. You further refine the Green Emperor S Longevity Art, removing the complications arising from the chaotic spiritual energy after consuming demon beasts. You also rectify the Green Emperor S Longevity Art, addressing the increase in beastly instincts following the consumption of demon beasts. You enhance the Green Emperor S Longevity Art by incorporating a method to absorb the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators alongside the absorption of attribute spiritual materials and demon beasts. With the support of the Green Emperor S Longevity Art and the Talent Evergreen, your lifespan reaches 5,000 years, thrice that of an ordinary Yuanian cultivator. A method to absorb the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators? Surely this is too extreme. Wang Li had always considered himself quite ruthless. Yet the version of himself within the simulator proved to be even more radical. You contemplate the Shun clan, pondering whether, after absorbing the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators, your true magic of the five elements could achieve perfection. However, you swiftly dismiss the thought. From earlier simulations, you discerned that Nye Chuzong was constantly monitoring the Shun clan. If you were to recklessly annihilate them, it would only bring his attention upon you. An idea strikes you. Could there be something of significance within the Shun clan that piques Nye Chuzong's interest? You remain vigilant regarding this matter. After careful consideration, you resolve to continue employing the method of more children, more blessings to enhance your strength. You summon Shun Tianling once more. You inform Shun Tianling of your intent to take a partner. You express your hope that Shun Tianling will introduce you to suitable women from the Shun clan as your wives. Shun Tianling regards you with skepticism, questioning why. As a formidable Yuanian cultivator, you would concern yourself with matters of affection. You explain to Shun Tianling that you wish to establish a clan and require ample partners from the Shun family. After a moment of silence, Shun Tianling inquires how many you desire. You boldly declare that you wish to have all the young female cultivators from the Shun clan. Shun Tianling falls into thoughtful silence. Shun Tianling questions what you can offer the Shun clan in return. With a faint smile, you unleash your formidable mana, transforming Shun Tianling into a puppet. Pointing to the puppet of Shun Tianling, you calmly declare, "Making the Shun clan my own is what I can offer." Wang Li was momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he murmured, "Such decisiveness. There is not a trace of hesitation. It appears that this absolute rationality has utterly distorted the version of me within the simulator, or rather, made me exceedingly self-serving. You have transformed Shun Tianling into a puppet. Through Shun Tianling, you issue a decree of marriage to the upper echelons of the Shun clan. By controlling Shun Tianling, you become the nominal ancestor of the Shun clan. You reveal your cultivation level. You subdue the Shun family S elite with your Yuanian prowess. You successfully acquire 20 beautiful female cultivators. 3 months later, the Shun clan holds a grand wedding celebration in your honor. You do not attend the wedding festivities. The following year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bear you numerous children. You regard this with an expressionless demeanor, disturbingly calm. Talent more children, more blessings activated. Your attributes are enhanced. In the 3rd year, under the cover of a rainy night, you launch a surprise attack on the Li clan. You turn all members of the Li clan into blood pills for your own cultivation, sparing not even your friend Lu Zidwan. With the blood of the Li clan as attribute cultivators, your Green Emperor S longevity art progresses, reaching a state of great accomplishment. Days later, news of the mysterious disappearance of the Li clan reverberates throughout the cultivation world. Indeed, a ruthless individual. However, It also substantiates the notion that there is nothing swifter than cultivation that consumes others. Wang Li chuckled and continued reading. The Li clan had been turned into blood pills, and he held no objections, for had he taken action, his methods would have been even more extreme than the version of himself within the simulator. Without his unique advantage, Wang Li would have certainly met his demise at the hands of the Li clan, with no hope of escape. Upon consuming the blood pills and achieving great mastery of the Green Emperor's longevity art, you contemplate disseminating the modified fragment of the true magic of the 5 elements. After all, if cultivators in the realm were to specialize in the true magic of the 5 elements, their blood would become even more suitable for your own cultivation of the true magic of the 5 elements. Just as this thought crosses your mind, you seem to recall something, and your expression grows grave. You speculate whether those cultivators who practiced the true magic of the 5 elements in ancient times were also absorbed and refined by some mysterious entity. Thus, in the twilight of antiquity, were those who practiced the true magic of the 5 elements consumed by a mysterious force, or were they devoured by the strange entities of the upper realm? Could it be that both scenarios occurred? Wang Li hypothesized based on the information at hand. After a long deliberation, he leaned towards the likelihood of both being true. Firstly, according to existing information, most cultivators in the twilight of antiquity practiced the true magic of the 5 elements, leading to a vast population. If it were merely a mysterious entity harvesting them, it would surely be overwhelmed, but if there were other strange forces involved, a perfect harvest would be achievable. Nevertheless, why ponder so much? Perhaps the truth of the matter is not as I envision. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued to peruse the simulation interface. You remained silent for a moment, deciding against disseminating the true magic of the 5 elements. Should the technique become widespread, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of strange entities and mysterious forces. A perilous outcome indeed. You utilized the bones of all the cultivators from the Li clan, amalgamating them with numerous rare materials to forge your life-bound magical treasure. After 6 months, you acquire a high-quality life-bound magical treasure, the Heaven Refining Cauldron. You return to the Shun clan with your external avatar. You impart the modified true magic of the 5 elements to your external avatar. You plan to retreat into seclusion, using your external avatar to manage any unnecessary troubles henceforth. You nourish your external avatar with the remaining blood of attribute cultivators, preparing it to traverse the cultivation realm. You intend to approach Niechutsong through your external incarnation. You have relinquished your future journey to the immortal ruins. In the name of Shun Tianling, you once again issue a matrimonial decree to the Shun clan. The members of the Shun family continue to gather young and beautiful female cultivators for you. You have acquired 20 Dao partners. In the 3rd year, through your relentless efforts, your Dao partners have borne you a multitude of children. The talent of abundance has been activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 4th year, while your external incarnation was engaged in bloodshed, it was intercepted by a white-haired elder. The elder, claiming to be Niechutsong, seeks to obtain something from you. Hidden in the shadows, you witness this scene, your eyes glinting with intrigue. Chapter 69. The chess piece. You respectfully bowed to Niechutsong with your avatar. You inquired about the items he required from you. Niechutsong informed you that 2 pearls you possessed were essential to him. After feigning a moment of silence, you controlled your avatar to retrieve the 2 ageless pearls. You handed the 2 pearls to Niechutsong, who regarded them with a faint smile. You promptly bowed again in deference and sincerely requested Niechutsong to accept you as his disciple in light of the pearls. However, Niechutsong gently declined your request, indicating that he did not need a disciple, but rather a clever attendant. He intended to take you under his wing as such. You readily agreed, kneeling in a gesture of respect towards Niechutsong. In the simulator, what was my intention? To place a pawn beside Niechutsong and ultimately betray him at a critical juncture? Niechutsong gestured for you to open your mind. He inscribed a binding spell within your consciousness, declaring it a master-slave mark. Should he perish, you too would meet the same fate, with no remedy available. You were astounded that such sinister methods existed in the realm of cultivation. Your reaction pleased Niechutsong greatly. You controlled your external avatar. following Nye Chutsong back to the Eastern Spirit domain. The dual focus talent activated. While managing your avatar in dealings with Nye Chutsong, you can currently refine your skills in alchemy and artifact crafting within the Shun clan. The senior members of the Shun clan were increasingly impressed by your proficiency in crafting and array formation. You commanded Shun Tianling to issue several economic regulations to the Shun clan, commencing your inaugural reform in this alien world. Utilizing the Shun clan's resources, you suppressed numerous industries, establishing your own commercial empire. By the end of the 4th year, through your relentless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of offspring. The talent of abundant progeny was activated, augmenting your attributes. By June of the 5th year, your economic reforms were immensely successful. You covertly siphoned off the cultivation resources of all disciples within the Shun clan, profiting from the undervalued resources of the clan, which led your spiritual stone income to soar. And your net worth reached an astonishing 10 billion. The higher-ups of the Shun clan also thrived because of your actions, with the only victims of your economic reforms being the small vendors and ordinary disciples of the clan. Yet, you were unconcerned, prepared to revel in your newfound wealth. At the end of the 5th year, amidst the envious gazes of numerous disciples from the Shun clan, you took 20 more beautiful partners. After ensuring they were with child, you began observing the situation of the Nye clan in the Eastern Spirit domain. Since your avatar arrived at the Nye clan, you barely managed to establish a foothold thanks to your identity as Nye Chutsong's attendant, contrary to your expectations of facing humiliation. Even the clan leader referred to you as a young friend, evidently due to Nye Chutsong's esteemed position in the clan, which conferred some benefit upon you. One day, after a period of seclusion, Nye Chutsong summoned you. He inquired how you had been faring within the Nye clan. His amiable tone was as comforting as a spring breeze, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw closer. However, you were acutely aware that this old fox was not to be trusted. Everything before you was merely a guise. You candidly shared your recent experiences with Nye Chutsong, who nodded, a slight smile gracing his aged visage. He then asked about the cultivation method you practiced. You revealed that you were cultivating the great 5 elements true demon divine art. Upon hearing this, Nye Chutsong's interest was piqued, prompting him to request you recite the art. You controlled your avatar to recite the unaltered version of the great 5 elements true demon divine art. Nye Chutsong asked where you had obtained this art. You told him it was passed down by a predecessor named Shun. His expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently inquired about the appearance of this Shun ancestor. You feigned trepidation, stammering as you described Shen Mo's features. You observed Nye Chutsong fall silent. Respectfully, you asked if there was any issue regarding the individual who imparted the technique to you. He smiled and assured you there were no problems. He merely did not expect an old acquaintance to still be alive. Nye Chutsong remarked that the great 5 elements true demon divine art was excessively resource-intensive. He expressed his willingness to teach you a unique technique. You displayed your delight and promptly expressed gratitude. Nye Chutsong imparted to you a fragment of the 10,000 Paths heavenly art, explaining that it was an all-encompassing technique, the most profound aspect of which was its ability to integrate various attributes of different arts. Your eyes widened in astonishment. You controlled your avatar, hesitantly glancing at Nye Chutsong, and bowed deeply several times. He smiled and helped you rise. He then gestured for you to offer your soul's blood. You willingly provided the soul blood from your external avatar. After receiving the blood into his consciousness, Nye Chutsong gazed at you with significant intent. You felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Had you not possessed absolute rationality, you might have revealed your true self. You inquired, "Ancestor, why do you gaze at me so? Have I erred in some way?" Nye Chutsong replied that you had done nothing wrong, but it would not be long before he ascended to the upper realms. Upon hearing this, you were overwhelmed with joy and congratulated him heartily. Nye Chutsong informed you that once he ascended, the Nye clan would require a devoted guardian cultivator. He asked if you would be willing to become such a protector for the Nye clan. He clarified that his intention in taking you as an attendant was precisely this. Nye Chutsong indicated that after bringing you into the Nye clan, he had sent someone to investigate your background. discovering that you hailed from a humble family with a clean history. The only question remaining was how you survived when misfortune befell the Li clan. You explained that you had sought permission to work in the marketplace. Nie Chutsong waved his hand dismissively, expressing disinterest in those details. He asserted that as a wielder of great fortune, it was only natural for you to evade danger and turn misfortune into opportunity. You respectfully queried why you were considered a wielder of great fortune. Nie Chutsong smiled enigmatically, assuring you that one day you would understand. He again asked if you were willing to become the guardian of the Nie clan. You eagerly nodded in agreement. A smile graced Nie Chutsong's face as he promised to devote himself to nurturing you over the next 26 years, striving to help you reach the nascent soul stage. You looked at Nie Chutsong with uncontainable joy, controlling your external avatar to bow deeply once more. At this moment, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. So, Nie Chutsong is about to ascend. Does he not fear the peculiar entities lurking beyond the black hole? I find it hard to believe that having lived for over 5,000 years, he remains ignorant of what lies beyond. Unless he has struck some sort of deal with those strange beings. Or perhaps he is deceiving me. What is the more likely scenario? Wang Li, uncertain and unaware, took a deep breath and continued to read on. Chapter 70. Scheming in the 6th year through your relentless efforts. Your partners bore you a multitude of offspring. The talent of abundance was activated, enhancing all your attributes. You began to harvest a significant amount of wood attribute spiritual materials. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the rainy night, you launched an attack on the Wood Clan near the Red Maple Mountains. You drained the blood of all the cultivators from the Wood Clan, refining it into essence pills for your cultivation. You packed away the physical bodies of the Wood Clan cultivators, and like with the Li clan, you captured all their souls into your soul banner. After absorbing the blood essence of the entire clan's cultivators, your Green Emperor longevity technique saw a substantial enhancement, yet you were still far from achieving perfection. However, you remained undeterred, firmly believing that if one family could not satisfy your needs, then 2, 10, or even 100 would suffice. This was your resolve. As for how others perceived you, it mattered little. The tribulations along the path of cultivation were merely fleeting hardships. In a moment of reverie, you recalled your past life, lying helplessly on a sickbed. You were determined to prevent such tragedies from repeating. For the sake of ascension, you were willing to pay any price. Upon reading this, Wang Li was taken aback. At the age of 7, he had resolutely left Lu family village precisely to pursue the path of immortality. Yet, what had he encountered since then? Deception, exploitation, oppression. In a certain sense, the simulation of himself was not at fault. In such a world, survival necessitated such means. Therefore, it was not that the talent of absolute rationality was inherently flawed, but rather his own nature that led to the simulation's darker portrayal. He was never a good person. His heart was laden with too many sinister thoughts. He was a hypocrite, selfish, and self-serving. Thus, upon acquiring the talent of absolute rationality, he became even more self-centered and unscrupulous. Had an upright person possessed this talent, they might have emerged as a hero of unparalleled virtue, revered by countless souls. But what was the point of overthinking? As long as he focused on himself, that was sufficient. With a slight smile, Wang Li continued with the simulation. Your external avatar received robust training from Nie Chutsong. Under his guidance, your external avatar successfully cultivated the 10,000 path heavenly skill. You marveled at how this technique could simultaneously cultivate myriad attributes. Curiosity piqued. You wondered where Nie Chutsong had acquired such a skill. Wang Li was somewhat surprised. He had previously believed that Nie Chutsong had merely exaggerated the 10,000 path heavenly skill, but it turned out to possess the profound intricacies he had described. Encompassing all, it allowed for the cultivation of various attributes, the origin of which remained a mystery. Nie Chutsong imparted to you an ancient demonic technique, the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great demon technique. As you perused its contents, the talent of supreme demon path activated. You discovered that this technique was one that grew in power by devouring all things. However, you also discerned hidden drawbacks, practitioners who consumed indiscriminately would accumulate demonic burdens within, ultimately leading to their transformation into soulless puppets devoid of emotions and consciousness. Indeed, the techniques bestowed by this old man were not entirely reliable. Under Nie Chutsong's instruction, you practiced the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great demon technique. You consumed a golden elixir he provided, and with his assistance, your dantian was flooded with a vast amount of spiritual energy. Half a month later, you constructed the bridge of heaven and earth, and your external avatar ascended to the foundational stage of cultivation. A considerable amount of golden elixir energy still lingered within you. After instructing you to cultivate diligently, Nie Chutsong departed. With the activation of the Supreme Demon Path talent, you made modifications to the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great demon technique, eliminating the backlash from the demonic burdens. You incorporated a secret method to draw the demonic energy out of your body. You began to absorb the residual golden elixir power within you. In the 7th year, you had Shun Enli provide you with 2 drops of her blood. You attempted to activate 2 relics of Shun Pa in your possession. You successfully opened Shun Po's storage ring, acquiring 200 million low-grade spirit stones, 2 mysterious teleportation tokens, 2 techniques known as Divine Demon Visualization Method, 2 high-grade magical treasures, the 5-color cloud banner, and 2 jade pages penned by Shun Pa. You also obtained 2 techniques called Reverse Chaos 8 Styles for blade cultivation. You cultivated the Divine Demon Visualization Method, enhancing your spiritual perception. You practiced the blade technique Reverse Chaos 8 Styles. Through your tireless efforts, your partners bore you a multitude of children, for whom you rewarded with ample cultivation resources. The talent of abundance activated once again, augmenting all your attributes. You relied on the rare would attribute spiritual materials collected from the Shun clan, achieving perfection in the Green Emperor longevity technique. With the technique fully realized, you gained the ability to command all wood attribute spiritual beings and to counter all wood attribute spells. Your wood attribute spells grew significantly more potent, your lifespan extended, and you acquired rapid healing capabilities, allowing you to recover instantaneously from even the gravest injuries as long as your spiritual energy remained intact. Fire attribute spells inflicted greater damage upon you, yet you began cultivating the water attribute technique, Ming Emperor primordial skill from the Great 5-element True Demon technique. You successfully cultivated the Ming Emperor primordial skill, making modifications to eliminate the drawbacks of consuming demon beast essence, such as the accumulation of chaotic demonic energy and an increase in beastly instincts. You also added a method of absorbing the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators alongside the original technique. With the support of the Ming Emperor primordial skill, your magical power reserves reached an extraordinary 50-fold increase. Your body underwent transformation, granting you a measure of suppression over water attribute beings, enhanced control over them, increased resistance to water attribute spells, and a significant boost in the power of your water attribute spells. Your physical strength surged immensely, and you gained exceptional endurance, rendering you virtually impervious to fatigue for an extended duration. Having cultivated 2 volumes of the Great 5-element True Demon technique, you found its applications to be truly boundless. You began to practice the remnants of the 10,000 path heavenly skill passed down by Nie Chutsong. At one point, you believed that Nie Chutsong's strength stemmed from cultivating these remnants, allowing him to blend various techniques. With your formidable comprehension and fortune, you successfully mastered the 10,000 path heavenly skill remnants and concurrently cultivated the Tai Su Immortal Sutra. After 6 months, you achieved success in cultivating the Tai Su Immortal Sutra, where the interactions between your techniques caused no conflict, resulting in a perfect harmony. The magical power within you has been transformed into the essence of the void. With the enhancement of this void energy, you discover that your Green Emperor longevity technique and Underworld Emperor primordial technique operate with increasing fluidity. A new revelation seems to dawn upon you, as you speculate that the Great 5 Elements True Demon technique shares a common origin with the Void Immortal Scripture. You begin to peruse the contents of both the Great Five Elements, True Demon Technique, and the Void Immortal Scripture, uncovering that the former is, in fact, the missing Five Elements chapter from the latter. How could it be that the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique is a fragment of the Void Immortal Scripture? This revelation leaves you astounded, as you have studied both techniques before without noticing this connection. Contemplating the two techniques side by side, you find a sense of relief washing over you. Indeed, the Five Elements chapter that was lost from the Void Immortal Scripture has been revealed, and now you understand why the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique has been met with ominous fate. You also discover that several chapters of the Void Immortal Scripture remain lost, leaving you somewhat regretful for not experiencing the full power of the Immortal Scripture. In the 8th year, through your relentless efforts, your partners give birth to a multitude of children, triggering the blessing of abundance. Your attributes receive an enhancement. You refine your unique life-bound treasure, the heavenly refining cauldron, integrating the golden elixir obtained from Li Xuanya and the white-bearded Daoist. You acquire a high-quality life-bound treasure. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transform the high-quality defensive treasure, the five-colored cloud banner, into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you possess 2 soul-summoning banners of high quality, into which you seal all the souls you have gathered, resulting in 2 soul banners of myriad spirits. In the 9th year, Shun Yinli notices something unusual about Shun Tianling. You mercilessly refine her into a puppet, as you do not wish for anything to occur beyond your control. You continue to demand a partner from the Shun clan to bolster your progeny. By the end of the 9th year, through your unwavering efforts, your partners once again give birth to a multitude of children, activating the blessing of abundance, enhancing all your attributes. Your progeny number over 120, and you successfully attain the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. In the 10th year, Nie Chutsong discovers your external incarnation. He instructs your incarnation in the cultivation of the Great Fate technique. Under his guidance, your incarnation dedicates several months to successfully mastering the remnants of the Great Fate technique. Surprised by this success, you ponder why an incarnation, which is not a true wielder of fate, could cultivate it. Is it possible that the incarnation also shares your fortune? You are indeed astonished that your incarnation could achieve this. You realize that the incarnation not only shares your talents, but also your fortune, which makes sense since the external incarnation is a part of you, akin to a leaf from the same tree. At last, you comprehend why Nie Chutsong referred to your incarnation as a wielder of great fate. He imparts the void immortal scripture to your incarnation and provides substantial cultivation resources. Curiosity peaks within you. What could Nie Chutsong's true intentions be regarding your incarnation? It seems that he seeks more than just to turn him into a guardian of the clan. There may be deeper schemes at play. In the 11th year, through your tireless endeavors, your partners again bear a multitude of children, activating the blessing of abundance, enhancing all your attributes. You feel your strength further refined. Under the cover of night, you commence the annihilation of one after another of the immortal clans, elevating your techniques. Your underworld Emperor Primordial technique steadily approaches completion. In the 12th year, your external incarnation nears the breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, with Nie Chutsong personally safeguarding you and guiding you through the steps. After consuming a plethora of spiritual herbs, you successfully break through to the Golden Core stage, crystallizing a 6-colored golden core. However, Nie Chutsong expresses dissatisfaction, shattering your golden core and instructing you to continue solidifying your foundation. In the 13th year, as the mysterious disappearance of numerous immortal families within the Qi kingdom escalates, drawing attention across the southern spirit domain, the Tianyi sect begins a thorough investigation. You remain unconcerned, for your actions have been executed flawlessly, leaving them incapable of tracing anything back to you. In the 14th year, during a high-level meeting of the Shun clan, you request a partner from the clan leader. However, the usually favorable tide turns, and you face rejection. The clan leader informs you that the entire Shin clan has risen against you, and matters of partnership must be postponed. Observing the righteous refusal from the Shun clan leader, a strange smile creeps across your face. You raise your hand and refine the entirety of the Shun clan's leadership. For you, Those who obstruct your path must perish, without exception. In the 15th year, your crafting skills reached the Grandmaster level, activating the blessing of abundance, enhancing all your attributes. In the 16th year, your alchemical skills also attained Grandmaster status, accompanied by another activation of the blessing of abundance, further enhancing your attributes. In the 17th year, your mastery of formations reaches the Grandmaster level, once again activating the blessing of abundance and enhancing your attributes. You achieve the transcendent state, reaching the first layer of the great perfection of the nascent soul. In the 18th year, with Nye Chutsang's assistance, your external incarnation successfully breaks through to the golden core stage, crystallizing a 9-colored golden core. You observe a flicker of joy upon Nye Chutsang's face. As you gaze at his satisfying expression, a suspicion arises within you. His intentions for nurturing your incarnation must be far from simple. Nevertheless, you remain indifferent, viewing your external incarnation as merely a fragment of yourself. In the 19th year, you meticulously recultivate all your divine abilities and techniques, enhancing your proficiency. In the 20th year, you transform the Shun clan into your paradise, refining all male cultivators into puppets and claiming the beautiful female cultivators as your partners. The Shun clan now belongs entirely to you. In the 21st year, you secretly eliminate the remaining immortal clans within the Qi kingdom, acquiring a vast array of water attribute spiritual materials. Your underworld emperor primordial technique achieves perfection. Just as you prepare to cultivate the next attribute technique, a mysterious individual approaches you. Chapter 71. Collaboration. You were approached by a mysterious figure. Observing his demeanor, a hint of intrigue danced across your countenance. You gestured for the master of yin and yang to take a seat, whereupon he articulated his intentions. He expressed a desire for you to ally with the demon sect, joining forces to sweep through the southern spirit domain, after which the various cultivation families and the 7 orthodox sects would be at your mercy. A subtle smile graced your lips. You neither accepted nor declined his proposal. Instead, you inquired how he had located you. The master of yin and yang revealed that your annihilation of a cultivation family that had surrendered to the harmonious sect had led him to your whereabouts through arcane means. You were somewhat astonished. Your actions had been executed with utmost perfection, yet he had still managed to uncover your trail. Curiosity piqued. You wondered about the nature of his extraordinary methods. The master of yin and yang offered no further explanation, simply extending an earnest invitation. You acquiesced to his request, choosing to ally with the demon sect. After leaving you a communication talisman, he departed with satisfaction. As you watched his retreating figure, a flicker of wariness glinted in your eyes. From the moment he had sought you out, thoughts of eliminating him had crossed your mind. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from him instilled hesitation, ultimately leading you to forego your murderous intentions. Following his departure, you immersed yourself in the cultivation of the true magic of the great 5 elements. 6 months later, you successfully mastered the divine path of the Crimson Emperor, gaining the ability to command all flames in existence, rendering them inherently subservient to your will. You also acquired the capability to counteract all fire-related spells. Wood and fire-based techniques could no longer inflict harm upon you. Your own fire spells gained tremendous potency, receiving a significant enhancement, with the sole weakness being a vulnerability to water, which could inflict damage upon you. Transmuting into flame, you became immune to the vast majority of physical assaults. By the 22nd year, your external manifestation of cultivation had markedly ascended, reaching the mid-stage of the core formation. In the 23rd year, you sensed an additional bloodline connection. You have become a grandfather. The talent for progeny and fortune activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 24th year, another bloodline connection emerged. Once again, you were a grandfather, and the talent activated anew, further augmenting your abilities. In the 25th year, you revisited the techniques and arts of the Shun clan, refining your skills and re-establishing the protective formation of the clan, the great 5-element sword array. You also reconstructed the ancient remnant formation passed down through the Shun clan, the Divine Thunder Exorcism Array, a formidable ancient array known for its lethal efficacy against the unworthy. Though you held little hope of it being able to harm a perfected nascent soul like Nietzsche-san, you understood that Nietzsche-san's stagnation was not due to insufficient talent, but rather a choice made by an ancient being who had lived for over 5,000 years. Consequently, you prepared additional contingencies, crafting several more flags for the ancient remnant array. Through the fire, attribute, spiritual materials you had gathered, you elevated your divine path of the Crimson Emperor to a minor completion. In the 26th year, you unleashed a wave of slaughter upon the cultivation realm of Qi, obliterating numerous clans and achieving a major breakthrough in your divine path of the Crimson Emperor. A multitude of descendants emerged as a result, with your talent for progeny and fortune activating once more, enhancing your attributes yet again. In the 27th year, the master of yin and yang broke through to the perfected nascent soul stage, and yet more descendants were born, further elevating your attributes. You received a message from the master of yin and yang, inquiring if you were prepared. He informed you of his intention to rally the 7 sects of the demon path for an assault against the 7 orthodox sects of the upper domain, requesting your assistance at a crucial moment to ambush the headquarters of the Heavenly One sect. You agreed to his plan. In March of the 27th year, the 7 sects of the demon path united, launching an offensive against the upper domain as per the master of yin and yang strategies. The demon coalition advanced with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through their adversaries, who surrendered en masse in a display of loyalty. However, in May, the taken aback 7 orthodox sects retaliated against the 7 sects of the demon path. As one of the few remaining clans in the cultivation realm of Qi, the Shen clan received a summons from the Heavenly One sect. You superficially complied with their summons, while secretly reinforcing several formidable arrays. In November of the 27th year, a meeting between the nascent soul cultivators of both the righteous and demonic factions took place. At this assembly, the master of yin and yang asserted his dominance, single-handedly restraining the 7 patriarchs and establishing a pact that forbade interference in the conflict between the 2 paths. In the 28th year, fierce battles erupted between the demon coalition and the righteous forces in the flying Immortal Mountain range, with the demons unleashing their full arsenal and the righteous forces suffering relentless defeats. You covertly manipulated Shun Tianling to deliver a treacherous blow to the righteous coalition at a pivotal moment. In the ensuing days, numerous core formation cultivators within the righteous coalition were afflicted by a mysterious toxin, leading to their demise. Seizing the opportunity, you approached the Heavenly One sect stronghold, armed with the remnants of the ancient formation, the Divine Thunder Exorcism Array. Ascending to the heights, you cast down 15 intricately inscribed flags, establishing the 5 directions exclusion array. You ensnared all remaining disciples of the Heavenly One sect within their gates. You summoned a refining heaven cauldron and placed it in the center of the grand formation. Tossing in 2 5-colored spirit flags, you commanded the vengeful spirits within to capture every disciple of the Heavenly One sect in sight, drawing them into the cauldron. Utilizing the divine path of the Crimson Emperor, you invoked the underground fire of the Heavenly One sect, commencing the alchemical process. In that moment, the air was filled with anguished cries, to which you remained indifferent. Through the perspective of the vengeful spirits, you encountered an old acquaintance, Lin Yu. Just as you prepared to strike, you noticed Lin Yu being transported away by a flash of white light, leaving you momentarily astonished. However, you quickly regained your composure, understanding that in this vast cultivation world, individuals of great fortune were abundant, and not all good fortune could be yours alone. Others too had their unique encounters. You continued your slaughter, capturing Li Yunxi and swiftly refining him. Upon discovering the nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly One sect charging towards you, you wielded your sword and struck him down. Just as you thought you were in the clear, a grotesque, nascent soul cultivator emerged from within the fallen ancestor. In a moment of shock, you raise your hand to slay this hideous being. You then captured the souls of both individuals, extracting and refining them. Through soul searching, you learned that the nascent soul ancestor of the Heavenly One sect was named Deng Yuansheng, and the being that had emerged was his parasitic brother, Deng Yuanxing. The two shared a symbiotic relationship, intertwined in existence. With an expressionless demeanor, you cast the two nascent soul corporeal bodies and their essence into the refining heaven cauldron, exterminating the Heavenly One sect and seizing all their scriptures and techniques. You have plundered all the elixirs and magical artifacts of the Heavenly One sect. You have seized all the spiritual herbs and medicinal plants of the Heavenly One sect. You have reclaimed the Grand Formation. You have retrieved the celestial refining cauldron. You journeyed to other cultivation sects in the upper domain, bearing a substantial amount of human elixirs. As you traversed on your cauldron towards the next cultivation sect, just as you let down your guard, you were abruptly struck by a severing blow that cleaved your body in two. Chapter 72 Rebirth. You have reconstituted your form. You gaze upon the enigmatic cultivator before you, who is executing a slicing strike. To your astonishment, this mysterious figure is revealed to be an entity of the perfected nascent soul stage. You inquire about the identity of this enigmatic cultivator, only to discover that they are but a demonic puppet. You observe that every pore of this puppet greedily devours the essence of heaven and earth. It becomes apparent that this being has also mastered the formidable art of devouring heaven and earth. You begin to channel the Great Void Immortal Cannon. A fierce battle ensues in the void against the demonic puppet, lasting 100 exchanges. With a flourish of your void sword, you cleave the puppet asunder. Through soul searching, you glean information regarding this puppet, learning that it originates from a practitioner named Tianyan Daoist. You uncover that this puppet's primary function is to hunt down those who have cultivated the supreme 5 elements true demonic art, consuming their flesh and essence. Despite your efforts, you fail to extract further information, and a grave expression settles upon your face. Is this the reason behind the mysterious disappearances of numerous practitioners of the supreme 5 elements true demonic art? However, a question lingers in your mind. Having cultivated the great fortune technique and refined my fortune canopy, how could the demonic puppet detect my presence? Is it possible that the puppet can automatically discern whether someone has practiced the supreme 5 elements true demonic art based on the aura they exhale? Wang Li is taken aback by his own thoughts. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, where immense power is inherent, the existence of peculiar phenomena is entirely plausible. You sense a revelation, though uncertainty still clouds your mind. After depleting the puppet's innate energy, you summon the nascent soul fire within you, incinerating it to ash, reducing it to boundless dust. You withdraw and make your way to the other great sections. Over the course of several days, you obliterate the Spirit Beast Mountain, the Sword Inquiry Valley, the Giant Artifact Sect, the Pill King Valley, the Ancient Talisman Sect, and the Spirit Sword Sect. You achieve the remarkable feat of single-handedly vanquishing 7 sections. Your 5-colored soul banner has now reached the formidable level of 100,000 soul banners. With the tacit approval of the 7 demonic sects, you proceed to decimate the various celestial clans, claiming half of their resources. In the 29th year, with your assistance, the 7 demonic sects eradicate all opposing forces, seizing control of the southern spirit domain. You accept the decree of the demonic sect, being collectively honored as the demon lord of slaughtering immortals. You relish all the rights and honors conferred by the 7 demonic sections. A multitude of descendants emerge from you, and the boon of many children once again takes effect, enhancing your attributes. You journey to the Hahuan sect of the demonic path, where you reunite with the Yin-Yang Elder. You notice that the Elder's aura has deepened, with the dual energies of Yin and Yang emanating an overwhelming force. You request permission to enter the Tower of Transmission to study its teachings, which is granted. After bidding farewell to the Elder, you delve into the scriptures within the tower for 3 months, committing to memory all the demonic techniques of the Hahuan sect. Upon departing the Hahuan sect, you return to the Shun clan. You meticulously arrange intricate formations and commence a seclusion, absorbing the flesh and essence of attribute practitioners. By the end of the 29th year, bolstered by an abundance of fire attribute resources, you attain perfection in the divine path of the Red Emperor. You begin to shift your focus to the Earth attribute section of the supreme 5 elements true demonic art, specifically the Yellow Emperor's abundant heaven technique. While practicing, You monitor the progress of your external incarnation. Thanks to years of resources from the Nye clan and Nye Chutsong's guidance, your external incarnation reaches the nascent soul stage. Observing that you remain untainted by the devouring heaven and earth technique, Nye Chutsong's eyes reveal a glimmer of satisfaction. He informs you that you have passed his trial. Despite cultivating the devouring heaven and earth technique, you have not lost your rationality and transformed into a puppet, which is commendable. What then is Nye Chutsong's true intention? A look of confusion crosses Wang Li's face. He initially believed that Nye Chutsong's importation of the devouring heaven and earth technique was a trap designed to lead him to become a puppet. Yet, it turns out to be a trial. You express your surprise at Nye Chutsong's words and inquire about the nature of this trial. He explains that he is assessing your worthiness to be his successor. He reveals that the Tianshu continent harbors great secrets, but he lacks the time to explore them further, thus entrusting you to inherit his will and uncover the mysteries hidden within this realm. Nye Chutsong acknowledges that your cultivation of the devouring heaven and earth technique without succumbing to puppethood indicates that you are a bearer of great fortune, deserving of inheriting his will, a testament to his trial of you. You remain silent. With hands clasped behind his back, Nye Chutsong gestures towards the setting sun on the horizon, stating that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will ascend to the upper realm in 2 years. At that time, he will transfer all his power to you, and your duties will encompass safeguarding the Nye clan and continuing his legacy to unveil the secrets of the Tianshu continent. You inquire about the nature of these secrets. Calmly, Nye Chutsong discloses that the Tianshu continent conceals a tremendous celestial opportunity. Whoever obtains it shall attain immediate ascension to immortality. You ask if he can take you along during his ascent. Nye Chutsong assures you that if you focus on your cultivation and adhere to his will, he will guide you to the upper realm when the time is right. You nod in agreement. Thus, this appears to be Nye Chutsong's true ambition, to have you as the inheritor of his will, serving as a proxy to continue exploring the enigmas of the Tianshu continent. According to his words, the continent conceals a celestial opportunity, but how genuine can this be? If such an opportunity existed, surely it would have been discovered over the past millennia, rather than remaining hidden until now. Naturally, these are merely Nye Chutsong's words, and one must exercise caution and belief, as you suspect he harbors ulterior motives. Wang Li is not easily swayed by Nye Chutsong, for he recognizes that Nye Chutsong is akin to himself in the simulator, a profoundly self-serving individual. Such a person should be kept at a distance, lest you find yourself ensnared in their schemes. In the 30th year, aided by an abundance of earth attribute resources and the essence of attribute practitioners, you attain perfection in the Yellow Emperor's abundant heaven technique. You gain the ability to manipulate all earth attribute beings. All earth attribute creatures in the world are inherently subject to the Yellow Emperor's abundant heaven technique. You acquire the capability to counter all earth attribute spells. Earth attribute magic cannot inflict harm upon you. Your earth attribute techniques significantly amplify in power. With a solitary weakness, vulnerability to wood, wood attribute attacks can still inflict a degree of damage upon you. Transforming into sand, you possess the ability to turn into a being of sand, rendering yourself immune to the vast majority of physical assaults. Your mastery over the attributes of wood, fire, water, and earth reaches its zenith. You lament that you are not a 5-element root practitioner, and thus cannot cultivate the so-called most potent offensive technique, the Golden Emperor's annihilation art. You believe that there are certainly methods within the cultivation realm to compensate for one's elemental roots, yet you are currently unable to encounter them. You commence the simultaneous cultivation of other demonic techniques to bolster your strength. In the 31st year, your cultivation breaks through once more, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. You sense an unseen force compelling you towards the breakthrough to the God transformation stage. You suddenly comprehend why, during a certain simulation, the Yin-Yang sovereign was able to swiftly transcend the realm of transformation. It is evident that an unseen force was propelling him forward. You are blessed with numerous descendants. The blessing of abundant progeny has once again been invoked. Your attributes have been enhanced. In the 32nd year, News spread of the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion in the Eastern Spirit Domain, prompting many cultivators to venture forth, eager to explore the opportunities within. Upon emerging from your seclusion and learning of this event, you made your way to the Harmony sect of the Demon Gate. You observed Nie Chutsong bringing your external incarnation along to the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Following Nie Chutsong, you arrived at a mountain range rich in vitality. As the gates of the Immortal Mansion gradually opened, thousands of cultivators soared through the air on their swords. You entered the Taishu Immortal Mansion alongside Nie Chutsong. A flash of white light enveloped you, ushering you into a realm filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Numerous spiritual herbs and medicines exuded alluring aromas, invigorating your spirit. Accompanying Nie Chutsong, you traversed through this enchanting landscape. You ventured deeper into the Taishu Immortal Mansion with Nie Chutsong. You arrived beneath a colossal sword with him. Together, you entered the space of the giant sword. Before you stood a towering, tentacled creature, its body a mere skeleton shrouded in flesh, seemingly starving for ages. You witnessed Nie Chutsong bowing respectfully to this enigmatic being. He presented 108 jade pearls from his hands. The pearls flew around the strange creature. You beheld the creature reversing the jade pearls through some mysterious means. The space containing the creature was beginning to collapse. You sensed the creature was on the verge of breaking free. A peculiar smile crept across your face. Just as Nie Chutsong believed everything was secure, the energies of Yin and Yang engulfed the entire giant sword space. You and the Yin-Yang sovereign united to breach the confines of the giant sword space. The Yin-Yang sovereign activated the reincarnation immortal scripture, forcefully disrupting the trajectory of the jade pearls. A look of frost settled on Nie Chutsong's face as he raised his hand to engage in combat with both of you. With all his might, he struck, pushing you and the Yin-Yang sovereign back. Just as Nie Chutsong prepared to wield his artifact, a beam of white light pierced through his chest. He gazed at your external incarnation in disbelief. You coldly smiled as you commanded your external incarnation to self-destruct. You saw the Yin-Yang sovereign channeling Yin-Yang energies into Nie Chutsong's body. You witnessed Nie Chutsong being shattered by the Yin-Yang energies, dissolving into nothingness. Finally, he was slain. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li let out a sigh of relief. In all these simulations, this was the first time he had truly vanquished Nie Chutsong. Just as he was about to see what would unfold next, the simulator suddenly revealed a new simulation. At that moment, as you silently exhaled, you noticed the grave expression on the Yin-Yang sovereign's face. The 5 elemental spiritual energies began to converge within the space of the giant sword. As these energies coalesced into a humanoid form, Nie Chutsong was reborn. Chapter 73. The Clash of the Clam and the Heron. The fisherman reaps the benefits. You observe Nie Chutsong's return from rebirth, his countenance darkening, with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. You reflect on how Nie Chutsong, having lived for over 5 millennia, is indeed not so easily vanquished. The Yin-Yang sovereign gazes in astonishment at Nie Chutsong, who is now formed from the essence of the 5 elements, exclaiming, "The quintessence has taken form." You inquire about its meaning, and the Yin-Yang sovereign informs you that within the ancient tome, the true devil art of the great 5 elements, there exists a passage detailing a secret method of rebirth, the manifestation of the 5 elements after the completion of the 5 scrolls. As long as the soul of the practitioner remains intact, even a fragment, they can utilize the elemental energies of the universe to return through this quintessence. You exchange a wary glance with the Yin-Yang sovereign. Following his revival, Nie Chutsong raises his hand, and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converge violently, forming a colossal wheel of the 5 elements, bearing down upon you and the Yin-Yang sovereign. You invoke the Great Void Immortal Cannon, summoning the Void Sword to join forces with the Yin-Yang sovereign in defense. Within the realm of the colossal sword, the elemental energies rage with ferocity, the battle intensifying immensely. Together, you and the Yin-Yang sovereign barely withstand Nie Chutsong's onslaught. With his hands clasped behind his back, Nie Chutsong stands in the void, looking down upon you. remarking on the multitude of heroes in the world, as numerous as fish crossing a river. He acknowledges your tactics, hinting at his own complacency after centuries of domination. And thanks you for the lesson. As his words fall, he reverses the elemental energies within the colossal sword, crafting a massive seal of the 5 elements that ensnares both you and the yin-yang sovereign. You feel your spiritual power suppressed, unable to circulate. The yin-yang sovereign's expression turns grave as he whispers, "This is a great sealing formation of the 5 elements. If we do not break free soon, we shall be trapped here indefinitely." Your demeanor remains calm as you ponder a way to shatter the seal. Suddenly, a fragment of the secret method from the devouring heaven and earth great devil art surfaces in your mind, and you begin to attempt to absorb the sealing power for your own use. You resolutely activate the secret art, consuming the strength of the 5-element seal. Observing this, Nie Chutsong's expression shifts slightly, realizing that the self-destructing individual was your external incarnation, not merely a pawn as he had presumed. As you absorb the sealing power, the 5-element seal begins to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, the yin-yang sovereign channels the yin-yang immortal cannon, forcibly breaking the seal. You both escape confinement and re-engage in fierce combat with Nie Chutsong. Upon witnessing the breach of his seal, Nie Chutsong's eyes flash with malice. He raises his hand to summon an ancient artifact, the Wheel of 5 Elements. As the wheel emerges, the elemental energies of the universe are instantly under its command, spiraling into a massive vortex that threatens to engulf you and the yin-yang sovereign. You sense the terrifying power within the vortex, your heart racing. The yin-yang sovereign, somber, murmurs, "This is the Wheel of 5 Elements, an ancient Daoist artifact of unfathomable power. We must combine our strengths to withstand it." You nod in agreement, and, alongside the yin-yang sovereign, summon your respective artifacts to counter the wheel. In the realm of the colossal sword, the elemental energies clash violently, the battle reaching an unprecedented intensity. You observe Nie Chutsong facing both of you, yet maintaining the upper hand, realizing your understanding of him has been woefully superficial. You glance at the yin-yang sovereign, who seems to struggle. You ponder how he managed to repel Nie Chutsong before. Could it be that Nie Chutsong had feigned weakness? The yin-yang sovereign discerns your doubts and informs you that since Nie Chutsong has manifested the quintessence, he has approached the threshold of transformation, requiring only the final metamorphosis of his nascent soul to fully enter the realm of transformation. You comprehend that Nie Chutsong is now a half-step into transformation, his strength beyond comparison. You inquire how to confront Nie Chutsong. The yin-yang sovereign reveals he once practiced a devouring sorcery known as the Devouring God and Transforming Immortal Cannon, which allows him to enhance his powers through the consumption of souls. He gestures for you to release the vengeful spirits contained within the soul banners, for his yin-yang energies cannot hold out much longer. You comply, unleashing the spirits. You command the ghost to enter the yin-yang sovereign's body. Nie Chutsong realizes your intentions and channels all his power into the Wheel of 5 Elements. You witness the dissipation of the yin-yang energies. Your hands, too, are consumed by the wheel. Just as you and the yin-yang sovereign appear on the brink of annihilation, you see his hands regenerate, a continuous flow of yin-yang energy emerging within him. The Wheel of 5 Elements is held at bay by this newfound energy. You continue to augment the influx of souls into the yin-yang sovereign's form. In a desperate bid, Nie Chutsong unleashes a powerful strike, shattering the yin-yang energy and directing a fatal blow towards the yin-yang sovereign. In a moment of heroism, you leap forward, using your life as cultivation to intercept the lethal attack, suffering grievous damage to your nascent soul, your cultivation plummeting to its infancy. Half of your body disintegrates into ash. You witness the yin-yang sovereign extend a finger, countering Nie Chutsong's strike. The colossal sword's realm trembles from the impact. You behold the yin-yang sovereign ascend to the realm of transformation, using the yin-yang calamity finger to obliterate Nie Chutsong's corporeal form. You watch as Nie Chutsong reconstructs his shape, fully stepping into the realm of transformation. His furious roar echoes, "Cursed yin-yang demon sovereign, damned wretches! I shall see you perish. A massive black hole materializes outside the realm of the colossal sword. After numerous exchanges, both the Yin-Yang sovereign and Nie Chutsong are drawn into its depths. Understanding the impending fate that awaits them, a smirk of intrigue crosses your face. You never anticipated that, amidst this fierce battle, you, the weakest, would emerge unscathed. Could this black hole also manifest within the great void immortal mansion? You had assumed that the abodes left by immortals would be impervious to such phenomena. Yet, it appears that the black holes of the upper realm infiltrate everywhere, without exception. Wang Li had once pondered whether the great void immortal mansion could shield against black holes, allowing practitioners to remain in the Tianshu continent. Little did he know, this simulation shattered that illusion. However, upon further reflection, it makes sense. If the great void immortal mansion could indeed isolate black holes, Nie Chutsong would have done so long ago, rather than tirelessly searching for the elusive immortal pearl to break the seal. Thus, one wonders whether Shunpa truly exists within the Tianshu continent or has clandestinely crossed into the upper realm. Sighing, Wang Li shakes his head, deciding not to dwell on these matters, as intelligence regarding Shunpa is alarmingly scarce, making it impossible to deduce his whereabouts. After a deep breath, Wang Li resumes his focus on the simulation. You gaze at the floating wheel of 5 elements in the void, feeling as though you have discovered a treasure, and carefully place it into your storage ring. You observe the 108 immortal pearls floating in the void, collecting them one by one. You cast a glance at the towering, tentacled creature, its emaciated form a grotesque sight, and were about to turn away. Just as you were preparing to depart from the realm of the colossal sword, the creature's whispers echoed in your mind. Aid me in my escape, and I shall grant you a wish. You must choose, yes or no. Chapter 74. The contract. As Wang Li gazed at the sudden options that appeared on the simulation interface, he found himself momentarily stunned. A smile crept across his face, realizing that, unexpectedly, he too could engage in a transaction with the bizarre. After playfully muttering this thought, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he opened his eyes wide and decided to assist, curious to witness what the so-called upper realm entailed. You have chosen to proceed. You turn to face the towering, tentacled, emaciated creature before you. You inform the creature that to grant you liberation, it must answer a few questions and assist you in ascending to the upper realm. Without hesitation, the creature agrees. You inquire about the creature's origins. The creature responds that it does not know. You find yourself dissatisfied, suspecting that the creature is deceiving you. The creature explains that it has slumbered for too long and has lost much of its memory. It does not wish to withhold information from you. You ask the creature who sealed it within the giant sword space. The creature's demeanor shifts, displaying a hint of murderous intent as it declares that it was sealed by the supreme being of the void, a fact it shall never forget. You inquire if the creature possesses the complete scroll of the great 5 elements true demon art. The creature transmits the entire scroll of the great 5 elements true demon art to you. Huh? Is it truly this agreeable? Wang Li was taken aback by this segment of the simulation. He then selected the immersive simulation option. Suddenly, as the world spun around him, Wang Li's consciousness manifested within the giant sword space. Surveying the surrounding sword energies, he raised his gaze to the towering, bizarre creature. The sight of its razor-sharp tentacles filled him with trepidation. Indeed, it exuded an overwhelming aura. The talent of absolute rationality is activated. Upon hearing the simulator's voice resonate in his mind, Wang Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. The pressure from the creature lessened. I wish to ask one more thing, esteemed elder, Wang Li said, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Have you encountered Shenpa? Shenpo no. I have not met this individual, the creature replied after a moment of contemplation. Is that so? Wang Li fell into deep thought. He had previously speculated whether Shenpa had been deceived by the creature, leading to the widespread dissemination of the great 5 elements true demon art within the cultivation world, thereby culminating in the end of the ancient era. However, it now seemed that others were involved. Nevertheless, it raised the question of how the creature possessed the complete great 5 elements true demon art. After swiftly reviewing the art in his mind, Wang Li felt perplexed. He then continued to inquire, "Esteemed elder, I wish to know a crucial matter. Is the upper realm populated entirely by your kind, that is, by bizarre creatures?" "I do not know." The creature pondered for a moment before responding. Wang Li fell silent, then posed a few more questions, yet the answers remained unsatisfactory. It became clear to him that the creature had lost too many memories, aside from recalling that it was sealed by the supreme being of the void and some techniques. It cannot remember anything else. Can it truly assist me in ascending to the upper realm? Wang Li expressed his skepticism. Taking a deep breath, he finally broached the subject of ascension. "Esteemed elder, I wish to know, if I were to release you, would you kill me? Or would you abandon me and ascend to the upper realm directly? Rest assured, I will not kill you. I shall fulfill my promise and take you to the upper realm." The creature's calm voice echoed in Wang Li's mind. With a slight smile, Wang Li replied, "However, esteemed elder, mere words hold little weight. They are hard to believe. What would you have me do? I have heard from Ye Chu Song that your kind greatly values oaths to the heavens. I can swear by the celestial decree," the creature calmly stated. "The celestial decree? Given that the heavens have vanished, is the so-called celestial oath still of significance? I doubt you are unaware of this fact," Wang Li remarked meaningfully. The creature fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I initially thought your youth would make you easy to deceive. Yet you are aware of such profound secrets. Very well, I shall sign a true contract with you today. Should I violate it, I shall perish." With that, a blood-red decree shot forth from the creature's being, landing before Wang Li. Observing the blood-red decree, Wang Li let out a cold laugh, a smirk gracing his features. "Esteemed elder, you truly are remarkable. You nearly convinced me that you had genuinely lost your memory. Had you held out just a bit longer, you might have truly deceived me." As soon as he finished speaking, the creature roared with laughter and fixed its intense gaze upon Wang Li. "Ha ha! Would you believe me? I have devoured countless beings and seen innumerable creatures. You and that despicable Nye Chu Song are of the same ilk, foolish insects unwilling to relent until they gain something. Rather than feigning ignorance, I prefer to be straightforward." Wang Li smiled and turned his attention back to the blood-red decree. Upon reading the stipulation that neither party may harm the other, lest they face death, Wang Li dripped a drop of his blood next to the creature's. As the decree emitted two beams of red light, piercing into both Wang Li and the creature's bodies. The oath was sealed. "Well, the oath is complete. Now release me," the creature urged. "You have waited for tens of thousands of years. Surely you are not in a rush," Wang Li replied, taking his time to free the creature. The creature's gaze sharpened, a flicker of displeasure igniting in its azure flames of eyes. "How do you intend to proceed? Perhaps you could impart some cultivation techniques to me. What do you think?" "Ha ha! You truly possess a clever mind, but alas, humans cannot cultivate our techniques." "Very well. If that is the case, then esteemed elder, please be patient for a moment." With that, Wang Li began to diligently memorize everything he had learned from the simulator, intending to bring this knowledge back to reality. Once he had firmly committed the knowledge to memory, he exited the simulation and entrusted the forthcoming process to his simulated self. You have concluded the immersive simulation. You begin to liberate the bizarre creature. You retrieve 108 longevity pearls and cast them before the creature. You observe the creature initiating a clockwise rotation of the longevity pearls. You see the creature disperse the longevity pearls throughout the giant sword space. You sense the giant sword space beginning to tremble. The tremors intensify. As a flash of red light illuminates the surroundings, the entire giant sword space shatters. Your body is pulled by the force of the collapsing space. You begin to fall, seemingly into an endless void. The creature's tentacles grasp you back. You follow the creature, emerging from the void and returning to the Supreme Void Immortal Mansion. You find yourself back in the Supreme Void Immortal Mansion. The creature's massive maw slowly opens, releasing a torrent of black spiritual energy into the world. You observe numerous cultivators inhaling the black energy, transforming into mindless, bloodthirsty creatures. You inform the creature of your intent to annihilate the Nye clan. The creature replies that if your sole desire is to restore your strength, it would not mind sharing the absorbed life energy with you. You were taken aback. Yet you declined the bizarre creature. You were forcibly infused with life energy by the strange being. Your injuries began to mend, and your cultivation started to restore. You commenced following the peculiar entity, slaying the untainted cultivators within the Tai Su immortal mansion. Together with the enigmatic being, you eradicated all living creatures within the Tai Su immortal mansion. You meticulously cleaned the battlefield, closely trailing behind the strange entity. You both exited the Tai Su immortal mansion, witnessing the creature roar into the void. A mass of black energy obscured the sun, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Countless beings were drained of their blood, transformed into eerie corpses. You followed the strange creature to the holy land of Tai Tsong, where you both slaughtered the entire realm. You decimated the various immortal clans of the Eastern Spirit Domain, draining the lifeblood of every visible creature. The Eastern Spirit Domain had truly transformed into a realm of death. Your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In the 33rd year, you accompanied the bizarre entity to the Southern Spirit Domain, where numerous descendants were born. The blessing of abundant offspring was once again bestowed upon you, enhancing all your attributes. At your behest, the strange being spared your immortal clan. You gaze at your fortunate descendants who had narrowly escaped calamity, a slight smile gracing your lips. For you, as long as your descendants continued to bear children, they remained of use to you. In the 34th year, you and the strange entity transformed the Southern Spirit Domain into a true realm of the bizarre. In the 35th year, you arrived in the Western Spirit Domain with the peculiar being, observing the scene of countless demon beasts being devoured by the eerie corpses. Your expression remained calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. In the 36th year, bolstered by abundant resources, you achieved divine transformation and ascended. Standing amidst the strange creature, you faced the immense black hole that loomed above. Guided by the black hole, you ascended alongside the bizarre being. As you gazed at the other side of the black hole, your heart fluttered with both trepidation and excitement. After many years, you were finally to bid farewell to the lower realm and venture to the upper realm, continuing your pursuit of the immortal dream. Just as you and the strange creature were about to ascend, a colossal golden arrow of light shot down from the other side of the black hole, forcefully pinning the bizarre being to the ground, rendering it immobile. Suddenly, you heard the strange being exclaim in shock, "No, they're not my kin, my clan. My clan has yet to descend into this world." You witnessed the bizarre creature being torn apart by the golden arrow of light. Just as curiosity overcame you regarding the unfolding events, your body was ensnared by countless tendrils. Chapter 75. The perfected nascent soul. You perceive a series of whispers emanating from the void. Struggling desperately, you realize that your entire magical essence is shackled, and attempting to escape through sheer physical force is but a futile dream. Your form is ensnared and torn apart by tendrils. You watch helplessly as your body is grasped by these appendages, leading to your consumption. As your soul succumbs to encroachment, your concealed energy reserve, the heavenly refining cauldron, detonates spontaneously. In the wake of the tremendous explosion, your soul is obliterated. You are dead. In your final moments, you lament the fact that your contingency plan remains unutilized. Due to the annihilation of your soul, your passive talents cannot be activated. Simulation concluded. Gazing at the end of the simulation, Wang Li's emotions are complex. This simulation yielded satisfactory results. The complete volume of the great five-element true demon technique has already brought me contentment, not to mention the unexpected gains. Nevertheless, the path ahead is fraught with peril, and the pursuit of immortality remains elusive. I can only hope that future simulations will unveil a safe route to ascend to the upper realms or provide a means to continue my cultivation in the lower realms. Otherwise, achieving the transformation stage only to be forcibly drawn into the upper realms, becoming fodder for others, is intolerable. Years of arduous cultivation culminating in a single downfall is a fate no one can accept. Reflecting on the words of the enigmatic creature, a grave expression fills Wang Li's eyes. Why would this strange entity speak of the peculiar beings of the upper realms, if they are not its kin? From the information previously disclosed by the simulator, it is evident that they belong to the same category of beings. Could it be that strange creatures are further divided into races, and that the bizarre entities currently asserting dominance in the upper realms do not belong to this particular species? After a moment of introspection, Wang Li perceives the intricacies of the situation. He then recalls Shun Pe, the man who ended the ancient era. Shun Pe, where art thou? As someone who seemingly ascended and successfully evaded the grasp of the enigmatic forces in the upper realms, you are my current beacon of hope. Unless my fortuitous opportunities prove bountiful once more. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li gazes at the simulation interface. This simulation has ended. You may choose 3 rewards from the following options and use simulation points to purchase 1 additional item to take back. Absolute rationality. Maintain a calm and composed demeanor, enabling you to analyze and respond to various crises and decisions with absolute rationality, weighing advantages and disadvantages, unperturbed by emotions. Every action you undertake is driven by your own interests and goals, employing any means necessary to achieve them. Current cultivation from this simulation: perfected nascent soul, limit breaker level 2. Why is it still the perfected nascent soul? Why not the transformation stage? Is there a flaw in the energy provided by the enigmatic forces? Or could it be a deeper underlying reason? Wang Li descends into contemplation, recalling that during this simulation, he indeed broke through to the transformation stage. Yet, the simulator has classified his achievement as the perfected nascent soul, limit breaker level 2. After pondering for some time, Wang Li decides to move on and continues to examine the rewards. 5-element reincarnation plate, an ancient Dao artifact, one of the significant legacies of the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Crafted by the Taishu Celestial Sovereign, it possesses the power to manipulate the 5 elemental forces of heaven and earth, capable of eradicating ordinary cultivators within moments, sending them on the path of reincarnation. It is said that possessing the 5-element reincarnation plate allows one to condense the elemental essences of heaven and earth, thereby accelerating the cultivation of the great 5-element true demon technique. Master Alchemist Experience, the experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. Master Artificer Experience, the experience gained from crafting within the simulator. Master Array Formation Experience, the experience gained from array formation cultivation within the simulator. 100,000,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, your plundered gains, not usable in simulations. Pill formulas, all the formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Array formations, all the formations you have mastered in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron, your life treasure, a dual cultivation artifact capable of growth. With rare materials and exquisite craftsmanship, its potential for advancement is significantly enhanced. 2 colorful soul summoning banners. High-grade soul banners transform from the 5-color cloud banner. After being empowered